Hello, and welcome to Mythology and Folklore. For sleep, sleep stories. This evening, I'll accompany you as we venture into one of the oldest and most beloved stories in all of Hindu mythology. The story of Durga, the warrior goddess, the demon who believed no force in the universe could bring him down. We will follow this story from its very beginning, from the unusual birth of a demon child who would grow powerful enough to drive the gods themselves out of heaven, all the way to the moment a goddess was born from the combined light of every divine being who had ever existed, riding a lion into a battle that would last for 9 days and 9 nights. It is a story of arrogance and humility, of power and its limits, of a force so complete and so radiant that nothing in all 3 worlds could stand against it. The Durga story has been told for thousands of years, passed down through generations of storytellers, preserved in sacred texts, and celebrated each autumn across India and beyond. It is a narrative that teaches us profound truths about the nature of good and evil, about the strength that lives within each of us, and about the balance that must exist in the universe. The tale emerged from the Vedas, the oldest scriptures of Hinduism, and was further developed in texts like the Devi Mahatmya, which dedicated an entire section to chronicling the goddess's triumph. What makes this story particularly beautiful is how it combines action and philosophy, mysticism and earthly wisdom, creating something that speaks to both the mind and the heart. The festival of Navratri, which means 9 nights, celebrates this very battle, 9 days and nights, when Durga fought without rest or hesitation. During these celebrations, people across Hindu communities gather to honor the goddess through prayers, songs, dances, and the sharing of stories just like this one. The demon she faces is not merely evil in a simple sense. He represents a particular kind of danger, a force that has grown so confident in its own power that it believes itself invincible. His arrogance becomes his fatal flaw. Durga's victory, then, is not just about physical strength, though she possesses that in abundance. It is about wisdom, strategy, compassion, and an unshakable connection to something greater than herself. As we move deeper into this ancient story tonight, know that you are participating in a tradition that has comforted millions of people, that has been whispered in the dark to help others find peace and rest, just as it will for you. But before we find our way into that ancient world, let us take a quiet moment here, in the place where you are right now. Allow everything to slow down and soften around you. Close your eyes gently and let your body remember what it feels like to rest. You have carried a great deal today. Thoughts, responsibilities, the steady hum of everything that needed your attention. And now, for this little while, you can set all of it down. There is nowhere else you need to be. There is nothing left to solve or decide. By simply lying here and listening, you are already giving yourself something deeply generous. Your body knows how to find its way to sleep. I will walk beside you as it does. Long before this story begins, the universe was divided into 3 great realms, each one vast and teeming with life in ways that go far beyond what we can easily picture. The highest of these realms was Svarga, the celestial world, a place of radiant light where the Devas, the shining ones, made their home. It was a realm of golden abundance, where sacred fires burned without ceasing, and the air itself seemed to hum with a kind of warmth, as if the entire world above the clouds was held in a state of continuous blessing. Below it lay the earth, the middle world, where human beings and animals and every growing thing shared their days beneath the open sky, moving through seasons that came and went like the slow turning of a great wheel. And below the earth, deeper than the roots of any mow, untamed, were the nether regions, vast subterranean worlds of their own, layered one beneath another, each one distinct, each one home to beings and forces that rarely crossed into the light. These three realms were not separate in the way that different countries are separate. They were connected, always, by invisible threads of cause and consequence. What happened in one of them was felt, eventually, in all the others. The Devas who lived in Svarga were beings of tremendous power and beauty. They were the keepers of the cosmic order. That in this tradition was called Dharma, a word that carries more meaning than any single translation can hold, touching on righteousness, sacred law, the natural balance of all things. Indra was their king, seated on a great throne, commanding the rains and the thunder. Beneath him moved a whole court of divine beings, each one presiding over some part of the world's functioning. Agni carried the sacred fire. Varuna watched over the waters. Surya drove the sun across the sky, each day with a steadiness that the world depended upon. Together, they maintained the order that allowed the earth to breathe, and the seasons to turn, and living things to flourish in the way they were meant to. However, the Devas were not alone in the cosmos, and they had never been. On the other side of a very old and very deep divide stood the Asuras, beings of immense strength and fierce will. As ancient as the Devas themselves and, in their own way, just as formidable. The relationship between these two groups was not simple. They shared, in the oldest accounts, a common origin. Both descended from the same great progenitor, Prajapati, the lord of all creatures. In some tellings, they were even half-brothers, born of the same father, but of different mothers, shaped by different qualities of being from the very beginning. The Devas were drawn toward light, toward order, toward the sustaining of life as it was meant to unfold. The Asuras were drawn toward expansion, toward the accumulation of power, toward the bending of the world to their own will. Neither impulse was entirely without its purpose, but when the Asuras turned their vast strength away from the sacred and toward domination, the cosmos tilted out of balance in ways that could be felt everywhere, from the highest reaches of Svarga down to the quietest meadow on earth. This tension between the Devas and the Asuras had cycled through the ages like the seasons themselves. Long periods of relative peace. Then sudden eruptions of conflict. Then long and difficult negotiations. Then, eventually, some form of resolution. Sometimes the Devas prevailed through battle. Sometimes the Asuras gained the upper hand for a time, and the gods were forced into retreat. There were great wars described in the old stories, vast and prolonged struggles that shook all three realms. After each one, the universe slowly found its footing again. Flowers returned to the meadows, rains fell on schedule, the sacred rites could be performed once more without interruption. The world settled back into the rhythm it had been built to keep. It was never a permanent peace. The old stories do not promise permanence, but it was a restoration, and restoration was enough. The pattern was understood by those who studied such matters. The cosmos was not a static thing, fixed in place like a carved stone. Rather, it was dynamic, alive in ways that demanded constant attention. When the balance shifted too far toward chaos, the great gods took notice. When suffering spread through the three realms, when innocence cried out from the middle world, the machinery of correction began to turn. There were beings tasked with this work, servants of Dharma whose very purpose was to respond when the Asuras grew too ambitious. The universe had built into itself a way of self-healing, a mechanism of restoration that seemed to work as surely as breathing. This was the confidence upon which all existence rested, that imbalance, however extreme, could be addressed, that no tyranny, no matter how terrible, lasted forever. The Asuras, for their part, were not simply villains in a story. The oldest sources describe many of them as extraordinarily devoted, willing to perform decades or even centuries of intense spiritual practice in order to earn boons from the great gods. This was a path open to anyone in this cosmos. Devotion powerful enough could move even Brahma, the creator, to appear before a petitioner and grant a wish. The Asuras understood this. Some of them pursued it with a discipline that rivaled anything the Devas had ever demonstrated. What distinguished the Asuras in so many of these ancient stories was not a lack of spiritual capacity, but a particular blindness, a tendency to seek power for its own sake, to ask for gifts that would place them beyond all accountability, then to use those gifts in ways that unraveled the very fabric of the world they lived in. Their strength, which was genuine and sometimes even admirable, was undone again and again by the narrowness of what they chose to do with it. The three worlds had seen all of this before. They had been shaken, restored, shaken again. The great gods, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, watched over the whole of it with a patience that is difficult to imagine, stepping in when the balance tipped past the point of natural recovery, withdrawing again when it had been set right. It was a cosmos that believed in its own ability to correct itself, a universe built on the understanding that darkness, however powerful it grew, carried within itself the seed of its own undoing. This was not mere comfort. It was, in this tradition, a description of how things actually worked, as reliable as the rising of the sun. For as long as anyone could remember, the balance between the Devas and the Asuras had always, eventually, been restored, but no one had yet seen what was coming next. The demon who would one day shake the foundations of heaven was born in a way that no other being had ever been born before. His father was Ramba, and Ramba was no ordinary demon. He was a king among the Asuras, a being of tremendous strength and commanding presence, the kind of ruler whose name alone could silence a room. He had led his people through countless battles against the Devas. He carried himself with the particular dignity of someone who had never known what it felt like to lose. The Asura kingdoms were vast and ancient. Ramba presided over them with a force of will that few could equal. He was proud, yes, and ambitious in the way that powerful beings so often are. But those who knew him well also said that there was something genuinely warm in him, something capable of a depth of feeling that his fearsome exterior did not always suggest. It was this capacity for deep feeling, as the story goes, that would change everything. The Asura world in those days was a realm of strict hierarchies and ancient laws. The demons were organized by bloodline and by the particular powers that ran through their veins. A being's nature was fixed from birth, determined by the lineage that had created them. Kings like Ramba inherited their stations and their responsibilities across generations, bound by duties that stretched back into the forgotten reaches of time. The Asura kingdoms had endured for eons, surviving wars and internal strife through the sheer force of tradition and the will of their rulers. Yet there was also among the greatest of them a certain restlessness, a sense that the balance between the three worlds, heaven, earth, and the lower realms, was not fixed but constantly shifting. Ramba, despite his power and his satisfaction with his rule, was not immune to this awareness. One day, according to the tradition preserved in the Devi Mahatmyam and the surrounding Puranic texts, Ramba encountered a water buffalo near the edge of his kingdom. Something extraordinary happened within him. He fell into a state of profound attachment, what the old stories describe simply as love, though the kind of love that crosses the ordinary boundaries between beings and enters the realm of the mythological and the strange. The buffalo was powerful and graceful in her own way, unhurried and certain in every movement, as if she had no reason to fear anything in the world. Perhaps it was this quality that drew Ramba to her, this quality of being entirely and completely herself. Whatever the reason, the story holds that Ramba chose her. From that union, something entirely new came into the world. The child born from Ramba and the water buffalo was Mahishasura. His name itself carries both of his natures within it. Mahisha meaning buffalo, Asura meaning demon, and from the very first moments of his life. He was neither one thing nor the other, but both things at once, woven together in a way that had never existed before. He could take the shape of a man, tall and dark and powerfully built, with the bearing of someone who understood from birth that he had come into the world with something unusual behind him, and he could take the shape of a great buffalo, immense and dark and nearly immovable, with curved horns that seemed to hold the sky between them. These two forms were not separate selves but a single self expressed in two different ways. He moved between them the way most beings shift between waking and sleeping, naturally, without effort, as if the boundary between the two was simply never there for him. From his earliest days, Mahishasura displayed a consciousness that seemed to exceed even the remarkable intellect typical of his father's lineage. The hybrid nature of his birth granted him access to ways of understanding that pure demons could never reach. He could perceive the world through the steady, patient awareness of the buffalo, a consciousness that moved through time differently than the swift, aggressive mind of the Asura. This dual perception gave him an unusual kind of wisdom. He understood instinctively how different beings experienced the world, how their strengths and weaknesses were woven into the very fabric of their nature. The palace where he grew up became something of a laboratory for these observations. He watched the servants and the soldiers, the priests who conducted rituals for the Asura gods, the merchants who brought goods from distant parts of the realm. Each one revealed something to him about the variety of consciousness that existed within creation. This early education, gathered through quiet observation rather than formal instruction, would prove more valuable than any teaching the greatest scholars could have offered. Growing up with such a nature could not have been simple. Even in the ancient world of the Asuras, where extraordinary things were more common than they might sound. The other young demons around him belonged entirely to the world of demonkind. They moved through their days with a clear sense of what they were and where they fit. Mahishasura had no such clarity, or rather, he had a different kind of clarity, one that came not from fitting neatly into a single category, but from understanding that he did not need to. He was the son of a king, and that gave him standing. But it was the strangeness of his origins that shaped the way his mind worked. He thought in ways that surprised those around him. He was patient in a way that pure demons rarely are, something inherited perhaps from the quiet, steady nature of the buffalo. He was cunning in the way his father was cunning, always watching, always calculating the distance between where he stood and where he wanted to be. As a child, he is described in some tellings as having been remarkable to observe, powerful even then, even before he had grown into the full weight of what he would become. Those who encountered him in those early years are said to have felt something unsettled in his presence, not exactly fear, but a kind of instinctive alertness, as if some ancient part of them recognized that they were standing near something the world had not quite made room for yet. He carried that feeling with him everywhere he went, not intentionally, but simply because that is what he was. He was not cruel as a child, or at least the stories do not describe him that way. He was instead intensely focused, oriented from very early on toward the question of what power was, and where it could be found, and how much of it was possible to hold. The Asura world taught him many things. It taught him the history of the long war between the Devas and the Asuras. That had been turning and turning for ages without a final resolution. It taught him what the gods of the heavens possessed that his people did not. It taught him to regard that imbalance as something that could and should be changed. His father's memory. Ramba did not live to see his son grow to adulthood. The story of Mahishasura is in many ways the story of a being shaped by an absence as much as by what he inherited, gave him something to carry forward, a sense of a legacy still unfinished. He grew up in the knowledge that he was something unprecedented. Rather than finding that troubling, he found it clarifying. If no one like him had existed before, then no one before him had done what he was capable of doing. He had inherited his father's cunning and his mother's raw, unstoppable force. From a very young age, it was clear that this combination was something the three worlds had never encountered before. Mahishasura was not content with the power he had inherited at birth, so he decided to seek something greater. The strength he had been born with, the strength of the asuras and the raw, animal force of the buffalo, had always felt to him like a beginning rather than a destination. He had watched the world arrange itself into hierarchies of power, had seen how the devas moved through the three realms with a kind of ease and authority that came not merely from their bodies or their weapons, but from something deeper, something granted to them from above. He understood, perhaps more clearly than most beings of his kind, that true power in a world shaped by sacred law could not simply be taken. It had to be earned through devotion, through sacrifice, through the long and painful discipline of penance. And so, with a determination that even those who feared him could not help but recognize as extraordinary, Mahishasura withdrew from the world he had always known and traveled to a remote and desolate place, far from the courts of the asuras, far from the noise and warmth of any living community, to a place where the wind moved through bare rock and the days were long and pitiless and still. There he began his austerities. He stood upon one leg for years, his arms raised toward the sky in an unbroken gesture of offering, as unwavering as a stone pillar driven into the earth. The sun beat down upon him in the summer months, and he did not move. The winter arrived with its cold breath. He remained exactly as he was, as fixed and patient as the mountains that surrounded him. He ate almost nothing. He spoke to no one. The birds and small creatures that came to rest near him in the first weeks of his penance eventually moved away. Sensing something in the air around him that was not gentle, a kind of heat that had nothing to do with the sun, a concentrated force building slowly in the silence of his discipline. Weeks became months, months became years, and still he did not waver. This was because the thing he was reaching for required exactly this, a willingness to endure without complaint, to push the body and the mind past every ordinary limit, to demonstrate to the powers above that the desire burning inside him was not a passing ambition, but a permanent and unshakable fact of who he was. It is said in the tradition that penance of sufficient depth and sincerity cannot go unnoticed, that the universe itself responds to genuine devotion the way the earth responds to rain, quietly at first, then with unmistakable abundance. Brahma, the creator, the one who had fashioned the very laws by which the three worlds were ordered, became aware of what Mahishasura was doing in that bare and distant place. The austerities had grown so intense, so sustained, that their heat, tapas, the sacred fire generated through penance, had begun to ripple outward through the fabric of existence in ways that could not be ignored. Brahma appeared before him in a radiance as soft as the first light that touches the sky before the sun has fully risen. Gentle but unmistakable, filling the desolate landscape with a warmth it had not known in a very long time. Mahishasura, who had stood motionless for so many years, lowered himself to the ground in reverence. For a moment, he was not a demon king at all, but simply a being in the presence of something immeasurably greater than himself, something genuinely sacred. Brahma regarded him with the careful attention of a creator who knows every detail of what he has made. He acknowledged the depth of the penance that had been performed. He told Mahishasura that he had earned the right to ask for a boon, that whatever was within the bounds of what could be given, he would receive. Mahishasura had thought about this moment for a long time. He had turned the question over in his mind through all those years of stillness and cold and heat, refining, testing it from every angle he could imagine. He wanted to be invincible. He wanted to live without the fear of defeat that haunted every being in the three worlds. The nagging vulnerability that even the most powerful could not entirely escape. He asked that no male being, no man, no god, no demon, no creature born of any male nature should be able to kill him. He spoke the words with great care, as though he had rehearsed them many times. That, of course, he had. What he did not ask for was protection against a woman. He did not ask because the thought, quite simply, did not seem worth the words it would have taken to say it. Women, in his understanding of the world, were not warriors. They were not conquerors. They did not march with armies or hold divine weapons or reshape the order of the cosmos. They were, to his way of thinking, gentle and peripheral things, lovely in their own way perhaps, but not the kind of force that a being like himself needed to account for in a wish as important as this one. And so he left them out, not with malice toward them, but with a dismissiveness so complete and so unexamined that he never even recognized it as a choice. Brahma granted the boon. The radiance between them deepened for a moment before gradually withdrawing. Mahishasura alone again in that bare and windswept place, the silence rushing back around him like water filling a space left empty. In the days that followed, Mahishasura remained in that desolate landscape and tested the boundaries of what had been given to him. He challenged the wind itself, commanding it to still, and felt the weight of his will settle over the landscape. He called out challenges into the silence and heard only his own voice return, unfractured and unafraid. The knowledge of his invincibility began to move through him like a living thing, anchoring itself into his bones and blood. He understood now with absolute clarity that he stood outside the ordinary constraints that bound other beings, that the elaborate hierarchies of power he had observed as a younger creature were no longer relevant to his own ascension. The certainty of this transformed not only how he moved through the world, but how he imagined the world itself. He was no longer a being with a future to earn. He was simply a being with a future to claim. His invincibility was not a possibility or a hope, but an absolute and irrevocable fact. He stood there for a while after Brahma had gone, feeling the weight of what had just been given to him settle into his body like something warm and permanent. No man could kill him. No god born of the male principle, however ancient or however powerful, could end his life. Indra with his thunderbolt, Varuna with his mastery over the waters, Yama with all his dominion over death. None of them could touch him now in any meaningful way. The world felt different from inside this new certainty, larger and more open, as though a ceiling he had always lived beneath had simply been removed. He thought about the Asura armies waiting for his return. He thought about the three realms arranged one above the other, each one full of beauty and order and wealth, full of beings who had never imagined that someone like him might one day stand at their gates with nothing in the world to fear. He was pleased in a way that went very deep, pleased in the way that only a being who has worked for a very long time toward a single goal can be pleased when that goal is finally, irrevocably achieved. He did not linger there much longer. There was nothing more to be done in that desolate place, nothing more to endure or to demonstrate. He gathered himself and began the journey back toward his own world, back toward everything that was now, in his mind, simply waiting to be claimed. He walked away from that sacred ground with a gift he believed made him unconquerable, without ever pausing to wonder whether he had truly thought it all the way through. Once Mahishasura understood the full weight of what he had been given, he wasted very little time. There is a particular kind of danger that comes not simply from power, but from power that has been made certain, power that has been sealed and promised and handed over without condition. And Mahishasura now carried exactly that. He had walked away from his years of penance with the knowledge that no man, no god, no male being of any kind could end his life, and that knowledge settled into him not like a quiet confidence, but like a fire that immediately needed somewhere to go. He had spent so long in stillness, enduring heat and cold and hunger in service of a single wish, and now that the wish was granted, the stillness fell away entirely. He called his armies together, those vast and ancient T-forces of the Asuras, who had always lived in a kind of readiness, always half turned toward the world above them, with something restless and unresolved in their hearts, and he told them that the time had come. The three worlds, he said, belonged to them now. There was no longer any reason to wait. He began on the earthly plane, and the kingdoms there fell in a way that felt less like conquest and more like weather, unstoppable, impersonal, arriving whether anyone was prepared or not. Army after army rose to meet him, and army after army was swept aside. He moved through the land in his demon form sometimes, and in his buffalo form at others, and those who had the misfortune of facing him in battle have been described in the old texts as having encountered something that felt more like a force of nature than a being with intentions. His generals were fierce, and his soldiers were numberless, and because no weapon carried by any male warrior could touch him in the way that would truly matter, the battles were resolved before they had really begun. There was courage among those who said him, real courage, the kind that rises even when the odds are already decided. But courage alone was not enough to stop what he had become. The land changed as he moved through it. Villages grew quiet. Sacred groves were disturbed. The rhythms that had governed ordinary life for as long as anyone could remember began to slip, the way a song slips out of tune when the instrument carrying its root note falls silent. In the wake of his passage, the human kingdoms that remained intact were forced into a new arrangement. Mahishasura did not simply rule them as a conqueror rules conquered lands, with the expectation that tribute would flow and allegiance would be given. Rather, he remade the very terms under which those kingdoms could exist. Those rulers who did not fall in battle were permitted to keep their thrones, but only as administrators of his will, only insofar as they served his interests and expanded his authority. The Asura armies established themselves in the great cities, in the fortresses and strongholds, and a new order descended upon the earth. It was an order marked by the presence of those who had lived so long in darkness and now found themselves in sudden possession of light and space and dominion. The old hierarchies that had governed human society, the relationships between kings and their peoples, between the powerful and the vulnerable, were disrupted and reorganized according to the logic of Asura rule. And underneath all of this practical reorganization lay something more fundamental, a kind of spiritual weight, the sense that the world itself had changed its master, and that everything within it would have to learn to exist differently. When he turned his attention upward, toward the celestial realm where the Devas had long made their home, the campaign was more dramatic, but no less certain in its outcome. Indra, the king of the gods, was a being of enormous power, the wielder of the thunderbolt, the lord of rain and storm and lightning, one of the most formidable forces the heavens had ever produced. He gathered his divine armies, and he met Mahishasura at the threshold of the celestial realm with everything he had. The battle that followed was one that the old stories describe as shaking the air between the worlds, a confrontation so immense that it sent tremors through all three planes of existence. The gods fought with everything they carried, their weapons, their accumulated power, the authority of their divine nature appearance. And still, one by one, they fell back. Indra's thunderbolt, which had never failed him in all the ages of the world, could wound, but could not end what Mahishasura had become. The boon held. The gods, exhausted and bewildered, found themselves pushed further and further from the realm that had been theirs since the very ordering of creation. When the heavens finally fell, the consequences were not limited to the gods themselves. This is something the old tradition is careful to convey, that the defeat of the Devas was not simply a political or military event, but a cosmic one, because the Devas were not merely powerful beings who happened to live in a beautiful realm above the clouds. They were, in the understanding of this tradition, the keepers of cosmic order, the beings whose presence and whose continued function held certain deep structures of the universe in place. When they were driven out, those structures began to loosen. The sacred fires that had burned in temples and at altars since time beyond memory began to gutter and fade, not because anyone had stopped tending them, but because something in the fabric of things had shifted. Prayers rose as they always had, shaped by the same words and the same intentions that had always carried them upward, and found no one home to receive them. The seasons, which had always moved through their changes with a kind of stately regularity, began to hesitate and slip. Rain fell at the wrong time, or not at all. Crops came in poor, or did not come in at all. The warmth that belonged to spring arrived late and uncertain, as if the world itself were unsure whether it was permitted to proceed. Mahishasura established himself in the celestial realm, taking the throne that had belonged to Indra and making the palace of the Devas into his seat of power. The Asuras poured into the heavens, and what had been a realm of light and order was transformed into something entirely different. The gardens that had been cultivated since the beginning of time were allowed to grow wild, or were deliberately reshaped according to the aesthetics of Asura dominion. The temples that housed the sacred altars were repurposed or abandoned. The very architecture of the heavens, the way space and form had been organized, began to reflect the presence and the preferences of those who had seized it. Mahishasura had promised the Asuras not merely victory, but sovereignty, and he made good on that promise by allowing them to inhabit the divine realm, not as servants or subordinates, but as rulers in their own right. The Devas, watching from their exile in the mountains, could see the smoke from the heavens where the old sanctuaries had been destroyed, could sense the fundamental wrongness of a realm they had tended being unmade by those who had no understanding of what they had taken. There is a quality to this kind of disorder that is different from any ordinary difficulty. An ordinary difficulty has a shape to it, a beginning, a set of causes, a direction in which one might move to address it. What the three worlds experienced after Mahishasura took the heavens was something without that shape, something that permeated everything and seemed to come from no single point. People felt it without being able to name it. Animals grew restless in ways that had no clear cause. The rivers ran correctly but seemed somehow less themselves. The light of the sun continued to appear each morning, but those who stood beneath it reported that it felt thinner than it had been before, as if something between the sun and the earth had grown faintly clouded. The gods, meanwhile, were wandering. This is the word that the tradition uses, and it carries a particular weight. Wandering, not retreating to some prepared second position, not regrouping with a clear plan, but wandering the way that exiles do, without the certainty of return. They had taken what they could carry, which amounted to very little, and they moved through the mountain ranges at the edges of the world in groups, some of them still carrying the remnants of their weapons, all of them carrying the strangeness of their situation. Beings who had never known displacement were now displaced. Beings whose identities were woven into the places and the functions they had inhabited since creation now had neither place nor function. Indra, who had commanded storms, walked beneath skies he no longer governed. The gods of light moved through shadows they had once simply dissolved. There was no precedent in their long existence for what they were experiencing, and that absence of precedent was itself its own particular weight to carry. What kept them moving, according to the story, was not certainty, but something smaller than that. The sense that somewhere in the vast architecture of the universe, there had to be a possibility they had not yet reached. They had been granted existence by a cosmos that was, in this tradition, fundamentally oriented toward order, and it seemed impossible that such a cosmos would allow this particular disorder to be permanent. They did not know what form the answer would take. They had no clear direction to move in, but they moved. And so the gods wandered in the mountains, stripped of their homes and their power, carrying nothing but the hope that somewhere, somehow, there was an answer to what they could not solve on their own. The defeated gods travelled first to Brahma, the creator, who sat in his realm of lotus light and listened carefully to everything they said. His realm existed beyond the ordinary sky, in a place where the air itself seemed to shimmer with a pale golden warmth, as soft as the light that filters through cloud cover on a quiet morning. Brahma sat upon his lotus throne, four-faced and ancient, each of his faces turned toward a different quarter of the universe, as if he were always listening to all of it at once. When the gods arrived, weary and diminished, their celestial brightness dulled from the long weeks of wandering in the cold mountain passes, Brahma did not speak immediately. He simply listened, with the patience of someone who had witnessed the birth and dissolution of more worlds than could easily be counted. The gods told him everything. They described Mahishasura's years of penance, the extraordinary stillness of a demon standing unmoving beneath the open sky as seasons turned around him, neither flinching from summer heat nor retreating from winter cold. They described the moment Brahma himself had appeared and granted the boon, and there was a quietness around that part of the story, a gentleness in the way they named it, because they were speaking to the one who had granted it. They told him about the demon's campaign, how army after army had dissolved before Mahishasura, the way morning mist dissolves when the sun comes fully over the horizon. They described the fall of Indra's heaven, the golden gates forced open, the sacred gardens trampled, the fires of the celestial realm gone dark one by one, and they described their own wandering afterward, moving through the high cold peaks without purpose, carrying nothing useful, hoping only that something in the structure of the universe had not yet been entirely undone. Brahma heard all of this without interrupting. When they finished, he was quiet for a long moment, and in that moment, the lotus light around him seemed, if anything, to grow a little softer, a little more subdued. He understood what the gods were telling him, and he understood something else as well, something that the exhausted gods standing before him had not yet fully articulated to themselves. The boon he had granted was absolute. No man, no male god, no male being anywhere in the three worlds could bring Mahishasura down. That was what had been asked, and that was what had been given. Brahma held that knowledge the way you might hold something very heavy, carefully and without letting it tilt. However, he did not keep this understanding to himself. He rose from his lotus throne, and he invited the gods to follow him. There was someone else, he said, who needed to hear this story alongside him. Together, they would go to Vishnu. Vishnu's realm had a different quality entirely. Where Brahma's world was luminous and still, Vishnu's carried a sense of deep, abiding warmth, the kind you feel when you step inside somewhere sheltered after a long time in the open air. Vishnu reclined on the great serpent Shesha, whose countless hoods formed a canopy overhead, and the cosmic ocean surrounding them moved in long, slow swells, as if the water itself were breathing. Vishnu's expression was one of serene attention, and when the gods arrived before him, led now by Brahma, the whole group of displaced celestial beings, looking like travelers at the end of a very long road, he regarded them with eyes that were calm and entirely without surprise, as though he had already been listening from a great distance and was simply waiting for them to arrive and say it aloud. They told the story again. Brahma added what he knew about the boon, about the precise nature of Mahishasura's protection. Vishnu listened with the same quality of attention that he seemed to give everything, not the restless listening of someone waiting for their turn to speak, but the kind of listening that makes the speaker feel truly heard, the kind that holds the full weight of what is being said without flinching from any part of it. When the gods finished, Vishnu too was quiet. His silence had a different texture than Brahma's. Where Brahma's stillness was the stillness of pure contemplation, Vishnu's had something else woven through it, something that felt like the very slow turning of a very large thought. Eventually, Brahma suggested they bring this before Shiva as well, and so the group grew once more, and they moved together through the layered realms toward the place where Shiva resided. Shiva's domain was unlike either of the others. It held a quality of austere magnificence. Ash-grey mountains, the rush of the sacred river Ganga descending from his matted hair, the thin cold air of high peaks where nothing grew easily, but everything that did grow was utterly real. Shiva sat deep in meditation, still as the mountain beneath him, his third eye closed, his breath so slow it barely disturbed the air around him. There was tremendous power in that stillness, the kind of power that comes not from movement, but from the absolute refusal to be moved. The crescent moon rested above his brow like a sliver of quiet light, and the trident stood beside him, grounded in the earth. When the gods approached, there was a moment where it was genuinely unclear whether Shiva was aware of their arrival at all. Then, without opening his eyes, he acknowledged them. Not with words, but with a slight shift in the quality of his presence, a kind of opening, the way a room changes when a window is raised and the outside air begins to move through it. The gods spoke again, and Brahma and Vishnu added their understanding to what was being laid before him. All three worlds, they explained, were now subject to the will of a demon who could not be defeated by any male being in existence. The heavens were occupied. The sacred order of things had been disturbed at its very roots. They had come because they had nowhere else to go, and because the three of them together, Brahma who created, Vishnu who sustained, and Shiva who transformed, represented the fullest possible meeting of divine power. And if even that combined understanding could not find a way forward, then there was truly no way forward to be found. For a long time after that, no one spoke. The three great presences, the lotus light, the warm abiding ocean, and the austere mountain cold, rested alongside each other, and the exiled gods stood among them and waited. The silence was not an uncomfortable one. It felt, instead, like the silence that precedes something real, the way the world grows very quiet just before the first rain of the season finally arrives. It was Brahma who turned the understanding over first, examining it from each direction, the way he was always examining all directions at once. The boon was specific. The boon was also, in a certain sense, incomplete. Mahishasura had asked for protection against all male beings. He had not thought to ask for more than that, because he had not believed he needed more than that. He had looked at the women of the three worlds, at the nymphs and the lesser goddesses and the mortal women moving through their days, and he had seen no threat worth naming. And so he had not named one. Vishnu's expression shifted, almost imperceptibly, towards something that might have been recognition. Shiva opened his eyes. There was something in that gap in the boon, not a loophole exactly, because it had never been hidden or tricked into being. It was simply there, as a consequence of the demon's certainty that he already knew everything worth knowing. He had asked for what he feared. He had not asked for protection from what he had never thought to fear. And that untouched space, that overlooked corner of the universe, was where something new might be able to exist. It was Shiva who finally spoke, And what he said was something none of them had considered before. The answer was not a god, not a warrior, not any being that had ever existed. It would have to be created. What happened next had never happened before in all the ages of the world. The gods had gathered in a high and wind-swept place between the mountains, standing in a great arc as Brahma had quietly arranged them, each one separated from the next by only a few steps, yet each carrying within himself a store of divine energy so immense that the very ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with it. Brahma stood at the center, his four faces turned outward to the four directions, his eyes calm and his expression carrying the particular stillness of someone who understands exactly what is about to unfold. Vishnu stood nearby, radiant in the blue dark light that always seemed to gather around him, the warmth of his presence spreading outward like sunlight spreading across a stone floor in the early morning. And Shiva stood apart from the others in the way he always did, still as a mountain, his third eye closed. The crescent moon above his matted hair casting a thin silver light across the ground at his feet. Around these three, the other gods arranged themselves, Indra and Agni, Vayu and Varuna, Yama and Kubera and all the rest, each one carrying within himself the particular quality of divine power that was uniquely his own. For a long moment, no one spoke. The wind moved through the pass between the peaks, and then fell still. Then, slowly, Brahma closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, toward the deepest and most luminous part of himself. What he found there began to rise. This was the moment toward which all of existence had been moving. For eons, the demon Mahishasura had walked the earth unchecked, his power growing with each passing age. No single god possessed the strength to defeat him, for he had been granted a boon that protected him from the force of any god acting alone. The heavens themselves had begun to dim under his shadow. The order of the cosmos was unraveling thread by thread. The gods had consulted among themselves in growing despair, wondering if there was any remedy to the darkness that now spread across the three worlds. It was Brahma who had finally spoken the truth that they all knew but had been afraid to voice, that what was needed could not be simply summoned from any one of their essences alone, that something new would have to be born, something that did not yet exist in all the ages of the world, something that would carry within itself the combined power of all of them together. And so they had gathered in this high place, in this moment, in this wind-swept pass between the mountains, each one of them understanding that what they were about to do would require them to give something essential of themselves, not forever, but in this moment, for this purpose, to create what was needed, to birth what could not be born any other way. It began as a warmth, the kind of warmth you might feel spreading from the center of your chest outward along your arms and up through your throat on a cold and quiet night. From Brahma, the light that came was golden and ancient, the color of the first light that had ever touched the world. It moved outward from him in long, slow waves that seemed to carry the weight of something very old. From Vishnu came a light that was deeper, a blue so rich and luminous it looked almost like the sky on the clearest night you have ever seen, when the darkness itself seems to glow from within. This light moved with a steadiness and warmth that made the air around it feel safe in some way that was difficult to describe. From Shiva, the light was white and fierce and extraordinarily bright, the way a single flame held inside a closed fist will force its light through every gap between your fingers. It moved with an urgency that the other lights did not have, pressing forward as if it had somewhere it had been waiting a very long time to go, as each of the other gods turned their awareness inward as well. More streams of light came forward, the deep red-orange of Agni, god of fire, rolling outward like heat rising from embers, the blue-grey of Vayu, carrying with it the feeling of open sky, the pale, wavering silver-green of Varuna, who held the waters and the laws of the deep. All of these lights moved forward through the air between the gods and gathered together in the center of the space between them. Where they met, something extraordinary began to happen. The combined light did not simply mix the way colors mix when you press them together on cloth. It churned and rose and pressed against itself as if it were alive and trying to find its shape. There was a sound to it, not a loud sound, but a low, resonant hum, the way a very large bell will go on vibrating long after it has been struck, filling the air with something you feel more in your chest than you hear with your ears. The light rose higher, becoming brighter and more concentrated. The heat it gave off was not the harsh heat of fire, but something gentler and more penetrating, like sunlight after a long absence. Within the light, forms began to suggest themselves. The curve of a shoulder, the line of an arm, then another arm, and then another, each one extending from the central brightness with the slow deliberateness of branches finding their direction over the course of many seasons. The gods stood and watched, with their eyes wide, and their breathing very still. There were 8 arms, then 10, each one turning outward, as if reaching towards something. Above them a face began to emerge from the brilliance, beautiful and composed, with the quiet authority of someone who has never doubted her own purpose, her dark eyes open and steady, her expression carrying both a deep compassion and a clarity so sharp it felt like the edge of something you could cut yourself on if you came too close. She was luminous, and the light that had made her still clung to her like a second garment, gold and white and blue all at once. She was very still. She was perfectly present. In that moment of her appearing, the gathered gods felt something shift in the architecture of the cosmos itself. This was not a god who had been carved from prayer or wishful thinking. This was not a being called into existence through longing alone. She stood before them as something real and absolute, something that had emerged from the very center of divine power and would not fade, would not diminish, would not ever be unmade. The mountain pass seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind fell silent as if the earth itself was witnessing something too momentous for sound. She looked at each of them in turn, and in her gaze they recognized themselves, their own strength, their own purpose, their own uncompromising truth, but unified, made whole, made singular in a way that single gods, for all their individual power, could never be. She was the answer to a question that had been asked in the darkness. She was the remedy for an age that had grown sick. She was the justice that the 3 worlds had been crying out for. And though no name had yet been spoken, though no words had yet passed between them, every god present understood who stood before them. They understood what she had come to do. Then the gods came forward, one by one, placed into her many outstretched hands the weapons and sacred objects that were most essentially their own. Shiva stepped forward first and offered her his trident, the great Trishul, 3-pronged and ancient, carrying within it the force of his own immeasurable power, and when she received it, the metal seemed to ring softly with a sound like water falling over stone. Vishnu placed into another of her hands his Sudarshana chakra, the spinning discus that moves through the air like a thought that has already arrived at its destination before it has left the mind. It went on turning slowly in her palm, catching the light. Indra pressed forward and offered the Vajra, the thunderbolt. That had always been the most reliable of his weapons. It sat in her hand as naturally as if it had always been there. Agni offered flames, and Vayu offered arrows swift as the wind itself, and Varuna offered a conch shell that, when the right breath moved through it, would produce a sound capable of reaching across every world. Kubera offered a mace. Yama offered his own staff. The ocean itself was said to have sent forward garlands and a luminous garment, as if the waters understood what this moment meant, and wished to play some part in it. Into each of her hands something was placed. She held all of it without effort and without strain, as naturally as water holds the shape of the vessel it rests in. When all the weapons had been given, there was a long, breathless moment in which the gathered gods stood looking at what they had made together. None of them had words for it. In that silence, they understood that they had done something irreversible. They had poured themselves into her, and in doing so, they had changed. Not lost, but transformed. They were still themselves, still Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva and all the rest. But they were also now part of something greater than the sum of what they individually were. She would carry them forward into whatever came next. She would move through the worlds with their combined strength at her back. And though this moment would cost them something, a diminishment of their individual brightness, a quieting of their separate voices, none of them doubted that what they had created together was worth the price. She was their answer. She was their hope. She was the weapon that would be turned against the darkness. It was into that silence that the lion came. No one had summoned it exactly, though Himavan, the god of the mountains, was said to have sent it forward as his own offering. It arrived with the unhurried confidence of an animal that has never had reason to be afraid of anything. It was large, the color of late afternoon sunlight. It moved to the goddess and settled before her with a naturalness that suggested not submission, but partnership. As if these two had been moving toward each other across a very great distance, and had at last arrived at the same place at the same time. She descended onto its back with the ease of someone who has always known exactly where she belongs. The lion rose beneath her, patient and immense and calm. She looked upon the gathered gods with calm, clear eyes. Every one of them felt, perhaps for the first time since Mahishasura had risen to power, that the cosmos might yet be set right. It is worth pausing here, before the battle begins, to think about what Durga carries with her. When the gods placed their weapons in her hands, they were not simply arming her for a single fight. Each object she holds, each detail of the way she appears, carries a meaning that devotees and scholars have been quietly turning over for many centuries. If you were to sit before one of her images, and there are thousands of them, carved in stone, painted on silk, cast in bronze across the length and breadth of the Indian subcontinent, you might notice that she seems almost impossibly still, despite everything she carries. Her expression is calm, almost gentle, the way a deep lake looks calm even when there is great movement far below its surface. That stillness is not absence. It is the stillness of something that has already understood the nature of the struggle and is not afraid of it. Let us begin with the trident, the Trishul, which Shiva himself placed into her hands. In Hindu tradition, existence is understood to move through three fundamental qualities: tamas, rajas, and sattva. Roughly, the qualities of heaviness and inertia, of energy and passion, and of clarity and goodness. Nothing in the created world is free of these three qualities entirely. Everything that exists is some particular mixture of them, always shifting, always in motion. The Trishul, with its three prongs rising from a single staff, represents exactly this, the three qualities held together and wielded by a single hand. When Durga carries it, the image suggests that she does not stand outside of the nature of existence, but has mastered it entirely. The way a skilled musician doesn't fight the instrument, but draws out from it something the instrument could not produce on its own. The discus, the Sudarshana chakra, which Vishnu offered to her, is a wheel, and wheels in this tradition carry meanings that go well beyond their physical form. The wheel spins, it is always moving, and my sense of it, listening to the way people have described it across the long tradition, is that it represents the cycle of time itself, the turning of duty and consequence. It is said to move as swiftly as thought, and there is something in that description worth holding on to. Duty, dharma, The sense of rightness and obligation that holds the universe together does not wait. It does not slow down for those who are not ready. The discus in Durga's hand is a reminder that the restoration of order is not leisurely. It moves at the speed of necessity. Then there is the conch, the shankar, which she holds curved against her palm. When a conch is blown at the beginning of a ceremony or a battle, the sound it makes is not simply loud. It is said in this tradition to be the original sound, the first vibration that moved through the void at the beginning of creation. You might think of it as something like a tuning fork for the universe, a sound that calls everything back to its first and most essential nature. When Durga carries the conch, she carries with her the memory of what the world was at its origin, before anything had yet gone wrong. I want to spend a moment on the lotus because I find it one of the most quietly beautiful of all the images in her iconography. Its roots go down into the soft, dark sediment at the bottom of a pond or a river, and yet, when the flower opens at the surface, it is entirely clean, entirely itself, as if the mud below had no power over what it was becoming. In devotional tradition, the lotus represents exactly this quality: beauty that is not diminished by difficult circumstances, goodness that does not take on the character of the environment it moves through. That Durga holds a lotus while also holding weapons says something essential about her. She is not only the force that destroys what is wrong with the world, she is also the force that remains untouched by it. The lotus also serves another purpose in her iconography, one that deepens as you sit with it. In offering the lotus, the tradition acknowledges that even in the midst of battle, even when destructive force is necessary, there remains a call toward purity and beauty. The lotus does not apologize for growing in difficult soil. Neither does Durga apologize for the fierceness she must employ. Yet both the flower and the warrior insist on something the world may have forgotten in its suffering: that grace and strength are not opposed to each other, but can exist in the same moment, held by the same hand. To carry the lotus is to carry a promise that the restoration of order will not be achieved through cruelty or hardness of heart, but through a force that knows the difference between what must be destroyed and what must be protected. Her other hands carry weapons whose meanings are similarly layered: a sword for the cutting away of ignorance, a bow and arrows for concentrated intention directed outward, a club for the devotion and surrender that can outlast any obstacle. And then there are her many arms themselves, which deserve some quiet thought of their own. She is most often depicted with 8 or 10 arms, sometimes more, and you might wonder at first whether this is simply a way of emphasizing her power, of showing that she is greater than an ordinary being. But the arms mean something more specific than that. The idea is that she can act on many things simultaneously, that the problems facing the world are never just one problem, but always a whole gathering of problems arriving together, and she is equal to all of them at once. She does not have to set one weapon down in order to pick up another. She does not have to choose between mercy and strength, between patience and action. All of it is available to her, all at the same time, held in complete readiness. Her lion is the last detail I would like to linger on before we carry the story forward. A lion is not a creature that takes direction easily. It moves by instinct, by appetite, by the full ferocious force of its own nature. That Durga rides a lion, that the lion carries her willingly, that it fights alongside her with its own tremendous power, is not a small thing. It represents mastery over the wild and ungovernable forces in existence, the capacity to work with ferocity rather than being consumed by it. Her lion is not a conquered creature, it is a willing companion, and that distinction matters very much. What she represents is not the suppression of powerful instincts, but their transformation into something purposeful and protective. And through all of this, the weapons, the lion, the conch's deep resonance, her face remains serene. This is perhaps the greatest paradox she embodies. and the one that has most moved the people who have devoted centuries of thought to her image. Compassion and ferocity, gentleness and absolute power, a readiness for battle that never hardens into coldness. She carries everything that is terrible and everything that is beautiful in the same body, with the same calm. Every detail of how she appears has been shaped by centuries of devotion and thought, and none of it is accidental. Section. When the news reached Mahishasura that a goddess had appeared in the mountains, armed with the combined weapons of every god he had already defeated, he laughed. It was not a nervous laugh, or the kind that covers something deeper. It was a full, unhurried laugh. The laugh of a being who has spent so long winning that the very idea of a serious threat has become difficult to take seriously. He was seated in the great hall of his celestial palace, the one he had claimed from Indra after driving the god of the heavens from his own home. The messenger who delivered the news watched him carefully, waiting to understand how to feel about it. Mahishasura leaned back in his seat and waved a hand as if brushing away something small and inconsequential. "A woman," he said. "They have sent a woman." He was not without intelligence. That is important to understand about him. He had spent years in severe penance before receiving his boon from Brahma. Those years had required genuine discipline and endurance of a kind that few beings, mortal or divine, were capable of sustaining. He had fought his way through the three worlds, not simply through brute force, but through strategy, through patience, through a careful reading of his enemies and their limitations. He was, by any honest measure, formidable. But the boon had done something to the way he saw the world. That something was subtle enough that he may never have noticed it happening. Before the boon, he had moved through existence with the awareness that anything could go wrong, that every advantage needed to be pressed carefully, every enemy treated with some degree of respect. After the boon, that awareness had quietly faded, replaced by a certainty so complete and so comfortable that it had come to feel like simply knowing the truth. No man, no god, no male being of any kind could destroy him. That was not a belief, it was a fact, granted by Brahma himself. Mahishasura trusted it the way he trusted the ground beneath his feet. He had proved the boon's power repeatedly in the years since receiving it. The conquest of Indra had been swift and clean. The god's armies scattered like leaves before wind. The subjugation of the other devas had followed in careful succession. Agni, Vayu, Yama, and all the rest. Each victory had been absolute. Each defeat of a god, a confirmation of what Brahma's blessing truly meant. His enemies had grown fewer with each passing century because the strongest ones had already fallen to him. What remained were the lesser gods, the minor celestial beings who could be held in check with relatively small forces. The mountains themselves seemed to acknowledge his supremacy, and the very structure of the heavens had reorganized itself around his dominion. This was not vanity speaking, it was observable fact. However, his generals were not also relaxed about the news. Over the following days, they came to him one by one and then in small groups, bringing more detailed reports from their scouts. The goddess had not appeared alone. A lion of enormous size had come with her. She moved with a composure that none of the scouts had been able to describe easily. She carried weapons that the scouts recognized. Shiva's trident, Vishnu's discus, Indra's thunderbolt, many others, each one given to her by a god whose army Mahishasura had defeated in battle. One of his most trusted generals, a warrior who had stood beside him through the conquest of the heavens and had never once shown any sign of uncertainty, came to him privately and suggested that perhaps this situation deserved more careful consideration than the others. Mahishasura listened to him with the patient expression of someone who has heard a reasonable thing said at the wrong moment. Then he reminded his general of the boon. No male being could destroy him. The goddess was not male, But she was also not a warrior of the heavens. She was something assembled from those warriors, something that had never existed before, something born specifically to face him. His general nodded, but the unease behind his eyes did not entirely disappear. The general had seen many things in his years of service, and he had learned to trust the small warnings that the body sometimes gives before reason catches up. There were others in the court who shared Mahishasura's contempt without any of his general's reservations. They spoke freely about how the gods, having failed to defeat Mahishasura through war, had now resorted to sending a woman, as if this said more about the gods' desperation than about any real threat. The hall filled with that kind of easy confidence that spreads quickly among those who have not yet been asked to stand in the place where the real danger is. Some of them had never seen a battle at all, or had seen only the later, easier ones, after Mahishasura had already broken the spine of any serious resistance. They did not have the same frame of reference as the general who had come to him quietly. Mahishasura found their company more pleasant for precisely that reason. Their certainty matched his own, without the weight of hard-won experience behind it. Still, he was not entirely careless. He decided that he would not go himself, not yet. This was partly confidence, and partly the reasonable calculation of someone who has fought many campaigns and understands that a ruler does not expose himself to every skirmish. He would send an army first, a large one, commanded by generals of real ability and experience. If the goddess was what the gods seemed to believe she was, his army would test her and give him useful information. If she was less than that, his army would simply end the matter without requiring his presence at all. Either way, he would learn something. This seemed to him like sensible thinking. It was, in its own way. It was the kind of thinking that had served him well for a very long time. He had no particular reason to suspect that it would not serve him equally well now. His forces were vast beyond easy counting, drawn from the three worlds and bound to him by conquest and by the force of his personality. The demons and lesser beings under his command numbered in the tens of thousands, disciplined and equipped with the finest weapons his long dominion had allowed him to gather. To send a portion of this force against a single goddess, no matter how carefully constructed, seemed almost excessive, like using a hammer meant for breaking mountains to crack a stone. He chose his commanders carefully, selecting those who had proven themselves in the campaigns against the Devas, those who carried weapons and fighting techniques that had brought down divine armies before. He gave them precise instructions. He told them to approach with full strength and to take nothing for granted. That was perhaps the closest he came, in all of this, to acknowledging that something unusual was in front of him. Then he settled back into the routine of ruling his vast and disordered kingdom and let the matter rest in his mind as something already on its way to being resolved. He gave the order. His armies began to move toward her, vast and terrible as a storm rolling across the open sky. When Mahishasura's armies arrived at the place where Durga waited, they found her seated calmly on her lion, surrounded by silence. She had chosen a wide, open ground at the foot of a mountain range, where the sky stretched above her without interruption, and the earth was firm and even beneath her lion's great paws. She sat upright, her many arms arranged with an ease that made the weapon she carried seem as natural as branches on a tree. Her expression held neither urgency nor fear. It was the kind of stillness that belongs to something that has always existed and will always exist, the kind that cannot be hurried or unsettled by noise or numbers. Her lion, golden and enormous, rested beneath her with his eyes half open, his breath slow and steady, as though the vast army moving toward them across the plain were no more alarming than a change in the weather. The soldiers at the front of the Asura forces slowed when they saw her. They had been told to expect a goddess, armed and dangerous, but perhaps they had not expected this particular quality of calm. That was, in its own way, more unnerving than any display of aggression could have been. The appearance of the goddess on that field had rippled through Mahishasura's camp like a stone dropped into still water. The demon king himself stood on a high vantage point and observed her without moving, his great form casting a shadow across the gathered commanders. Those who stood near him reported afterward that his expression had not changed, but something in the quality of his attention had shifted. He had conquered heaven itself. He had driven the devas from their thrones and scattered them across the worlds. The idea that any force, much less a single figure mounted on a single beast, could stand against his entire army seemed almost absurd. And yet, there she sat, waiting with a patience that suggested she had been waiting for him all along. The commanders around him shifted wit, impatience, eager to demonstrate the futility of this challenge. Mahishasura gave his orders, and the armies began to move forward. The first wave of soldiers was vast, as countless as the stars on a clear autumn night. They came forward with the confidence of an army that had never lost. They carried the weapons of conquest, the same weapons that had driven the devas from their own heaven. They were led by commanders who had fought in every great battle of that age. However, when they met the goddess, something unexpected happened almost immediately. She moved through them, not with the wild disorder of rage, but with the quiet, deliberate precision of someone who understood exactly what she was doing and why. Her lion moved as an extension of her own will, with the fluid grace of running water. Together, they held the field the way a great tree holds its ground during a storm, rooted, certain, immovable. The sound of battle rose around her like a tide. She remained at the center of it, as though the center of any storm is always the most still. The first wave broke against her and receded. When the dust settled, the commanders at the rear counted what remained and sent word back toward Mahishasura's throne that the opening engagement had not gone as anticipated. There was a quality to the goddess's combat that the surviving soldiers struggled to articulate when they returned from the field. It was not that she was impossibly fast or impossibly strong, though she was both. Rather, she seemed to exist in a different relationship to time than her opponents did. While they fought in individual moments, striking and recovering, pressing forward and pulling back, she moved as though the entire battle were visible to her at once. She did not appear to make decisions in the way other fighters made decisions. Her movements seemed inevitable, like the inevitable downward fall of rain or the inevitable turning of the seasons. Her lion fought with a similar quality, as though he and the goddess were not two beings engaged in coordinated action, but rather two expressions of a single will. This capacity to hold multiple threads of the battle at once, to engage a dozen opponents without losing awareness of the larger shape of the fight, was something that would grow more evident as the days progressed. Soon after, Mahishasura's generals entered the field in succession, each one a figure of genuine power and reputation. The first among them was Chikshura, a commander of the Asura armies who had fought at Mahishasura's side through conquest after conquest. A being described in the ancient telling as brilliant and fierce, whose skill in battle had never been seriously questioned. He came forward at the head of a fresh force. For a time, the encounter was fierce, the kind of combat that shakes the ground and draws the attention of whatever gods and spirits are watching from above. Eventually, however, Chikshura fell. Then came Chamara, another of Mahishasura's great commanders, equally formidable, equally assured of his own strength, riding forward as though the outcome of the day were already decided in his favor. He too fell before the goddess. One by one, the commanders who had believed themselves nearly as invincible as their master found that something about the goddess did not yield the way everything else in their long campaign of conquest had yielded. She was not simply stronger than them, though she was that. She was also more patient, more complete, more present in each single moment of the fight than any of them had ever encountered in an opponent. Her weapons moved with intention rather than force alone. The lion at her side matched her in everything, answering each shift in the battle with an instinct that seemed almost thoughtful. The fall of each commander became more than a military loss. It was a rupture in the narrative that had sustained Mahishasura's forces. For generations, the Asuras had moved through conquest after conquest, with the certainty that their king was undefeatable and his commanders nearly so. The story of their strength had preceded them into every battle. But that story was not built on unquestionable fact so much as on the fact that it had not yet been questioned. The goddess was questioning it now, systematically and with absolute clarity. The soldiers who watched their commanders fall began to understand that a new calculation was required. The commanders had fallen not through chance or luck, but through meeting something that existed on a different plane of capability entirely. There was a commander named Udvama among those who came against her, another called Mahahanu, each of them leading forces large enough to overwhelm an ordinary army many times over. The ancient text that carries this story does not linger over each of these encounters as a catalogue of victories, but rather as a procession of demonstrations, each one showing a different quality of the goddess, her steadiness in the face of overwhelming numbers, her ability to hold her focus when the battle shifted unpredictably, her capacity to move between many opponents at once without losing the thread of any single encounter. She carried the discus given to her by Vishnu and the trident from Shiva, the bow and the sword, the thunderbolt of Indra. She used each weapon as though it had been made specific, Ali for this purpose, which, in the telling of the story, it had been. None of her weapons were ornamental. None were carried as symbols alone. Each had been placed in one of her hands with full knowledge of what she would face. She drew on all of them as the days of battle continued. By the time the third day of fighting had passed, something had shifted in the atmosphere of Mahishasura's camp. The soldiers who had entered the field with such certainty were returning, when they returned at all, with a quality in their eyes that was difficult to name but easy to recognize. The look of people who have discovered that the ground beneath their assumptions is less solid than they had believed. The generals who had ridden forward had not simply been defeated in the ordinary sense of one army overcoming another. They had encountered something that their entire experience of power and warfare had not prepared them to face. That gap between what they had expected and what they had found was beginning to spread quietly through the camp, like a chill moving through still air before a storm. The orders that came down from Mahishasura were to send more forces, larger forces, the most powerful remaining commanders. So they were sent. The days continued, and the results continued to be the same. One by one, word came back to Mahishasura that another of his greatest commanders had fallen, for the first time in a very long while. He sat quietly with his thoughts for longer than he usually allowed himself to. Mahishasura descended to the battlefield himself on the fourth day. When he appeared, even the earth seemed to shudder beneath him. He did not arrive the way a general arrives, announced from a distance by trumpets and the dust of a retinue moving ahead of him. He arrived the way a heavy season arrives, building gradually and then suddenly total, filling the air around him the way a monsoon fills the sky before anyone has decided to name it a monsoon. A pressure that accumulated from the moment he crested the far ridge and moved down toward the field below. The ground where he walked opened in long, thin cracks. The trees at the edges of the clearing leaned away from him as if they possessed some old and wordless understanding of what was coming. He was vast in his demon form, broad and dark, wearing armor the deep color of iron left too long in rain, carrying weapons that had shattered armies before this particular day, and he moved with the patient ease of something that had never found reason to hurry. The field below him held the evidence of the last 3 days. the torn earth, the scorched grass. The places where his greatest commanders had fallen one after another, each one carrying the certainty of his boon, each one proven wrong. He surveyed all of this, and what his face showed wasn't grief and wasn't surprise. It was something cooler and more deliberate. He was studying her. He noted the weapons she carried, one in each of her many arms, the calm of her mount at the edge of the field, the fact that she hadn't moved toward him even now that he himself had arrived. Durga sat upon her lion with the composure of still water in a sheltered place, her expression holding the same unhurried clarity it had carried since the battle first began. Around her, the air had a quality to it that you might compare to the hour just before dawn, not fully dark anymore, not yet light, suspended in a stillness that felt less like emptiness and more like the held breath before something irreversible. She watched him approach and didn't look away. He studied her for a long moment. Then the demon form dissolved from him, like smoke carried off by a change in the wind. In its place stood a lion, immense and tawny, wearing a mane as dark as a thunderhead, paws that left impressions in the earth as deep as wooden bowls, amber eyes that held the same intelligence behind them as the demon eyes they had replaced. He crossed the remaining distance with a speed that was difficult for the eye to follow. The sound he made, something between a roar and a roll of low thunder, felt more in the chest than heard with the ears. Durga's own lion rose without hesitation. The two great animals came together with a force that sent a shockwave spreading outward through the grass. She struck from above in the same motion, once precisely, with the shaft of her spear, a blow as swift and exactly placed as the stoop of a hawk falling toward the earth. The demon lion staggered back several paces, steadied himself, and looked at her again with new attention. He shifted again, this time into something heavier. Where the lion had stood, there rose a form like an elephant, but made of something denser and darker, as if the shadow of an elephant had been given its own weight and will, and set moving through the world on enormous legs. The tusks swept outward in long pale arcs, the way crescent moons lie on their backs in a clear winter sky. The body occupied its space the way a boulder occupies a riverbed, absolutely, without apology, displacing everything around it simply by being what it was. When it moved with the full authority of all that mass. The ground received each step with small vibrations that travelled outward through the earth like ripples spreading from a stone dropped into still water. He charged with everything behind him, the whole weight and speed of that form, gathering and releasing in a single sustained rush. The sound of it wasn't exactly a sound. It was a pressure, a fact, something that arrived ahead of him and simply informed you, this is coming. Durga reached for her bow with the unhurried sureness of someone who had already decided what to do. She drew and released in a motion so smooth it seemed to belong to the category of natural processes rather than conscious acts. The way a river descends, the way light travels, following a law that had been established long before the moment of following it. The arrows found their marks with an exactness that left no room for near or almost. The great dark form stumbled. Its edges wavered for several heartbeats, the way the edge of a flame wavers when a breath of air moves across it, uncertain for a moment whether it will hold or give way to the movement. It held. He was far too strong for anything short of a final blow to undo, but he didn't press forward. He stopped, and in the quality of that stopping, something had shifted. It wasn't defeat, not anything so clear or complete. It was something smaller and harder to describe. A hairline fracture in the absolute certainty he had worn since the day the boon was first granted. Something that hadn't been there when he first crested the ridge and was undeniably there now. He stood for a moment in that wavering form, studying the goddess across the distance between them. Something in that study was slower and more careful than it had been before. Then the elephant form dissolved as the others had dissolved. He reached for the next shape in the long catalogue he had spent centuries accumulating. He had no shortage of options. He had inhabited every form available to him with the thoroughness of a being who had always intended to have somewhere else to go, always believed that the next transformation would be the one that resolved things. He moved into the next one with the particular energy of someone who is certain the answer is only a few steps further along. He came at her as creatures that had no single easy name. Forms that combined the most formidable qualities of different beasts into something that no familiar description quite covered. Shapes that were both vast and fast at once, both armored with heaviness and quick with sudden movement, as if he was searching for the combination she hadn't considered, the shape she hadn't prepared for. Each shift came a little faster than the one before it. The way a person searching through a room for something misplaced begins to move through it with greater urgency the longer the search continues, not yet willing to admit to themselves that what they're looking for may not be there. And each time, she answered. I should tell you that there was nothing frantic about the way she did this, no scrambling, no moment where she appeared to be working out the answer as she went. She moved the trident to meet one shape with the same quietness she would have brought to any task. She sent the discus spinning outward to meet the next with the low hum of something perfectly balanced in flight. When a form pressed too close, she brought the sword across in a clean arc that suggested enormous force achieved without effort. The way the current of a deep river moves powerfully without any turbulence visible at the surface. Her lion moved with her as one continuous thing, the two of them together flowing across the battlefield, the way water finds its way around every obstacle, not forcing anything, not fighting the shape of the land, simply going where the openings were and filling them. She didn't hurry. She didn't allow urgency into her bearing, even as the transformations came faster and the forms grew stranger and the battle spread across more of the field. The ground around them bore the evidence of everything that had been tried, scorched in the shapes of creatures that no longer stood there, torn in long furrows, pressed flat in the outline of impacts, each one a record of a form that had been answered and set aside. Mahishasura wasn't a being given to doubt in any ordinary sense. The boon had built into him a structural certainty that most beings never approach, a foundation so deep it had survived everything up to this day. But something was happening now that he hadn't factored into that certainty. It wasn't that she was stronger than him in the way he understood strength. It was something more unsettling than that. He felt it most clearly in the moments between his transformations, in the seconds when he was neither one shape nor the next, and she simply waited, patient and unmoved, for whatever came. Each time he changed his shape, she found a new way to answer him. He began to understand with growing unease that she was not simply reacting, she was waiting. There came a moment in the battle when something shifted in the goddess herself. It was not a moment that announced itself with thunder or a sudden change in the light, though both of those things happened shortly after. It was subtler than that, a deepening, a drawing inward, as though the goddess were gathering something from a place far beneath the surface of what could be seen. The armies around her felt it before they understood it. The ground beneath them seemed to grow quieter, which is a strange thing to say of a battlefield, and yet that is the only way to describe it. Something was concentrating itself, pulling together the way a storm gathers above the horizon before it is fully visible. Mahishasura's forces had been pressing hard. Wave after wave of demons had come against her in forms that were larger and stranger than the ones before, and though none of them had succeeded in driving her back, the sheer relentlessness of it had created a particular kind of pressure. Not fatigue. Durga did not tire in the way that mortal warriors tire, but something more like the accumulation of darkness itself, the weight of so much violence and disorder crowding in from every direction. The Devi Mahatmyam, the ancient Sanskrit text that carries this story, describes the moment with great care. From the face of Durga, as her brow furrowed with fierce concentration, there emerged a figure of absolute darkness. She was black as the deepest part of a moonless night. Her face was gaunt and terrible, her eyes burning like two red coals in the darkness of her features. Her tongue, long and flame-like, fell from her open mouth, and around her neck she wore a garland of skulls that clattered as she moved. Her hair flew loose and wild in every direction, as if it had never known stillness. She carried weapons in her many hands, and she laughed, a sound that the text describes as filling all three worlds at once, a sound unlike anything the battlefield had heard, vast and reverberating, and somehow both joyful and devastating. This was Kali. Her name comes from the Sanskrit word for time, for darkness, for the irreversible forward movement of all things. She is, in the understanding of this tradition, the force that consumes what can no longer be sustained. Where Durga had moved through the battle with precision and purpose, selecting each action with the deliberateness of someone who sees the whole field clearly, Kali moved through it the way fire moves, not choosing exactly, but consuming completely. The demonic generals who had survived the earlier waves of battle, the ones who had retreated behind their numbers and their armor and their confidence that no female form could truly threaten them, found themselves facing something for which they had no frame at all. She swept through their ranks as softly and completely as darkness sweeps through a room when the lamp is taken away. The Devi Mahatmyam describes several of the demons she encountered in these passages of the battle. Chanda and Munda, two commanders of particular ferocity, came against her, and she destroyed them both, earning in that moment the name Chamunda, the slayer of Chanda and Munda, a title by which she is still known and honored. She drank the blood of the demons she fought, and cried out with delight as she did so, and what seems at first like a disturbing detail carries within it a very specific meaning in this tradition. She was consuming the darkness so that it could not regenerate, taking it back into herself so that it could not rise again in a different form. Every drop of blood she consumed meant one fewer demon that could reconstitute itself and return. It would be easy to feel unsettled by this image, and perhaps that unease is part of the point. Kali is not meant to be entirely comfortable to contemplate. She represents the aspect of divine power that does not negotiate, that does not soften, that meets destruction with a force equally absolute. She is the answer to the question of what happens when gentle means are no longer sufficient, when the darkness has grown so dense and so insistent that only something equally vast can address it. In the logic of this mythology, she is not evil. She is the surgical precision of the universe when it has been pushed far enough. She is what love looks like when it has decided that what it loves must be protected at any cost. And she came from Durga. That is the detail worth sitting with for a moment. Kali did not arrive from elsewhere. She did not descend from a separate realm or appear from some outside source. She emerged from within the goddess herself, from her brow, from her concentrated fury, from the deepest interior of her being. The two figures are not separate in the way that two different people are separate. Kali is the fierce interior of what Durga carries. She is what Durga becomes when the full weight of her power is required without restraint or mediation. In the centuries of devotion and thought that have surrounded this story, the relationship between these two forms of the goddess has been described in many ways and from many angles. Some traditions speak of Kali as Durga's shadow, the dark twin she carries within her luminous form. Others describe her as the primal energy that predates even Durga's particular manifestation, ancient and unconditional, the first divine impulse. What all of these understandings hold in common is the recognition that the goddess is not a simple thing. She is not only the serene warrior on the lion, jeweled and composed and beautiful in the way of carved temple stone. She is also this, wild and dark and laughing in the face of forces that imagine themselves beyond defeat. There is something deeply reassuring in this, if you let yourself settle into it gently. The tradition is saying that the force that protects the world is not fragile. It is not only the composed and merciful face of things, it contains within it a fiercer truth, that when the moment truly requires it, something older and more absolute is also there, ready. Durga's serenity is not naivete. It is the serenity of someone who knows what she carries within her. After Kali had moved through the battlefield, and the worst of that particular wave of demonic forces had been consumed, something shifted again, a settling, a return. The battlefield did not become peaceful exactly, but the frantic pressure of those demons was gone. The darkness that had crowded in from every direction was thinner now, as if it had been breathed in and transformed. Durga remained, steady on her lion, her weapons in her many hands, her expression as clear and composed as it had ever been. Kali and Durga were not two separate beings, but two faces of the same eternal power, and anyone who had thought the goddess could be exhausted or overwhelmed now understood how deeply mistaken that thought had been. When the 9th night fell, there was a strange quiet over the battlefield, the kind of quiet that comes not from peace, but from everything that has not yet been decided. The fires that had burned along the edges of the field through all the previous nights had mostly gone to ember and ash. The armies on both sides were worn through in a way that went beyond ordinary exhaustion. It was the kind of tiredness that settles into the bones and behind the eyes, the kind that makes a being feel as though they have been fighting not for 9 days, but for 9 lifetimes. The ground itself seemed to carry the weariness of it, churned and darkened, scattered with the evidence of everything that had already been lost and broken across the days of this long, terrible, necessary war. And yet the goddess herself showed none of it. She sat on her lion in the deep blue of that 9th night, her many arms still and composed, her face as calm as a lake at the very end of the evening, long after the last wind has passed over it and the surface has gone completely still. Whatever force animated her was not the kind that could be depleted by days of battle or by the sheer grinding weight of an enemy who refused to accept what was already, in some quiet and inevitable way, decided. Around her, the faint light that had always seemed to accompany her presence continued to burn softly in the darkness, as though the stars overhead had leaned slightly closer to see how this night would end. Mahishasura had spent the hours before midnight in a way that was unusual for him. He had always been a being in motion, restless, aggressive, ceaselessly turning over strategies and dispatching commanders and filling every moment with the noise of his own ambition. But as the 9th night deepened around him, he grew quiet in a way that his remaining generals found unsettling. He had used every form available to him across the days of the battle. He had shifted himself into shapes of tremendous power and ferocity, each one a genuine expression of his strength, and none of them had been enough. The lion he had become had not been enough. The enormous elephant, crashing through everything before it, had not been enough. Each transformation had bought him time, had changed the rhythm of the fighting, had forced the goddess to adjust and respond. But she had always adjusted, always responded, always remained precisely and calmly herself, while he exhausted one possibility after another. He was not a being accustomed to the feeling of running out of options, and the unfamiliarity of it sat heavily on him as he stood in the darkness and looked out across the field toward the distant, steady glow that marked where she was. Eventually, as the night moved toward its deepest hour, he made the only choice left to him. He let every borrowed form fall away. He returned to what he had always been at the very root of his nature, the form he had been born into, the shape that carried the full, undivided force of everything he was. The great buffalo rose up out of the darkness like a hill's, to come to life, so vast and solid that the earth beneath him seemed to groan at the weight of it, so dark against the night sky that he was less a creature than an absence of light, a moving darkness that shook the ground with every step and sent tremors running outward in soft concentric waves across the torn and exhausted earth. He was immense in a way that went beyond what could be easily measured. His shoulders were as broad as the space between old trees in an ancient forest, and the curve of his horns traced a slow arc against the stars that was almost, in its own terrible way, beautiful. His breath came in long, heavy exhalations that stirred the air in front of him like a warm wind moving through high grass. When he struck the ground with his hooves, the sound reached outward like a drumbeat, low and resonant, felt as much as heard. This was his truest self, not the cunning strategist who had studied the weaknesses of the devas, not the shapeshifter cycling through one terrifying form after another, but this enormous, ancient, irreducible thing, all darkness and weight and raw, unstoppable force. He moved toward the light of the goddess with the slow certainty of something that has decided it is done, waiting. And across the field, she saw him coming. Her lion raised its great head and watched without flinching, and the goddess herself straightened very slightly on its back, as though something she had been waiting for had finally, after 9 long days and 9 long nights, arrived. The weapons in her many hands caught the faint starlight and held it. The soft glow around her remained exactly what it had always been, steady, unhurried, undiminished. Between the advancing darkness of the great buffalo and the still, luminous presence of the goddess, the air itself seemed to hold its breath, as though the whole of the cosmos had paused for just this single moment and was watching, the way one watches when something of enormous consequence is about to happen, and there is nothing left to do but bear witness to it. For a long moment, nothing moved. Not the goddess, not the demon, not the air between them. The ground where Mahishasura had fallen began to transform. His form did not simply vanish as demons often do in stories. There was a dissolution more gradual and complete, as if he was being returned to the very elements from which he had first emerged. The ash that remained carried no malice, held no residue of the pride that had driven him to such heights of arrogance. Within a season, the grass would grow back green and unmarked. No shrine would be required here, no memorial stone placed to mark what had happened in this place. The earth would forget and move forward into what came next, as earth does. The goddess remained standing in stillness upon her lion, witnessing the final undoing of the one who had caused the world such prolonged and terrible disruption. Her expression held neither triumph nor satisfaction, only the profound quietness of a task, completed as it was always meant to be. After the battle ended, the gods gave her a new name to carry forever, Mahishasuramardini, the slayer of Mahisha. It is a long name by any measure, and yet every syllable of it carries weight. In Sanskrit, the name is built from 3 parts laid carefully together. Mahisha, meaning buffalo, Asura, meaning demon, Mardini, meaning she who crushes or destroys. Taken together, the name does not simply describe what she did on one particular day at the end of 9 nights of combat. It folds that deed into her identity so completely that she can never be spoken of apart from it. The name became one of the most frequently sung in all of her devotional hymns, repeated in temples and homes, carried on the breath of millions of people across centuries, each repetition a small act of remembrance. There is something in the way a name like this works, the way it preserves a story inside itself. so that even someone who has never heard the full account can sense, just from the sound of it, that something tremendous happened here. She is not named for her beauty alone, or for her compassion alone, or for her power in the abstract. She is named for a specific act, against a specific enemy, at a specific moment when the three worlds had no other answer. That particularity matters. The tradition did not simply say that she was powerful. It said, here is what she did, and here is the name we give her because of it. When you let that name rest in your mind, Mahishasuramardini, it has a kind of completeness to it. The way a long exhalation feels complete after you have been holding your breath, without realizing it. The story and the name settle together into the same shape. Something about that is very restful to think about in the quiet of the night. But the name also points towards something deeper than a single battle. Something the tradition has always understood was woven into this story from the very beginning. Mahishasura was, by every measure, extraordinarily powerful. He had endured years of penance that most beings could not have survived. He had received a boon directly from Brahma, the creator himself. He had defeated armies and kings and gods, driven the Devas out of their own realm, established his rule across all three worlds. And yet the very moment he believed he was fully protected was the moment he had already written the terms of his own undoing. He did not ask for invincibility against women because, in his estimation, women did not constitute a real threat. His arrogance was not simple vanity. It was something more insidious than that. It was the kind of confidence that comes from having won so many times that the mind simply stops being able to picture losing. It was a blindness that grew so naturally out of his success that he mistook it for clarity. The boon he received was everything he asked for, and the flaw in it was entirely his own. Brahma did not deceive him. The universe did not trick him. He simply could not see past the edges of what he already believed about the world and about himself. There is something in this part of the story that has always been worth sitting with slowly. This was because it says something quiet and true about the nature of arrogance, that it does not announce itself as a weakness. It arrives wearing the face of certainty. It feels, from the inside, indistinguished, habile from wisdom. And so Mahishasura walked away from that moment of granted power, fully convinced that he had secured himself against every danger, while the one danger capable of ending him was something he had not even thought to name. Durga herself, in the tradition, is sometimes understood as the embodiment of Shakti, the fundamental feminine energy that underlies and animates all of creation. And the story suggests that this force is not simply another power among many powers, but something prior to all of them, something that was present before any of the conquests or boons or battles began. The gods had to combine everything they possessed to bring her into being, yet she was not merely the sum of their weapons. She was something that already existed, waiting to take form. In our story, the tradition has always placed the reminder that the greatest power of all is not the kind that takes and consumes, but the kind that protects, endures, and ultimately restores. Every year, when the autumn month of Ashvin arrives, people across India and in Hindu communities around the world prepare for 9 nights of celebration in Durga's honor. The festival is called Navratri, a name drawn from 2 Sanskrit words, Nava meaning 9, Ratri meaning night, and it carries within its name the memory of the 9 nights that Durga and Mahishasura fought across the mountains and plains of an ancient world. It is one of the most widely observed festivals in all of Hindu tradition, yet it does not feel like a single uniform thing when you move across the country and witness how differently it takes shape from one region to the next, from one household to the next, from one generation to the next. In some places, the celebration is loud and joyful. filled with music that spills out of temples and into the streets long after midnight. In others, it is quiet and deeply interior, a private matter of lamps lit before dawn and prayers offered in soft voices before the day has properly begun. What holds all of these expressions together is something harder to describe than a set of shared rituals. It is more like a shared feeling, the sense that for 9 nights the goddess is unusually close, that the distance between the world as it is and the world as she made it feels thinner than usual, as if the story told in the Devi Mahatmyam is not simply something that happened long ago, but something that is, in some way, always happening. In the eastern state of West Bengal, the festival takes a form that is particularly elaborate and deeply beloved, known there most commonly as Durga Puja. Enormous clay statues of the goddess are crafted by skilled artisans over many weeks, each one painted with extraordinary care, her 10 arms arranged around her in a kind of radiant symmetry, her lion crouching beside her, Mahishasura at her feet in the moment just before the end. These statues are installed in large temporary structures called pandals, that are themselves works of considerable artistry, built from bamboo and fabric and decorated with lights and flowers until the whole neighborhood around them seems to glow. Families dress in new clothes, share sweets with neighbors, walk from pandal to pandal through the night as if making a gentle, festive pilgrimage through their own city. The air smells of incense and marigold and the particular sweetness of autumn. If you were to stand very still in the middle of it all, you might feel something that resembles the way certain very old stories feel when they are told well, familiar and enormous at the same time. On the 5th day of the festival, the goddess is ceremonially welcomed as a guest, as if she has traveled a great distance to be there. The days that follow are given over entirely to her presence. Then, on the final day, the statues are carried in long singing processions to the nearest river, where they are lowered gently into the water and allowed to dissolve, returning the goddess to the world she came from. The dissolution of these clay forms carries a profound meaning that extends beyond the visible ceremony. For those who have spent weeks in their creation and devotion, the moment of immersion represents not an ending, but a transformation, a return of the goddess to her boundless, universal form after 9 days of manifesting in human space. The water carries the dissolved clay downstream, and in this dissolution is contained the understanding that the divine cannot be held or contained by any fixed form, that it moves constantly between the visible and the invisible, between the world of human perception and the infinite realm beyond it. This cycle of creation and dissolution, repeated year after year, reminds observers that all forms are temporary vessels for something eternal. Across other parts of India, Navratri takes different shapes but carries the same spirit. In the western states of Gujarat and Rajasthan, the nights fill with the sound of the Garba, a circular folk dance performed in honor of the goddess. The dancers moving like a slow and joyful wheel, their footsteps soft as whispers against the ground. In the south, in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, small stepped platforms called golu or kolu are arranged in homes, displaying rows of figurines representing the gods and the stories that belong to them. Children are brought to see them and taught the names of the beings arranged on each step. In the north, the days of Navratri are often observed with fasting and prayer, the evenings given to the recitation of sacred verses, the mornings to quiet offerings of red flowers, kumkum and flame. These regional variations are not departures from a central practice, but expressions of a shared devotion translated into the languages and customs of different places. What matters in Gujarat is not the same as what matters in Tamil Nadu, yet the underlying intention remains constant, to acknowledge and honor the power of the feminine divine as it manifests in the protection of the world. Each tradition has preserved elements that speak most deeply to its own people, creating channels through which the ancient story can flow into contemporary life in ways that feel authentic and alive. Central to the observance, in virtually every tradition, is the Devi Mahatmyam, the text of 700 verses that contains the story of Durga's victories, including her battle with Mahishasura. Many families and temples arrange for the full text to be read aloud over the course of the 9 days. Sometimes in the early morning before the heat of the day arrives, sometimes late at night when the rest of the house has fallen quiet. The Sanskrit verses, chanted in the particular rhythm they have been chanted in for more than 1,000 years, have a quality that is difficult to describe to someone who has not heard them. They are at once very ancient and very alive, as if the sound itself carries something of the original story forward through time. Practitioners often speak of the recitation not simply as a reading, but as an act of invocation, a way of drawing the goddess into the present moment and into the space where the words are being spoken. The 9 nights of Navratri are also, in many traditions, organized around the Navadurga, the 9 forms of the goddess, one honored on each successive night. Each form represents a different aspect of her nature and a different quality of the divine feminine. The 9 together form something like a complete portrait of everything she is and everything she offers. The procession through these 9 forms across 9 nights gives the festival a gentle sense of unfolding, as if each night reveals something new about the same inexhaustible being. By the time the 9th night arrives, the goddess has been understood from 9 different angles without ever having been fully contained by any of them. The atmosphere of the festival, wherever it is observed, tends toward a kind of luminous softness that is well suited to the hours of night. Lamps are lit in doorways and before household shrines, their small flames reflected in polished brass and the dark surfaces of still water. Flower garlands hang from rafters and thresholds, marigolds most often, and red hibiscus. That is particularly dear to the goddess. The smell of sandalwood and rosewater moves through the rooms of houses where prayers are being offered. Children fall asleep to the sound of devotional songs still going on in some other room. It is the kind of atmosphere that slows everything down and makes the ordinary world feel as though it is resting inside something much larger and much older than itself. And on the 10th morning, the day that tradition calls Vijayadashami, the 10th day of victory, her triumph over Mahishasura is remembered again, as it has been remembered for more centuries than anyone can count. The 9 nights of Navratri are not simply 9 repetitions of the same devotion. Each night is dedicated to a different form of the goddess. A different face she has worn across the long tradition of her worship. Think of it less as a list and more as a slow procession, one figure stepping forward each night into the lamplight, each one distinct, each one carrying something that the others do not. The first of these forms is Shailaputri, whose name means daughter of the mountain. She is perhaps the most quietly grounded of all the 9. Her father, in this tradition, is Himavat, the king of the Himalayas. There is something in her presence that reflects exactly that origin. Solid, ancient, unhurried, the way a mountain does not need to announce itself. She is depicted riding a bull, which, Chur, in this tradition is a symbol of steadiness and dharma. She carries a trident in one hand and a lotus in the other. The trident here is not yet a weapon of war, but something more like a mark of her inheritance, the divine energy she was born carrying. When devotees honor Shailaputri on the first night, they are honoring something foundational, the goddess in her most rooted and enduring aspect. Before any battle, before any transformation, simply present in the way that mountains are present. In her worship, there is an invitation to stillness, to the recognition that not all power announces itself through action or drama. Some of the deepest powers work through presence alone, through the simple fact of being, unwavering and true. The red color associated with Shailaputri in many traditions represents vitality and the life force itself, but a vitality that is stable, not agitated. Her devotees often report a sense of being grounded after her worship, as though something unsettled in them has found its foundation. This is fitting for the first night, which in many households marks the true beginning of the festival after the preparatory rituals. There is a reason that the journey through the 9 forms begins here, at ground level, before any ascent. Mountains teach patience. They teach that some things take thousands of years to form, and that this is not a failure, but a statement about the nature of true strength. The second form is Brahmacharini. If Shailaputri is the goddess as earth, then Brahmacharini is the goddess as discipline and longing. Her name carries the sense of one who walks the path of sacred knowledge and austerity. She is shown on foot, barefoot in fact, carrying a water pot and a string of prayer beads. Her expression, one of complete absorption. There is no lion, no weapons, no ornamentation in this form, only the quiet determination of a being who has chosen the harder road because she understands what it leads to. She is associated with the deep penance that the goddess herself undertook in another life when she performed extraordinary austerities in order to win the devotion she sought. Enduring years of cold and heat and solitude with something that looked, from the outside, like stillness, but was in truth a very intense kind of fire burning inward. The water pot she carries is not decorative but functional, a tool of her journey. It represents the bare essentials required for the path, nothing excess, nothing indulgent. Those who honor Brahmacharini are often those in the midst of their own difficult disciplines, their own long paths towards something they can barely name, but absolutely recognize as essential. Chandraghanta comes third, and with her the mood changes. She carries the crescent moon on her brow like a bell, which is what her name describes. She is seated on a tiger, 10-armed, golden in color. Her expression fierce but also deeply compassionate in a way that seems to hold both things at once without any contradiction. She is a warrior ready for battle. She is also the form of the goddess who is said to fill the world with a sound like a bell when she shakes that crescent, a sound that is said to drive away all that is harmful. There is something almost architectural about Chandraghanta, the way she is composed, every arm with its purpose, every weapon in its place, the moon on her forehead catching light as she moves. She represents the courage that is not reckless but prepared, the readiness that comes from having already made peace with what is necessary. Her worship marks the transition from internal discipline to external action, from the path of the ascetic to the path of the protector. The tiger beneath her is itself a symbol of strength that is grounded, that does not need to roar constantly to be recognized as powerful. On the third night, something shifts in the energy of the festival. The quiet preparation is over. The fourth form, Kushmanda, is the one most closely associated with creation itself. Her name is sometimes explained as meaning the one who created the universe with her smile. That image, a universe born from a single expression of warmth, has a quality that is almost impossible to fully hold in the mind, but very easy to feel. She is depicted with 8 arms, riding a lion. She carries a pot of nectar among her attributes, along with a rosary and a discus. She is associated with the sun. Some accounts describe her as dwelling within the solar sphere, as if the sun itself were her home. That gives her a kind of radiance that sets her apart from the other 8 forms. Her 8 arms reach in all directions, as though she is simultaneously tending to all the different aspects of creation, the many threads that hold the universe together. Kushmanda is sometimes called the source of all cosmic vibration, the one whose consciousness underlies the hum of existence itself. Those who practice meditation often turn toward her on the 4th night, seeking alignment with the natural creativity that flows through all things. After her comes Skandamata, the fifth form, and the mother of Skanda, the great war god, also known as Kartikeya. In this form, the goddess takes on the quality that belongs to mothers in particular, a fierce protectiveness that is entirely different from the warrior's courage. Quieter in its way, but no less formidable. She is often shown holding her infant son in her lap, seated on a lotus, her expression one of absolute focus on the small life she is protecting. The lotus itself carries meaning here. It rises from muddy water without being touched by it. There is the suggestion that Skandamata, even in the midst of whatever turbulence surrounds her, maintains a stillness at her center as reliable as the ground beneath everything. She has 4 arms. The infant Skanda is cradled in 2 of them. There is something very moving about the image of a deity of this much power choosing, on the 5th night, to be seen simply as a mother holding her child. The peacock sometimes appears in association with Skandamata, that bird of such extraordinary beauty and vigilance, watching always for what might threaten the nest. Her worship often brings particular tenderness to those who are parents, or who have parents, or who carry that ancient memory of being held by someone utterly committed to their protection. The 6th form is Katyayani. She is one of the fiercest of the 9, born according to one account from the combined rage of the gods when they could not defeat Mahishasura, which means that in some versions of the tradition, she and Durga are almost the same, being understood from slightly different angles. She rides a lion, carries weapons, and her color in many depictions is a deep golden yellow. She is a goddess of justice, and of the kind of power that does not hesitate when hesitation would allow harm to continue. Devotees who honor her on the 6th night are in some sense calling on that quality in themselves as well. Her 3rd eye is sometimes depicted as burning with particular intensity, ready to reduce any wrongdoing to ash. Yet she is also called the Maiden, suggesting a kind of youth and purity in her fierce clarity. She represents the point in the journey when one is no longer willing to accept compromise, where justice is at stake. Kalaratri is the 7th form, and she is perhaps the most visually striking of all 9. Her name means the dark night of time. She appears dark-complexioned, with wild, unbound hair, a necklace of lightning. An expression that is described as terrifying in the texts, but that carries, even in its terror, a kind of absolute honesty. She rides a donkey and carries a sword and an iron hook. The tradition holds that even her own devotees must steady themselves when they turn toward this form. This was because she conceals nothing, softens nothing, reflects back whatever is true without the comfort of gentleness. And yet she is called Shupankari in some of her hymns. That means the one who does good. This was because what she removes, the layers of illusion and self-deception, is ultimately a gift, even when it doesn't feel like one. Her worship is sometimes avoided by those who are not ready, but sought out by those who understand that the only way through the darkness is to meet it directly. After Kalaratri, the 8th form arrives like morning after that long night. Mahagari, whose name means the greatly luminous one, depicted as radiant white, dressed in white, riding a white bull, carrying a drum and a trident. She represents purity and serenity and the peace that follows purification. There is a quality of relief in her that makes her one of the most beloved of the 9 forms among those who have sat with Kalaratri the night before. She is young in appearance, gentle, her expression tranquil. The whiteness associated with her is the whiteness of early morning light, before the day has made any demands. Her worship brings a sense of restoration, of having survived something necessary and emerged intact. The 9th and final form is Siddhidatri, the giver of siddhis, of sacred powers and accomplishments, and she is worshipped not only by humans but, according to the tradition, by gods and sages and celestial beings alike. She sits on a lotus, surrounded by her devotees, 4-armed, holding a discus, a conch, a club, and a lotus. She represents the completeness of the goddess's power, the understanding that all spiritual capacities, all gifts of wisdom and perception and grace, flow from her and are offered by her to those who seek them with sincerity. On the 9th night, when she steps forward, there is a sense that the whole procession has been moving toward her, that each of the 8 forms before her was a preparation, a deepening, a different aspect of the same inexhaustible being now seen whole. By the 9th night, the goddess has been honored in all her fullness, fierce and gentle, wild and serene, a mother and a warrior, and a light that the darkness has never managed to extinguish. The story we have been telling tonight was not invented by any one person. It was gathered, shaped, preserved in one of the most revered texts in Hindu tradition. That text is known by several names. Some call it the Devi Mahatmyam. That translates from Sanskrit as something close to the glory of the goddess. Others know it as the Durga Saptashati, meaning 700 verses in praise of Durga. Still others call it the Chandi Path, a name drawn from one of the fierce and luminous aspects of the goddess herself. All 3 names point to the same ancient composition, 700 verses arranged across 13 chapters, each one carrying the weight of centuries of devotion and careful transmission. The text sits within a larger work called the Markandeya Purana, one of the great collections of sacred story and cosmological teaching in the Hindu tradition. The Markandeya Purana takes its name from the sage Markandeya, a figure of extraordinary longevity and wisdom in the tradition, who is said to have witnessed the dissolution and renewal of the world itself, and to have carried its stories forward across the ages. The Devi Mahatmyam is embedded within his telling, offered not as legend alone, but as something with the weight of direct revelation, knowledge that had been heard, absorbed, passed on with great care. Within those 13 chapters, the text is organized around 3 distinct episodes, 3 great confrontations between the goddess and the forces that threaten to overwhelm the order of the cosmos. The first episode is brief but establishing. It describes the goddess rousing Vishnu from his cosmic sleep so that the world itself can begin again. Setting down from the very first verses the idea that she is not merely a warrior, but a fundamental principle underlying all of creation. The second episode, the longest and most elaborate of the 3, is the one we have been living inside tonight. The story of Mahishasura, the boon, the exile of the gods, the creation of Durga from the combined light of all the deities, the 9 days of battle that ended with his defeat. The third episode tells of 2 more demons, Shamba and Nishamba, who would rise in a later age and meet the goddess again in a different form, reminding the tradition that the confrontation between these forces is not a single event, but a recurring pattern in the life of the cosmos, something that happens again and again as long as the world endures. The cyclical structure embedded in these episodes carries a philosophical weight that distinguishes the Devi Mahatmyam from many other narratives in the Hindu tradition. Rather than describing a single climactic moment, it presents a cosmic pattern that repeats itself across the ages, reflecting a fundamental understanding in Hindu cosmology that creation and dissolution are not one-time events, but part of an eternal rhythm. The goddess, in this view, is not only a hero who acted at a particular moment in time, but an eternal principle that continuously renews and protects the cosmos. This understanding transforms how practitioners approach the text, for when they recite the verses, they are not simply commemorating events that occurred in a mythological past. Instead, they participate in a present-day activation of the divine force that the goddess represents. What makes the Devi Mahatmyam unusual, even among sacred texts, is the belief held by those who practice with it that the verses themselves carry a living power. that the act of reading them aloud is not simply an act of remembering, but an act of invocation. During Navratri, in homes and temples across India and in Hindu communities around the world, the full text is recited as a form of devotion and prayer. The Sanskrit syllables moving through the air in the same way they have moved for well over 1,000 years. There is something deeply human in that continuity, the idea that the same sounds that were spoken in ancient India are still being spoken tonight, somewhere, by someone who has learned them from a parent or a teacher who learned them in turn from someone before. The text has been copied by hand, committed to memory, chanted in the pre-dawn hours, carried across oceans and generations without losing the thread of what it is. Scholars who have studied the Devi Mahatmyam place its composition in the early centuries of the first millennium. Though its stories draw on mythological material that is considerably older, ideas and images that were already ancient when the text was first assembled. The Devi Mahatmyam thus functions both as a historical narrative and as a spiritual technology, a means of aligning human consciousness with cosmic principles that operate beyond the constraints of linear time. The text's endurance over more than 1,000 years reflects not merely scholarly interest, but the lived experience of millions who have found in it a source of strength, protection, and spiritual understanding. It is believed by practitioners not as history, but as something closer to a living presence, a way of touching the divine feminine that exists beyond time and place. As available in one century as in another, the goddess described in its verses is not only Durga, the warrior who defeated Mahishasura, but the ground of all being, the energy from which the universe arises and into which it eventually dissolves. That is a vast and quiet idea to carry into sleep, the notion that the story of a battle in the mountains is also, somehow, a description of the world as it fundamentally is. People who recite the Devi Mahatmyam often speak of a quality of calm that settles over them as they move through the verses, a feeling that is difficult to account for by the words alone. For more than 1,000 years, people have read those 700 verses aloud in the night and felt, perhaps, something of what the gods must have felt when the light of the goddess first appeared in the mountains. And so the story comes to rest, as all stories do, in the quiet that follows the last word. The battle is over. The three worlds have settled back into their proper order. The long, fierce light of the goddess has gentled into something softer, the kind of light that does not blaze, but simply remains, steady and warm, like a lamp left burning in a window on a cold night. You can let the story go now, the way you might set down something you have been carrying for a long while, placing it carefully on a table beside you before you rest. Think, if you like, of the lion, that great unhurried animal who carried her through 9 days and nights without faltering, who moved as she moved, who was as calm in the middle of the storm as she was. He is resting now too, somewhere in the mountains, his golden sides rising and falling slowly, the stars above him as quiet as they have always been. The trident that Shiva gave her leans against a stone nearby, still and silver in the dark. Its work finished for now, holding within it all the patience and precision that she brought to everything she did. The gods have returned to their homes. The sacred fires have been lit again. Prayers are rising once more like thin threads of smoke into a sky that feels, for the first time in a long while, open and free. The flowers that fell from the heavens when Mahishasura was finally defeated still drift, in some telling of the story, through the cool air of the upper world, catching the light as they turn slowly down toward the earth. And she remains, not because the battle still calls her, but because she was never only the battle. She was present before Mahishasura drew his first breath in the world. She was present in the devotion of every person who ever sat quietly in the morning and whispered her name. The 9 nights that are celebrated in her honor each autumn are not a memory of something finished. They are a recognition that she is still there, still holding the balance, still turning gently in the direction of whatever has grown too heavy for the world to carry on its own. Your breath is slow now. Your body is still. The story has found its ending the way all good things find theirs. Not with a crash, but with a slow, warm fading. The way the last color leaves the sky after sunset, and the dark comes in quietly, without announcement. Everything that needed to be said has already been said. Let the images drift where they will. The trident, the lion, the 9 bright nights. The goddess with her calm and ancient eyes looking out over a world that is, for now, whole. Somewhere, the 9 nights of stars are still burning overhead. The goddess is still watching, and the world she restored is still, for now, at peace. Hello there. Welcome back to our podcast. Long before anyone wrote the word vampire down on a page, people were already afraid of the dead coming back. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere much older than the stories most of us first think of when that word comes up. Somewhere older than the mountain passes of Transylvania and the pale aristocrats of Victorian fiction. Older than the medieval chronicles in which educated monks recorded things they couldn't explain. Older still than the written traditions we tend to point to when we want to say a belief is ancient. The fear I want to trace tonight doesn't belong to any single civilization or any single century. That is perhaps the first thing worth noting about it. This was because it appears, with a consistency that becomes more striking the longer you look at it, in cultures that have no meaningful contact with each other, separated by vast distances of ocean and steppe and forest, speaking languages with no shared roots, disagreeing on almost every other matter of belief. You find traces of it in the clay tablets of ancient Mesopotamia. You find it in the burial practices of early Slavic communities scattered across the forests of Eastern Europe. You find it in the mythology of the ancient Greeks and in the writings of Roman authors and in the church records of rural New England communities barely 200 years ago. The particular shape the fear takes is different in each of these places. The creature is given a different name in nearly every tradition that describes it. The rituals devised to stop it vary from one village to the next, sometimes dramatically, but the fear underneath all of that variety is remarkably, almost eerily, consistent. Certain dead don't rest. They return, and what they return to do is feed on the warmth and the life of those they left behind. I find that consistency genuinely worth sitting with. I hope that as the night settles around you, you will too, because it opens up something real about what it has meant. In every era, in every corner of the world, to lose someone and then lie awake wondering if the loss is truly complete. What gives this particular fear such staying power, I think, is the internal logic it follows. A logic that isn't difficult to understand once you encounter it. Across most of the traditions in which the restless dead appear, it isn't simply every person who has died that is thought to return. The dead who were mourned properly, buried in the right ground with the right words spoken over them, who died in old age after a life that reached some natural conclusion. Those dead were generally trusted to remain where they were placed. The ones who troubled the living were the ones whose deaths felt unresolved. A young person taken far too soon, whose life had most of its shape still left to find. Someone killed by violence, whose departure from the world had been abrupt and full of unspent force. A person who died far from home with no one to perform the necessary rites, or who was buried hastily, or in unconsecrated ground, or whose last hours had gone unwitnessed by anyone who knew the proper forms. These were deaths with something left over in them. A reminder that the normal ceremonies of burial and grief weren't quite enough to close off. And the belief, across traditions as different as Sumerian temple culture and 18th century Serbian village life. Was that what is left over doesn't simply fade? It clings. It returns to the places and the people it knew, the house, the family, the bed it slept in for 30 years, and the returning isn't a comfort but a drain. The living who are near it grow pale and tired in ways that feel, to those watching, like something being taken from them. You can feel the weight of real grief in that image just as clearly as you can feel the fear, the word vampire itself, for all the centuries of belief it has come to represent, is surprisingly recent in English, arriving only in the early 18th century, borrowed from German, that had it from Serbian, with roots that trace back further still into territory that etymologists handle with some care. The creature the word eventually named, however, is ancient in a way that makes the word feel almost secondary, a label attached late in the day to something that had been quietly present for thousands of years. Long before anyone agreed on what to call it, people were already watching the grave carefully, placing things in coffins, performing rituals at the burial site to make sure the boundary between the living and the dead held firm. That seriousness, that care, runs through everything we'll explore together tonight. From the river valleys of the ancient Near East to the quiet churchyards of New England, the creature they feared had no single name yet, but it was already very much alive in the imagination. About 5,000 years ago, in the river valleys between the Tigris and Euphrates, people who worked by lamplight and buried their dead carefully were already thinking about what happened when a burial went wrong. The cities of ancient Sumer rose from flat, fertile ground between two great rivers. The people who built them understood the world as a place governed by invisible forces that required careful tending. The fields needed water, the gods needed prayers. The dead needed to be put to rest in the right way, with the right words spoken over them and the right offerings placed beside them in the earth. When all of that was done correctly, the dead descended into what the Sumerians called the Kur, a dim underworld beneath the surface of things where the spirits of the departed lived, out a pale, quiet reflection of their former lives, drinking dark water and eating dust, troubling the living no further. This was not superstition, but theology. The Sumerians understood that the structure of existence depended on proper transitions, on ceremonies that moved a person safely from one state to another. A dead person who remained unaccounted for was not simply a tragedy in human terms. It was a break in the order of things, a failure in the cosmic machinery that kept the living and the dead in their proper spheres. I want you to hold that image for a moment. The care involved, the attention, the sense that the dead were owed something and that the living had a real obligation to provide it. When those rites went wrong, when a body was left unburied in the open air, or when someone died violently and far from home, or when no one remained in the family to tend to the necessary ceremonies, the dead could not make that descent. They remained caught between the world of the living and the place that was supposed to receive them. Neither fully one thing nor the other. In that in-between state, they became something that the ancient Mesopotamians called the Edimu. You might expect the Edimu to be something dramatic, a spectre rattling through the dark, but the clay tablets that preserve these beliefs describe something quieter than that, and perhaps more unsettling. A presence that attached itself to the living, the way low fever attaches to a person over a long night. Not violent in any obvious way, but persistent, pulling warmth and energy from whoever it had fixed itself upon. Them gradually weaker, their vitality draining in a way that no visible wound could account for. The symptoms could appear gradually or suddenly. A person afflicted by an Edimu might grow pale and listless, their appetite vanishing even as they felt strangely unsatisfied. Multiple members of a household could be affected in sequence, each one weakening as the Edimu moved among them. In the mind of a Sumerian physician or priest, this pattern was diagnostic, evidence of a wandering dead that had fixed itself to the family. These tablets, some of them dating to around 3,000 years before the Common Era, were pressed into soft clay with reed styluses by scribes who took the matter seriously enough to record it. What they recorded was not folklore at the fringes of daily life, but belief that sat right at the center of how their world worked. What made the Adimu so troubling to the people who believed in it was how easily one could be made. How little suffering was required to transform an ordinary person into something that could not rest and would not leave. Dying by violence was enough. Dying young, before a full life had been lived, was enough. Dying far from home in a foreign land where no family could stand over the body and speak the words, that was enough too. Being left unburied, exposed on open ground rather than placed carefully beneath the earth, sealed the matter. You can sense the logic underneath all of this. It's a kind of logic that your own instincts can still recognize, even now, even this many centuries removed from it. The idea that a death that goes unwitnessed, unacknowledged, untended, is a death that leaves something unresolved. The ancient Sumerians and Babylonians were describing a cosmic injustice. The person who had already suffered in life, who had been denied a peaceful death or a proper burial, punished a second time by being denied the peace of the underworld, sentenced to wander the earth among the living they had left behind. This was understood as more than mere cruelty. In the Mesopotamian view, the universe operated on principles of reciprocity and order, debts incurred and paid, violations acknowledged and corrected. A person denied proper death rights had a legitimate grievance that resonated through reality itself. The Adimu's persistence was not malice, but desperate need, a wound in the world, seeking to be healed. And in their wandering, the Adimu did what the unquiet dead have done in nearly every tradition that imagines them. They came back to the living world and they took from it, not with fangs or dramatic hunger, but in a way that the people around them could feel accumulating, a slow heaviness entering a household, a wasting illness that moved from one person to the next without a visible cause. Energy seeping out of a family the way warmth seeps from a house when the walls have gone thin. The priests and ritual specialists who dealt with these cases had remedies designed not to destroy the Adimu, but to release it, to give the wandering dead what they had been denied in life: proper burial, proper prayers, the offerings and the acknowledgement that they had once been a person worth mourning. When those things were provided, the belief held. The Adimu could finally descend to the Kur and leave the living in peace. There is something almost gentle in that logic, a recognition that the dangerous dead were not wicked so much as they were incomplete, that the remedy for their danger was not exorcism but compassion, the belated gift of the dignity they had been owed all along. The dead were not enemies to be vanquished, but people to be finished mourning, restored to the peace that death itself should have provided. This distinction shaped everything the ancient Mesopotamians believed about dealing with the supernatural. The Adimu did not drink blood the way later vampires would, but it fed on the living all the same. The people of ancient Mesopotamia knew exactly how to make on. In the old incantation texts of Babylonia, carved into clay tablets found in the ruins of temples, there is a figure who appears again and again at the edges of sleep. She does not announce herself the way a god might, with thunder or a procession of lesser beings trailing behind her. She simply appears, as she always has, in the hours when the household has gone quiet and the lamp has burned down to its last small glow. A figure with wings folded against her back and feet that do not quite touch the ground in the way that living feet do. The scholars who have studied these tablets carefully, the cuneiform pressed into wet clay thousands of years before anyone thought to write in ink on paper, have found her name in variations that shift and blur across centuries and languages, a name, at sounds, in some of its oldest forms. Something like lilitu, a word connected in the Arcadian language to the word for wind or for air, for the thing that moves through a place and leaves a chill behind it. She belongs, in this earliest form, to a class of demons that the Mesopotamian world recognized as dangerous, precisely because they moved at night and because they targeted the most vulnerable people they could find: sleeping men, pregnant women, very young children, the ones whose hold on life was understood to be more fragile and more precious than anyone else's. What made her remarkable, even in those oldest accounts, was not simply that she was dangerous, but that she was selective in her cruelty, that her cruelty had a texture to it that later traditions would find impossible to leave alone. The Babylonian world understood her as something that pressed down on sleeping men and drained them in ways that felt, upon waking, like a kind of theft, of warmth, of vitality, of something that had been present the night before and was now conspicuously gone. Against her, and against the related spirits of her class, Mesopotamian households kept amulets and burned incantations and pressed protective tablets into the mud walls of rooms where infants slept. The care people took against her tells you something about how real the fear was and how old. By the time those protective practices were being inscribed and passed down, they already had the quality of inherited custom rather than fresh invention, the feeling of something being done because it had always been done. This was because the generations before you had understood that this particular darkness required this particular answer. She moved, over the long centuries, from the incantation texts of Babylon into the religious imagination of ancient Israel. There she became something considerably more complicated. In the Jewish tradition, particularly in the medieval text known as the alphabet of Ben Sira, she acquired a story that gave her an origin and a motive and a kind of defiant dignity that the earlier demon texts had not bothered to supply. According to that account, Lilith was created alongside Adam, formed from the same earth and at the same moment, that she understood to mean that she was his equal rather than his subordinate. When Adam disagreed with this reading of their shared creation, when he insisted on a hierarchy that she refused to accept, Lilith did not argue the point for very long. She spoke a name, the ineffable name of God, that she knew and was not supposed to use in this way, and she rose into the air and departed, flying out over the Red Sea and into the wilderness beyond, where she remained. The angels sent to bring her back found her there and delivered God's ultimatum: return, or watch 100 of your children die each day. She refused, and the terms were accepted, and she has been in that wilderness, in one form or another, ever since. She has understood in Jewish folklore to visit sleeping men in the night and to menace newborn children. That is why, in many communities across centuries, parents hung amulets inscribed with the names of the protective angels above the beds of new babies. Why certain prayers were said at particular hours of the night with Lilith's possible presence in mind. She is still a figure in Jewish mystical and folkloric tradition today. She is treated, even now, with a seriousness that reflects how long she has been understood as something genuinely present rather than merely historical. As Lilith's story spread through the Islamic world, Christian medieval texts, and Kabbalistic writings, she underwent further transformations that expanded and complicated her mythology. In some traditions, she became associated with succubi and incubi, those night demons of medieval Christian belief who visited sleepers in the darkness. In others, she was reimagined as a queen of demons, a figure of power and independence rather than mere predation. The flexibility of her legend across cultures and centuries speaks to something fundamental in how human societies process fear and make sense of the dangers that lurk in the hours of sleep and vulnerability. Different traditions emphasize different aspects of her nature depending on what their own particular anxieties required. What remained, consistent across all these variations, was the core understanding of her presence as real and consequential, as something that demanded both respect and protection. She became a figure around whom entire ritual practices organized themselves, and she retained the power to inspire both fascination and dread among those who encountered her story. What connects Lilith to the vampire? What separates her from it are both worth holding in mind at the same time. This was because the relationship is illuminating without being simple. She drinks no blood in the oldest texts, or at least that is not the emphasis. What she takes is harder to name than blood, more like the life force that the Mesopotamian Edimu was also thought to drain, the invisible warmth that distinguishes the living from the dead. She is not a corpse, not a revenant, not a human being who has died badly and risen again. She is something that has always been what she is, a being from before the category of vampire existed. She seems to have donated certain of her qualities to that category over the long passage of time and translation and accumulated fear. The nocturne, ality, the predation during sleep, the targeting of the young and the undefended, the association with blood and with the deaths of children. These are characteristics that would, across the centuries that followed, come to feel entirely natural in a vampire. Lilith seems to have been carrying them long before anyone knew what a vampire was. The amulets against her became, in various traditions, the amulets against the undead. The prayers said at the bedside became the prayers over the grave. The logic of the protection shifted and adapted, but the shape of the fear remained recognizable across all of it. Whether she is truly the mother of vampires or simply a very old cousin to them, Lilith has been haunting the edges of human imagination for longer than most monsters can claim. Revised section. The vampire that most people picture when they hear the word, the thing that lies in a grave by day and walks at night, is a Slavic invention. Or at least it was the Slavic peoples who gave it its most enduring shape. The creatures we have been following through older traditions, the Lamia, the Impusa, the Strix of the Roman Knight, were spirits and demons, forces that had perhaps never worn a human body at all. What makes the Slavic vampire something genuinely different, something that sits at the center of everything that came after it, is precisely this. It was, before anything else, a person. It had been born into a family. It had worked the same soil for decades, spoken the same language, slept under the same roof as people who loved it. Eventually it had died. That should have been in the end of the story. In the Slavic tradition, it often was not. The word used for this creature, recorded in its oldest surviving written form as upir, appears in a Russian manuscript from 1047 AD, where it is applied as a kind of epithet to a Novgorodian prince, calling him something close to the wicked vampire or the evil one. The word itself almost certainly predates that document by a long stretch. Carried in the spoken language of people across a wide belt of Eastern Europe, long before any of it was set down on parchment. As you move across the Slavic-speaking world, you find the creature named in slightly different ways. Vampir in Serbian, wampir in Polish, up here further to the east. But the being that all of these words described was recognizably the same in every telling, was a revenant, a corpse that had, for reasons the community would spend considerable energy trying to understand and prevent, refused to remain in the earth. The etymology of upir itself remains contested among scholars, though several theories have gained traction over the years. Some have suggested connections to Turkic or Sanskrit roots, pointing to the vast web of contact that existed across the regions where the belief took hold. Others have proposed that it derives from older Slavic words related to drinking or eating, which would align with the vampire's characterization as a creature that consumed the life force of the living. What seems most likely is that the word emerged organically from the communities that believed in it, born from repeated tellings and regional variations that gradually solidified around a shared concept. The consistency with which the term appeared across different Slavic languages suggests that the belief itself was ancient, that it had roots extending back into a pre-Christian past, and then adapted and persisted even as Christianity spread across Eastern Europe. The Church would eventually take notice of these beliefs, and ecclesiastical records from the medieval period onward contain numerous references to vampire reports and investigations. Yet the tradition continued largely unchanged, parallel to official doctrine rather than erased by it. The Slavic vampire became embedded so deeply in the culture that it seemed less like a foreign superstition and more like a necessary explanation for observable suffering. What the Slavic peoples worked out, over generations of living with this belief, was a careful account of who was at risk of becoming such a creature. If you died by your own hand, you were considered especially vulnerable to this kind of unrest. So was a person who had lived in ways their neighbors found troubling, someone who had broken important obligations, kept bad faith with those around them, or carried a reputation for cruelty or dishonesty that outlasted them. Those who died without having been baptized were thought susceptible. This included infants who had not survived long enough to receive the rite. If a person had been visited by a suspected vampire in the weeks before their own death, if they had sickened gradually and without clear cause, fading in the particular way that made people exchange glances over their heads, then that person was believed likely to rise in turn, carrying the condition forward through the family the way a fever passes from one sleeper to the next. And then there were the failures of ceremony itself, the small and sometimes unavoidable errors in the handling of the dead. If an animal passed over the body before it was buried, if the prayers were spoken incorrectly, if the corpse was left unattended for too long, or if the grave was dug in the wrong place or in the wrong manner, any of these could be enough. In this understanding, the grave was not simply a resting place, but a threshold. What happened at that threshold mattered enormously. Treating your dead with care was not sentiment alone, it was protection. The Slavic peoples also developed practical methods for protecting themselves and their communities, protocols that reflected their understanding of the vampire as a knowable and manageable phenomenon. Families would watch over the dead throughout the night before burial, a practice that served both spiritual and practical purposes. The corpse might be positioned face down in the grave, weighted with stones, or pinned through the heart with a stake before burial, measures designed to prevent it from rising. Some communities would sever the connections between the body and the world of the living by cutting the tendons in the legs, or placing the body in a state that made movement impossible. These actions were not carried out in hysteria, but with deliberate ceremony, as though conducting a medical procedure to prevent infection. The stake through the heart, which would later become the iconic image of vampire slaying in Western culture, emerged from this practical framework. It was a solution born from the conviction that the vampire could be stopped if the community understood what it was and acted decisively before the problem took hold. This sense of human agency, of the possibility of prevention and cure, distinguished the Slavic vampire tradition from many other supernatural beliefs. The vampire was not an inevitable doom, but a problem that careful people could forestall. When the UPI rose, it did not travel far. This is perhaps the detail that makes the Slavic vampire tradition sit differently in the mind than what came before it. The Adimu wandered roads and afflicted strangers. The Lamia preyed on children it had never known. But the UPI walked a short path, the path it had always walked. At the end of it was a house it recognized, a door it had opened 10,000 times, faces it had looked at across a table every morning of its life. It came for its family first. Across the stories gathered from Serbian and Bulgarian and Polish and Russian villages, the pattern was consistent enough to feel like testimony rather than invention. A man dies. Within weeks, his wife begins to lose her strength, his children pale, A heaviness settles over the household that the neighbors can name even when the family cannot yet bring themselves to say it aloud. The dead man has not gone. The upia was said to move through the night without violence or urgency. It arrived in the manner of someone who still belonged. The effect of its presence was felt not in sudden injury, but in slow diminishment. A person who had been visited by an upia woke each morning feeling as though sleep had given them nothing, their color dimming by degrees too gradual to point at directly, their appetite fading, their warmth going somewhere they could not follow. In some accounts, the creature called out the names of those it wanted, in a voice that still sounded like the voice that had once called them to supper. In others, it pressed down on a sleeping person with a weight they felt in their chest upon waking. The details shifted from one region to another, and from one telling to the next. But what held steady underneath all of them was this: the dead had returned for the living. The living it chose were the ones who had loved it, the ones who were least able to refuse it. The upia was not a stranger who crept in through a window. It was a husband, a mother, a neighbor, the person who had slept in the bed next to yours for 30 years. That was what made it truly frightening. When Christianity moved east across the Balkans and into Russia, it did not arrive in empty territory. The people it found there already had detailed, long-practiced beliefs about the dead, about what happened to bodies when they were buried incorrectly, about what a man who had lived badly might become after death, about the particular danger posed by those who had died by violence or by their own hand. These were not vague superstitions, but working systems of knowledge, passed from grandmother to grandchild, embedded in the rituals surrounding every death in every village. The missionaries who came east bringing the cross and the scripture encountered these beliefs almost immediately, and the encounter was not a simple one. Christianity did not sweep the old fears away. Instead, the two systems of thought moved toward each other over the course of generations, borrowing and lending, until what emerged was something neither purely pagan nor purely Christian, but woven through with both. The new faith brought with it a set of teachings about the body and the grave that turned out to be remarkably easy to reconcile with the old fears. The church held that the body buried in consecrated ground would one day be raised at the Last Judgment, that the physical form of a person, however returned to dust, retained a sacred significance. It required proper burial rites. It required the sacraments. It required internment in blessed earth within a community of the faithful. These were not small administrative matters. They were the conditions under which a person's soul could rest and await that final resurrection. And if you already believed, as the Slavic peoples did, that an improper burial could turn the dead dangerous, then the Church's emphasis on correct burial did not contradict your fears. It confirmed them and gave them a new layer of theological seriousness. A body buried without the rites was now not only a danger to its family, but a soul in genuine spiritual peril, caught between worlds, belonging fully to neither. This convergence of fear and doctrine spread rapidly across the Orthodox lands. From village to village, the message reinforced itself. Burial was not merely a practical matter of disposing of the body, but a spiritual necessity with consequences both temporal and eternal. The Church had given the old anxieties the weight of divine law. Sin and damnation folded into the existing framework with a similar ease. The old pagan beliefs had always held that certain kinds of lives, or certain kinds of deaths, made a person more likely to rise again. A violent man, a man who had wronged his neighbors, someone who had lived outside the moral order of the community. These were people whose deaths warranted extra care. Christianity arrived with its own detailed accounting of sin, its own catalogue of the soul's failures, and it mapped almost perfectly onto what the villagers already feared. A person who had died without receiving last rites was now doubly suspect. The excommunicated were in a particularly strange position in folk belief. The Church used excommunication as its most serious spiritual sanction, cutting a person off from the sacraments and from the community of the faithful. In the folk imagination, this separation had physical consequences. An excommunicated person, it was believed in many regions of the Orthodox world, could not properly decompose after death. The body would remain intact in the grave, neither fully decaying nor fully at rest, because the soul could not depart a body that had been cast out of the Church's care. This belief was specific enough to have a name in Greek tradition, where the body of the excommunicated dead was called a vrikolakas, a creature we will come to in time. But the underlying logic appeared in Slavic traditions as well, in various forms, across a wide geography. The mechanism was understood differently in different places, but the essential fear remained constant, that death without proper spiritual standing could trap a person between worlds, neither alive nor at peace. What this meant in practice was that the priest became a figure of tremendous importance in the drama surrounding death and the dangerous dead. If your neighbor had died strangely, if cattle had sickened, if people in the household had begun wasting away in the weeks after a burial, the person you summoned was not only the village elder or the cunning woman, it was the priest. He could pray over a grave. He could perform additional rites over a body suspected of restlessness. He could, in some traditions, formally release a person from excommunication after death, if the original sentence had been unjust, or if the community appealed on the dead person's behalf. The sacred and the folkloric had grown so close together that they were nearly indistinguishable in the practical life of a village. The priest carried holy water and prayers. The villagers carried garlic and iron. Both understood themselves to be engaged in the same project, keeping the dead where they belonged. This partnership between institutional religion and village custom meant that the priest's authority was bound up with the community's existing fears, neither fully replacing them nor entirely validating them, but moving alongside them in a complex dance that had evolved over generations. There was something quietly powerful in the way these two traditions reinforced each other. Christianity, with its careful theology of the body's resurrection, made the physical remains of a person matter enormously. The grave was not simply a place where something ended. It was a place where something waited. That waiting required the right conditions. And if those conditions were not met, if the person had been wicked, or the burial hasty, or the sacraments absent, then what waited in the grave might not wait quietly. The old Slavic fear of the umpire had always been grounded in this same logic, only in different language. Now it had the weight of the Church behind it, the vocabulary of sin and salvation, the authority of scripture and priest. The creature that had once been explained in terms of a community's obligation to its dead was now also explained in terms of a soul's obligation to God, and a God who might withhold rest from those who had failed him. This gave the vampire, such as it was becoming, a moral dimension it had not quite had before. It was not only dangerous, it was damned. And that, to a medieval Christian village in the Balkans or along the Dnieper River, was perhaps the most frightening thing of all. The priest and the strigoi were bound together in the folk imagination in ways that neither the church nor the village elder could entirely undo. If you lived in a Serbian village in the 16th century and your neighbor died under suspicious circumstances, you did not simply bury him and grieve. Grief was allowed, of course. It was expected. But grief alone was not enough. This was because grief did not protect you from what might come next. The people of Eastern Europe and the broader Slavic world had developed, over many generations, an extraordinarily detailed body of knowledge about how the dead could become dangerous. More importantly, what you could do to prevent it. This knowledge lived not in books, but in the hands of the people who prepared bodies for burial, in the memories of village elders. In the quiet conversations held at the graveside when the priest had said his words and walked away. It was practical knowledge, the kind you pass to your children, the way you passed along how to salt meat for winter or which mushrooms to leave alone in the forest. And it covered everything, from the moment a person drew their last breath to the months afterward when the community remained watchful. The first and most important window of intervention was the burial itself. Many of the protective practices were applied before the body ever went into the ground. This was because it was far easier to prevent a vampire than to deal with one after it had already risen. One of the most widely recorded measures found across Serbian, Bulgarian, Romanian traditions alike was the scattering of millet or poppy seeds into the grave, or sometimes across the path between the grave and the village. The reasoning was rooted in a belief that a vampire, upon waking in its grave, would feel a compulsion so powerful it almost resembled hunger, the need to count every seed it encountered before it could move on. With thousands of tiny seeds scattered around it, the vampire would spend the hours of darkness counting and never finish. By dawn, it would have to return beneath the earth. Some traditions extended this logic even further, placing fishing nets in the coffin, since the creature would be obliged to count every knot before it could leave. There is something almost tender in this idea, that the creature could be outwitted not by strength, but by giving it a task it could not complete. Other precautions addressed the body more directly. Burying the deceased face down was a common measure in several Slavic regions, the logic being that if the dead person did manage to claw upward through the earth, they would be digging in the wrong direction entirely, moving deeper rather than surfacing. The shoes of the corpse were sometimes placed on the wrong feet or turned backward, so that if the dead person walked, it would follow its own footsteps back toward the grave rather than finding its way toward the living. Iron was placed in the coffin or laid across the body. This was because iron was understood in many of these traditions to repel malevolent spirits, a belief old enough to predate Christianity by a considerable distance. Thorns, particularly from hawthorn or blackthorn, were tucked around the body so that any attempt to move would catch and hold. Garlic, which appears in vampire prevention practices across an impressive range of Eastern European cultures, was placed in the mouth, in the pockets of the burial clothes, around the neck, sometimes rubbed directly onto the skin. The smell was thought to be deeply repellent to the returning dead. Garlic's reputation in this regard was so firmly established that it persisted in vampire folklore all the way through to the literary tradition of the 19th century. Stones or coins were placed in the mouth to prevent the corpse from chewing. Since some traditions held that a vampire could begin its predations from inside the grave by gnawing on its own burial shroud, that this chewing produced a kind of plague that spread through the village above. Sewing the mouth shut or pinning the lips closed with thorns addressed the same concern in a more physical way. The coffin lid might be nailed shut with unusual care, or a wooden block positioned beneath the chin to prevent the jaw from moving at all. For those who were considered especially likely to return, the suicide, the excommunicate, the person who had lived in open violation of the community's moral expectations, or the person who had died after a long wasting illness, more serious measures were taken at the time of burial. The body might be staked through the heart before it was placed in the ground, using a stake of hawthorn wood, or in some regional traditions, iron, or in others the wood had to come from a specific tree depending on local custom. This was not considered an act of violence against the deceased, but an act of protection for the community and, in some ways, for the dead person as well, since the stake was understood to pin the soul in place and prevent it from being used by darker forces. In certain Bulgarian and Serbian traditions, the body was buried with a sharp object placed at its side, a sickle, sometimes positioned so that it would cut the throat if the corpse attempted to sit up. Decapitation, in some communities, was performed before burial when the circumstances of death were troubling enough to warrant it, with the head sometimes placed between the legs or beside the body rather than at the neck. If these preventative steps had not been taken, or if they had been taken and had failed, the community faced the harder task of dealing with a vampire already at work. The signs were recognizable to people who knew what to look for. A pattern of sudden illness moving through a household. Dreams of a recently deceased family member who seemed to ask for something. The death of livestock. A general feeling of unease that the village traced back to a particular grave. When suspicion gathered around a specific burial, the community would arrange an exhumation, typically with the involvement of both civil and religious authority, though in practice it was often carried out by the family and neighbors working together. What they looked for in the grave was a body that seemed wrong, too well preserved for the time that had passed, bloated in an unusual way, with color still in the cheeks, or what appeared to be fresh blood around the mouth. They looked for signs that the body had shifted inside the coffin, or that the burial clothes had been disturbed. If these signs were present, the determination was made, and the destruction followed. Staking was performed if it had not already been done. The heart was sometimes removed and burned separately. In the most serious cases, the entire body was burned, with the ashes scattered so that nothing remained to coalesce again. Salt might be spread over the gravesite. Prayers were said, though the prayers in these situations often blended Christian liturgy with older spoken formulas in ways that the more rigorous clergy found uncomfortable, but could not entirely suppress. The variety of these practices across different regions and centuries tells you something important. This was not superstition on the fringes of daily life, but a whole system of knowledge that communities took as seriously as medicine. Greece had its own version of the creature, and the Greeks called it the vrikolakas. The word itself is thought to have traveled into the Greek language from Slavic roots, the same linguistic family that gave Serbian and Bulgarian their own names for the restless dead. And this is fitting, because the vrikolakas shares much of its nature with the Upir and the Strigoi, those northern cousins who haunt the same dark edge of human imagination. And yet the vrikolakas is not simply a borrowed belief with a borrowed name. It took on its own character in the mountains and islands of Greece, shaped by the particular anxieties of Greek village life, by the theology of the Greek Orthodox Church, and by the specific texture of how death was understood in that part of the world. What emerged was something recognizable as a vampire in the broad sense, a dead person who should have stayed dead and did not, but with its own logic, its own rules, and its own way of making itself known to the living. The vrikolakas was a corpse, specifically the body of a person whose soul had not been properly released at death, a person who had been excommunicated from the church, or who had died violently and without the last rites, or who had been buried on unconsecrated ground. In the understanding of the Greek Orthodox tradition, excommunication carried a particular and terrible weight. The Church taught that the body of an excommunicated person could not decompose in the earth, that the ground itself would not receive such a person fully, and that the soul, unable to move on, remained trapped inside the undecaying flesh. This was not a punishment in the folklore sense so much as a consequence, a spiritual condition that left both body and soul in a state of suspension, caught between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. The body would lie in its grave, whole and bloated and wrong, while the thing animating it was neither fully alive nor entirely at rest. And eventually, according to the stories, it would rise. What the vrikolakas did when it rose was distinctive and deeply unsettling in its quietness. It did not always tear at the living or drink blood in the way that later vampire stories would describe. Instead, it came to doors, it knocked, it called out the names of people it had known in life, a husband's name, a child's name, the name of a neighbor it had spoken to every morning for 20 years, and anyone who answered that knock, anyone who opened the door or called back through the darkness, would fall sick and die. This is one of the details that makes the Vrykolakas feel genuinely ancient, because it captures something about grief that is almost too true to look at directly. The dead do call to us, in a sense, and the desire to answer is not always possible to resist. The Vrykolakas also appeared to sleeping people, settling its weight on their chests so that they woke gasping, unable to breathe, a phenomenon familiar across many cultures and now understood as sleep paralysis, but experienced at the time as something pressing down from the outside, something that had come in through a door that should have been locked, and it spread plague. Villages that were already suffering from disease understood the Vrykolakas as both the cause and the explanation, the creature that moved through the streets invisibly, touching people as it passed, leaving sickness in its wake. There is an interesting reversal here from the Slavic tradition, and it is worth sitting with for a moment. In Serbian and Bulgarian belief, the body of a vampire is alarming precisely because it looks too good, too fresh, too full of color, the flesh still supple when it should have turned to dust. The preservation of the body is the sign that something has gone wrong. In Greek belief, it is also the preservation of the body that signals the problem, but the framing is different. The body has not decayed because the earth and the church have both refused it, because the soul is still inside it and will not let it go. The horror is the same, a corpse that will not do what corpses are supposed to do, but the theology wrapped around it is its own. Western European travelers who passed through Greece in the 17th and 18th centuries encountered accounts of the Vrykolakas and found them strange enough to write down, which is part of how those accounts survived. Some of these travelers were skeptical. Others were not quite sure what to make of what they were being told, but the consistency of what they heard across different islands and different regions of the mainland suggests that this was not a story confined to one village or one generation. It was woven into Greek life in a way that made it feel like common knowledge, the kind of thing people passed on, not because it was particularly exciting, but because it was simply true, the way you might pass on information about which plants were poisonous or which roads flooded in the spring. The remedy, when a Vrykolakas was suspected, involved the church. A priest performing specific prayers could sometimes release the soul and allow the body to decompose at last. In more urgent cases, exhumation and destruction of the body were considered necessary. These were not decisions made lightly, because they involved disturbing the dead and acknowledging that something had gone deeply, unusually wrong. But they were made, in village after village, across centuries, by people who had no other framework for what they were experiencing and who acted, as people generally do, with whatever tools they had. The Vrykolakas moved through Greek villages like a rumor. You rarely saw it, but you always heard it had been somewhere nearby. In Yorkshire, toward the end of the 12th century, a monk named William of Newburgh sat down to write a history of England and found himself recording something he could not quite explain. William was an Augustinian canon at the Priory of Newburgh, a careful and methodical man, someone accustomed to weighing evidence and separating reliable accounts from hearsay. His Historia Rerum Anglicarum was a serious chronicle, the kind that educated men passed between themselves and trusted. The chronicle survives in multiple manuscripts, indicating it circulated widely among the educated, which suggests that whatever William wrote, his contemporaries found it credible enough to copy and preserve. Writing in the 12th century meant writing in a world where the boundaries between the seen and unseen were considered permeable, where divine intervention was expected and documented as a matter of routine. Yet even within that context, William's approach to these particular cases demonstrates a distinctive restraint and precision. He was not describing miracles in the traditional sense, not recording visions of saints or manifestations of divine will. He was instead documenting what might be called a community problem, the ordinary dead behaving in ways that caused measurable harm to the living. Yet in its pages, nestled among the records of kings and sieges and the ordinary business of medieval England, William included several accounts of the dead leaving their graves and moving among the living, and he was not apologetic about including them. He introduced these cases with deliberate gravity, explaining that he had gathered them from witnesses whose testimony he found credible. People, O's word. He weighed the same way he'd weigh any other word. One case he described took place in Buckinghamshire, where a man had died and been buried with what seemed like appropriate care. And shortly afterward, his wife began waking in the night with the sensation of a weight pressing down upon her, as though her husband had returned to lie beside her in the dark. Neighbors reported the same visitations. The dead man seemed to pass through the village after nightfall, settling over sleeping people, filling the hours before dawn with a heaviness that didn't lift with morning. The local bishop, Hugh of Lincoln, was consulted, and he wrote a letter of absolution, a kind of formal spiritual pardon, to be placed in the grave with the body. William recorded that after this was done, the disturbances ceased. He offered the account without fully explaining how or why the letter had worked, which is itself a kind of honesty. He wasn't inventing a tidy resolution. He was simply recording what he'd been told. A second case, set near Berwick in the north, followed a man of reportedly poor reputation who had died and been buried, but who seemed, according to townspeople, to be walking again after dark. A plague came over the town, or at least the people of Berwick drew that connection, believing that the wandering dead man and the sickness were part of the same problem. The men of the town eventually dug the body up, cut it apart, and burned the remains, and William recorded that after this was done, the plague passed and the town returned to its ordinary life. These two cases, separated geographically, represented for William different versions of the same underlying crisis. The people involved were not university-trained theologians or educated clerics engaged in abstract doctrinal debate. They were parish priests, neighbors, and farmers, ordinary people whose understanding of death derived from lived experience and community memory rather than from any textual authority. Yet their responses to these disturbances were neither panicked nor chaotic. They were deliberate, structured responses that suggested the threat felt serious enough to warrant coordinated action and intelligible enough that concrete practical intervention might resolve it. There is a plainness to the way he set all of this down that is worth noticing. He didn't frame these accounts as the confused impressions of frightened villagers. He treated the problem as a real problem, and the solution, exhumation, dismemberment, fire, as a real solution, the kind a reasonable community might undertake when the threat was serious enough. What strikes you, if you sit with these accounts for a while, is how closely they follow a pattern that was emerging at exactly the same time in communities across Eastern Europe, in Slavic villages that have no documented connection to Yorkshire or Buckinghamshire or Berwick. The template is almost identical in each place. A person of morally uncertain reputation dies and is buried. The household or the neighborhood begins to suffer. Illness, disturbed sleep, a sense of invisible pressure bearing down, and then someone draws the connection between the suffering and the grave. The body is exhumed. It shows signs that seem wrong, signs that suggest something unfinished rather than something complete. And then the community acts, and the trouble stops. William wasn't drawing on Slavic tradition. He was recording what his English informants described to him, working entirely within the world he knew, and yet the shape of the belief is the same. This isn't a coincidence that requires much untangling. It suggests that these fears grew from shared human experience rather than from any one culture's invention. The experience of watching a disease move through a household, of not understanding why the living kept dying after a particular burial, of feeling at a graveside that the boundary between the living and the dead was more permeable than you'd like it to be. William himself seemed to anticipate the skeptical reader, and he addressed this possibility at the start of his accounts, saying he would rather appear ignorant than dishonest, that he'd rather record what trustworthy people told him than suppress it because it was strange. That is not the voice of someone passing along ghost stories. It's the voice of a chronicler who took his responsibilities seriously and who believed these accounts belonged in a sober record of English life. He included them not because they were remarkable in a theatrical sense, but because they reflected something genuine about the fears his contemporaries carried with them. Fears that shaped how they buried their dead, how they explained their illnesses, and how they understood the distance between a living person and a grave. William of Newburgh was not a man given to credulity, and the fact that he felt compelled to include these stories in his chronicle suggests they were not simply rumours that floated past him, but things that the people around him genuinely believed and feared. In the East Riding of Yorkshire, there is a place called Warren Percy, a village that was abandoned sometime in the 15th century and left to the grass. The stone foundations of its houses are still visible if you walk out across the fields on a clear day, low ridges pressed into the earth where walls once stood, the ghost of a church rising slightly above the rest. It is a quiet place now, the kind of quiet that accumulates over centuries in an empty field. But what archaeologists found beneath that ground, buried carefully and deliberately by the people who once lived there, turned out to be one of the most striking pieces of physical evidence we have for how seriously medieval English communities took the fear of the restless dead. The bones were first excavated from the site decades ago, and for a long time researchers were uncertain what to make of them. There were around 137 bones belonging to at least 10 individuals, and those bones had been treated in ways that were difficult to explain by ordinary burial customs. They had been burned, they had been cut, they had been broken deliberately after death. Some showed marks that suggested the flesh had been removed from them with a blade, and others had been snapped in ways that seemed intentional rather than accidental, the kind of fractures that come from force applied to bone, not from the weight of soil settling over centuries. For a while, the most straightforward interpretation seemed to be that these were the remains of people who had been killed or consumed during a period of famine or violence. That reading made a grim but comprehensible kind of sense. Then, in 2017, a team of researchers published a more careful analysis of the evidence and reached a different conclusion. The pattern of the cuts and breaks, the way the burning had been applied, and the context of the burials themselves all pointed towards something else. These bones, the researchers argued, were most likely the result of deliberate post-mortem mutilation performed on the already dead, not to harm them in life, but to prevent them from returning afterward. The people of Warren Percy, it seemed, had been doing to their own dead exactly what the chronicles of William of Newburgh described happening in the towns and villages he wrote about, dismembering bodies, burning them, and breaking them apart to make sure whatever might animate them could not put them back together again. What makes the Warren Percy evidence particularly striking is the range of people who received this treatment. These were not just the bodies of individuals who had died under obviously suspicious circumstances. Criminals, suicides, those who had led visibly troubled lives. Among the remains were the bones of women, of teenagers, and of children. The community's fear, if that is the right word for what drove them, did not seem to discriminate by age or by any characteristic that modern observers might find predictive of supernatural danger. In the folk understanding of the time, apparently, anyone who died in the wrong way, or at the wrong moment, or simply in a community where something was already going badly wrong, might become a threat to the living. The mutilation was a precaution, and it was applied broadly. This matters because it shifts the way we understand medieval vampire belief in England. It is one thing to read a chronicle written by a monk in a scriptorium, recording second-hand accounts of walking corpses and unusual illnesses. Chronicles can reflect the fears and preoccupations of educated individuals without necessarily telling us what ordinary people were doing in their daily lives. But bones are different. Bones are physical action. Someone in a medieval Yorkshire village looked at the body of a neighbour, or a child, or someone from their own household and made a decision to cut and burn and break those remains before covering them over. That decision required effort, agreement, and purpose. It was not a story told by firelight. It was work. The published research, led by archaeologist Simon Mays and his colleagues at Historic England, was careful to note that the evidence does not allow complete certainty about motivation, but the pattern they identified was consistent with what we know from written sources about revenant fears, and inconsistent with evidence for famine cannibalism or battlefield disposal of the dead. The bones had not been cracked for marrow in the way that typically indicates consumption. The cutting marks followed patterns associated with defleshing, which appears in some burial traditions as a form of secondary treatment of the dead, though here the context suggested something more urgent and more specifically protective. Standing at Warren Percy today, you would have no particular reason to feel anything unusual. The fields are peaceful, the light comes in long and even across the grass, and the ruined church sits quietly at the center of what was once a living community. But somewhere beneath the surface of that ordinary countryside, the evidence of an extraordinary communal anxiety is still present in the broken shapes of old bone. The people who lived there were not simply telling each other frightening stories. They were responding, physically and deliberately, to something they believed was genuinely possible. Something they believed could rise from the earth and come back for them. Someone in Warren Percy was afraid, and they did something about it. They picked up tools and made sure the dead would stay dead. Revised section. The Romanians had a name for it that is perhaps the most famous vampire word in any language outside of vampire itself, strigoi. It is a word that carries an old sound in the mouth, something between Latin and something older still. It has been in use in the villages of Romania for longer than anyone can precisely say. Romania occupies an unusual place in the geography of vampire belief, sitting where the influence of Slavic peoples from the north and east meets the older Latin current that runs through the region's history, the Balkan world pressing in from the south. All of these currents shaped Romanian folklore. The strigoi is the creature that came out of that meeting, not a simple import from one tradition or another, but something that grew in the particular soil of that place and carries the marks of every influence that shaped it. Some scholars have traced the word strigoi to the Latin strix, a creature from classical antiquity that could shift its form and feed on the living. Others have noted connections to Slavic terms for spirits and the restless dead. What seems clear is that the word, like the belief itself, is a layering of meanings accumulated over centuries of contact and cultural exchange. The strigoi represents a vocabulary developed to name a particular kind of danger, one that emerged from the specific anxieties and observations of Romanian village life. What makes the strigoi especially interesting? Somewhat different from the vampires of Slavic tradition already discussed, is that Romanian belief recognized two distinct kinds. There was the strigoi viu, which translates roughly as the living strigoi, the strigoi mort, the dead one. The strigoi viu was a person still walking around, still eating supper and going to market, who nonetheless possessed a dangerous quality that set them apart. During sleep, it was believed, their soul could leave their body and move through the night in ways that harmed others, draining the vitality of neighbors, spoiling cattle, causing illness to settle into a household. A strigoi viu might not know what they were. They might wake in the morning feeling tired and strange, unaware of where their spirit had been. or they might know very well and use the knowledge with intent. Either way, their neighbors watched them carefully. This was because a Strigoi who died would very likely become a Strigoi mort. That was a much more immediate and physical problem. The Strigoi mort was a reanimated corpse. Romanian tradition was quite specific about who was at risk of becoming one. Red hair was considered a mark of danger, something in the coloring that set a person apart from ordinary fate. Being born with a caul, the thin membrane that sometimes covers an infant's face at birth, was another sign, a gift that could become a curse depending on how the life that followed it was lived. Seventh sons, twins, and children who died before they could be baptized were all believed to carry an elevated risk of returning. People who had taken their own lives were considered almost certain to rise again, the circumstances of their death leaving some part of them unresolved and unwilling to depart. In all of these cases, the Romanian understanding was that something about the person's entry into life, or their exit from it, had left them incompletely finished, and incompleteness, in this tradition, was what the grave could not hold. The concept of incompleteness extended beyond mere circumstance. It was understood as a spiritual condition, a kind of tear in the natural order that could not be mended by death alone. Rituals were often performed at the time of death to ensure that all necessary transitions had occurred. If these rituals were incomplete, poorly performed, or somehow inadequate to the particular circumstances of the person's life, the dead might remain tethered to the world of the living. This was not punishment in a moral sense, but rather the natural consequence of an unfinished passage. The soul caught between states, unable to fully depart. When a Strigoi mort left its grave, it came home first. That is the detail that runs through Romanian accounts of this creature most consistently. It is the same domestic orientation that appears in Slavic vampire belief. The Strigoi did not travel to distant villages looking for strangers. It went back to the people it had known, to the house where it had lived, to the family it had eaten meals with. It might appear in a recognizable form, even speak, even seem for a moment like the person who had been buried. And then the people in that house would begin to sicken. One would develop a persistent cough. Another would lose weight steadily. A child would stop sleeping and grow pale. The illness moved through the family slowly, the way a Strigoi was understood to move, patiently, returning, night after night, taking a little more each time. The Strigoi mort was also believed capable of changing its shape, moving through the dark in the form of a dog or a cat or something smaller still. Something that could slip through a gap under a door or through a window left slightly open. In Romanian villages, the person who knew how to deal with this was not always the priest, though the priest had his role. There was often a woman, sometimes called a wise woman, sometimes understood by a regional term that varied from one part of the country to another, who held the practical knowledge of how to identify a Strigoi and what to do about it. She knew which signs at a grave to watch for, that herbs and preparations might slow or stop the creature's activity, under what circumstances an exhumation was warranted. She was not a figure on the margins of the village. She was consulted, her knowledge respected, her judgment trusted in the way that a doctor's judgment might be trusted in a later era. The existence of this role in Romanian folklife tells you how seriously and how practically the threat was taken. This was not a fear that people held at arm's length as a story to tell by firelight. It was a fear they had organized community knowledge around. Transylvania, the mountainous region of northwestern Romania, is of course the landscape most associated with vampires in the wider world, partly because Bram Stoker set his famous novel there in 1897. It is worth saying gently that the Transylvania of Stoker's imagination was shaped as much by German travel writing and his own research in the British Museum as it was by any direct encounter with Romanian folklore. But strigoi belief was genuinely present in Transylvania, as it was throughout Romania. This was because Transylvania was and is a Romanian place in its underlying folk traditions, even as its history placed it under Hungarian and later Habsburg rule for many centuries. The strigoi of Transylvania was recognizable to a Romanian from Wallachia or Moldavia, the same creature, the same fears, the same accumulated knowledge of how to put it to rest. The strigoi was not simply a monster from a story. It was a shadow that could fall over any family. It came from inside that family. That is perhaps why Romanian villages took such elaborate care to make sure their dead were truly, permanently gone. The strigoi was not the only creature of this kind in Romanian tradition. It shared its world with several close relations, each one slightly different, and each one believed in just as firmly. One of the closest of these relations was the moroi, a word that carried slightly different meanings depending on where in Romania you happen to be asking about it. In some regions, the moroi was understood to be the restless spirit of a child who had died before baptism, a soul that had entered the world without being properly received into it, and so could not leave it cleanly either. In other traditions, the moroi described something closer to a vampire in its earliest stage, a recently dead person who had begun to stir but had not yet fully risen, something part-way between a ghost and a corporate eel threat. There were also accounts that used the word to describe male vampires specifically, drawing a distinction that most outsiders to the tradition would not have thought to make. What all of these uses had in common was the sense of incompleteness. The moral was a being caught between states, neither fully at rest nor fully dangerous, hovering in the uncertain space that Romanian folk belief took great care to map and name. The unbaptized child as moral was a particularly sorrowful figure in this tradition. A child who died without the rite was not damned in the way a sinful adult might be, but it was unfinished, and unfinished things in this worldview had a tendency to wander. Mothers who lost infants before baptism sometimes performed small protective rituals at the graveside, out of cruelty toward the child, but out of a kind of grief-stricken practicality. They wanted the child to rest. They knew that without help it might not. That tenderness is worth noticing. This was because it reminds you that Romanian vampire belief was not simply a system of fear. It was also a system of care, a set of practices built around the hope that the dead could be helped toward peace, rather than simply stopped. The pricolici was a different kind of creature entirely. It brought with it a whole separate thread of Romanian folk imagination, where the strigoi and the moroi were connected to blood, to the grave, to the slow predation of family members. The pricolici was associated with transformation, specifically with the idea that the soul of a violent or wicked man might become a wolf after death, or that certain people possessed the ability to shift between human and wolf form even while living. In some accounts, the pricolici was simply a werewolf, a living person with an affliction of that kind. In others, it was more specifically the spirit of someone who had died in a state of unresolved violence, a man whose anger had been so consuming in life that it could not settle even in death, who roam, in animal form attacking livestock, and occasionally people, before eventually fading away. The distinction between a pricolici and a strigoi was not always sharp at the edges. A person might be described as capable of becoming either, depending on which features of their death or life seemed most relevant to the teller of the story. This blurring was not a sign of confusion in the tradition, but of the way living folklore actually works, where categories are fluid and local knowledge fills in the gaps differently from one valley to the next. In the mountain villages of Transylvania, a creature might be described in terms that a villager from Wallachia would recognize only partially, each community having developed its own specific vocabulary for the same underlying anxieties. What remained? Consistent across all of these regional variations, was the basic conviction that the dead were not simply gone, that certain conditions, a life badly lived, a death badly managed, a soul improperly released, could keep them present in ways that the living needed to address. The Strigoi view, the living Strigoi, reminds you that this tradition did not locate danger only in the grave. A living person suspected of being a Strigoi view might seem entirely ordinary by day, going about their work in the fields or the market, while at night, according to the belief, their soul separated from their sleeping body and went out to do harm. Neighbors who noticed that someone seemed unusually tired in the mornings, or who found their own livestock sickening without explanation, might quietly begin to wonder. The accusation did not always come with evidence that could be examined or weighed. It came with pattern, with the slow accumulation of misfortune and the need to give that misfortune a face. Taken together, these creatures represent something remarkable, a complete folk cosmology of the dead and the half-dead, built up over centuries in a landscape where the boundary between living and dying could feel very thin indeed. In 1725, in a small Serbian village called Kisilova, that now sits in modern-day Serbia near the Danube, a man named Peter Plagojewicz died, and that should have been the end of it. He was a villager, an ordinary man, and he had lived and died in the way that ordinary men did in small communities along that part of the Danube, quietly, without particular ceremony, leaving behind a wife, a son, and whatever small trace of himself he had pressed into the daily life of his neighbors. The village buried him, and the community moved forward the way communities always must. But within a matter of weeks, something began to happen in Kisilova that the people living there could not explain and could not endure. One villager fell suddenly and terribly ill, and then another still. People died in the space of a few weeks, each of them wasting away after an illness that came on with startling speed. Each of them, according to the accounts that were later written down, claiming in their final days that Peter Plagojewicz had come to them in the night. He had appeared at the edge of their sleep, they said, and pressed down on them, and when they woke they were already beginning to die. The surviving inhabitants of Kisilova reached the only conclusion that their tradition offered them. They went to the local Habsburg administrator, a man named Frombold, and they told him what they believed, that Plagojewicz had become a vampire, that he was rising from his grave and visiting the village, and that unless something was done, there would be no one left to bury. Frombold was a bureaucrat, a representative of the Habsburg imperial administration, a man who had not come to this corner of Serbia to adjudicate matters of the supernatural. He wrote afterward that he tried to calm the villagers, that he urged them to wait for the local Orthodox priest and for a proper imperial order before any action was taken. But the people of Kisilova were past the point of waiting. They were frightened in the deep and settled way of people who believe they understand exactly what is killing them, and no administrator from Vienna was going to persuade them otherwise. Frombold, finding himself genuinely unable to prevent what was about to happen, decided instead to witness it and write it down. He was present, he noted in his report, against his better judgment, because the alternative was to leave the villagers entirely unsupervised in what they were about to do. On September 13th, 1725, the people of Kisilova organized themselves with grim purpose. They brought tools to the cemetery and enlisted the help of both villagers and the local Orthodox priest, who had finally arrived. The grave was marked clearly, and the work of opening it was performed methodically, as though by unsealing the earth they might finally seal their fate. Word had spread to neighboring villages, and a gathering of curious and frightened onlookers watched as the grave was excavated. The anticipation was thick and terrible, the kind that attaches to a moment when people believe they are about to have proof of something they already know to be true. What they did was open the grave. Plagojewicz had been dead for approximately 10 weeks when they lifted him from the earth, and what the gathered villagers and the reluctant administrator found there became the detail that would travel farthest, the detail that newspapers would repeat, and scholars would argue over, and readers across Europe would carry with them into their sleep. The body showed almost no sign of decomposition. The flesh was described as supple, the features recognizable, the hair and nails appearing to have continued growing since the burial. Around the mouth there was what appeared to be fresh blood, still wet, as though the man had fed recently. Frombold, who had every reason to be skeptical and who described himself as deeply uncomfortable with everything that was hap, Enning, wrote that he could not deny what he had seen with his own eyes. The villagers took no time to deliberate. They drove a sharpened stake through the body, and those who were close enough reported hearing something, a sound from the throat, described as resembling a groan, accompanied by what appeared to be a rush of blood. Then they took the body and burned it, reducing to ash everything that had so recently appeared so disturbingly alive. And the dying in Kiselova stopped. In the days that followed, the village gradually returned to a state that might have been called normal, though the memory of what had occurred would never truly fade from the collective consciousness of those who had witnessed it. No further deaths occurred. The illness that had claimed 9 lives did not claim a 10th. Whatever had been feeding on the community of Kiselova, or whatever the community had believed was feeding on it, appeared to have been satisfied by the destruction of Peter Plogojewicz's remains. The villagers who had driven the stake and lit the pyre had acted on convictions that were rooted in centuries of folk tradition, yet the results they experienced seemed to validate those convictions in the most tangible way possible. Frombold wrote his report with the careful, slightly uncomfortable tone of a man who is documenting something he does not entirely know how to categorize. He recorded the villagers' testimony. He recorded what he himself had observed, and he sent the document up through the Habsburg administrative channels, where it passed from desk to desk until it eventually made its way into the hands of people who understood that it was not simply a local matter. The report was detailed and official, bearing the weight of imperial bureaucracy, signed by a man whose job was to observe and record accurately, and it described the exhumation of a vampire. It described a preserved body with blood at the mouth. It described a staking and a groan and a burning, and it did all of this in the dry, procedural language of a government document. The document traveled through Vienna's administrative hierarchy with the inevitability of water flowing downhill, gathering attention at each level. Officials read it with the kind of careful attention they gave to matters that might require explanation to their superiors. Copies were made and distributed. Discussion occurred in rooms where men of education and authority contemplated what meaning should be drawn from Frombold's meticulous observations. When that report reached the newspapers of Vienna, and from there moved into German-language journals and eventually into French and English publications, it created a kind of quiet alarm that was different in character from the unease produced by folklore or by rumor. A traveller's tale about vampire beliefs in a remote Serbian village was one thing. Educated European readers in the early 18th century could receive such a thing with some detachment, could place it in a comfortable category of provincial superstition and move on. But this was something else. This was an official Habsburg administrative report. This was a named imperial officer attesting to what he had personally witnessed. The body had been fresh. The blood had been real. The groan had been heard by multiple witnesses, including Frombold himself. There was no comfortable category into which this document could be slipped. Scholars who read it found themselves in the strange position of having to either dismiss the testimony of a credible imperial official or accept that something had happened in Kiselova in 1725 that their education had not prepared them to explain. Neither option was entirely comfortable, and that discomfort, spreading outward from desk to desk and reader to reader, was what made the Plogojewicz case matter beyond the village where it had begun. When Frombold's report reached the newspapers of Vienna and beyond, it was not read as folklore. It was read as news, and Europe paid attention. A few years after the Plogojewicz affair, in a village called Medvedja, not far from where that case had unfolded, a soldier named Arnold Paule came home from his years of service in the Balkans, carrying something he could not put down. He had been stationed, at some point during his service, in the region around Kosovo in Ottoman-held territory, and it was there, according to what he told people after his return, that he believed a vampire had found him. He said he had been visited at night in the way that people in those lands described, the pressing weight, the sense of something drawing the life out of him while he slept. He was specific about what he had done in response, and the specificity of it is one of the things that stayed with the people who heard him. He said he had gone to the grave of the vampire he suspected and eaten a handful of the soil from it, and that he had also rubbed himself with the blood from the corpse, which was the remedy that the local tradition recommended for someone who had been touched by one of the undead. Whether those measures worked, he could not say with certainty. But he came home and seemed, for a time, to be a perfectly ordinary young man. He was quiet about it with most people, though apparently not entirely silent. He settled in Medvedja, worked the land, and seems to have been on good terms with his neighbors. Then, sometime around 1726, he died. The circumstances were accidental. He fell from a hay wagon, according to the accounts, and the injuries killed him within a few days. His neighbors buried him and turned their attention back to their own lives, the way people have to do. Within a matter of weeks, things began to go wrong. 4 people died in quick succession, each of them complaining before death of something pressing on them in the night, a weight that left them weakened and breathless. The deaths were sudden enough and close enough together that the village began to talk, and the talk turned, as it did in that region during that era, toward Arnold Paule. People remembered what he had said about being attacked by a vampire. They began to wonder whether his remedy had actually worked, or whether the thing that had touched him in the night had followed him home in some form and was now working through him. 40 days after his burial, the villagers petitioned their local authorities and received permission to open the grave. What they found there was reported afterward in the kind of language that recurs in these accounts. The body appeared fresh. The flesh had not decomposed in the way they expected. There was blood visible in the mouth and around the lips, and when they drove a stake through the chest, a sound came from the body that those present described as a groan. They also reported that blood flowed freely from the wound. The body was then burned, along with the 4 people who had died and were now suspected of having become vampires themselves through Paole's influence. That should, by the internal logic of the tradition, have settled the matter. And for a few years it seemed to. But then, around 1731 and into 1732, more people in Medvedja began to die. 17 deaths over a relatively short period in a small community with the same cluster of symptoms, a wasting illness, complaints of being visited at night, sudden failure. The local officials reported the situation upward through the Habsburg administrative chain, and this time the response was more formal. A team was assembled that included Johann Flukinger, a military surgeon, along with several other medical officers and military personnel. They arrived in Medvedja in January of 1732 and conducted what can only be described as an investigation, working through the graves of the recent dead in a methodical way and recording what they found. The Flukinger report, which was completed and submitted in early 1732, is a document of genuine historical strangeness. It is written in the measured, bureaucratic tone of an official military report. Dates, names, observations recorded in sequence, and what it describes sits in sharp contrast to that tone. Flechinger and his colleagues exhumed 13 bodies. They noted the condition of each one, recording details about the state of the flesh, the organs, and the blood. Several of the bodies, they wrote, were in a condition that seemed inconsistent with the time that had passed since burial. One was described as having blood in the heart and lungs that appeared fresh and uncongealed. Others showed what the surgeons called new skin forming beneath the older layer having slipped away. A child of about 8 years old, who had died not long before, was noted as showing signs they found difficult to account for. For those bodies that showed these signs, the team followed protocol. They drove stakes through the hearts, decapitated the corpses, and burned the remains. The bodies judged to have decomposed normally were reburied without intervention. The report noted all of this in the same even register it used to note dates and measurements. What made the Flechinger report so significant was not simply what it described, but who had written it. The Plogojovicz case had been documented by a Habsburg administrator, a civilian official. This was different. Flechinger was a medical officer, a man trained in anatomy and surgery, operating under military authority and writing for military superiors. His report carried institutional weight of a different kind. When it was submitted to Vienna and subsequently made available to a wider readership, which happened fairly quickly, as reports of this kind had a way of circulating, it was not easy to dismiss on the grounds that it came from frightened villagers or credulous local officials. These were men who opened bodies for a living and wrote about what they found in clinical language. And what they had found, they said, was this. The report circulated across Germany and Austria in printed form and was taken up in newspapers and journals. It reached France, where educated readers encountered it alongside their philosophy and their theology. The timing was significant. This was the early years of the Enlightenment, a period when educated Europeans were increasingly inclined to subject old beliefs to rational scrutiny. And yet here was a document that subjected vampire belief to exactly that scrutiny and had not come back with a simple denial. The surgeons had not written that they found nothing unusual. They had written, in the careful language of their profession, that certain bodies had exhibited characteristics they could not fully explain within their existing framework. There were those who read the report and concluded that the investigators had simply not known enough about decomposition, that what they described as signs of vampirism were in fact normal, if unfamiliar, stages of a body's return to Earth. This argument would be made more systematically in the years that followed, but at the moment of the report's first circulation, it created something genuinely unusual. A document from the Habsburg military establishment that treated the vampire not as folklore but as a subject of official inquiry, and that had reached no comfortable conclusion. The names of the people exhumed in Medvedja are recorded in the report. Milita, Joachim, Rusha, Stana, several others, adults and children both. Reading them now, across 3 centuries, they are quiet names. The names of people who died of illness in a small village in the Serbian borderlands and then found themselves at the center of an argument that swept across Europe. Arnold Powell himself was not exhumed in the 1732 investigation. His body had already been dealt with years before, but his name ran through the whole proceeding, the original cause, the soldier who had come home from the south with a story that the village had never quite finished hearing. The Flechinger report was signed, sealed, and sent to Vienna, where it sat at the intersection of military bureaucracy and the supernatural, and for a while it made both feel equally real. The vampire did something in the 1730s that no folk creature had quite managed before. It forced serious scholars to take a position. The reports coming out of Serbia and the surrounding Habsburg territories were not the kind of thing that educated Europeans could simply set aside. This was because the people who had written them were not villagers speaking through interpreters or traveling monks with an appetite for the strange. They were Austrian military officers and trained physicians, men whose professional credibility rested on careful observation. They had put their names to documents describing bodies that bled when staked, flesh that resisted decay after months in the ground, communities in genuine terror of their own dead. When those documents moved through the post and appeared in German and French journals, the learned world found itself in an uncomfortable position. You could dismiss a rumor from a distant province, but it was considerably harder to dismiss a signed report from a surgeon in the Imperial Army. The debate that followed was one of the stranger episodes in the history of European intellectual life, a moment when the questions ordinarily reserved for theology and natural philosophy converged on the body of a dead Serbian peasant. Serious men wrote serious pages trying to determine what, exactly, was happening in those village graveyards. Theologians asked whether the devil could truly animate a corpse. Physicians asked whether some condition of the soil or the climate might account for unusual preservation. Philosophers asked what it meant that the evidence, such as it was, seemed to hold together even under scrutiny. The uncertainty was genuine. You can feel it in the writing of the period, a kind of reluctant engagement, as if the scholars themselves wished the question had never been raised and yet could not quite bring themselves to walk away from it. Into this debate stepped Dom Augustin Calmet, a Benedictine monk and biblical scholar of considerable reputation in France, a man who had spent most of his life writing careful, methodical commentaries on scripture and who was not, by any ordinary measure, the kind of person you would expect to find writing about vampires. His treatise, published in 1746, was titled in the careful language of its time. It was not a sensational work. Calmet gathered the available accounts, examined the testimony, considered the theological arguments on multiple sides, wrote with the patience of someone who genuinely did not know what to conclude. He was not a credulous man, but neither was he willing to simply declare the whole matter an illusion. This was because the reports were too numerous and too consistent, and had come from too many independent sources for easy dismissal. He noted that the Church's own teachings about the body and the soul created a kind of theoretical space in which something like vampirism was at least conceivable, without committing himself to the claim that it was real. Voltaire, who had little patience for what he regarded as the superstitions of the age, took a sharper view and used the vampire controversy as a vehicle for some of his most pointed mockery of both the Church and popular credulity, suggesting that the real vampires of Europe were the tax collectors and the clergy rather than the dead men of Serbia. His wit was characteristic, and it landed. But even Voltaire's ridicule did not quite put the matter to rest. This was because the problem with dismissing the evidence was that you had to explain it rather than simply wave it away. The natural explanations available in the 1740s were not always satisfying. Calmet's book went through multiple editions and translations. That tells you that the people buying it were not just amused, they were genuinely unsure what to think. Most of what vampire hunters saw when they opened a grave was the natural business of a body returning to earth. But they did not know that. What they saw was genuinely alarming if you did not know what to expect. When a group of villagers came together in the weeks or months after a burial, carrying their tools and their fear in equal measure, they were not imagining what they found. The body in front of them looked wrong to them, wrong in ways that seemed, given everything they already believed, to confirm the very worst. A body that had been underground for several weeks, or even several months depending on the season and the soil, could appear swollen and full, its belly and face rounded in a way that suggested nourishment rather than decay. This was the work of gases produced deep inside the body as the natural processes of decomposition advanced. Those gases had nowhere to go, so they gathered and pressed outward, giving the corpse the look of something that had recently fed. In a cold winter burial, when the ground held the body at low temperatures, that swelling could take months to fully develop. So the body unearthed in early spring might seem almost freshly dead, the skin still holding color, the limbs still carrying a suggestion of softness rather than the rigid dryness people expected. If you had come to the grave believing that the man inside it had been rising at night to visit his neighbors, a body like that would have felt like proof. It would have been very difficult to stand over it and feel anything other than certainty. There was more, and each additional thing seemed to add another layer to the story the body was telling. As decomposition moves forward, a reddish fluid, sometimes described in the old accounts as fresh, liquid blood, seeps from the mouth and nose. It is not blood in the way that living blood is blood, but it carries that color. It pools in ways that must have seemed, to someone who had not witnessed this before, like evidence that the body had been drinking. The skin, meanwhile, begins to slip and separate from the layers beneath it. This process can create the appearance of new, tender skin forming underneath the old, as if something living is emerging, as though the body is renewing itself rather than dissolving. Hair and fingernails, too, seemed to the people gathered around the grave to have continued their growth after death. This was not hallucination or wishful horror, but a simple optical effect. As the skin draws back and dries and pulls away from the root, the nails and the hair appear longer than they were at the time of burial, revealed rather than grown, but indistinguishable from growth if you did not understand the mechanism. And then there was the moment when a stake was driven into the body. A sound came out, a low, hollow groan, unmistakable and deeply unsettling, which was nothing more than the gases that had accumulated inside the torso escaping rapidly upward through the throat and past the vocal cords, as they would past any narrow opening under pressure. To the people holding the stake in a graveyard, having come there specifically because they believed this man was not entirely dead, that sound must have landed somewhere beyond fear. It confirmed everything. The soil itself played a role in all of this. The variation across different landscapes explains why some bodies seemed far more vampiric than others. A burial in sandy, well-aerated soil moved toward full decomposition relatively quickly. A body exhumed there after 3 months would look like what everyone expected death to look like. But a burial in cold, heavy clay, or in ground that stayed frozen well into the year, could hold a body in a state of apparent suspension for a very long time. The low temperature and the dense soil slowing the work of bacteria almost to a standstill. Those were the bodies that generated the most powerful and lasting stories. This was because they seemed to offer the clearest evidence. In some cases, they were not wrong, but the body looked different from what they had been led to expect. They were simply missing the explanation for why. None of this makes the people who opened those graves credulous or simple. They were working with the information they had. That was gathered from their own experience and the accumulated knowledge of their communities. That knowledge was, in nearly every other area of their lives, reliable and hard-won. They knew their soil and their seasons and their animals and their neighbors. They did not know what happened inside a sealed coffin because no tradition of systematic study had yet told them. So they read the signs in front of them the way they read every other kind of sign, carefully, serio, isly. In the context of everything else they already understood about the world. The body, left alone in the dark, told a story that made a kind of terrible sense to everyone gathered around the grave. And they were not foolish people for believing it. In rural New England, in the late years of the 18th century, and well into the 19th, tuberculosis moved through families the way a fire moves through dry timber. It did not take everyone at once. It took them one at a time, which was in some ways worse. A slow, patient destruction that could stretch across months or even years, leaving the survivors just enough time to grieve one person before the next one began to fade. The disease was called consumption then, a word that captured something true about its nature, because it did seem to consume its victims from within, hollowing them out gradually, leaving them pale and thin and translucent looking, as though the person you had known was being slowly erased. They would lose weight, they could not recover, they would sweat through their bedclothes in the night and wake exhausted. They would cough, a cough that deepened over weeks and months until it brought up blood, bright and alarming against a white handkerchief. And then, after all of that, they would die. The communities where this happened were not superstitious backwaters. New England in the 19th century was a literate, church-going, post-Enlightenment society. People who read newspapers, who had ministers and doctors, who were perfectly aware that the modern world had arrived. And yet when tuberculosis moved through a family, taking one member after another in what seemed like a purposeful sequence, the explanation that rose up from somewhere very old and very deep was not always a medical one. The folk logic was straightforward enough, and in the absence of germ theory, it was not entirely unreasonable. Something was feeding on this family. The first person died, and then the second person sickened, and then a third, and the grief and the fear were indistinguishable from each other. And someone, perhaps a neighbor, perhaps an older relative who remembered an older way of thinking about these things, would suggest that the one who had died first might not be entirely finished. The belief that circulated in parts of Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and other New England states held that a person who had died of consumption could, in certain circumstances, continue to draw sustenance from the living members of their family. They did not need to rise from the grave or walk the roads at night. They simply continued, somehow, in their cold resting place, and the family continued to sicken around them. The way to stop this was to go to the grave, open it, and examine what was inside. If the organs, and particularly the heart, still held liquid blood, that was taken as the sign. A body that had been dead for some time and still contained what looked like fresh blood was, in the understanding of the people performing this examination, still active in some terrible sense. It had not finished. It was still consuming. The heart would be removed. It would be burned, sometimes on a flat stone, sometimes in an iron pot, and the smoke from that burning was thought to carry a kind of remedy. Surviving family members who were ill might be brought to stand in the smoke and breathe it in. In some accounts, the ashes were mixed with water or some other liquid and given to the sick to drink. The logic was the same as it had always been, across centuries and across the ocean. Destroy the source, and the harm stops. Burn what is feeding, and the living might recover. What the people who performed these exhumations did not know, and what would not be understood until Robert Koch identified the tuberculosis bacterium in 1882, was that the disease was caused by a microorganism spreading between people through the air, through coughs and shared breath and close contact. The family members who sickened after the first death were not being preyed upon by a revenant. They had been infected by the same bacterium, possibly before the first person even died, and the illness was simply progressing through them on its own natural schedule. The dead had nothing to do with it, except that the dead had once been sick in the same house, breathing the same air. But the appearance of the thing, the way it moved, one by one, through people who loved each other and lived together, was almost impossible to distinguish, without that knowledge, from something deliberate. And the bodies, when they were exhumed, sometimes seemed to confirm the fear. A person buried in the cold New England winter, in ground that was nearly frozen, might be remarkably preserved when the grave was opened in early spring. The blood in the heart might not have fully congealed in the way people expected. The body might look, to grieving and frightened eyes, as though it had not really given up. Researchers who have gone back through town records, diaries, newspaper accounts, and family histories have documented at least a dozen cases in which this practice was carried out in 19th century New England. And those are only the cases that left some written trace. The actual number was almost certainly higher. Most of these events were not reported in newspapers at the time. They were quietly managed within the community, known to the neighbors who gathered, kept out of the public record by people who understood, perhaps, that the wider world might find the practice difficult to explain. In some cases, local physicians were present and recorded their unease. In others, the minister was involved or conspicuously absent. The documentation, where it exists, tends to be spare and matter of fact, as though the people writing it were not quite sure how to frame what they had witnessed and settled on simply describing it. This was happening, it is worth pausing to appreciate, in the same decades that saw the Industrial Revolution reshaping the American economy, that saw railroads crossing the continent, that saw photography and telegraphy and the beginnings of modern medicine. The vampire belief did not live in a sealed-off past. It lived alongside all of those things, in the same towns, in the same families. The vampire of New England wore no cape and slept in no castle. It lay in a churchyard in Connecticut or Rhode Island, and according to those who loved the family it was destroying, it was still hungry. George Brown of Exeter, Rhode Island, buried his wife in 1883 and kept going, the way a farmer has to keep going. Then he buried his oldest daughter, and then the sickness came for his son Edwin. The disease that moved through his family was tuberculosis, though in Exeter in the 1880s, most people still called it consumption, a word that described precisely what it felt like to watch someone die of it. They were being used up from within, hollowed out slowly, the colour leaving their face over the course of months until they were pale and thin and then gone. Mary Brown had died of it. Not long after her, Mary Olive, the oldest daughter, who had watched her mother decline and then followed the same path herself. George kept his farm and kept his other children moving forward in the particular way that grief requires when there is still work to be done. But Edwin had begun to cough. Consumption was the leading cause of death in America in the 19th century, and it moved through communities with a grim inevitability that created a kind of terror in the American imagination. The medical understanding of how it spread, through the airborne particles released when the sick coughed, through shared living spaces and close contact, was not yet widely known or accepted in rural communities. The disease was still largely a mystery, something that seemed to follow family lines, to appear without warning, to take the young and the old with an indifference that suggested forces beyond the merely biological. It would not be until Robert Koch's identification of the tubercle bacillus in 1882 that physicians would begin to understand the disease's true mechanism. Ledge travelled slowly to places like Exeter, and it competed with explanations that had deeper roots in the soil of folk belief. The neighbours in Exeter noticed. The neighbours knew what a cough meant in a family that had already lost 2 women to the same disease. What they thought they knew was not quite what a physician would have told them, but it was what generations of New England folk belief had taught them to think, that someone in that family was not resting, that someone in that ground was still drawing from the living. The way this kind of sickness had always seemed to move from one person to the next, following bloodlines the way water follows a channel. In the centuries before germ theory, such beliefs had provided a framework for understanding suffering that made a kind of intuitive sense. If someone was wasting away, if their blood was being drained by the disease, if the dead seemed to follow their living relatives into the grave, then perhaps the dead were still somehow present, still somehow feeding. The remedy, in this way of thinking, was as logical as the diagnosis. Remove the threat, stop the exchange between the living and the dead, prevent the consumption from continuing its work. George Brown was not a man given to this kind of thinking, by most accounts. The local physician, a Dr. Harold Metcalf, was skeptical as well, and attended primarily to document whatever was found, rather than because he believed in what was being proposed. But the community had been persistent. In the particular social world of a small Rhode Island town, a man did not easily refuse the people who were his only neighbors and his only support. So in March of that year, in the cold early days of the month, George Brown gave his consent and the graves were opened. Mary Brown's body, nearly a decade in the earth, had returned to the earth in the way that bodies do. There was nothing in what remained of her that anyone could have called alarming. Mary Olive had decomposed in the ordinary way as well. The people gathered at the cemetery moved from her grave to the last one. That was not precisely a grave at all, but an above-ground receiving vault of the kind used in winters too cold for digging, where a coffin could rest until the ground thawed enough to accept it. Mercy Brown had died in January of 1892, just 2 months before. Her body had spent those 2 months in the frozen vault rather than in the soil. When they opened the coffin, what they found was a body that appeared, to the people gathered there, to be in a state no body should be in after 2 months. The flesh had not darkened and collapsed the way the others had. There was colour in her face. When Dr. Metcalf examined her, he found that her heart still held liquid blood, a detail he attributed in his notes to the cold temperatures of the vault. That had slowed the ordinary processes considerably. The people around him drew a different conclusion, the same conclusion that people in a dozen New England towns had drawn in similar circumstances over the previous century. She was still consuming, still feeding on what remained of her family. In the accounts that survive from that day, what strikes the modern reader is how certain everyone seemed in their interpretation. The evidence was not ambiguous to them. The liquid blood, the preservation of the flesh, the rosy colour in the cheeks, these were not signs of the vault's protective cold, but signs of an unnatural persistence. Mercy Brown, despite being dead for 2 months, despite being laid in a coffin of her own, was somehow still present in her body in a way that threatened the living. The logic was internally consistent, even if it rested on premises that were already becoming scientifically obsolete. They removed Mercy's heart and burned it on a nearby stone. They gathered the ashes into a preparation that Edwin, who was gravely ill and perhaps willing to try anything that might help, was given to drink. A reporter from the Providence Journal attended the exhumation and wrote about it. That is why we know as much as we do about that cold March morning and about what the people of Exeter believed they were doing when they opened Mercy Brown's coffin. The story ran and was read and remarked upon, and then the world moved on, the way it does. Whether Bram Stoker ever read that particular account is not known with certainty, though scholars have noted that he was familiar with the broader tradition of New England vampire belief and was gathering material in those same years for the novel he would publish in 1897, a novel that would make the word vampire mean something quite different to the world than it had ever meant in a small Rhode Island town. Edwin Brown died in May of 1892, 2 months after his sister's heart had been burned and given to him as medicine. With him, the last chapter of the American vampire story quietly closed. In the 20th century, as scholars and doctors looked back at centuries of vampire belief, a few of them asked a different question than the folklorists had been asking. The folklorists had been asking where the stories came from, which cultures carried them, how they changed as they traveled from one village to the next. The medical researchers asked something else, whether there was a disease, or more than one disease, quietly running underneath all of it, providing the raw symptoms that frightened communities then dressed in the language of the supernatural. It was a reasonable question, and some of the answers were genuinely interesting, even if none of them turned out to be the whole story. The theory that attracted the most attention, at least in popular accounts, was the one connecting vampire belief to a group of rare genetic blood disorders called the porphyrias. Porphyrias are conditions in which the body has difficulty producing a particular component of hemoglobin, and the result is a buildup of molecules called porphyrins in the tissues, the skin, and in some forms even in the teeth. The symptoms of certain porphyrias read, on the surface, like a description pulled from vampire folklore: extreme sensitivity to sunlight, sometimes to the point where brief exposure causes the skin to blister and scar, a reddish or brownish discoloration of the teeth, and in some cases neurological disturbances that can alter behavior and affect sleep. A researcher named David Dolphin presented this idea at a meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 1985, and the popular press embraced it enthusiastically. Here, it seemed, was an explanation, a real biological explanation, for why some people through history might have appeared monstrous to their neighbors. The difficulty is that the connection, once you look at it carefully, is much weaker than those early headlines suggested. Porphyria, in its more severe forms, is genuinely rare enough that it would be difficult to account for the widespread and recurring nature of vampire belief across dozens of cultures and many centuries. There is also the problem of specificity. Most of the classic vampire characteristics, rising from the grave, draining the blood of the living, spreading death through a household, have nothing obvious to do with porphyria at all. The disease might, in theory, explain why a particular individual seemed strange or frightening to the people around them, but it does not explain the revenant, the corpse that returns, which is really the central image of vampire belief in most of the traditions we have discussed. The medical community was, on the whole, skeptical. The connection between porphyria and vampires remains a suggestive curiosity rather than an established explanation, and most researchers who study vampire folklore treat it as a partial footnote rather than a foundation. The rabies theory arrived somewhat later and was put forward in a more systematic way by the neurologist Juan Gómez Alonso in a 1998 paper published in the journal Neurology. Gómez Alonso pointed out a number of symptoms shared between advanced rabies and the behaviors attributed to vampires in Eastern European folklore. Rabies can cause hypersensitivity to strong smells, which might account for the vampire's aversion to garlic. It can cause disruption of normal sleep patterns, with infected individuals sometimes becoming agitated at night. It can produce hypersexuality, aggression, and in some cases a tendency to bite. And, perhaps most usefully for the theory, rabies spreads through bites, which means that a rabies outbreak moving through a small community would produce a pattern of illness that looked, to people without any knowledge of germ theory, very much like one sick person passing something terrible to the next. This theory is more structurally interesting than the porphyria hypothesis because it accounts for the contagion pattern that lies at the heart of so many vampire panics, including the ones in 18th century Serbia that we spent time with earlier in this story. When Arnold Pale's neighbors began dying one after another, and when Peter Plagojewicz's village watched 9 people follow him to the grave within weeks, the horror was not simply that a dead man might be walking, it was that whatever he had was spreading. Rabies, in a community that did not understand it, would have looked almost exactly like that. Even so, the rabies theory has its own limitations. Rabies does not easily explain the full set of behaviors and characteristics attributed to vampires, and like porphyria, it explains individuals, rather than the deep cultural architecture of vampire belief. The grave rituals, the theological anxieties, the family-centered nature of the haunting. What both theories get right is the instinct behind them. That people who watched their loved ones waste away, who saw illness move through a household with a terrible logic they could not name, would reach for the most coherent explanation available to them. What they perhaps underestimate is how much of vampire belief was built, not from any single disease, but from the whole ordinary experience of death. Watching a body change after burial, sitting with the grief of losing person after person in the same family, needing some shape to put around a fear that had no other shape. No single disease created the vampire, but between them, tuberculosis and porphyria and rabies and the slow drama of decomposition provided all the raw material that human fear and human imagination needed. By the time Bram Stoker sat down in the 1890s to write about a Transylvanian count who slept in a coffin and could not cross running water, he was not inventing anything. The creature he shaped into a novel had already been walking through human imagination for thousands of years, accumulating its characteristics slowly, the way a river accumulates silt, a little from one tradition, a little from another, until by the time it reaches the sea, it carries the substance of an entire landscape within it. Stoker had access to a great deal of material, and he used it carefully. He drew on the 18th century Serbian vampire cases that had circulated across Europe in official reports and newspaper accounts, the same cases that had shaken Vienna and Paris and London generations before him. He was away, of the literary vampires who had come before his own, figures who had already done much of the work of assembling the creature into something recognizable. Heinrich August Ossenfelder wrote a German poem in 1748 in which a vampire's kiss was already an act of seduction and transgression, quiet and intimate and cold. Goethe's Bride of Corinth, from 1797, told of a young woman returned from the grave to find the man she had been promised to in life. She drew his warmth into herself and left him pale and fading. John Polidori's story, The Vampire, published in 1819, gave the creature its aristocratic bearing, a cold, elegant lord moving through polite society and feeding on the people around him without ever appearing to hurry. Sheridan Le Fanu's Carmilla, from 1872, brought the vampire close to its Victorian literary form nearly complete. A languid and beautiful creature of the night who attached herself to a young woman with a tenderness that was also a kind of slow consumption. Stoker's genius lay not in invention, but in synthesis. He grasped instinctively which elements would resonate most powerfully with a Victorian reading public: the sensuality Ossenfelder had introduced, the aristocratic menace Polidori had perfected, the intimate predation Le Fanu had rendered compellingly. He added the apparatus of modernity, the phonograph, the telegram, the scientific inquiry, as a frame around something ancient and mythic. This combination made his vampire feel urgent and immediate, a threat not merely from the past, but from the present moment. By the time Stoker opened his notebooks and began sketching the outline of what would become Dracula, the vampire was already a figure with centuries of literary history behind it. Behind that literary history lay the folklore of Romania and Serbia and Greece and Russia. Behind the folklore lay the half-remembered fears of medieval England and classical antiquity. Behind those lay the very oldest stories of the restless dead, carved into clay tablets in cities that no longer exist. The creature Stoker gave to the world in 1897 was, in this sense, already fully formed. He dressed it in an evening coat and set it on a ship bound for England. The world received it as something new. That is perhaps a testament to how well he assembled everything that had come before him into a shape that felt startlingly alive. What the long history of vampire belief tells us, if we sit with it quietly for a moment, is something about the way human beings have always moved through loss. In every tradition, in every century, and every country where this creature appears, it comes from the same place: a death that was not right, a grief that could not settle, a family hollowed out one member at a time by something invisible and relentless. The vampire was never simply a monster invented to frighten children. It was the shape that communities gave to their deepest uncertainties about death, about why the body changes after life has left it, about why illness moves through a household in a sequence that feels almost deliberate, about why the people we loved do not feel entirely gone, even when we have put them in the ground. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Idimu wandered because it had not been properly sent away. The living owed the dead a careful and attentive farewell. In Serbian villages, the Upir came back for its own family. The grief and fear folded together into something barely distinguishable from each other. In rural New England, the wasting sickness that took a mother and then her daughters and then her son looked so much like a feeding that the only language available to describe it was the language of the vampire. This was because that language had been waiting inside human culture for long enough to feel instinctive. The creature persisted not because people were foolish or credulous, but because it addressed something real, the terror of watching the people you love diminish, the helplessness of illness, the strangeness of the body after death, the way the dead continue to occupy the living long after the burial is finished. These are not small fears. They are among the largest ones a human being carries. The vampire was the form that fear took when it needed a shape it could confront. Somewhere tonight, in the oldest part of the human mind, the thing that was once called Edimu and Upir and Strigoi and Revenant is still out there at the edge of the firelight, patient as it has always been. Pan was not the kind of god who sat on a throne. The gods of Mount Olympus had their white marble halls and their formal assemblies, their elaborate hierarchies of power and their magnificent distances from the ordinary world, and they presided over human life with the composed authority of beings who had never doubted their own importance for a single moment. Pan had none of that, and he wanted none of it. He had a hillside in the early morning and a cool cave when the afternoon heat settled in, the scent of bruised thyme rising from the ground beneath him and the sound of water finding its way between rocks somewhere nearby, the rough texture of stone and soil and the distant company of goats moving across a ridge in the low golden light before sunset. His was not a life of ceremony. It was a life of direct, unhurried contact with the natural world, the kind of life that does not announce itself or keep any particular schedule, and it suited him with a completeness that no palace ever could have managed. Tonight, I am going to take you slowly into that world, the ancient, sun-warmed mountains of Arcadia, where the old stories say Pan wandered and played and slept, and occasionally sent a cold, inexplicable dread spreading through the chest of a traveller who had done nothing more than walk alone through the wrong patch of forest at the wrong time of day. But we will come to that in its own good time. For now, I want you to settle in wherever you are, to let the weight of the day ease away from your shoulders and your hands, and to follow along at whatever pace feels right. There is no particular destination tonight, nothing you are required to arrive at. We are simply going to move through a very old story together, beginning at the place where Pan himself always preferred to begin, outside, with good ground underfoot and the air moving freely all around. Arcadia occupied the mountainous interior of the Peloponnese, the great southern peninsula of mainland Greece, and it was a landscape shaped almost entirely by its own wildness. The ridges rose steeply and fell sharply, covered in pine and oak, and the low, fragrant scrub that the summer sun heated to a dry, resinous intensity on still afternoons. Between those ridges lay cold streams and long meadow valleys, and the people who moved through this terrain were shepherds and goatherds who followed their flocks with the seasons and lived close to the rhythms of the land in a way that the citizens of the great city-states simply did not. Arcadia had no famous harbour, no celebrated army, no poet who had made it known in the wider world. What it had was altitude and solitude, the specific quality of silence that settles over a mountain landscape when the wind drops and the birds pause, and the whole steep hillside seems to draw a long, slow breath. That quality of silence was exactly the kind of presence Pan favoured. Full and old and patient, the silence not of emptiness, but of a place that has been quietly inhabited for a very long time. Pan belonged to this landscape in a way that suggested he had grown from it rather than merely arrived in it. The shepherds who tended their flocks across those high meadows sometimes claimed to catch glimpses of him or to hear his pipes echoing from a valley they had just left, and they seemed to regard him as less a visiting god than a permanent resident of the hills, a presence as natural and inevitable as the springs that fed the streams or the rocks that defined the ridges. He was not worshipped in temples or honored with sacrifices conducted by priests in prescribed ways. Instead, shepherds left small offerings at the mountain shrines where travelers might seek his favor. Milk poured into a stone bowl, honey cakes left on a flat rock, wildflowers gathered from the high meadows. These were the gestures of people who understood they were living in someone else's home and had learned, over generations, the proper courtesies to observe. The Greeks imagined Pan spending his days in this landscape with something close to pure contentment. He wandered at his own pace, stopping wherever the ground pleased him, playing his reed pipes to no particular audience or to whatever nymphs and animals happened to be nearby, following no path that anyone else had marked. When the midday sun grew heavy and the shadows drew in beneath the rocks, he found a cool hollow and slept, and his sleep was deep and specific, and not to be disturbed, a point the ancient Greeks emphasized with a kind of careful seriousness that suggested more than a few people had learned the lesson the hard way. In the evenings he moved again, following streams through the trees, appearing without warning at the edge of a meadow, his rough silhouette visible for a moment against the last color in the sky, and then gone. He did not look like the other gods, and you could see that at once in every image the Greeks left of him. His upper body was that of a man, broad-shouldered, bearded, rough-hewn, with a snub nose and pointed ears, and a face that carried an expression of easy, unhurried amusement. But from the waist down he was a goat, with shaggy hind legs and cloven hooves, and a short curved tail, and 2 horns rising from his head. He wore nothing in particular, and carried no divine instrument of authority. He looked, in other words, precisely like what he was, a being grown from the landscape itself, rather than descended into it from somewhere more refined. The contrast with the Olympians was deliberate and complete. Zeus kept his throne above the clouds, attended by his eagle and the full weight of celestial power. Apollo played his golden lyre in the company of the Muses and moved through the world with the particular, luminous grace of a god who represented civilization at its most polished and composed. Against all of that, Pan was a god of goat paths and cave walls, of afternoon shade and riverbank mud, of music played for its own sake to an audience of trees. He was rougher and older feeling than the great Olympians, and the Greeks sensed this in their way. Several traditions positioned him entirely outside the familiar genealogies and divine hierarchies of the mountain, as a presence that had existed apart from and perhaps before the orderly family of gods who gathered on Olympus. Some traditions even placed him before the Olympians, as if the wild places of the world needed a keeper before they needed a king. The first creature to see Pan clearly was his own nurse, and she ran. According to the Homeric hymn to Pan, one of the oldest surviving accounts of his birth, his father was Hermes, the quick and clever messenger of the gods, whose sandals carried him between the world of the living and the world of the dead with equal ease. His mother, in this tradition, was a daughter of Dryops, a mortal woman, or in some accounts a dryad, a spirit of the trees, whose nature was neither fully divine nor fully earthly. The precise identity of his mother shifts depending on which ancient source you consult, and some versions leave her unnamed entirely, as if the particular woman mattered less than the landscape she represented. What all the accounts agree on is what emerged when the child was born. He had the legs of a goat from the very beginning. not the smooth, uncertain limbs of an ordinary infant, but fully formed goat legs, hooved and shaggy, folded beneath him at the moment of birth. He had 2 small horns already curving from the top of his head, and most striking of all, in the telling of the Homeric hymn, he already wore a full beard on his newborn face, as if he had arrived in the world at some middle age between infancy and old age, already ancient in the way that wild things are ancient. His nose was broad and flat, his ears pointed and held slightly away from his head, the way an animal's ears are held, always listening for something in the middle distance. He was, in other words, not what his nurse was prepared for. She had presumably attended other divine births. She had perhaps seen things that would surprise an ordinary person. But whatever she had expected, it was not this. She looked at the child clearly, once, and then she left. The Homeric hymn says she sprang up and fled and left the child, and it says so with a simplicity that carries more weight than any dramatic account might. She simply saw him and was gone. Hermes, for his part, did not flee. Whether this reflects a father's love, or merely the steadiness of a god who regularly crossed between worlds without being troubled by what he found there, the Homeric hymn describes him gathering the infant up with something that reads unmistakably like pride and tenderness. He wrapped the child in the skins of mountain hares, soft, warm, the hides of small creatures that knew how to move quickly through underbrush, which seems, in retrospect, an appropriate thing in which to bundle a god of the wild places. Then Hermes carried his son up to Olympus, moving as he always moved, swiftly and without ceremony, and set the child down among the assembled gods. And the gods, those luminous and sometimes terrible beings who governed the sky and the sea and the depths of the earth, looked at this small, bearded, goat-legged creature wrapped in hareskins, and they laughed. Not with cruelty, the hymn is careful to tell you, but with genuine delight. They were charmed by him, drawn to him, made glad by the sight of him in a way that surprised even themselves. All of them rejoiced, the hymn says, and it is from this moment that the most popular ancient explanation of his name is drawn. Pan, in Greek, means all, and because all the gods were glad in heart at his arrival, the child was called Pan, the one who made everything joyful. It is a warm etymology, the kind that feels less like scholarship and more like something a parent would tell a child at bedtime, and perhaps it was always meant to function that way, as a way of carrying the memory of that first divine laughter forward. Rough time. There is, however, a separate tradition worth knowing about, one in which Pan's father is not Hermes at all, but Zeus, the king of the gods himself. Ancient writers and scholars, including Pseudo-Apollodorus, noted that this created a genuine complication, because the Pan who was said to be a son of Zeus had a different character in certain myths, and was worshipped somewhat differently in certain places. Most scholars who have studied the question carefully treat the two figures as distinct, one the rustic, joyful child of Hermes, and a dryad, born bearded and goat-legged into the soft skins his father wrapped him in, and another, perhaps older or perhaps simply parallel, figure connected to the authority of Zeus and to a slightly more imposing set of associations. The distinction may never be entirely resolved, and in some ways it barely matters, because the image that survived, the one the ancient Greeks returned to again and again, is always the same. The child arriving into the world as something completely itself, alarming the nurse, delighting the gods, already wearing the form that would define him for thousands of years. Whether his father was Hermes or Zeus, the gods who held him that day could not help but laugh, and perhaps that was always the point. In almost every image the ancient Greeks left of him, Pan is unmistakable. From the smallest bronze figurine to the largest carved relief, there is never any question about which god you are looking at, because no other deity in the Greek world was made quite the way he was made. From the waist up, he was a man, broad-shouldered, bearded, with the kind of face that looked as though it had spent a great deal of time outdoors, weathered and expressive, and never entirely smooth. His nose was short and wide, flattened slightly, the kind of nose that belonged on a creature meant for open air rather than cool marble halls. His ears came to gentle points, angled slightly outward and upward, tuned to the sounds of the hillside the way an animal's ears naturally are. His beard was thick and full, not the carefully kept beard of a philosopher or a king, but one that had simply grown the way things grow when no one intervenes, dense and a little wild. And then, from the waist down, he was something else entirely. His legs were the legs of a goat, shaggy and dark, jointed differently than a human leg, ending not in feet, but in hard cloven hooves that could pick their way across rocky ground without the slightest difficulty. From his forehead curved two horns, modest in size but unmistakable, completing a face that was already unlike any other face in the divine world. He was, from the very beginning, something Greeks felt no need to explain away or soften. He looked exactly like what he was. What his appearance meant to the people who imagined him is worth sitting with for a moment, because the Greeks were not careless about these things. When they pictured Athena, she was a woman in armor, a human form dressed in the symbols of her power. When they pictured Apollo, he was simply a beautiful young man, his divinity suggested by the lyre he carried, rather than by any feature of his body itself. The divine form, in most cases, was the human form elevated. Pan was different from all of them, in a way that went deeper than aesthetics. His body was not a human body marked with divine symbols. His body was itself the argument. The goat legs, the hooves, the horns. These were not decorations added to a man to show that he belonged to the wild. They were the wild, made visible in a glial figure. To the ancient Greek mind, Pan had not come down from some elevated place and chosen to dwell among goats and shepherds and rocky hillsides. He had grown from that ground the way the reeds grew from the riverbank and the pine grew from the thin mountain soil. He was native to the landscape in a way the Olympians, for all their power, simply were not. The goat, specifically, was not a random choice. Goats were the animals most deeply associated with the pastoral life of ancient Greece, particularly in a rugged region like Arcadia, where the terrain was too steep and stony for easy cattle farming. They were sure-footed on impossible ground, able to find nourishment where nothing else could, and familiar to every shepherd who spent his days on the hillsides. When Pan took on the legs and horns of a goat, he became the patron, not in an abstract sense but in a physical one, a god who shared the body of the animals he protected, who moved through the same terrain in the same way, who understood from the inside what it was to be a creature of rocky ground and open sky. The shepherds who worshipped him were not reaching upward towards some distant and refined divinity. They were acknowledging something that was already present in the landscape they lived and worked in every day, something that wore a form they recognized from the hills around them. In ancient Greek art, his image turns up across a remarkable range of materials and contexts. On red figure pottery, he appears mid-stride on a hillside, pipes at his lips, shaggy legs carrying him forward with the easy confidence of someone who was never once worried about where he was going. On carved stone reliefs, he stands among nymphs, slightly smaller sometimes, slightly rougher in texture, the goat features rendered with an affectionate specificity that makes clear the artist knew exactly what a goat's leg looked like from long acquaintance. In small bronze figurines, he is compact and vital, every curve of horn and hoof detailed with care. He was easy to depict because he was so completely himself. No attribute could be misread or omitted. No pose could be mistaken for another god. The artists who made him seem to have taken a quiet pleasure in that, in rendering a figure who required no explanation, whose identity was entirely contained within his own body. There is something the Greeks were saying in all of this about the relationship between a god's form and a god's nature. Most of their gods kept their wildness hidden, or expressed it only in moments of anger or transformation. Pan carried his openly, all the time, in the simple fact of how he was built. He was not frightening because of something he had done or something he might do. He was what he was, in the same way the landscape was what it was. Beautiful and rough, and entirely indifferent to whether you found him comfortable. His form was not a disguise or a symbol chosen by priests. It was simply what he was, and the Greeks saw no reason to dress him up as anything else. Arcadia was not an easy place to live, which may be exactly why Pan loved it. It occupied the central highlands of the Peloponnese, a region that had no coastline, no easy harbour, and no river wide enough to carry trade. The mountains pressed in from every side, Selene to the north, Maenalus running through the heart of it, Parnan rising along the eastern edge, and between them the valleys were narrow, the soil thin, and the winters long enough to remind you of what the land could take back whenever it chose. There were no grand roads connecting Arcadia to the great city-states. Corinth was far to the northeast, Sparta lay over the southern ridges, and Athens might as well have been in another world. The Arcadians lived largely among themselves, which meant they also lived largely among their animals, their forests, and whatever gods those forests held. And those forests held a great deal. The slopes of Arcadia were dense with oak and silver fir, with pine groves that darkened the higher ground, and myrtle thickets crowding the lower stream beds. In spring, the meadows between the ridges came alive with wildflowers, asphodels and anemones, small yellow composites, pale crocuses pushing up through the last cold soil. The streams ran clear and fast with snowmelt, threading between mossy stones before widening into still pools that reflected the sky like polished bronze. In summer the hillsides turned gold, and the air carried the dry sweetness of thyme and oregano crushed underfoot. In the evenings the light fell at long angles across the valleys, and the shadows of the ridgelines stretched out slowly until the whole landscape dimmed into a blue and violet quiet. This was the world Pan moved through. His days, as the ancient Greeks imagined them, had a rhythm that suited the landscape perfectly. Unhurried, sensory, responsive to the hour rather than to any schedule. In the early morning he might be found on a high ridge, standing among the first light with his pipes raised, playing something that stirred the birds before the sun had fully cleared the mountains. He wandered the goat paths and the shepherd tracks that wound between the stone outcrops, appearing sometimes at the edge of a clearing where a shepherd was coaxing his flock into movement, watching for a moment before moving on. He was not a god who announced himself, usually. He arrived at the margins of things, at the edge of a meadow, at the mouth of a narrow gorge, at the place where the tree line gave way to open rock, and those who caught a glimpse of him, if they were lucky and unhurried, might see the outline of curved horns against the morning sky before he was gone. By midday, the Arcadian summer turned fierce. The sun pressed down on the limestone slopes with an intensity that bleached the colour from the grass and sent every creature with any sense into the shade. The shepherds drew their flocks into whatever shadow the ridges offered. The birds went quiet. Even the streams seemed to slow. This was when Pan slept, and the Greeks took that fact seriously. The grottos and cave mouths that dotted the limestone hillsides were his during those heavy noon hours, and the silence that fell over the landscape at midday was not merely the silence of heat, but of his rest. You did not make noise in the wild places at noon. You did not shout across a valley or clatter your staff against the rocks. The sudden dread that could overtake a person caught alone on an open hillside in that blazing middle hour was understood as the consequence of disturbing him, of breaking the quiet he had settled into. When the afternoon softened and the shadows began to lengthen again, Pan roused himself. The nymphs who inhabited the Arcadian streams and oak groves were said to dance to his pipes in these cooler hours, gathering in the glades where the light came through the trees at an angle and the air moved again. The satyrs came down from the higher slopes. The goats drifted back into the open meadows, and the shepherds followed them, and somewhere in the hills above, the pipes began again, a sound that carried surprisingly far in that thin mountain air, winding through the valley below the waywater finds its way between stones. The Arcadians understood all of this as their own. They did not share Pan with the coastal cities in quite the way those cities imagined. Their version of him was older and rougher, a god who had been present in their hills before the Olympians had sorted out their own arrangements, before the stories of Zeus and Hera and Athena had taken their familiar shapes. Pan was Arcadian in a way that was prior to any mythology. He was not a deity who had arrived and chosen this landscape, but one who had simply always been here, woven into the particular quality of the place. The way water sounds moving over limestone, the particular tone of wind through a pine grove, the sudden hush that falls when a flock stops grazing all at once and stands still for no reason any shepherd could explain. They had rituals that other Greeks regarded with a certain puzzlement. When the hunting had gone badly, when the nets came up empty and the tracks led nowhere, and the hills seemed deliberately to withhold whatever lived in them, an Arcadian hunter might take a branch to the statue of Pan, rather than offer him a prayer. It was less a punishment than an argument, a reminder that the god owed something to the people who had always known him best. This directness, this refusal to approach their god with only reverence and distance, was itself a sign of how long they had lived together. The Arcadians never forgot that Pan had been with them before any other god arrived, and they honored that precedence in ways the rest of Greece sometimes found peculiar. The instrument Pan is most famous for did not come from joy. It came from the banks of a river, from the frantic sound of water and footsteps, from a nymph who wanted nothing more than to be left alone, and from a god who could not stop himself from wanting what he could not have. The Greeks told this story in many places and in many forms, but the shape of it remained consistent. Beauty pursued, beauty lost, and something made from that loss that outlasted both of them. Syrinx was a naiad, a water nymph bound to the river Ladon in Arcadia, and she was known across those mountains for a quality that set her apart from most of the creatures who wandered Pan's wooded hillsides. She was devoted to chastity in the manner of the goddess Artemis, the same cool, deliberate dedication to independence that defined the great huntress and her sworn companions. Syrinx had pledged herself to that same ideal, and she kept to it with a kind of quiet seriousness. She was said to resemble Artemis closely enough that she could be mistaken for her from a distance, dressed in the same simple garments, carrying herself with the same upright confidence through the forests and river meadows of Arcadia. She spent her days among the reeds and the willows near the water, and she was, by nearly every account the ancient Greeks left us, extraordinarily beautiful. Pan encountered her somewhere in those open fields near the river, and everything that followed happened quickly. He called out to her. She turned and saw his goat legs, his horns, his wild beard, and she ran. The Greeks did not linger on this moment of recognition. They simply understood it. She ran the way anyone might run, not out of cruelty or indifference to him particularly, but out of the same instinct that sends a small animal into the undergrowth when something larger and louder enters the clearing. Pan gave chase without hesitation, because that was his nature too, and the two of them moved together through the meadow grass and along the edge of the water in a kind of terrible symmetry. Her flight as swift as she could make it, his pursuit as single-minded as every other pursuit he had ever undertaken. She reached the river Ladon at the edge of the meadow, and there the water stopped her. The river moved too quickly, the banks were wrong, and she had no way across. Some versions of the story tell us she cried out to her sisters, the water nymphs of the Ladon, or to the river god himself, her father, begging for help as Pan's footsteps closed the last of the distance between them. Her prayer was brief and desperate, and it was answered at precisely the moment Pan reached out and closed his hands around what he believed was her. What he held was a cluster of hollow marsh reeds. She was gone. The nymphs of the river, or the river itself, had transformed her at the last possible instant, pulling her down into the form of the reeds that grew along the waterline in dense, swaying thickets. Pan stood at the edge of the ladon with the reeds in his hands, and the story slows here in a way that feels almost deliberate, as if the myth wanted to give that moment its full weight. He had reached her and lost her in the same heartbeat. She was everywhere around him now, part of every reed that shifted in the current, and also entirely beyond him, further away than she had ever been in any field he had chased her across. He stood there for some time. The river moved. The reeds moved with it, bending and returning in the slow rhythm of the water, and as the wind came across the surface of the ladon, it passed through the hollow stems and made a sound, thin, wavering, low. Pan listened. The Greeks tell us that even in his grief, or perhaps because of it, he recognized something in that sound. It was not her voice exactly, but it carried the memory of her. It had the quality of something that had once been alive and warm, and was now caught between forms, between presence and absence, between the world and whatever lay beneath it. He cut the reeds. He chose several of them carefully, each one a different length, and he bound them together side by side with soft wax, the shorter ones next to the longer ones, graded in a way that seemed natural, the way things growing by a river grade themselves without intention. Then he raised the instrument to his lips and breathed across the open tops of the reeds, and the sound that came back was different from anything he had made before. The pan pipes have a particular quality that any person who has heard them in the right setting understands without needing it described. They carry something that lies between breath and music, between a human voice and the sound of wind moving through grass. They are not clean the way a lyre is clean. They have rough edges, small imperfections, the slight unevenness of something made by hand from living materials. The sound rises and bends, and underneath it there is always that mournful undertone, the note that comes from air travelling through a hollow tube that was once, in a manner of speaking, something else entirely. The Greeks heard all of this and found it fitting. They thought the instrument sounded like what it was, a transformation, a loss made audible, a form of grief that had discovered it could also be beautiful. Pan named the instrument the syrinx, after her, because there was no other name that made sense. She had become the reeds had become the pipes, and the pipes had become the thing he was most known for, carrying through every mountain pass and every afternoon forest and every long quiet evening of his life in Arcadia. He could not be imagined without them after that. Every painting the ancient Greeks made of him shows the pipes at his side or his lips. Every story that involves his music refers to the instrument she became. The naiad who wanted nothing to do with him ended up more closely bound to him than any companion he ever kept willingly. This is the version Ovid retells most fully, and there are traces of it in earlier Greek sources as well, though the details shift slightly depending on who is telling it. In some accounts, it is the river nymphs who perform the transformation. In others, it is Ladon himself who changes his daughter to spare her. What does not change is the outcome. The reeds, the wind, the sound, and the god standing alone at the water's edge, with something in his hands that was both more and less than what he had wanted. The Greeks were attentive to this kind of story, to the pattern in which desire produces not possession but transformation, in which the thing pursued becomes, in changing, something that cannot be held at all, and yet leaves behind a mark on the world that a straightforward act of possession never would have. Syrinx in her river meadow would have been beautiful and forgotten. Syrinx as the instrument at Pan's lips became permanent, became the sound that defined a god, became the voice that Greek shepherds heard drifting down from the hills on evenings when the air was still and the light was going. Every time the reeds sighed across a hillside, it was her breath the Greeks heard in them, and his longing that gave the sound its ache. Pan played the way he lived, without calculation, without restraint, without any particular concern for what his audience expected. The sound that came from his pipes was not the kind of sound that asked permission to enter a room. It arrived the way weather arrived, filling whatever space it found and changing the feeling of that space entirely. Ancient writers described it as penetrating and wild, the sort of music that bypassed whatever careful thinking part of a person usually sat between a sound and a reaction, where the lyre of Apollo moved the listener towards something elevated and still, something that felt like the opening of a great and orderly sky. Pan's pipes moved the body before they moved the mind. The feet wanted to shift. The blood seemed to quicken. Something older than thought came briefly to the surface, recognized the music as its own, and answered. This was not considered a lesser quality of music by those who loved it. It was simply a different one, a music rooted not in the architecture of the heavens, but in the warm, breathing, impermanent rhythms of the world at ground level, where the grass grew and the animals moved and the seasons turned without any concern for beauty or meaning. Pan's pipes spoke to all of that. They spoke to the part of a person that was still, in some wordless way, made of the same things as the hillside they were standing on. Apollo's lyre was the music of what the Greeks aspired to become. Pan's pipes were the music of what they already were, whether they chose to acknowledge it or not. The two were not enemies in this sense, but they were not the same. Anyone who heard both knew the difference immediately, in the chest, before they could find words for it. The sound of the panpipes as Pan played them was heard in places that had nothing to do with festivals or formal occasions. A shepherd moving his flock down a hillside at the end of the day might hear something at the edge of hearing, not quite wind and not quite the reeds at the water's edge, but something borrowing from both, something that made the animals settle and the light seem more golden than it had any particular reason to be. Travelers passing through lonely stretches of mountain road sometimes heard it drifting across the slopes without any visible source, loose and wandering, as if the music itself had no fixed destination and was only partly interested in being heard. This quality of Pan's music, its willingness to be present without announcing itself, to find the listener rather than wait for the listener to come, was part of what made it so difficult to describe and so easy to feel. The nymphs who shared his forests moved toward it instinctively, their dancing neither planned nor performed, but simply the body's natural answer to what the pipes were asking. The satyrs who accompanied Dionysus through the wild country were said to break into motion the moment they heard it. Their celebration, not a performance for any watching audience, but a pure, reflexive joy. Even the gods, according to the old stories, paused when Pan began to play. They paused not because the music commanded reverence the way a temple ceremony might, but because something in it was so genuinely alive that it was difficult to walk past without stopping. The same way it was difficult to walk past a river in full flood without standing for a moment to watch the force of it. Pan had students too, in the way that a person with a greater natural gift sometimes gaith. RS students, without particularly trying to. The cowherd Daphnis, the young man celebrated in pastoral poetry as the ideal shepherd, was among those said to have learned from Pan directly, to have sat in the shade of some Sicilian hillside and listened until his own fingers found the same instinctive relationship with the reeds that his teacher had always had. What Pan taught was not technique in the refined sense, but something closer to permission. Permission to play without apology, to let the music be rough where it wanted to be rough and wild where it wanted to be wild, to trust that what the body felt was worth expressing and that the landscape itself was always listening. Over time, Pan came to believe, and the belief settled into him with the comfortable weight of something that had never been seriously challenged, that the music he made was not only the truest music in the wild world, but the truest music anywhere. He had seen nymphs weep at his playing. He had watched the trees lean toward him as the sound moved through their branches. He had played to sleeping hillsides and felt the hillsides shift in their sleep, the way a dreamer shifts towards something warm. No one had ever stood before him with an instrument in hand and left him feeling diminished. He taught Daphnis. He delighted nymphs. He believed, with the simple certainty of someone who had never been told otherwise, that no one in the world could match him. Of all the mistakes a person could make in ancient Greece, disagreeing with Apollo was near the top of the list, and Midas made it cheerfully, publicly, in front of a mountain. The contest itself grew from something entirely characteristic of Pan, a confidence so natural and uncomplicated that it never occurred to him to question it. He had spent his long life playing his pipes across every hillside and riverbank in Arcadia. The response he received was always the same. The grasses leaned toward him. The animals paused. The nymphs drifted closer without being asked. To Pan, this was all the evidence a musician needed. He played, and the living world answered. What more could any instrument accomplish? It was in this spirit, genuinely, almost innocently self-assured, that he began to say aloud what he had long believed quietly, that his pipes were equal to anything the gods of Olympus could offer, that Apollo's golden lyre held no particular advantage over whole. Our reeds, bound with wax. Word of this travelled, as words will. Eventually, the comparison took on the shape of a formal challenge. A contest would settle the matter. Both gods agreed to submit their music to a judge whose authority neither could dispute. The choice fell upon Tmolus, the ancient god of the mountain by the same name in Lydia. Tmolus was one of those figures in the Greek imagination who existed at the very edge of time, a deity so old and so unhurried that his judgment carried the weight of something geological rather than merely divine. He cleared the oak trees from his ears, as some versions of the story describe it, settled himself to listen. The assembled crowd understood that they were witnessing something consequential. This was not merely a matter of artistic preference or personal taste. The outcome would establish a fundamental principle about the hierarchy of things, about what the world valued most deeply, about which kind of beauty held authority over the other. The very air seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Those gathered on the mountainside, the nymphs who had danced to Pan's music for countless seasons, the satyrs who belonged to his wild domain, even the servants and courtiers who had accompanied Midas from Phrygia, all sensed that they were about to witness something that would be remembered and retold. Pan played first, and if you can allow yourself to imagine the sound, not the polished music of a concert hall, but something raw and immediate, something that moves in the body before it reaches the mind, you will come close to what the Greeks understood his pipes to produce. The birds lifted from their branches as he played, not in alarm, but in a kind of involuntary response. The way a sleeping creature stirs at a familiar smell. The grasses along the hillside shivered. The small animals at the edge of the clearing turned their faces toward him without understanding why. Even the members of the audience, the nymphs, the satyrs, the wandering spirits of the nearby woods, among them the Phrygian king Midas, who had come to hear the contest, felt something shift in their chests. Ning, a warmth that bypassed thought entirely. Pan's music did not ask anything of its listeners. It simply arrived in them, the way the smell of rain arrives before the rain itself. It moved them from the inside, without their consent. There was genuine beauty in it, wild, irregular, deeply alive, and no one who heard it could honestly say they felt nothing. When he lowered his pipes and the last note dissolved into the surrounding air, there was a moment of real stillness, the kind that follows something true. Then Apollo raised the golden lyre and played. The stillness that followed Pan's music was replaced by a different kind of quiet, entirely. Where Pan's pipes had moved the body and stirred the instincts, Apollo's lyre reached somewhere further back, some part of the listener that did not belong to any single person, but to the ordered structure of things, to the way the planets moved and the seasons turned and the stars held their positions across centuries. The birds did not lift from their branches this time. They settled more deeply into them, as if the music had asked them to hold still and bear witness. The nymphs stopped dancing. The satyrs, who were not generally known for their capacity to be quiet, stood without moving. Everything that had been in motion found a reason to pause, not from fear, but from something closer to recognition. The sense of hearing. Clearly, and for the first time, a sound that had always been just at the edge of hearing. When Apollo finished, Tmolus did not deliberate. The ancient mountain god turned toward Pan with the kind of gentle finality that leaves no room for argument, awarded the victory to Apollo without hesitation. The judgment itself seemed to reorder the space around them. Tmolus had spoken with the authority of ages, and his decision carried with it the weight of something far larger than a mere artistic competition. It was a pronouncement about the very nature of excellence, about which music touched something more essential in the cosmos. The mountain god had recognized in Apollo's lyre something that transcended even the honest and moving beauty of Pan's pipes, a connection to the eternal order that governed all things. Every member of the audience accepted this judgment. Most of them had never really doubted it would go this way. All of them, that is, except Midas. The king of Phrygia had listened to both performances with the same open attention he gave to everything. When the verdict was announced, something in him resisted it. He had loved Pan's music, loved it honestly, loved the way it bypassed his thoughts and moved directly into his blood, and he found himself unable to pretend otherwise simply because a mountain had ruled against it. He said so, aloud, in front of Apollo. It was, in the context of ancient Greek mythology, an act of almost heroic foolishness. Apollo's response was swift and permanent. The god reached out and transformed the king's ears into the long grey ears of a donkey, a punishment so perfectly suited to the offence that it barely required explanation. Midas had listened badly, Apollo seemed to be saying, so he would wear the evidence of his poor listening for the rest of his life. What this myth preserves, underneath its surface strangeness, is a genuine argument about the nature of music and what we expect from beauty. Pan's pipes were not a lesser thing. The story takes pains to show how genuinely they moved everyone who heard them, how the world responded, how even the most sophisticated members of the audience felt something real. But Apollo's lyre addressed something that Pan's music, for all its power, could not quite reach, the sense that beauty has an order behind it, a structure that connects it to something lasting rather than something immediate. The Greeks were not dismissing Pan. They were placing him, with great care, in a specific position within their understanding of the world, as the music of the body, of the living moment, of the instinct that moves before the mind engages. Apollo's music was the other thing, the music of the cosmos, of reason, of the divine intelligence that underlie, is the visible world. Both were real. Only one was recognized as the higher form. And Midas, honest to the last, had preferred the other one, had heard in those hollow reeds something that spoke to him more directly than all of Apollo's celestial precision. and had said so when he should have been quiet. Midas kept his donkey ears hidden under a tall cap for the rest of his life. A quiet monument to what happens when a man loves the wild music a little too honestly. The word panic comes from Pan. That tells you something important about how the ancient Greeks experienced lonely places. The feeling they were describing was not simply fear in the ordinary sense, not the fear of a visible threat, not the sharp alertness of a person who hears a branch snap in the dark and turns to look, but something older and stranger and less willing to be reasoned with, a sudden overwhelming dread with no object, no cause, no face to assign it to, rising up in the body before the mind had any chance to examine it, and sweeping a person into blind, thoughtless flight. The Greeks gave this experience a name, panikon daima, the terror of Pan, and they did not treat it as a metaphor or a poetic exaggeration or a way of describing ordinary anxiety. They meant it as a light, real thing, a real force moving through the landscape, something that a traveler or shepherd or hunter might encounter just as genuinely as they might encounter a river or a rock slide. They attributed it directly to Pan himself, to the god who wandered those same wild places and whose invisible nearness, they believed, produced exactly this sensation in any person unfortunate enough to cross his path at the wrong moment. Ancient writers described the experience with a consistency that suggests they were drawing on something widely recognized. First, a quality of silence that was not peaceful but thick and pressured, as if the air itself were holding its breath. Then a slow, gathering sense that the empty hillside or the stand of dark trees was not actually empty, that something enormous and unseen was present just beyond the edge of what the eye could confirm. And then the racing of the heart, the tightening of the chest, the sudden irresistible need to move, to run, to get away from this place and not look back, even when looking back would have shown nothing at all. Pan was said to love his sleep with a devotion that rivaled his love of music or his love of nymphs. He preferred to take it during the hottest part of the day, the heavy, still, drowsy hours around midday when the light lay flat and white across the hillsides, and even the insects seemed reluctant to move. To disturb that sleep, to come crushing through his resting place with your flock or your hunting party or your careless footsteps, was to risk something that no amount of strength or cleverness could protect you from. This was because what Pan sent in those moments was not a punishment aimed at you specifically, but a force that moved through you the way a storm moves through a field, impersonally and completely, without any particular interest in who you were. What made this power so distinctive? Perhaps so genuinely unsettling to the Greeks who thought carefully about it, was precisely this quality of being untargeted. This was because the other gods, when they punished with intention. They chose a person, they named a transgression, they designed a consequence. But the terror of Pan was not like that. It was not a god deciding that you deserved to suffer. It was more like the wilderness itself turning toward you for a moment and showing you something of what it actually was, vast and indifferent, and entirely unbothered by your presence in it, a reminder that the hillside was his long before you arrived and would remain his long after you left, that your sense of safety there was something you had constructed for yourself out of habit, it and daylight and the comforting presence of other people, not something the landscape had ever actually promised you. This is what separates Pan from a god like Ares, who brings the terror of battle and wants you to know his name, or Poseidon, whose storms are enormous but legible, or even Zeus, whose anger comes with lightning you can see and thunder you can interpret as divine displeasure. Pan's dread came quietly, from no direction in particular, and asked nothing of you except that you run. What distinguished this theology from superstition was how widely it spread across vastly different regions and periods. From Arcadia to coastal areas, from classical times to the Roman age, accounts remained remarkably similar in their details. Travelers from different regions reported experiencing nearly identical symptoms in wild places where Pan dwelt. This striking consistency suggested the Greeks were describing something genuine, not mere imagination, but a real phenomenon rooted in the actual properties of the natural landscape itself. Herodotus believed it happened at the Battle of Marathon, that what broke the Persian lines was not only Athenian courage, but Pan's invisible presence sweeping through the enemy ranks and filling them with this same irrational, unstoppable need to flee. And he wrote this not as mythology, but as an account of something the Athenians genuinely believed had occurred, something that had changed the outcome of a real battle on a real day. And because Pan was also the god of music and afternoon shade and the pleasures of a simple outdoor life, this was because he was funny and companionable and fond of dancing nymphs. There is something instructive in the fact that the Greeks held both of these things in mind at once: the god who made the reeds sing and the god who emptied your chest of reason, in the middle of an ordinary walk, without finding the combination contradictory, as if they understood that the wild places had always contained both the beautiful and the terrible in the same breath, that any god honest enough to live there would have to contain them too. The forest path that felt perfectly safe a moment ago, the sudden certainty that something vast and invisible was watching. The Greeks had a name for that. They did not think it was imagination. There is another voice in the mountains that the Greeks traced back to Pan. This one never found an instrument to give it beauty. Where the panpipes carried something of Syrinx forward, her breath reshaped into music, her memory given form and melody. The other story Pan's mythology preserves is darker and less resolved. A grief that did not transform into art so much as it scattered into something that can only ever borrow the words of others. Echo was a mountain nymph. She was remarkable even among the nymphs of Arcadia, who were themselves remarkable creatures. Creatures who moved through the wild places with a grace and intelligence that most mortals never encountered directly. She had a gift that set her apart from nearly everyone around her, a gift for language and for song, a voice so expressive and so full of life that the mountains themselves seemed to lean in when she spoke. She was not a quiet, retiring presence haunting the edges of meadows. She was spirited, articulate, deeply attached to the sound of her own words moving through the air and finding their way back to her. Pan, as was his nature, became completely taken with her. He followed her through the wooded slopes and across the rocky hillsides, drawn by her voice the way he had once been drawn by Syrinx's beauty. He pursued her with the same relentless, consuming energy that characterized all his desires. Echo, for her part, wanted nothing from him. She did not return his feeling. She made that refusal clear. She held to it even as his attention grew more insistent and more consuming. Even as the distance she tried to keep between them narrowed. Pan was not a god who accepted refusal easily or gracefully. The emotions he carried were as large and as ungoverned as the wild places he inhabited. When they turned dark without measure or restraint. According to this version of her story, he sent a kind of madness down upon a group of shepherds, his own people, the people he was meant to protect and watch over. And that madness they turned on Echo and tore her apart, scattering what remained of her across the mountains so completely that she could never reassemble herself into a person, never reclaim the body she had moved through the world inside, never speak with her own intention again. What was left of her was her voice, or rather the capacity for voice without the will that gives it meaning. Without the thought that chooses what to say. She could only receive sounds and return them. She could only repeat. It is worth pausing here to separate this tradition from the more familiar story that most people encounter when the name Echo comes up. This was because these were genuinely distinct myths that the Greeks kept as separate accounts rather than chapters in the same narrative. In the version most widely known today, the one that the Roman poet Ovid retells at length in his Metamorphoses, Echo's fate is connected not to Pan, but to Narcissus, the beautiful young man who could love nothing but his own reflection. In that account, she fades away, slowly out of hopeless devotion, growing thinner and quieter until only her voice remains. That story carries its own kind of sorrow, the sorrow of love that is given and not received, of a person who disappears into the silence created by someone else's indifference. The version involving Pan carries a different weight entirely. It is not about fading. It is about being broken apart, actively and violently, by the force of a desire that was not accepted. And yet the result is, on the surface, the same. A voice without a body, a sound without a source, a presence in the mountains that has no existence of its own beyond the moment of answering. What both traditions agree on is the quality of what Echo became, that she can only repeat, that she cannot originate, that whatever power she once had to choose her words and direct them deliberately toward the world was taken from her. What was left behind is something that the landscape absorbed so thoroughly that travelers will encounter her on cliff faces and in rocky valleys, hearing their own shouts return to them with a precision that can feel, in the right light and at the right hour, less like acoustics and more like presence. Pan's other great loss, the one that gave the world the panpipes, also ended with the natural world changed permanently and his own desire remaining unfulfilled. It is worth noticing that this pattern repeated. He pursued, he was refused. In the aftermath, something of the nymph became lodged in the landscape in a form that everyone who passed through those places would encounter forever afterward. Syrinx became the reeds, and from the reeds he made music. The music carried at least some warmth, some creativity, some beauty that his love for her had generated. Echo became something colder, a sound that has no origin of its own, no message, no choice, only the mechanical fidelity of return. The grief in her story never became something useful or beautiful. It just remained, formless and disembodied, folded into the cliffs and mountainsides of a landscape that does not distinguish between the natural and the sorrowful. The echo that answers from a cliff face was, in one telling, what remained of a nymph who would not love him, scattered by his sorrow into something that could only ever repeat what was said to it, never speak first. The pine tree along a Greek mountain ridge, with its resinous scent and its branches darkening against the sky, had a story behind it too. Her name was Pittis, and she was a mountain nymph who had made her home in the high places, among the cold stone outcroppings and the thin, bright air where the slopes grew steep and the soil gave way to rock. Like Syrinx before her, she came to Pan's attention not because she sought him out, but simply because she was there, beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful, unhurried, belonging fully to the landscape she moved through. Pan pursued her with the same ardent and ungoverned energy he brought to everything, and she fled him with the same desperate urgency that Syrinx had shown at the riverbank, running not toward any particular safety, but simply away, deeper into the mountains, higher along the ridgeline, until there was nowhere left to go. According to the version of the story that has come down through the ancient sources, the earth itself took pity on her in that final moment, and she was transformed into a mountain pine, her body becoming the tall, resinous tree that clings stubbornly to rocky Greek hillsides even now. Rooted where she had stopped, her flight made permanent. Pan stood where she had been, and understood too late, as he always seemed to understand too late, what his pursuit had cost the one he was chasing. The pine became sacred to him from that day onward, and he was said to wear a crown woven from its branches, carrying something of her with him, the way he carried the memory of Syrinx in the instrument he pressed to his lips on quiet mornings and long evenings. There is a pattern here that the ancient Greeks seem to be tracing deliberately, and it is worth pausing to feel its full weight. Syrinx becomes the reeds, and from the reeds comes the panpipe, mournful and searching. Echo, in the version of her story tied to Pan, is scattered across the mountain faces, reduced to a voice that can only answer and never initiate, never speak first. Pitys becomes the pine, standing on the ridge with its dark canopy and its sharp, clean fragrance, enduring but unreachable. 3 nymphs, 3 refusals, 3 transformations, and each one leaves behind something that Pan must now carry with him as a symbol and a companion, something that was almost a presence and became instead a permanent feature of the world he moved through. His most treasured instrument, the sound that answers from the cliffs when he plays, the tree he wears upon his head, all of them are traces of longing that was never returned. It would be easy to read Pan simply as a god of abundance and fertility, of warm hillsides and full flocks and the pleasure of a drowsy afternoon, and he was certainly all of those things. But the ancient Greeks were also encoding something more complicated in these stories, something that anyone who has ever stood alone in a beautiful and indifferent landscape will recognize without needing it explained. Wild places offer themselves completely and withhold themselves completely at the same time. You can stand inside them, breathe their air, hear their sounds moving all around you, and still feel that the most essential thing about them is just eat beyond your hand. Pan reaches, and the world transforms around him, and the transformation is gorgeous and permanent and entirely out of reach. The pine holds its resin in the bark. The reed sounds when the wind moves through it. The voice returns your words, but gives you nothing new. And the God who made all of these things by failing to hold on to what he loved walks among them still, wearing the pine crown, carrying the pipes, full of something that looks from a distance very much like contentment and feels, up close, like the specific ache of a world that keeps becoming more beautiful the further away it gets. The pine, the reed, the voice that repeats but never originates. In the ancient Greek imagination, the loneliest parts of the natural world carried his fingerprints. In the days before the Battle of Marathon, when the Athenians were doing their desperate arithmetic and coming up short, a runner was sent to Sparta. His name was Phidippides. He was a professional courier of the kind the Greeks called a hemerodrome, a man who could cover extraordinary distances on foot, moving through mountain terrain that would exhaust a soldier in armor before the day was half done. The Persian fleet had already landed at the Bay of Marathon. The Athenian army, small and uncertain of its allies, needed Sparta's soldiers badly enough to send their fastest man through the mountains to ask for them. The route from Athens to Sparta ran straight through the wild interior of the Peloponnese, through rocky passes and forested slopes that belonged to no city and answered to no general. Phidippides ran it in roughly 2 days, which tells you something about both the urgency and the man. It was on the return leg of this journey, somewhere on the slopes of Mount Parthenion, above the Arcadian town of Tegea, that something happened which Phidippides would carry back to Athens along with the Spartans' disappointing answer. According to the account that Herodotus preserves in his histories, Pan appeared to the runner there on the mountain, stepping out of the trees or simply making himself present in the way that gods sometimes did, sudden and impossible to look away from. What Pan said, as Herodotus records it, was not a prophecy or a threat. It was closer to a grievance. He asked Phidippides why the Athenians had paid him no attention, when he had always been friendly toward them and intended to go on being so. There was something almost plaintive about it, a god who had helped a people and found himself unacknowledged. who chose this particular mountain crossing with a Persian army waiting at the shore and everything uncertain to make his case. Phidippides, by Herodotus's account, believed entirely in what he had seen and heard. He brought a message back to Athens along with everything else. The Athenians heard it, and, in the way of people facing catastrophe, filed it away beside everything else they would attend to if they survived. They did survive. The battle at Marathon in 490 BCE ended with the Persian force driven back to their ships in a rout that surprised everyone, including, one suspects, the Athenians themselves. In the weeks and months that followed, when the city had time to breathe again and to consider what had happened, the encounter on Mount Parthenion came back into the conversation. Pan had said he was their friend. Pan had warned them of their neglect. Whether or not the connection could be drawn with any certainty between his favor and their victory. The Athenians decided that they had not been paying sufficient attention to a god who had apparently been paying attention to them. They established a sanctuary for him in a cave on the northwest slope of the Acropolis, a natural hollow in the rock that suited his character far better than any built temple would have. It was the kind of place he had always preferred. Cool, half-hidden, damp at the back where water seeped through, opening onto a view of the city below. They held torch races in his honor there and offered him the animal sacrifices that his worship traditionally required. Herodotus treats the whole episode with the same careful seriousness he brings to other matters he considers well attested. He is not presenting it as a colorful story told by credulous people, but as something the Athenians themselves believed and acted upon. For him, the encounter on Mount Parthenion was part of the historical record of the Marathon campaign, as real in its consequences as the fighting on the plain below. The cave sanctuary endured. Athenians kept returning to it long after the emergency that created it had passed from living memory. Offerings in the same cool dark where the god had been honored since the city made its promise. When archaeologists excavated the site in the 1890s, the physical evidence of that long continuity was still there in the rock. A carved image of him playing his pipes to nymphs was found inside the cave when archaeologists excavated the site more than 2,000 years later. That suggests the Athenians kept their promise longer than most. Pan was rarely entirely alone, even when he seemed to be. The mountains of Arcadia that he wandered were never truly empty, and the forests that a traveler might find isolating and cold were, in the Greek imagination, full of company that simply moved at its own pace, gathered when it pleased, and dissolved back into the undergrowth when the mood passed. Pan was the center of this world, not because he commanded it or organized it in the way Zeus organized Olympus, but because he was the most natural presence in it, the one around whom the others gathered the way animals gather near water. Of all the divine relationships Pan maintained, his closeness to Dionysus was perhaps the most fitting. Dionysus was the god of wine, of ecstasy, of the altered state that came over a person when the rational mind loosened its grip and something older and more unruly took its place. He was worshipped with music, with dance, with a kind of celebration that could tip from joy into abandon before anyone noticed the shift. Pan understood all of this without needing it explained. He had always lived in exactly the place Dionysus was trying to reach, outside the city walls, beyond the orderly rows of cultivated fields, in the warm, wild margins where the rules of civilized life simply did not apply. The two gods shared a domain in the deepest sense, not a geographic territory, but a quality of experience. Both were associated with fertility, with the loosening of restraint, with the parts of human life that were real and necessary, but that polished society preferred not to name too directly. They drank together, according to the ancient sources, and this detail feels entirely right. Two gods who had chosen wilderness over palace, sharing wine in the shade of a pine tree, entirely unbothered by the formalities happening elsewhere. Around Dionysus moved his retinue, and among them were the satyrs, figures who would have looked immediately familiar to any Greek who had spent time thinking about Pan. The satyrs were male spirits of the wild, goat-legged like Pan himself, shaggy and exuberant, associated with wine and music and the kind of joyful disorder that festivals were made of. They danced and played instruments and pursued nymphs through the forest with the same restless energy Pan had always brought to the same pursuits. In some ancient accounts, the connection between Pan and the satyrs is close enough that it is difficult to tell exactly where one kind of being ends and another begins. Pan moved among them not quite as a leader. He was too uninterested in hierarchy for that, but as something like an older presence, the one who had been in these wild places longest, who had invented the pipes they played and named the panic that could seize them all. He was a model for what they were, beings who existed between the human and the animal, who answered to nature rather than to society, who found their pleasure in music and motion and the long afternoon hours when the sun made the shade of any forest gully feel like luxury. The nymphs completed this world. They were everywhere in the landscape Pan inhabited. The wood nymphs in the groves, the river nymphs along the banks, the mountain nymphs in the high passes where the wind changed direction and the light came sideways off the rock. They danced to Pan's pipes in a way that the Greeks described again and again, as if this were one of the fixed truths of the natural world, like the fact that rivers ran downhill. When Pan played, nymphs gathered. The sound of the panpipes carried something that moved them, something in the intervals between the notes, in the slightly irregular breathing of the instrument, in the way the music never quite resolved itself into perfect order, but kept reaching for something just beyond its reach. Whether they loved him or feared him, they could not remain indifferent to his playing, and so the company around him was always shifting, never fully assembled, but never entirely absent. What the Greeks were describing when they populated Pan's world this way was something that contrasted quietly and deliberately with the world of Olympus. Olympus had its hierarchy, its assigned seats at the divine table, its elaborate protocols governing who spoke to whom and in what order and with what degree of deference. The gods there had titles and jurisdictions and long memories for insults to their dignity. The natural world that Pan presided over had none of this. His companions came and went as they pleased. There were no formal obligations between them, no oaths or alliances or debts of honor. The satyrs followed Dionysus because he was wonderful, and they gathered near Pan because he played beautifully and because the places he inhabited were the same places they loved. The nymphs danced when the music moved them and retreated when it stopped. It was a society of pleasure rather than of power, organized around the shared enjoyment of what the natural world offered freely: shade, water, wine, music, and the uncomplicated company of other beings who had no interest in anything more complicated than the day in front of them. Where Olympus had its councils and its protocols, Pan's world had music and wine and the company of creatures who had no interest in either rank or restraint. Not all of Pan's pursuits ended in a nymph becoming a plant. There was one story told among the ancient Greeks that moved along a different path, arriving somewhere softer and more ambiguous than the others. It involved not a nymph or a mortal woman, but the goddess of the moon herself, Selene, who travelled the sky each night in her silver chariot, her pale light falling across every hillside and river and sleeping valley in the world. Selene was a goddess of great beauty and a certain cool remoteness, as one might expect of someone whose home was the sky and whose company was mostly darkness and stars. She was not, by any ordinary reckoning, the kind of being who would be drawn down to the earth by a shaggy goat-legged god who smelled of pine resin and wild thyme. There existed between them an almost mathematical impossibility: the terrestrial and the celestial, the wild and the orderly, the creature of daylight noise and the presiding spirit of night's silence. She moved in prescribed patterns across the heavens, while he bounded unpredictably through forests and fields. The distance between them was not merely physical, but existential, a separation woven into the very fabric of their natures. But the story goes that Pan wanted her, as he seemed to want most beautiful things. That for once, rather than giving chase across the open fields, he thought carefully about what had always driven the objects of his desire away from him. He understood, in that moment, or perhaps over many long and sleepless nights, that what he was frightened people, his horns, his rough legs, the unpredictable energy that crackled around him like heat above summer stones, these were the very things that sent nymphs sprinting toward riverbeds and transformation. And so he made a choice that was quietly extraordinary for a god who had never been known for subtlety. He wrapped himself in a fleece of the purest white wool he could find, soft and luminous and clean, covering over the dark and shaggy parts of himself, so that what the eye could see was something gentle, something that caught the moonlight and gave it back in warm, quiet folds. This act of covering was itself an act of profound vulnerability, a willingness to hide his own nature in service of reaching another. He was not abandoning himself, but rather editing what he offered to the world, limiting what he showed so that what he showed might be received. It was a kind of restraint previously foreign to his character, a recognition that sometimes the presentation matters as much as the essence. He stood on the hillside in that disguise and waited for the sky to bring her near. Celine, looking down from her nightly passage, saw the brightness of the fleece below her, something white and soft and inviting resting on the dark earth. She was drawn by it, in the way that cool things are sometimes drawn toward warmth, without quite knowing why. She descended, according to some accounts, came to meet him. This descent itself was remarkable, a violation of her usual patterns, a moment in which the orderly goddess stepped outside the prescribed circle of her eternal path. There are versions of the story in which she accepted a ride with him to carry her into the forest in the deep dark of the night, the trees closing over both of them and the sky above briefly empty of its moon. What passed between them in those versions is left mostly to the imagination, told with the kind of reticence that ancient sources sometimes adopted when the story edged towards something too intimate to name plainly. What the myth does make clear is that he reached her. That is something he had never quite managed before. The fleece had done what all his speed and desire and open pursuit never had. It had made the distance between them crossable. There is something gently melancholy in that, when you hold it alongside the stories of Syrinx and Echo and Pitys. All those transformations born from his inability to be anything other than what he was. He loved fully and he pursued honestly, and the world kept changing shape to get away from him, until the one time he thought to fold his wildness inward and offer something softer to the sky. The Greeks were observing something real about desire in this story, something that sits quietly at the center of the myth and doesn't announce itself. That closeness sometimes requires a kind of concealment, that the truest self, presented without softening, can be the very thing that makes connection impossible, that there is nothing simple about that fact, nothing to be celebrated or mourned without also feeling the other. Pan did not become something he was not. The fleece was still worn by the same god, with the same longing and the same hunger underneath it. But he had made himself approachable, had borrowed the color of moonlight to speak to the moon. She had come down. There is something quietly revealing about the fact that the one who came closest to loving him did so because, for a moment, he looked like nothing wild at all. Arcadia could not keep Pan to itself for long. His worship had already begun spreading beyond the mountains of the Peloponnese well before the classical period, carried outward by traders and soldiers and shepherds who moved between regions and took their beliefs with them the way people always have, quietly and without ceremony, folded in among everything else they carried. The Athenians had built him a cave sanctuary on the slopes of the Acropolis after the Battle of Marathon, and that act of formal recognition changed something. He was no longer only the god of remote highland pastures and Arcadian goatherds. He had proven himself useful in the affairs of a great city, and cities, once they acknowledge a god, tend to keep him. Other sanctuaries appeared. At Corinth, at Ephesus, in places far enough from Arcadia that the people living there had no particular ancestral claim on him, and simply found that he belonged in the kinds of spaces they already sensed were sacred. Damp caves at the edge of a spring, shaded grottos above a city, rocky outcroppings where the wind came through in a particular way that made the hair rise on the back of the neck. He was a god who fit himself into the landscape wherever the landscape was wild enough to receive him, and across the Mediterranean world, wild places were never hard to find. When Alexander's armies moved eastward through Asia Minor and into Persia and beyond, Pan travelled with them, at least in the imaginations of the men who were marching. Soldiers crossing high and difficult mountain passes already knew the feeling his presence was said to bring. That sudden, vertiginous dread with no visible source, the certainty that the ground ahead was watched by something that had not decided yet whether to let them through. They credited Pan with the confusion and terror they believed he sent into enemy ranks, the kind of irrational, overwhelming fear that could break a formation more thoroughly than any spear. There is something appropriate about a god of lonely places travelling with an army. An army is, after all, a great many people who are each fundamentally alone, in the moments that matter most, and who feel very small against the mountains they are asked to cross. Pan had always been the god of exactly that experience, and the soldiers who named their dread after him were paying him a kind of honest tribute. It was in Rome, though, that Pan found his most thorough and enduring second home. The Romans already had Faunus, their own forest deity, ancient and native to the Italian landscape, who protected flocks and wandered the woodland margins and made himself known to travellers through sudden sounds and inexplicable frights. Faunus was goat-legged, rustically divine, and associated with the prophetic voices that spoke from wild places, particularly at night. When Roman writers and thinkers encountered the Greek Pan, the two figures were easy to draw together, and eventually the Romans spoke of them almost interchangeably, though scholars careful about these things note that Faunus kept his own distinct character alongside the borrowed one. Where Pan was primarily a god of music and pastoral play, Asia, Faunus leaned more heavily toward prophecy, the mysterious nighttime voice that delivered messages through dreams and through sounds in the forest, the rustle and the whisper that a sleeping shepherd might carry home as an oracle. The Romans absorbed Pan's mythology and his iconography, but allowed Faunus to colour the result, so that the figure who emerged was familiar and slightly different at once, like a word translated between languages that retains its meaning but shifts its feeling. His image during the Hellenistic and Roman periods became extraordinarily widespread. He appeared on coins from various cities, his bearded profile and small horns immediately legible across the Mediterranean world as the sign of a particular kind of divine wildness. He appeared in mosaic floors of wealthy Roman houses, often in garden courtyards where his association with the outdoors made him a natural decoration. Though calling it only decoration misses the point. Those households believed, or at least half believed, that a figure of Pan near the garden kept something in order, kept the boundary between the cultivated and the untamed negotiated and respectful. Garden sculpture of Pan was common enough that his form became part of the visual vocabulary of the Roman world, as familiar as a sundial or a fountain. He appeared in relief carvings at the entrances of grottos, and small bronze figurines of him were carried as personal objects, the kind of thing a shepherd or a traveller might keep close as an acknowledgement that the wild places required their own form of courtesy. There is something worth pausing over in this spread. The way a god who was rooted in one specific landscape, who was described as sleeping in a particular kind of noon-hour grotto in a particular mountainous region of Greece, managed to become recognizable to people who had never been anywhere near Arcadia and never would be. His myths traveled because what they described was not peculiar to Arcadia at all. The unease of a lonely road, the sound the wind makes through hollow stems, the specific quality of fear that comes on without warning in a place that a moment before had seemed entirely safe. These were not Arcadian experiences. They were human ones. A god who had started out in a shepherd's grotto in the mountains of the Peloponnese had somehow managed to make himself at home in gardens and mosaics from Rome to Alexandria, which is either a testament to the appeal of his mythology or to the universal experience of being frightened alone in the dark. Among all the strange things said about Pan, one of the strangest is that he died. The account comes from Plutarch, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, preserved in his essay known as The Obsolescence of Oracles. It has the quality of something that was already old and worn smooth by the time he set it down. According to Plutarch, during the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, a ship was making its way across the Ionian Sea when, somewhere near the cluster of small islands known as the Paxoi, a voice called out from across the water. The ship's pilot, an Egyptian sailor named Thamus, heard his own name spoken clearly. When he answered, the voice gave him a task. He was to travel on to the place called Palodes. When he arrived there, he was to announce that the great god Pan was dead. Thamus was an experienced man and not easily unsettled. So he did what a careful person does with strange instructions received at sea. He waited. He thought it over. He decided that if the wind was favorable when he reached Palodes, he would sail past in silence, but that if the sea fell calm and the air went still around him, he would speak. The wind did drop. The water went flat. Thamus stood at the prow of the ship and called out toward the shore, "The great Pan is dead." And then, from the empty coastline, from the rocks and the dark water and the air itself, there rose a sound of lamentation, wailing and weeping, a chorus of grief from a shore that held no visible mourners. The sailors heard it clearly. When they reached port and the story reached the ears of Tiberius, the emperor was said to have taken it seriously enough to convene a gathering of scholars to consider what it meant, though Plutarch notes somewhat dryly that nothing conclusive came of the meeting. The story passed from mouth to mouth and eventually into writing, where it waited for the centuries that would make the most of it. The account's very strangeness may have contributed to its persistence in the historical record. It lacked the grandeur of mythological narratives about the Olympian gods, yet possessed an almost documentary quality that lent it credibility. Readers and copyists found something compelling in Plutarch's restrained telling of the event. The detail of the pilot's name, the specific location, the decision to wait for favorable conditions, these specifics gave the narrative an air of having been witnessed and recorded, rather than invented. The story circulated among educated readers throughout the Roman world, treated by some with skepticism, but by others as a genuine account of something remarkable that had occurred. It was precisely this ambiguous status, neither fully believable nor easily dismissible, that allowed the story to survive and eventually flourish in new contexts. Those centuries arrived with the spread of Christianity through the Mediterranean world. Early Christian writers found Plutarch's account almost irresistibly useful. For them, the death of the great Pan was not a mystery to be puzzled over, but a fact to be welcomed. The old gods were passing away. The age of oracles and wilderness spirits was ending. What Thamus had heard across the water was the sound of a pagan world releasing its breath for the last time. Eusebius of Caesarea quoted the story approvingly. It was retold and elaborated across the following centuries as evidence that the coming of Christ had displaced the ancient powers of the natural world. The timing was made to seem meaningful. Scholars and theologians calculated that the death of Pan, if the reign of Tiberius placed it correctly, would have coincided roughly with the crucifixion. This coincidence was treated as something far more than coincidence. Pan, who had once been a god of wild places and warm afternoons and mournful music, became a symbol of everything the old world had been and lost. His death, the moment when the forests went quiet and the nymphs ceased to dance and the voice that had called from 1,000 hillsides fell at last to silence. Modern scholars have been considerably less confident about all of this. Some have suggested that the voice Themis heard was not announcing the death of Pan at all, but the death of someone else entirely, that the name Pan-Megas, or the Great Pan, may have been a misunderstanding of an entirely different name called out during a mourning ritual on the shore, one of several performed at certain times of year for local figures whose names have since been lost. Others have read the episode as a genuine piece of late Hellenistic religious history, evidence that the cult of Pan was already declining in certain areas by the time of Tiberius, the old worship of cave shrines and mountain grottos giving way before newer and more organized religious practices. Whatever was actually heard across the water near the Paxoi on that particular evening, the story that grew from it gave Pan something almost no other deity in the ancient Greek tradition ever received: a death, not a transformation, not a retreat to some hidden mountain, not a simple fading from the record, but a specific moment, a named witness, a proclamation, a response, that grieving sound rising from an empty shore, as if the landscape itself had been told the news and could not bear it, and by a kind of gentle irony that Plutarch himself might have appreciated, the very story that was meant to confirm Pan's ending became one of the primary reasons he was remembered. Without it, he might have receded as quietly as dozens of minor pastoral deities did, only the word panic and a few vase paintings behind. Instead, he was given a funeral that echoed across 2,000 years of Western writing, a death so striking and so strange that it refused to stay dead. He was the only major Greek deity anyone ever reported a death for. The sound of the lamentation rising from an empty shore made that death impossible to forget. The philosophers were not generally interested in shepherds' gods, but Pan's name was too convenient to ignore. In ancient Greek, the word Pan simply means all. That single syllable opened a door that thinkers of several different traditions were eager to walk through. A god whose name already sounded like a claim about the totality of existence was difficult to leave alone, particularly in a culture where language and meaning were taken to be inseparable, where the name of a thing was understood to carry something of its essential nature. Pan had been worshipped by shepherds in Rocky Mountain passes and honored with goat milk and barley cakes at the mouths of caves. But his name, that one compact syllable, suggested something far larger than the hills of Arcadia. Certain ancient minds would not resist following that suggestion wherever it led. The most celebrated early example of this comes from Plato, whose dialogue the Cratylus explores, the relationship between names and the things they represent. In the course of that conversation, the character Socrates turns his attention to Pan. What he offers is not a retelling of the shepherd god's myths, but something closer to an anatomy of the god's meaning. Socrates observes that Pan, as the son of Hermes, is intimately connected to speech and to the communication of ideas. Hermes being the divine messenger, the god whose domain was language itself. Pan, Socrates suggests, is speech in its twofold nature. His upper half, smooth and human and formed after the divine, represents the true and rational portion of all utterance, the part that points upward toward clarity and understanding. His lower half, rough and shaggy and rooted in the animal world, represents the false and the bestial, the portion of speech that belongs to the earth below, that deceives and clouds and confuses. The god's body, in this reading, is a map of everything we say to one another, part lucid, part wild, part reaching toward the gods, and part dragging along the ground. It is a strange and precise kind of attention to pay to a deity who spent most of his time napping in grottos. Yet there is something in it that feels genuinely illuminating, as if Plato looked at that old hybrid form and found that it had been telling the truth about human nature all along. Later thinkers carried this kind of interpretation even further. The Stoics, who believed that a single rational principle animated the entire cosmos, a force they called the Logos, found in Pan a useful mythological figure for that idea. If Pan meant all, then Pan could stand for the all, for the totality of the natural world understood as a single living, breathing, purposeful system. This is a considerable distance from the Arcadian hills, but the Stoics were accustomed to reading old myths as allegories for philosophical truths. Pan's name made the association feel almost too natural to resist. The Neoplatonists, writing centuries later, elaborated on these ideas with their characteristic richness, connecting Pan to the generative energy that flows through all material existence, the force that gives the world its abundance and its wildness and its constant restless movement. In their hands, the god who played his pipes by a riverbank became something like a personification of nature's own creative principle, not a deity you pray to for good hunting, but a symbol of the living whole, the cosmos caught in the act of producing itself. What is worth pausing over, when you consider this philosophical history, is the pattern it reveals. Pan was not the only Greek deity whose name or domain attracted allegorical interpretation, but he was perhaps the most extreme case. The widest distance between the god as actually worshipped and the god as philosophically reimagined. The Arcadian shepherds who scourged his statue when the hunting was poor, the travelers who felt his invisible presence in a lonely pass, the nymphs who danced to his pipes at the forest's edge. None of them were thinking about the dual nature of language or the animating principle of the cosmos. They were thinking about a particular god, recognizable by his horns and his pipes and his goat legs, who lived close to the ground and made the wild places feel inhabited. The philosophers took that same figure and asked what his name implied about the nature of all things. The answer they arrived at was, in its way, as strange as the god himself. I find something quietly moving in that gap, between the shepherd leaving a small cake of cheese at a rocky shrine, and the philosopher tracing the outlines of universal reason in the same God's divided body. Both of them were paying attention to something real. They were simply standing at very different distances from it. It is a long journey from a goat-legged deity sleeping off his lunch in a mountain cave to a symbol of the rational and irrational halves of all language and thought. But the ancient mind was not troubled by the distance. Pan outlasted the Greeks who invented him by a considerable margin, and not only in the word panic. Long after the sanctuaries on the Acropolis had been abandoned and the old religion had given way to new ones, Pan continued to resurface in the Western imagination with a persistence that few other figures from ancient mythology could match. He moved through the centuries, not as a relic carefully preserved in academic texts, but as something that kept finding its way back into the minds of people who had never worshipped him and would not have known what to offer him at a cave mouth. Something about his particular combination of wildness, longing and music made him difficult to set aside completely. Each new era that rediscovered him found in his image exactly what it needed him to represent. The Romantic poets of the late 18th and early 19th centuries returned to Pan with a kind of grateful recognition, as though they had found a god who had been waiting for them. Keats wrote of him as the presiding spirit of all untamed and growing things, a deity who heard the heavy corn before it falls, who sheltered the young deer, who breathed life into the reeds along the water. Shelley invoked him as the voice behind all pastoral music, the animating presence behind the sounds of wind and running water that a person hears before they see the source. Wordsworth moved a little more carefully, but still found in Pan a figure for the kind of sacred wildness that the industrial world was busy covering over. For these writers, Pan was not merely a character from an old mythology, but something closer to a principle, the embodiment of everything raw and vital in the natural world that civilization had been steadily, quietly diminishing. They did not worship him in any formal sense, but they called on him the way a person calls on something they need to believe in. The image that answered them was the old one: shaggy legs, pipes raised to his lips, standing somewhere between the trees. Painters and sculptors of the same period returned to him in a similar spirit. Pan appeared in pastoral scenes and mythological canvases as a figure of freedom rather than of fear. The wild presence in a landscape that was otherwise too composed, too orderly to feel entirely alive. His goat legs and horns, that had once seemed to ancient travelers like a reason to flee, were reread as signs of authentic vitality, of a connection to the earth that the drawing room and the factory floor had severed. The psychoanalytic tradition of the 20th century brought him deeper still into the modern interior. Carl Jung, who spent considerable time mapping mythological figures onto the structures of the human psyche, found Pan a useful representative of the unconscious drives that rational civilization had not eliminated but only pushed underground. The wild god who slept in caves and frightened solitary travelers in isolated places became, in this reading, a figure for the parts of the mind that do not respond to reason or argument, the instincts, the desires, the fears that surface without warning in the quiet moments. Freud's broader framework, which traced so much of civilized human suffering to the suppression of instinctual life, gave Pan a kind of retrospective relevance that the ancient Greeks had not intended but might have recognized. The psychologist James Hillman developed this line of thinking further in his essay on Pan and Nightmare, arguing that the terror Pan sent upon solitary wanderers was not simply a primitive superstition, but a meaningful experience, the psyche's encounter with something it had tried to exclude. Hillman read panic not as a malfunction, but as a genuine signal, a message from those parts of the self that do not speak in words or reasons. The ancient Greeks, he suggested, had been wise to give this experience a god of its own. This was because to name a thing is to acknowledge that it is real. The dread that rises in a person, alone in a dark field or on an empty road at night, is real, whether or not one believes in a goat-legged deity resting somewhere nearby. Pan, in Hillman's telling, was not a figure to be overcome or reasoned away, but one to be listened to with a certain careful respect. The Christian tradition had arrived at a very different conclusion. As the old religions of the Mediterranean were displaced and their images absorbed or condemned, Pan's appearance proved remarkably convenient for a theological tradition that needed a recognizable form for the adversary. The horns, the goat legs, the cloven hooves, the wild sexuality and the unpredictable power, all of these were mapped onto the figure of the devil in medieval Christian iconography with a thoroughness that was probably not accidental. Pan's image became the template for a being that represented everything the Christian moral order defined itself against: the body, the instincts, the wilderness beyond the city wall, the pleasure that resisted consecration. This was not a transformation that honored Pan or the tradition he came from, but it was in its own way a measure of how potent his image remained. You do not borrow the appearance of something harmless to represent ultimate danger. The medieval church reached for the most vivid symbol of ungoverned nature it could find. Pan's silhouette was already there, waiting. The horns and the hooves turned up in other places, in figures the medieval church was careful to name differently. That is one way of measuring how much of him was still alive. after everything that has been said about him, the myths, the music, the fear, the philosophy, Pan is perhaps best understood by simply standing still in the right kind of landscape and paying attention, not in a city, not in a garden that has been carefully tended and arranged into something pleasing. The right kind of landscape is harder to reach than that. It is a hillside in the middle of a warm afternoon where the light falls flat and bleached across pale stone, where the grasses have gone dry and gold and the air carries the faint bitterness of wild thyme crushed somewhere underfoot. It is the edge of a lake where hollow reeds crowd the waterline in dense, murmuring rows, their stems ticking softly against one another when a breath of air moves through them. It is a mountain pass where the wind comes through a gap in the rock and makes a sound that is almost a note, almost a word, then dissolves before you can be certain of what you heard. These were the places that belonged to him. In a very particular way, they still carry something of what the Greeks believed he left behind. The reeds along the waterline are the most immediate reminder. According to the old story, a nymph named Syrinx was changed into marsh reeds at the river's edge when she prayed to be saved from Pan's pursuit. Pan gathered those reeds and bound them with wax and raised them to his lips. The first sound they made was the sound of her breathing, altered by grief into something that the Greeks recognized as music. Every stand of reeds along a lakeshore or riverbank carries that story inside it now, not as a belief that anyone is required to hold, but as a residue of meaning that has been so long attached to the thing that it becomes difficult to separate them. When the wind moves through hollow reeds and produces that low, wavering, slightly mournful sound, it is easy to understand how the ancient Greeks arrived at the story they did. The sound is already there. The myth only gave it a name and a face, and the particular ache of a love that was never returned. And then there is the voice that comes back from a cliff face when you call out across a valley, or shout into the open air above a gorge. The Greeks had a story for that too, and Pan was at the center of it. Echo, in one tradition, was a nymph who refused him. His grief or his anger, the versions differ, caused her to be scattered across the mountains until all that remained of her was a voice that could repeat but never speak first, a voice that could only give back what it received. Whether or not you carry that story with you, when you hear your own words returned from a stone wall or a distant slope, there is something in the experience that the Greeks captured with unusual accuracy. The echo does feel like the remains of something, like a presence that has lost most of itself and retained only this one partial, borrowed quality. It answers, but it does not begin. It responds, but it does not reach. The pine tree on the ridge, holding its dark shape against a paler sky and releasing that resinous smell when the sun warms it through the middle of the day, belongs to this same collection of traces. Pitys was her name. She too fled from Pan. She too was changed into something that remained in the landscape long after the pursuit ended and the myth settled into place. Pan wore pine needles as a crown in her memory. That is one of those details that the ancient sources preserve without any particular emphasis, as if it were simply a known fact about him, the way you might note that someone always wore a particular color. The crown of pine was the emblem of a desire that had nowhere to go, and so became devotion instead. That is a small and quiet thing, but not without its own kind of tenderness. The cave on the northwest slope of the Acropolis in Athens is a different kind of trace, a more durable one in some ways. This was because it is not a sound or a scent, but an actual hollow in the rock that people entered with intention, carrying small offerings, setting them down in the dimness, going back out into the light. For something close to 2,000 years, according to the archaeological evidence, Athenians kept the promise their city made after Marathon. When Pan appeared to the runner, Phidippides, on a mountain in Arcadia, and asked why they had neglected him, the cave was a place where nymphs were also honored, which suited Pan's company. The carved relief found inside during excavations in the 1890s showed him playing his pipes in exactly the attitude the ancient writers described: unhurried, absorbed in the sound, entirely at home in the rock and the damp and the shadows. What the cave represents, perhaps more than anything else about Pan's worship, is the intimacy of it. You do not need a great open plaza and a colonnaded facade to acknowledge something that you believe lives in rocky places and narrow grottos. You need only to go to a rocky place and a narrow grotto, to bring something small with you, and to leave it. That is the whole of it, really. Pan was never a god who required elaborate ceremony. His landscape was never a landscape that rewarded anything other than simplicity and attention. The wild places the Greeks associated with him have a particular quality of indifference that it is worth sitting with for a moment. The hillside does not know your name. The reeds at the water's edge are not arranged for your comfort. The echo gives back your voice with no warmth added to it. The pine tree is not watching you pass beneath its branches, and yet the Greeks believed that something lived inside all of that indifference, something that could be startled into terror or drawn into a kind of mournful tenderness, something that napped in the midday heat and woke at dusk and wandered the hills with hollow reeds pressed to its lips. Whether he is still there or not is not a question that needs an answer. The reed beds breathe. The voice comes back from the cliff. The pine tree holds its resin scent against the air. Somewhere in the middle of all that patient, indifferent beauty, the old god is probably still sleeping. We will spend our time tonight with a young man named Jason, a prince who grew up far from the court that was rightfully his, raised instead on a quiet mountain by a teacher unlike any other. We will follow him as he gathers a crew of heroes, some of the most celebrated figures in all of Greek mythology, and set sail aboard a ship called the Argo, bound for a distant land at the very edge of the known world. There, in a sacred grove guarded by a dragon that never sleeps, hung a fleece of pure gold, radiant and waiting, the object of a quest that would take Jason and his companions across seas both friendly and treacherous, through storms and strange islands and places that exist in no map ever drawn. It is a long and beautiful story, and we will move through it slowly, without hurry, the way a ship moves across a quiet sea on a calm evening when the wind is just enough and there is nowhere else to be. Prior to our starting, however, allow yourself to settle into this moment right here, in this place, in the softness of where you are right now. Allow your eyes to close, if they have not already, and feel the weight of your body resting wherever it happens to be resting tonight. There is nothing you need to do. There is nowhere you are required to be. By simply closing your eyes and allowing yourself to be still, you are already giving your body something it very much needs, the quiet permission to let go of the day that has just passed. Take a slow breath in and let it out without any effort at all. Notice the way your shoulders settle a little lower when you do that. Notice the way the space around your eyes softens. With each breath, you are sinking just a little deeper into the comfort beneath you, the mattress or the cushions or the blanket. Whatever it is that is holding you tonight, I would like you to imagine for a moment that you are not where you are. Instead, you are lying on the gently curved hull of a small wooden boat. It is a beautiful boat, old enough to feel solid and trustworthy beneath you, worn smooth by years of water and wind, but sturdy in the way that well-made things tend to be sturdy. The wood beneath you is warm from a long afternoon of sun, and you can feel that warmth coming up through your back, spreading slowly across your shoulders and down through your legs. The boat is anchored in a small harbour. The harbour is surrounded on three sides by low hills covered in pale green grasses and the silvery leaves of olive trees, and the water inside it is very still, still enough that you can see your reflection in it if you look over the side. though you are far too comfortable to bother. The harbour is sheltered from the open sea, and so the water here moves only gently, in long, slow undulations that cause the boat to rock in a rhythm so easy and so regular that it feels less like movement and more like breathing. You feel each slow roll of the boat beneath you, and you let it carry you, the way you might let a current carry you when you are floating on your back in a river on a warm afternoon. There is nothing to hold on to and no reason to. The boat knows what it is doing. The water knows what it is doing. And you know, in the quiet way that the body sometimes simply knows things, that you are completely safe here. The light around you is the particular golden light of early evening, when the sun has moved low enough that everything it touches looks a little warmer and a little softer than it did an hour ago. Somewhere nearby, on one of those low hills above the harbour, there is a small bird singing. Not an urgent or excited song, but a quiet, unhurried one, the kind a bird sings when it is simply content to be exactly where it is. The sound drifts down to you across the water, and you hear it without quite listening to it, the way you hear the sound of a distant stream when you are almost asleep. The rocking of the boat continues, slow and steady. The warmth of the wood beneath you continues. The golden light continues. And your breath continues too, moving in and out at its own pace, slower now than it was a little while ago, and slower still with each passing moment. You can return to this harbour at any point tonight, any time you would like to feel the rocking of that warm boat beneath you and the quiet light falling over the water. It will always be here. Now that you have found your stillness in this quiet place, let us turn toward our story. Before we meet Jason himself, we have to go back a little further, to the story of how the Golden Fleece came to exist at all. Long before the Argo was built, long before any hero had heard of a kingdom called Colchis, or a grove where something golden hung in the darkness between ancient trees, there was a king named Athamas who ruled over a region of central Greece called Boeotia, who had 2 children from his first marriage, a boy named Phrixus and a girl named Hele. By all accounts, they were ordinary children, the kind who spent their days close to the earth, running through the long grasses at the edge of the palace grounds, sleeping deeply and easily the way children do when the world has not yet had occasion to trouble them. Their mother, Nephele, was a creature of the clouds. There was something airy and untethered about both of them, as if they had inherited a little of the sky from her. In some tellings, Nephele was said to have been fashioned from clouds by Hera herself, a creation born from air and divine intention rather than mortal flesh. This gave her a quality that separated her from ordinary women of her time, a kind of impermanence that was beautiful but also unsettling to those who lived ordinary, grounded lives. Those who knew her spoke of how she would sometimes seem to drift away, even while standing still, her thoughts travelling to places that could not be reached by the ordinary business of conversation. But Nephele and Athamas had parted ways by the time this story truly begins. Athamas had taken a new wife, a woman named Ino, daughter of the Phoenician king Cadmus, who was beautiful and intelligent in the way that certain people are beautiful and intelligent, and who use both qualities like instruments rather than gifts. Ino had children of her own and wanted the throne of Boeotia to pass to them. She looked at Phrixus and Helle the way people sometimes look at a path they have decided to close off. The plan she devised was deliberate and patient, the kind of cruelty that takes time to arrange. She persuaded the women of the region to secretly roast the grain seed before the planting season, so that when the fields were sown, they yielded nothing. The kingdom moved slowly toward famine. What had once been a place of plenty became a place of want. The granaries that had stood full and secure grew empty. People began to speak in hushed tones about the will of the gods, about whether some offense had been given to some divine power. The poor grew thinner. The markets that had once bustled with abundance became places of anxiety and scarcity. Ino watched this unfold with the satisfaction of someone watching a plan come to completion, and she began to whisper in the ears of the most influential people in Boeotia that drastic measures would be required to save the kingdom. When Athamas sent messengers to the oracle at Delphi to ask what could be done, Ino arranged for false word to come back, that the gods required the sacrifice of Phrixus, the king's eldest son, to restore the harvest. It is the kind of story that asks you to sit with the weight of it for a moment, the way in which ordinary life can tip so quietly into danger. How a child might go to sleep one night in perfect safety and wake into a world that has been rearranged against him while the darkness held. Athamas, according to some versions of the story, was grief-stricken but felt himself without a choice. He brought Phrixus to the altar, and it was at that moment that something intervened. A ram appeared, not an ordinary one, but a ram whose fleece was pure gold, sent by the gods, some say by Hermes himself, or by Nephele, the children's mother, watching from wherever cloud-borne creatures watch, from when they can no longer be present in the world below. The ram was enormous and calm. It lowered its great golden head toward the children as if it had always known them. Phrixus and his sister Hele climbed onto the animal's back. The ram lifted them into the air with the unhurried ease of something that has no reason to be afraid of height, carrying them up and eastward over the mountains and the sea, its fleece catching the light in a way that would have been visible, you imagine, from a very great distance, a moving brightness against the blue, travelling steadily away from everything familiar. For a while they held on together, the two of them pressed close against the warmth of the ram's back, the wind pulling at their clothes, the world very small and very far below. They could hear the creature's breathing, steady and deep, a rhythm like the beating of a great heart beneath them. Below they saw the patchwork of the known world falling away, the palace where they had been born growing smaller and smaller until it was indistinguishable from any other building, until it was nothing but a shape among shapes. But somewhere over the narrow strait that separates Europe from Asia, Helle lost her grip. She fell into the water below. That body of water has carried her name ever since, the Hellespont, the Sea of Helle. That is what we would today call the Dardanelles, a narrow channel of cold water between two continents, named quietly and permanently after a child who could not hold on. Her fall was witnessed by no one except her brother, who could only watch as she disappeared into the water far below, becoming part of the story of the world in the only way that remained available to her. Phrixus arrived alone on the eastern shore of the Black Sea, in the land of Colchis, whose king was Aeetes, the son of Helios, the sun god. A man of enormous power who received the boy with the formal hospitality that the ancient world required of kings and strangers. Phrixus was grateful and exhausted, the way anyone would be after a journey that had begun on an altar and ended on the far side of the known world. He sacrificed the golden ram to Zeus as an offering of thanks for his deliverance. He gave the fleece, that impossibly soft, impossibly luminous thing, to Aeetes, who hung it in a grove sacred to Ares, a forest place of deep shadow and deep quiet, where a dragon that never slept coiled itself around the base of an old oak tree and watched over it through every hour of every nig. HT, and every day that followed, its eyes never closing, its attention never drifting. And there in the sacred grove of Colchis, glowing among the dark trees, the golden fleece waited, hanging from the branches of an ancient oak, never fading, year after year, decade after decade, for whoever fate decided would one day come to claim it. In the land of Thessaly, along the rocky coastline, where the mountains roll down almost to the sea, there was a kingdom called Iolcus. It was not the largest kingdom in Greece, nor the most celebrated, but it had a good harbour and fertile land tucked between the hills. The people who lived there had the particular quality of those who grow up near the water. They were practical, patient, and accustomed to the idea that the world extended far beyond what they could see from their own shores. The city sat where a wide bay opened toward the Aegean. On calm days, the sea held the light in a way that made it look almost solid, like hammered bronze cooling at the edge of a forge. Iolcus had been ruled, in those days, by a man named Aeson, the rightful king, descended from a long line of those who had held the throne before him. By most accounts, Aeson was not a man given to the grand gestures or consuming ambitions that tend to make for memorable kings. He ruled as a steward of what he had inherited, and the kingdom sat quietly under his care. He had a half-brother, however, by the name of Peleus. Peleus was a different kind of man entirely. Peleus was the son of the sea god Poseidon and a mortal woman. Whether it was that divine inheritance or simply his own nature, he had been born with a hunger for power that a quiet life in his brother's court could never quite satisfy. There are different versions of how Peleus came to take the throne, as tends to be true of most things in these old stories. But across all of them, the shape of what happened is the same. Peleus seized Iolcus for himself, pushing Aeson aside. Aeson was left with very little. In some tellings, he was imprisoned within the palace walls, kept alive but stripped of everything that had given his life its meaning. In others, he was simply confined, watched and diminished, a king in name only and in no other sense at all. What the stories agree on is this: Peleus sat on a throne that was not his. Aeson could do nothing about it. Not long after he had settled into his new position, Peleus went to consult an oracle, that ancient practice of seeking some glimpse of what the future held, some word from the gods about which way to face. The oracle's warning, when it came, was not the kind a man could easily set aside. He was told to beware of a man wearing only one sandal. The details of exactly who or when were not given, as oracles rarely dealt in comfortable specifics. There was simply this image, a single sandal, hovering at the edge of whatever was coming. Peleus carried it with him from that day forward like a stone in the lining of his coat. Always there, never comfortable, impossible to forget. It was around this time that Aeson's wife realized what kind of future her son would face. Growing up in a palace governed by a man who had every reason to feel threatened by him. The child's name was Jason. He was very young, an infant still, or close to it, when his mother made the decision that would shape everything that came after. She sent him away in secret, away from Iolcus and away from Peleus, to be raised on the slopes of Mount Pelion. That rose steeply from the land just to the east of the city, thickly forested and wild in the way that mountains are when they have not been much disturbed by human hands. On Mount Pelion there lived a centaur named Chiron, who was unlike most of the others of his kind, where other centaurs were known for their roughness and their appetites. Chiron had spent an enormously long life accumulating a different kind of reputation entirely. He was considered the wisest creature in Greece, perhaps in the world. Gods and heroes alike had sent their children to be taught by him. He was, by some accounts, the son of the Titan Cronus himself. He carried that ancient lineage, not as pride, but as a kind of quiet depth, a sense that he had seen enough of the world to understand it with some patience and without too much surprise. He was a healer, a musician, a hunter, a teacher of everything that mattered, and the mountain he lived on suited him perfectly. Mount Pelion in those days was covered in forests so dense and old that the light came through them in long slanted shafts, touching the ground in patches among the roots. There were herbs growing in every clearing, plants that Chiron knew by name and by use, the ones that closed wounds, and the ones that eased pain, and the ones that, in the wrong hands, could do the opposite of either. There were streams running cold and clear down the hillsides. Deer moving through the undergrowth in the early morning, the particular kind of silence that belongs to places where no city has ever been built. It was the kind of place where you might wake in the night and hear nothing at all except wind in the trees and the distant sound of water. Feel, without quite being able to say why, that the world was large and unhurried, and in no particular rush to resolve itself, one way or another. It was into this world that the infant Jason was brought, and it was here that he grew. Chiron raised him the way he had raised others before him, carefully and without haste, teaching him to read the sky and to move quietly through the forest, to understand the properties of plants and the habits of animals, to be honest and to be strong and to know the difference between the two. Jason learned to run on the slopes of Pelion before he learned to walk on flat ground, to swim in the cold mountain streams before anyone thought to teach him the formal ways of a royal court. He knew the names of stars long before he knew the names of the men who ruled the kingdoms below. And so Jason grew up on the mountain, learning everything Chiron had to teach, while far below in the palace at Iolcus, his uncle Peleus sat on a borrowed throne and waited nervously for a future he could not escape. When Jason was grown and old enough to make his own way in the world, Chiron stood with him at the edge of the mountain and told him that his time there was finished. It was a morning in early spring, by most accounts, the kind of morning that arrives on a mountain with a particular quality of light, clean and pale gold, the shadows still long and cool beneath the pines, the air carrying the faint sweetness of melting snow from the higher slopes above. Chiron, the great centaur, half man and half horse, had raised Jason since he was an infant, had taught him the use of a bow and the naming of every plant that grew along the mountain paths, had shown him how to read the sky and how to move quietly through a forest and how to set a broken bone and how to play a simple melody on a reed pipe when the evenings grew long and quiet. He had given Jason, in other words, everything a person raised far from a palace might need to carry himself through the world were, with some measure of dignity and capability. They stood together at the place where the trees thinned and the path began to slope steeply downward. Below them, through the haze of the valley, you could see the distant shimmer of the sea, the rooftops of towns, and the long green fingers of the lowlands stretching out toward the coast. Jason had looked down at that view many times over his 20 years on the mountain. But on this morning it looked different to him, not larger exactly, but more real, more consequential, the way a door looks different the moment you understand you are actually going to walk through it. Chiron did not offer him a great speech, as far as the old stories tell us. He simply reminded Jason of who he was and where he came from, of the kingdom that had been taken from his father Aeson, of the man who now sat in that palace by the sea with an uneasy conscience and a borrowed throne. Whatever words passed between them on that mountain path, the parting was an affectionate one. The old centaur had been his teacher and his protector and something very close to a father. Jason was a young man leaving the only home he had truly known. But the mountain had given him what it could. The rest of his education would have to come from the world below. He descended through the forests of Mount Pelion alone, following paths he had walked 100 times in the direction of Iolcus. The mountain had its own particular beauty in that season. The beech trees were just beginning to come into leaf, a transparent and tender green that softened the whole forest around him. The streams were running full with snowmelt, quick and silver cold over the stones. He walked steadily but without rushing, the way someone walks when they are still composing themselves for whatever comes next. By the time he reached the foothills and the landscape opened into wider, gentler country, the morning was well advanced. The path began to follow the course of a river, the Anaros. According to the tradition, which was running higher than usual that season, full and turbid, the colour of pale clay. There was no bridge here, or none that was usable. The ford that normally allowed a person to cross with relative ease was deeper than it should have been, the water moving with enough force that it would require some care to cross without being pulled off balance. It was at the bank of this river that Jason found an old woman waiting. She was very old, or appeared to be, small and stooped, her clothes plain, her face deeply lined. Leaning on a walking staff at the water's edge, as if she had been standing there for some time already and was uncertain how to proceed. She looked at Jason when he arrived at the bank, asked him, simply and without ceremony, whether he would be willing to carry her across. There was nothing remarkable about her request. People helped one another across difficult fords all the time. He was young and strong, and she was old and clearly could not manage the current on her own. He agreed without hesitation, as a person raised well tends to do, crouched so that she could climb onto his back, and stepped into the water. The Anairos was cold, deeply, shockingly cold in the way that rivers fed by snowmelt tend to be, even when the air above them is mild and pleasant. The current pressed against Jason's legs with more force than he had expected. The riverbed was uneven beneath his feet, the stones slick and shifting. He moved carefully, planting each step before committing to the next, balancing the weight of the old woman against the pull of the water, keeping his eyes fixed on the far bank and thinking of nothing else. He was aware that one of his sandals came loose somewhere near the middle of the crossing. He felt it go, felt the cold water close around his bare foot, but he did not stop to retrieve it. Stopping in the middle of a river when you are carrying someone across is not an option. A sandal, after all, is only a sandal. He kept moving until his feet found firmer footing on the far bank. He set the old woman down carefully on the grass. Dee straightened up. When he turned to look at her again, she was watching him with an expression that was not quite the expression of a tired old woman who has just been helped across a river. There was something in her eyes that was still and deep and very old in a different way than a human face is old. Not the oldness of years, but the oldness of something that existed long before years were being counted. Some versions of the story say she transformed then, or at least allowed a different quality of herself to become visible. Others say she said nothing at all and simply was no longer there when he turned back. What the tradition agrees upon is this: the old woman was Hera, the queen of the gods. Her way across that river in a form that only someone willing to notice an old woman by a riverbank and willing to help her without any expectation of return would have stopped for. And Jason had stopped, had helped her, and had carried her across without complaint through cold water, and had lost a sandal in the process without giving it a second thought. That quality in him, the unthinking generosity of it, the absence of calculation, was precisely what she had come to see. From that morning forward, in the way that the ancient stories understand these things, Hera's favor moved with Jason like a companion he could not see, but whose presence could sometimes be felt in the way that certain moments turn out slightly better than they had any right to. It would not make him invincible, and it would not make his path easy, but it would keep a quiet eye on him across the long and complicated years to come. Jason continued down toward Iolcus with one bare foot. That was inconvenient on the road, but not enough to slow him appreciably. He reached the city by afternoon, entered the palace precinct, made himself known to the people at the gate, and was eventually brought before the king. Pelias received him in a hall of some ceremony, studying this tall young man who had appeared out of nowhere with the directness of someone who knew exactly what he wanted, and the unusual detail of wearing only a single sandal on one foot, the other foot bare and dusty from the road. Pelias looked down at Jason's single bare foot and felt, for the first time, the cold weight of the prophecy he had spent years trying to outrun. Pelias received his nephew with the careful warmth of a man who is afraid. He had been told about the single sandal, had seen it for himself when Jason walked into the great hall, that bare foot against the stone floor. And yet Peleus kept his face composed, his voice smooth, his hands still at his sides. He was a man practiced in the art of appearing calm while the ground shifted beneath him. He offered Jason a seat and called for wine and spoke pleasantly of the journey down from the mountain. All the while, his mind was moving very quickly toward the question of what to do. Jason, for his part, was direct. He was young and he had come a long way, and he did not see any reason to speak around the thing he had come to say. He told Peleus who he was, the son of Aeson, the rightful heir to Iolcus, and he told him that he had not come seeking blood or revenge, that he bore his uncle no particular hatred for what had been done, but only that he wished for what was his by right of birth. He asked for the throne of Iolcus. He asked for it plainly, the way someone asks for a thing they believe they have already earned, simply by existing. Peleus listened to all of this with an expression of great and careful thoughtfulness, as though the matter were genuinely complicated and he were working through it in real time. He asked Jason whether he truly wanted to rule a kingdom, whether he understood the weight of it, all the small daily decisions, the disputes between farmers and merchants, the slow grinding work of it, and Jason said that he did. So Peleus nodded slowly, as men do when they have already made their decision and are only performing the act of considering. He said that there was, in fact, something standing between Jason and the throne, something that needed to be resolved first for the peace of the kingdom and the honor of their family's name. He spoke then of the golden fleece. He spoke of it as a man speaks of something almost too sacred to name, something that had haunted his own sleep for years, which may or may not have been true. The fleece, he said, had once belonged to their ancestor Phrixus. Its absence from Greece was a dishonor that weighed on the family, a wrong that had never been righted. Bring it home, Peleus told his nephew, and the throne would follow. Iolcus would be Jason's, freely and without condition. He said it with tremendous sincerity. Colchis lay at the far edge of everything that Greek sailors then knew of the world. It sat at the eastern shore of the Black Sea. That in those older times was called the Inhospitable Sea, a name that said something plainly about what sailors thought of its waters and its coasts. Getting there meant crossing the Aegean, passing through the Narrows, entering the Propontis, threading the Bosphorus, then continuing still further east, past shores and peoples that most Greeks had never seen and many had never heard of. By some accounts, Colchis was less a real place than a rumor, a distant kingdom where the sun rose, where the rivers carried gold dust down from the mountains, where magic was practiced openly and the gods moved through the world in ways that the more settled Greek cities had long since stopped expecting. It was the kind of place that felt like it existed just at the edge of the possible, real enough to sail toward, but strange enough that you could never be quite certain what you would find when you arrived. Peleus understood all of this very well. He understood the distance, the danger, the dragons and storms and unknown shores. He understood that a young man walking in from the mountains with one sandal and a lifetime of isolation behind him had very little realistic chance of returning from such a voyage. He believed, in the quiet and honest part of himself, that he was sending Jason away to die. He believed it with enough confidence that he was almost generous in the moment of proposing it, almost kind, the way a man can afford to be kind when he is certain of the outcome. What he had not accounted for, what became clear the moment the words were spoken, was the look on Jason's face. There was no hesitation, no flicker of doubt, no long pause in which he weighed his options and calculated his odds. Jason heard the offer and accepted it as though it were the most natural thing in the world, as though Peleus had simply described to him the shape of a path he had always intended to walk. He thanked his uncle with genuine courtesy. He said he would need a ship and time to gather his crew. Then he rose and took his leave of the hall. Jason walked out of the palace that day with nothing but a promise and the kind of certainty that only the very young or the very brave tend to carry. The first thing Jason needed was a ship unlike any that had ever been built. Not merely a vessel capable of carrying 50 men across open water, but something strong enough and remarkable enough for a journey that would take them to the very edge of the world. He knew from the moment Peleus had spoken that no ordinary fishing boat or trading galley would do for what lay ahead. And so he went looking for a builder, a man named Argus, who was known throughout Greece as one of the finest craftsmen of his age. A person with the patience and skill to understand exactly what a ship of this kind would require. By some accounts, Argus had heard of Jason's quest before Jason came looking for him. He had already been turning the problem of the ship over in his mind the way a craftsman does, quietly, steadily, working through the material even before the work begins. What neither of them could have anticipated, at least according to the version of the story told by Apollonius of Rhodes, was that a goddess would take an interest in the project. Athena herself, the goddess of craft and wisdom, came to guide Argus through the most important part of the ship's construction. It was Athena who told him where to source the timber that would form the Argo's bones. Not from the coastal lowlands, not from the soft wood of easy forests, but from the slopes of Mount Pelion itself, the very mountain where Jason had spent his childhood under Chiron's care, learning everything a young man would need to know about the world. There was something quietly fitting about that. The ship being built from the same trees that had shaded Jason's growing years, as if the mountain wanted to contribute something of itself to the journey it had helped prepare him for. The timber from Mount Pelion was dense and slow-grown, the kind of wood that rings with a clean sound when you strike it, and carries a faint smell of resin on warm afternoons. Argus selected his trees carefully, with Athena beside him. The timber that came down the mountain was the finest any of the shipyard workers had seen. When you are near freshly cut timber of that quality, there is a smell to it that is almost impossible to describe fully. Green and sharp and faintly sweet at once. The inner life of the tree still breathing out through the cut surface, in the first hours after it falls. The workers at the shipyard would have known that smell well, mingling with the salt air off the sea and the smoke from the fires where the wood was bent and shaped into the long sweeping curves of the hull. Argus oversaw every part of it, the keel laid down first, long and straight and true as a sightline, then the ribs rising from it one by one, like the bones of some enormous creature slowly taking form. The sound of the shipyard in those weeks would have been continuous, hammers falling at different rhythms, the rasp of adzes smoothing the planking, voices calling measurements across the noise. Slowly, out of all that sound and labour and the smell of pine sap, a ship began to appear. She was larger than the ships the Greeks were accustomed to sailing, built for 50 oarsmen, with benches set in rows along her length, each position carefully calculated so that the oars could work in unison without fouling one another. Her hull was built to move through heavy open water, not just to hug the familiar coastlines. What set her apart from everything else in the harbour, though, was something built into the very front of her, set into the prow where a ship meets the sea first. Athena had instructed Argus to find a particular piece of oak, a beam taken from the sacred oracle grove at Dodona, where the oldest oak trees in Greece were said to carry within them the voice of Zeus himself, their leaves rustling with messages that the priests there had listened to and interpreted for centuries. A section of one of those oracular oaks was fitted into the Argo's prow. The old tradition held that this beam retained something of its original nature, that it could, at certain moments, speak. Not in the way a person speaks, with words shaped deliberately for an audience, but in the way things speak when they know something you do not, quietly, at unexpected moments, in a voice that required you to already be listening. The crew would come to know this about their ship as the voyage continued, that the Argo was not simply a tool, but something closer to a companion, a being with its own understanding of where they were going and what it meant. Argus gave his name to the ship, which is how she became the Argo. The men who sailed her became the Argonauts, the sailors of the Argo, a name that would be spoken for thousands of years after the last of them had gone. When she was finished and the final planks had been fitted and sealed, and the oar ports cut in their careful rows, she was by any measure a beautiful thing. Her lines were clean and purposeful, her hull sitting close to the water, her proportions balanced in the way that only comes from a builder who understands not just the mechanics of a ship, but the dignity of one. Jason stood at the edge of the shipyard and looked at her in the days before she was launched. Whatever he had felt when he walked out of Peleus's palace, that particular certainty, that forward-leaning sense of purpose, must have deepened into something more solid when he saw what Argus had built. When at last the Argo was ready and they carried her down to the water on long wooden rollers, she sat on the surface of the sea as if she had always belonged there. Word travelled quickly across Greece that Jason was looking for a crew. The heroes who heard it, and there were many, came one by one to the harbour at Iolcus. There was something in the nature of that particular age, according to the old stories, that made heroes willing to leave home for a cause that was not entirely their own. The quest for the Golden Fleece was Jason's quest, his burden and his inheritance. Yet when the call went out, men who had their own kingdoms, their own obligations, their own considerable reputations chose to come anyway. They arrived at the harbour carrying their weapons and their stories. The harbour at Iolcus slowly filled with a kind of company that the world would not see assembled again. The largest of them, by any account, was Heracles. He was already famous when he arrived, perhaps the most famous man alive in Greece at that time, and yet there was nothing in his manner that demanded acknowledgement of the fact. He was simply very large, very calm, very present in the way that people with extraordinary physical power sometimes are, as though the body itself communicates a steadiness that words cannot quite manage. He carried his club and his bow with the ease of someone who had been carrying them so long that they had become extensions of himself rather than objects. By most accounts, the other Argonauts wanted to make him their leader, and Jason agreed. But Heracles declined quietly and asked that Jason remain in command. It was, in its way, one of the most generous things that happened before the journey had even begun. Alongside Heracles came a young man named Hylas, his companion and ward, a gentle and handsome boy who stayed close to the great hero's side the way a younger brother might. Their friendship was tender and protective. It would matter later in the story, in ways that no one standing on that harbour could have anticipated. For now, Hylas simply arrived with Heracles. Together they made their way to the growing crowd at the water's edge. Orpheus came from Thrace. His arrival was quieter than most, though in another sense it was impossible to miss. He carried his lyre. The story goes that when he played, trees bent toward the music, rivers slowed. Wild animals came and stood at a respectful distance, as if they too wanted to listen. He was not a warrior in the way that Heracles was a warrior. His place on a ship full of heroes might have seemed unusual if you thought of the voyage only as a series of physical challenges. But Orpheus understood something about the sea and about long, difficult journeys that pure strength alone cannot solve, that the spirit of a crew needs tending just as much as the hull of a ship, that music at the end of a hard day of rowing is not an indulgence but a kind of medicine. Jason was fortunate to have him, though perhaps at the time neither of them fully knew it yet. The brothers Castor and Polydeuces arrived together, as they always did everything, close enough in manner and movement that strangers sometimes took them for identical twins, though they were not entirely alike. Castor was known for his skill with horses, his ability to calm and manage them with a patience that bordered on the uncanny. Polydeuces was a boxer, There was a looseness in his hands and shoulders that came from years of knowing exactly how to use them. They were the sons of Leda, though their parentage was, as with many things in their story, somewhat complicated. Polydeuces was said to be divine, the son of Zeus, while Castor was mortal, the son of Leda's husband Tyndareus. Whatever the truth of their origins, they moved through the world as a pair. The harbour at Iolcus received them as a pair, which felt entirely right. There were also Calais and Zetes, the sons of Boreas, Boreas being the god of the north wind, and their arrival at the harbour drew more than a few glances. This was because they were the only members of the crew who carried wings folded against their shoulders. The wings were described differently in different tellings of the story, sometimes golden, sometimes purple, sometimes dark as storm clouds at their edges. What all the accounts agree on is that these two could fly, that their speed in the air was considerable. They were swift and restless. They had about them a quality that felt like weather about to change, charged, directional, full of intention. They would prove their worth before the voyage ended, in a confrontation with the Harpies over the blind prophet Phineas. But at Iolcus, they simply stood with the others and looked at the ship. By some accounts, Atalanta also came to the harbour, having heard the call, and decided that the voyage was something she wanted to be part of. She was a huntress of remarkable ability. There were few in Greece who could match her in speed or in accuracy with a bow, and she arrived at the harbour with a directness that left no room for argument about whether she belonged. The question of her participation is one of those places where the old stories differ in their telling. Apollonius of Rhodes, whose account of the voyage is the fullest surviving version, does not include her among the crew, while other traditions hold that she was present. In the versions where she does come, Jason is said to have hesitated initially, concerned that having a woman aboard would create conflict among the men, before the other heroes made clear they had no such objection. Whether she ultimately sailed or stayed on shore, her reputation was such that the question had to be taken seriously. That says something about how she was regarded. There were others too. Peleus, the father of Achilles, who was then still a young man with no son and a long life ahead of him. Admetus, who was kind and even-tempered in the way that made him easy to be around on a long voyage. Meleager, who had his own complicated story unfolding back home. And Caius, who would take an oar beside Heracles and keep pace well enough to earn the larger man's quiet respect. Euphemus, a son of Poseidon, who was said to be able to run across the surface of the sea without his feet breaking the water, a gift that seemed almost impractical until the moment it suddenly was not. Idmon the seer came knowing, according to the story, that the voyage would cost him his life. He came anyway, which is a particular kind of courage that does not have a simple name. Each of them brought something, a skill, a divine inheritance, a steadiness of character, and what the harbour at Iolcus held, in those days before the departure, was a concentration of Greek heroism that the world had perhaps never quite seen in one place. They ate together and slept near the ship, and in the evenings Orpheus sometimes played. The sound of it drifted over the water and back toward the town and up the slopes of the hills behind it. The ship herself sat ready at her moorings, the enchanted beam in her prow quiet for now, the oars laid in their places, the stores loaded and secured. There would have been a particular feeling on those evenings, something between excitement and a very deep stillness, the kind that settles over people when they are standing just before something large and irrevocable, and they know it. Some of them would have looked out at the open water beyond the harbour mouth and thought about what lay beyond it. Others would have looked at nothing in particular, finding their own private stillness in the hours before sleep. 50 heroes, more or less, depending on which version of the story you trust, and perhaps the precise number matters less than the feeling of it. All of them gathered on the shore, looking out at the sea, ready to go. The morning they set sail. Orpheus stood at the stern of the Argo and played. He had been there since before the sun rose, sitting cross-legged on the planking with his lyre held loosely in his hands, letting the music find its own way out into the dark air. The harbour was still mostly sleeping, the water flat and black, the hills above Iolcus just beginning to soften from darkness into a deep, earthy blue. A few torches burned along the dock where the crew was moving, carrying supplies, checking ropes, pressing their palms against the hull of the ship, one last time, as if reassuring themselves that she was real. And over all of it, steady and unhurried, the sound of Orpheus playing drifted out across the water and up into the cooling air. They had made their offerings to the gods the evening before. A fire was built at the water's edge, and the Argonauts gathered around it, 50 men in the flickering light, their faces calm and attentive as Jason poured libations into the flame. They called on Zeus, who governs fate. They called on Hera, who had set herself beside this voyage. They called on Poseidon, whose kingdom they were about to enter, asking for his patience and his mercy. The smoke rose straight up into the still evening air, which people in those days took as a sign that the offerings had been received. By the time Orpheus began to play in earnest that morning, the sky had moved from blue to pale gold at its eastern edges. The crew took their positions at the oars, 2 men to a bench along both sides of the hull, the long oar handles smooth and worn where many hands had tested them. Jason stood at the prow, looking out at the open water. Argus, who had built the ship, stood near the stern, watching her the way a father watches a child take its first steps. The oars went into the water all at once, and the Argo moved. It was a small thing, that first movement, just the gentlest sliding forward, the harbour water parting quietly beneath the hull, the ropes going slack as the dock receded. But several of the men stopped rowing for a breath and simply felt it, the motion beneath them, the gentle rolling of the hull as it found the water's rhythm. Some of them had sailed before, others had not. All of them, in that moment, understood that something had begun. The water grew deeper as they pulled away from the coast, and the colour changed from murky brown-green to clearer blue. Men who had known only rivers felt something shift in themselves, an understanding that they had crossed a threshold into a different kind of world. The Argo rode the swells with a buoyancy that surprised many of them, lighter than expected despite her substantial frame. Some of the men who had built her nodded to themselves as if her behaviour confirmed something they had suspected all along. The vessel had been made correctly, their silence seemed to suggest, and she moved through the water as intended. It was a small thing, but it mattered. This sense that the ship itself was alive to her purpose, responsive to the sea in the way a good ship should be. Orpheus played as they rowed out of the harbour and into the open sea. The music he chose was not triumphant. It was something slower and more considered, a melody that seemed to move at the same pace as the oars, each phrase lifting and falling like the surface of the water itself. The men rowed to it without thinking about it. Their bodies found the rhythm and held it, and in that way, even departure became a kind of rest. The coast of Thessaly fell away behind them. The mountains that had watched over Iolcus for as long as anyone could remember grew smaller and softer, losing their details first, then their shapes, until they were only a long, low shadow along the western horizon, and then the sea swallowed them entirely. A few of the men turned to look. Most kept their eyes forward, on the water ahead, on the dark blue expanse that had no edge they could see. Life aboard the Argo settled into its rhythms quickly, the way life at sea always does. They rowed in shifts, half the crew working while the other half rested, and then they traded places. Meals were simple, dried meat and bread, fruit when they had it, water from the casks stored in the hold. At night, they pulled the oars in and let the sail carry them if the wind was with them, or they anchored if the conditions called for stillness. The deck became a place for sleeping. Men stretched out on their cloaks, with their arms behind their heads, looking up at a sky that seemed, out here beyond the lights of any harbour, to have more stars in it than the sky over land ever did. Orpheus played every evening without being asked to. When the last oar shift had come in, and the smell of salt and exertion was on everyone, he would find his place near the mast and begin. He never played loudly. The music was always sized to the moment, intimate enough that you had to be near to hear it properly, which meant the men would drift toward him gradually, finding places to sit, settling their backs against the rail or the mast, letting their sore hands rest open in their laps. By the time he had been playing for a little while, the deck would be quiet in that particular way that only music and tiredness together can produce. The sea at night, in those first days, had its own kind of beauty that was different from anything most of them had known on land. The water caught the moonlight and held it in long, shifting lines. Occasionally something moved beneath the surface, a dark shape, large and unhurried, that would pass alongside the hull for a moment and then be gone. The rigging made small sounds in the wind, soft creaking, the gentle percussion of rope against wood. The hull breathed, or seemed to, as the swells passed beneath it in long, slow intervals, lifting and releasing, like something enormous at rest. You could feel it in your body after a little while, that rhythm of the open water, moving through you until it became indistinguishable from your own breathing. The men who were experienced sailors had known this feeling before and recognized it like an old acquaintance. Those who were new to the sea discovered it with a kind of quiet surprise, the way you discover something that you suspect you have always needed but never had a name for. Night after night on the open water, with the stars impossibly bright overhead, and the steady voice of Orpheus drifting across the deck, the Argonauts rested, and the ship carried them east. Their first true landfall was the island of Lemnos. That appeared out of the morning sea as a long green shape against the horizon. The Argo had been moving steadily north and east through the waters of the northern Aegean. The crew had been at sea long enough that the sight of something solid and green and still was enough to make every man aboard feel something loosen quietly in his chest. They could see the hills rising above the shoreline, softened by trees. Even at a distance, the island had the quality of a place that had settled comfortably into itself over many long years. What they did not know, as they brought the Argo toward the shore, was that the island held no men at all. According to the old story, Lemnos had once been an ordinary place, an island of households and fields, and the ordinary rhythms of life shared between men and women. But a curse had come over it not long before. The men of Lemnos had turned away from their wives entirely, bringing back women from Thrace to take their place in the household. The women of Lemnos, wounded and quietly furious, had prayed to Aphrodite for justice. What they received in return was something darker than they had perhaps intended. A strange affliction had come over them, and the men of the island drew away further still. The rift deepened until it became something irreparable. In the end, the women of Lemnos had killed every man on the island, every husband, every father, every brother who had remained. It is told without elaboration in the oldest versions of the story, calmly, as a fact about the place rather than a horror. By some accounts, Hypsipyle herself had spared her own father Thoas, hiding him away rather than allowing him to come to harm. She was that kind of person, someone in whom mercy lived alongside everything else. Hypsipyle was their queen now. It was she who stood at the head of the welcoming party when the Argonauts came ashore. She was young for the weight she carried, composed in the way that people become composed when circumstances have asked more of them than they expected. She received Jason and his companions with a generosity that was entirely genuine. There was food and warmth, the kind of welcome that only people living in isolation can fully mean. The island had its own needs. The arrival of 50 extraordinary men from across Greece was not unwelcome. The Argonauts settled into the life of Lemnos with an ease that was almost surprising. After the open sea, with its stars and its salt air and its slow rhythmic labor, the island felt like something remembered from before the voyage had begun. There were houses with fires in them, the smell of bread, the sound of voices that were not asking them to row harder or watch the weather. The women of Lemnos were warm hosts. The days passed with a softness that none of the crew had expected to find so early in the journey. Jason himself spent much of this time with Hypsipyle. They walked together through the fields above the harbour. She told him the history of the island as honestly as she could, and he listened without judgment. She was, in many ways, the first real ruler he had encountered since leaving Peleus, someone who held power not because it had been handed down or seized, but because her circumstances had made her necessary, and she had chosen to be worthy of that. According to some versions of the story, Jason and Hypsipyle became close enough during those weeks that she bore him sons, children who would grow up knowing their father only as a story brought back from the sea. But that is told quietly, as a detail that belongs to Lemnos, not to the larger arc of what came after. The difficulty of leaving a comfortable place is a particular kind of difficulty. It is not the difficulty of something hard. It is the difficulty of something soft, something that asks nothing of you, something that lets you forget, at least for a while, that you have somewhere to be. The Argonauts had been welcomed so genuinely. The island was so easy to inhabit that the days began to blur together in a way that felt like rest but was slowly becoming something else. Weeks passed. The weather was fine. No one spoke aloud about the fleece or the Argo or the long water still ahead. The men were not unhappy. That was precisely the problem. It is told that the voice which finally cut through the comfort came not from Jason, who had perhaps grown as comfortable as anyone, but from Heracles. He had remained largely apart from the settlement life on the island. He was not the sort of man who found it easy to sit still when there was a purpose left unfinished. A great purpose unfinished was something his whole body seemed to resist. He had no patience for the slow drift of days in which nothing was asked of him except to be at ease. To Heracles, ease without purpose was simply a longer and more pleasant way of being lost. And so he moved through the camp one afternoon without particular urgency, but with an absolute clarity of intention. Speaking to each group of men he passed, not scolding, not shaming, only reminding. They had come for something specific. They had a ship. They had a plan. They had left Iolcus with a purpose that did not begin and end on the first island that offered them a comfortable meal and a roof above their heads. The words were straightforward, as Heracles himself was straightforward. They landed with the quiet weight of things that are simply true. The preparations for departure began the following morning. Hypsipyle received the news with a kind of stillness that suggested she had known it was coming for some time. The farewells were genuine. The sorrow in them was real. Then the Argo was back in the water, and the oars were moving, and the green hills of Lemnos were behind them, growing smaller in the way that things do when you are moving away from them with intention. It was Heracles, restless and direct as always, who finally walked through the camp, reminding everyone that they had not crossed the sea to settle on the first island that made them feel at home. A few days east of Lemnos, they came to the Propontis, the inland sea that leads toward the Black Sea, made landfall on a thin peninsula jutting out from the northern shore. The land was called Bear Mountain by the people who lived near it, a name that suited its shape, a long, forested ridge rising steeply from the water, connected to the mainland by only a narrow strip of ground, so that it seemed to float there between the two bodies of sea, like something that had not quite decided whether it belonged to the water or the earth. The tribe living on this peninsula were called the Doliones. Their king was a young man named Cyzicus, newly married. still in that early and hopeful season of life when everything seems both fragile and full of promise. He received the Argonauts with a warmth that felt entirely genuine, the way hospitality feels when it comes from someone who has not yet been given a reason to be guarded. He was not much older than Jason himself. There was something in the meeting of two young men, each carrying the particular weight of early responsibility. That made the greeting easy and the conversation comfortable almost from the start. Cyzicus opened his halls to them. His people brought out food and wine. The Argonauts, who had been rowing hard across the Propontis with the salt still on their lips and their arms still heavy from the work of it, were glad to rest their oars and sit for a while in the firelight. The feast went on through the evening. Gifts were exchanged in the old way, the Argonauts offering what they had brought from Iolcus, Cyzicus offering back the generosity of his stores. According to the account in Apollonius, the Doliones believed the Argonauts to be under divine protection. They may have been right about that, though none of them knew yet what divine protection would and would not prevent. Before they departed the next morning, some of the crew climbed the high ridge of Bear Mountain to look out over the Propontis from above, able to see in the distance the long grey opening that would take them further east. The view from up there, with the sea on both sides and the forested slopes dropping away below, must have been a quiet and clarifying thing to stand inside. Then they came back down, said their farewells to Cyzicus and his people, walked the Argo back out through the shallows, set the oars into the water again. The Argonauts had no way of knowing as they rowed away from Bear Mountain that this departure would be unlike any other they had made. The sea seemed calm enough as they pulled at their oars, and there was a lingering sense of goodwill from their time ashore. Cyzicus's genuine kindness and the warmth of his hospitality had eased some of the bone-deep weariness that extended travel by oar accumulates in a crew. They had been given fresh provisions, and their ship had been inspected and blessed before they left. The knowledge that at least one shore along their route was inhabited by people of true honor would have felt like something to carry forward into the uncertain waters ahead. But the sea keeps its own counsel about such matters, revealing its intentions only when it chooses. What happened next belongs to that particular kind of tragedy that requires no villain, only darkness and confusion, and the terrible speed at which events can move when no one has time to think. They had not been long at sea when a storm came in from the north, not the slow-building kind that gives sailors time to prepare, but the sudden kind that turns the water rough and the sky black before anyone has properly adjusted to what is happening. The wind drove the Argo off course through the night, her back the way she had come. By the time the crew had any sense of where they were, they had been set down again on a darkened shore that none of them recognized in the storm-confused dark. Then figures came out of the night, armed men moving fast along the beach, calling out in a language that it was hard to separate from the wind. The Argonauts, believing they had been driven onto an unfamiliar and hostile coast, drew their own weapons and fought back with the instinct that men develop when they have been at sea long enough to understand that not every shore is a safe one. The fighting was close and brutal and over quickly, the way night skirmishes tend to be. When it was done, there were men dead on both sides, and the storm had begun to ease. Then the sky began to lighten at its eastern edge. That slow and impartial brightening that reveals things whether you are ready to see them or not. What it revealed was the peninsula of Bear Mountain, the harbour they had left only hours before, the faces of the men they had been fighting, the Doliones, the same people who had fed them and given them gifts and sent them off with kindness the morning before. Among the dead was Cyzicus himself, their young king, who had come down to the shore in the dark with his people, believing, as they all had, that the Argo carried raiders or enemies rather than the same guests who had sat at his table. By some accounts, Hera herself had driven the ship back to test the Argonauts, or to fulfill some necessity in the structure of events that mortals are not positioned to fully understand. Whatever the reason behind it, The outcome was the same. No accounting for it made the morning easier to stand in. The grief among the Argonauts was quiet and deep, the kind that has nowhere useful to go because there is no one to direct it toward, no enemy to name. Cyzicus's young wife, according to the old story, died of grief not long after, a detail that the ancient sources include without elaboration, as if the weight of it requires no added words. The crew moved through the burial preparations with the careful, attentive solemnity of people who understand that this is the only thing left they can do. So they do it as well as they possibly can. They stayed to bury Cyzicus with every honor they could give him. When they finally sailed away, the mood aboard the Argo was quieter than it had been since the day they left Iolcus. It happened quietly, the way so many losses do, not with any great drama or announcement, but with a simple absence where there had always been a presence. The Argo had put in along the coast of Mysia to take on fresh water and to allow the crew to rest their arms after a long stretch of rowing, while some of the men made camp along the shore and others dragged the ship up onto the beach. Heracles went inland with his young companion Hylas to find a spring. Hylas was carrying a bronze pitcher, one of those small practical details that the old stories sometimes preserve. The two of them had moved a little way from the others into the green shade of the trees before Hylas went on alone to fill the pitcher, while Heracles turned back to cut timber for a new oar. His previous one had snapped under the force of his rowing. That was the kind of thing that happened with Heracles. The spring Hylas found was clear and still, ringed with water grasses and a kind of soft plants that like to keep their roots wet. The nymphs who lived in it, the naiads who kept the water sweet and cool, saw the boy's reflection break the surface as he leaned down to fill the pitcher. They loved him at once in the way that the old stories say water spirits sometimes do, completely and without warning. According to Apollonius of Rhodes, who tells this part of the story in some detail, one of the nymphs wrapped her arm around Hylas's neck as he bent close and drew him gently down into the water, and he was gone. There was no struggle recorded, or if there was, the old account does not dwell on it. One moment, Hylas was there at the edge of the spring, and the next, he was not. A hero named Polyphemus, not the Cyclops of the other stories, but a different man of the same name who was sailing with the Argonauts, heard the boy cry out once and went to look, but found nothing except the pitcher lying on its side in the grass and the water of the spring perfectly smooth again, as if nothing had broken its surface at all. When Heracles understood what had happened, he did not sail away. He could not. He moved through the trees calling Hylas by name, his great voice carrying across the hills and down into every hollow. The shore around the Argo grew loud with his searching, and then gradually quieter as he went further and further from the water's edge. The crew waited. The wind came up in the night, the kind of wind the sea sends when it has no patience for delays. The Argonauts debated among themselves whether to wait for Heracles or whether the journey demanded they continue. It was not an easy decision, and the old accounts suggest the crew was genuinely divided. But in the morning, Heracles had still not returned. The wind was still blowing from the right quarter. Eventually, the Argo went out onto the water without him. By some accounts, this was a source of grief and guilt for the crew for some time afterward, losing the strongest man who had ever lived on a shoreline in Mysia because he could not stop calling for someone who was no longer there to answer. The ship moved east. The sound of his voice, if he was still calling, was swallowed by distance and by the sound of the oars. The loss of Heracles weighed heavily on the crew in the days and weeks that followed. To lose the strongest man who had ever lived, the one they had all depended on in moments of greatest danger, was to sail forward into a deepening uncertainty. They had not fully realized, in the early days of the voyage, how much they had come to rely on his strength, not just for the rowing itself, but for the confidence and security it gave them. Without him, the world seemed suddenly larger and more threatening. The voyage would continue, but it would be different now, more difficult in ways they could not yet anticipate. They would have to find new resources within themselves, discover new ways of solving the problems that lay ahead of them. The sea stretched before them, vast and indifferent to their loss. The next stretch of the voyage brought them in time to Salmydessus, a city on the western coast of Thrace, along the southern shore of the Black Sea. There they found a situation that was, in its own way, just as strange as what they had left behind on the Mysian shore. The king of Salmydessus was a blind prophet named Phineus, and Phineus was not living well. He had been given the gift of prophecy, the ability to know what was coming before it arrived, and he had used this gift in ways that displeased Zeus. Though the different versions of the story are not entirely in agreement about the nature of his offense, what all the versions share is his punishment. Zeus had sent the harpies to torment him, winged creatures, swift and foul-smelling, who descended on Phineus's table every time food was set before him, and snatched it away, spoiling whatever they could not carry, and leaving the old man perpetually hungry and unable to eat a full meal. He was wasting away inside his palace, still alive but barely. A prophet who could tell you the future of kingdoms and could not manage to finish his own supper. When Jason and some of the Argonauts came to him, and he understood who they were, he told them that he knew they would come, which, given everything, seems the least surprising detail in the story. He also told them that among the crew sailed the winged sons of Boreas, the north wind. It was those two men, Calais and Zetes, who were capable of solving his problem, that if they did, he would give them what guidance he could for the rest of their voyage. Calais and Zetes agreed. A meal was laid out for Phineus. The moment the harpies swept down through the air to ruin it, the two winged brothers rose up and gave chase. They pursued the creatures across the sky until they had driven them far enough away that Phineus would not see them again. The terms of Phineus's relief were finally, after what must have been a very long time, satisfied. He ate. He was brought water. And then, with something that must have felt very much like gratitude, he told the Argonauts about the Symplegades, the clashing rocks that lay ahead of them at the mouth of the Black Sea, how no ship had ever passed through them, and how one ship might. Phineus told them what they needed to know, his voice steady and relieved. When they sailed away from Salmydessus, the Argonauts carried something more useful than any weapon. They carried a plan. They heard the Symplegades long before they saw them. It began as a low sound carried on the wind, not quite a roar, not quite a groan, but something between the two, deep and rhythmic, and entirely unlike the sound of waves or weather. Orpheus was the first to stop playing when he heard it, lifting his fingers from the strings and tilting his head the way a person does when they are trying to place a sound they have never encountered before. The others heard it too, one by one, and the conversation on deck gradually faded until the only sounds were the pull of oars through water and that distant, unrelenting noise coming from somewhere ahead of them in the grey morning. A mist had settled over that stretch of water in the hours before dawn, the kind of mist that does not burn away quickly when the sun rises, but instead hangs low and patient over the surface of the sea, softening everything, making the world feel smaller and closer than it really is. Through it, the Argonauts could see nothing of what lay ahead. They could only listen and row and wait for whatever it was to come into view. Phineus had told them what the Symplegades were, and they had listened carefully, because Phineus was a man whose words had proven themselves worth carrying. He had described the rocks clearly and without the kind of exaggeration that fear sometimes adds to a description. Two enormous formations of stone that stood at the entrance to the Euxine Sea, close enough together that the channel between them was barely a passage at all, and which moved, crashing together with tremendous force, and then drawing apart again, over and over, in a rhythm that had no mercy in it whatsoever. No ship had ever passed through them. The wrecks of those who had tried, Phineas said, lay scattered across the floor of the water at their base. He had also told them what to do. Before they attempted the passage themselves, they were to release a dove and watch. If the dove made it through, they were to row immediately with everything they had, while the rocks were still drawing back apart. If the dove did not make it through, they were to turn the Argo around and accept that the passage could not be made. As the sound grew louder and the mist began to thin, the rocks themselves became visible, first as dark shapes, then as something larger and more solid than shapes, and finally as what they actually were, which was difficult to take in all at once. They were immense. The channel between them, when the rocks were at their furthest apart, was perhaps wide enough for a ship, but only just, and even at that distance the Argonauts could see the spray thrown up each time the two faces came together, white and violent, and hear the impact of it travel across the water like a sound you feel in your chest, rather than simply your ears. They held the Argo at a distance and watched for a while. The rocks moved with a regularity that was almost like breathing, drawing apart slowly, hanging for a moment at their widest, and then coming together with a force that made the surface of the sea shudder. The gap between them when they were fully open was real. It was passable. But the moment of passage would have to be perfectly timed and perfectly executed, with no hesitation at all. Euphemus, who was among the finest and swiftest of the crew, was given the dove. He held it cupped gently in both hands for a moment, feeling the quick, light heartbeat of it against his palms, and then he raised his hands and opened them. The bird rose into the air, circled once as if orienting itself, and then flew straight and without any apparent hesitation directly toward the channel between the rocks. Everyone on deck watched in silence. The rocks were drawing apart as the dove approached, and by the time it reached the entrance to the channel, the gap was at something close to its widest. The bird flew through, small and white against all that dark stone, and the rocks began to move together again almost immediately after. They came shut with a sound that was felt as much as heard, and when they drew apart once more, a few white feathers drifted down through the spray and settled on the water. The dove itself had passed through, losing only the tips of its tail feathers to the closing stone. Phineas had told them this was how it would go. He had also told them what it meant, that they should row at once, without waiting, without looking at one another for reassurance, without any pause at all. Jason gave the order, and the oars went into the water together. The Argo moved toward the channel with a speed that surprised even those aboard her, because when 50 men who have crossed the Black Sea together decide to row in unison, the result is something beyond what any of them could produce alone. The rocks were drawing apart as they approached, and the sound of them was very loud now, a deep grinding resonance that seemed to fill the whole sky. The spray from the last closure was still hanging in the air. The channel ahead looked both wider and narrower than it had from a distance, the way important things often do when you are finally close enough to see them clearly. For a moment, it was as if the world had been reduced to this alone. The dark walls of stone on either side, the sound of oars, the sound of water, the sound of breathing, and underneath all of it, the beginning of that deep movement as the rocks started to come together once more. The Argo was fast. She had been built for the sea with care and skill and something very close to love, and she moved through the channel with a kind of sureness in the water that a lesser ship would not have had. The men pulled the oars and did not look at the walls closing in on either side. They looked ahead, at the open water they were rowing toward, and they kept pulling. The rocks came together, just as the stern of the Argo cleared the passage. The impact caught the very tip of the stern ornament, a carved and painted piece of timber at the uppermost point of the ship's tail, and sheared it cleanly away. By some accounts, that was the only damage the Argo sustained. The ship herself and every man aboard her came through unharmed. They rode on for some time before anyone spoke. The sound behind them was already fading, or perhaps it was simply that the ordinary sounds of the sea, wind, water, the creak of the hull, were reasserting themselves now that the worst of it was past. Someone began to laugh, not a joyful laugh exactly, but the kind that comes when a body has been holding itself very tightly for a long time and is finally beginning to release. Others joined in. Orpheus picked up his lyre. The Euxine Sea, which older sailors had called the inhospitable sea because of what it had cost so many of them to enter it, opened before the Argo, wide and grey and new. And according to the old story, the moment the Argo passed through, the clashing rocks settled into the sea and never moved again, as if the whole point of their existence had been to stop exactly one ship, and that ship had now gone by. Beyond the Symplegades, the Black Sea opened before them, wide, grey, and utterly unfamiliar. The rocks they had just passed through fell behind them quickly, their grinding and shuddering already growing distant, and ahead there was only water extending to the horizon, without a single mark to guide the eye. The Argonauts sat at their oars for a long moment, catching their breath, looking out at a sea that no Greek vessel was known to have crossed before them. There was relief in the air aboard the ship, the particular kind that follows a thing survived, and beneath it something quieter and harder to name. The recognition that the world they had known their whole lives was now behind them on the other side of two enormous rocks. The Greeks had very old, uneasy feelings about the Black Sea. In earlier times they called it the Axinos Pontos, which meant roughly the inhospitable sea, and the name was not given lightly. Its waters were darker than the Mediterranean, its winters long and unforgiving, its shores held by peoples who did not welcome strangers. Greek sailors had approached its edges cautiously for generations, learning its moods and its harbours slowly, the way you learn anything dangerous, by watching carefully and surviving your mistakes. By the time of Jason's voyage, the name had been softened to Ixinos Pontos, the hospitable sea, partly by familiarity and partly, some believe, by a kind of hopeful superstition, as though calling a thing welcoming might eventually make it so. But this renaming was a recent courtesy, and whatever the sea was called, the Argo was sailing into it now, and it stretched before them in every direction with the cool patience of something that has no particular interest in being crossed. Orpheus played softly in the stern as the oarsmen settled back into their rhythm. The music was not triumphant. It was quieter than that, something that moved in the same register as the wind off the water, low and steady and easy to let wash over you if you chose to. The sea here was a different colour than the Aegean had been, darker and somehow denser, with long slow swells that lifted the Argo gently and let her down again without urgency. The sky above was pale at the horizon and deepened overhead into a blue that had more grey in it than the sky over Greece. There were birds, but fewer of them, and they kept their distance, wheeling high above the mast without coming close. The crew rowed east, keeping the northern shore at a comfortable distance to their left, as Phineus had instructed them. The shoreline there was heavily forested, the trees running right down to the water in some places, their roots gripping the rock at the edge of the tide. In other stretches, the shore opened into low, reedy flats where the river mouths spread out and muddied the water brown for some distance out to sea. There was no sign of people for long hours at a time, and then sometimes a distant thread of smoke rising from somewhere among the trees, or the dark shape of a small craft pulled up onto a gravel beach. The Argonauts watched all of it pass with the alert attention of men who understood that being unknown in a place cuts both ways. You have not yet been helped, and you have not yet been threatened, and either could change without warning. They made their way past several islands, most of them unremarkable except for their silence. One island, however, gave them trouble of a peculiar kind. This was an island held sacred to Ares, the god of war, and the creatures that lived in it were birds unlike any the crew had seen before, birds whose feathers, according to the old telling of the story, were made of bronze, sharp enough to be flung like arrows at anyone who came too close. When the Argo drew within range, the birds rose from the trees in a great dark cloud and began to shed their feathers toward the ship, the metallic shafts spinning down through the air and landing with small, sharp sounds against the deck. Phineas had warned them about this island as well, and Jason had prepared the crew ahead of time. At his word, Argonauts raised their shields above their heads and began to beat on them, creating a tremendous clashing noise that rose into the air and scattered the birds in confusion, the way a sudden loud sound will scatter any startled creature. The birds wheeled away from the racket and disappeared back into the trees, and the Argo rode on without stopping, leaving the island of Ares behind them in the grey distance. The days accumulated quietly after that. There was a particular quality to the passage through these waters that was unlike anything the journey had been before. A sense of moving through something that was holding very still around you, of the land itself waiting. The air tasted different here, carrying something mineral and green, and the light came at a lower angle than the crew was used to, giving the water a pewter sheen in the mornings that softened by afternoon into something almost warm. Your eyes could rest on it for a long time without effort. And then, gradually, the eastern horizon changed. The shore ahead began to look different from the shores they had been passing, greener, more thickly grown, the mountains behind it rising into clouds that seemed fixed in place even when the wind moved. The Phasis River lay somewhere ahead of them, and Colchis lay beyond that, and the Golden Fleece lay beyond that still, in a grove that none of them had seen and could only imagine. When the mouth of the Phasis River finally appeared, brown and broad and slow between its muddy banks, every man aboard the Argo understood that the real part of their journey was only just beginning. The palace of Aeetes stood on the eastern bank of the Phasis, its walls catching the light of the sun in a way that seemed almost deliberate, as if the palace itself wanted to remind visitors exactly whose sun was living inside it. Aeetes was the son of Helios, the god who drove the sun across the sky each day. There was something in the architecture of his home that reflected that divine parentage without ever quite announcing it. The stones were pale and warm, the kind that hold the heat of the afternoon long after the air has cooled. The courtyards were laid out to receive the light at every hour, so that there was always some part of the palace glowing even when the rest of the city lay in shadow. It was a place built by a man who understood that light was power. That power, rightly displayed, made everything else easier. Jason did not come to the palace alone. He brought with him a small number of the Argonauts, Telamon, Augeas, a few others, and Hera, who had favoured him since the crossing of the river Anaros. Wrapped them all in a soft concealing cloud so that they passed through the city without drawing the attention of the crowds in the streets. It was not invisibility exactly, more a kind of gentle blurring at the edges, the sort of thing that made the eye slide away before it could quite focus. By the time the cloud dissolved and they stood in the outer courtyard of the palace, they were already inside. The courtyard itself was worth pausing over. There were vines trained over the walls and across wooden frames overhead, heavy with pale grapes in every season. This was because the palace grounds were tended with the kind of patient attention that speaks of generations of care. At the four corners of the main house, according to Apollonius of Rhodes, there were springs built into the stonework, one flowing with milk, one with wine, one with oil, one with water that ran hot in winter and cold in summer. Whether you read this as literal truth, or as the poet's way of saying that the house of Aeetes lacked nothing, the image is the same. A place of impossible abundance, as if the earth itself was in the habit of providing generously to whoever lived there. It was in this courtyard that Medea first saw Jason. She was the younger daughter of Aeetes, a priestess of the goddess Hecate, trained from childhood in the properties of herbs and roots and the quiet, exacting craft of working with forces that most people preferred not to think about too carefully. She had grown up in the palace and knew every room of it, every angle of afternoon light, every draught that moved through the corridors when the wind came off the river. She was not a woman easily surprised in her own home, but when she came into the courtyard and found these strangers standing in it, when her eyes found Jason among them, something shifted in her that had not shifted before. In the version of the story told by Apollonius, this was not left to chance or to the ordinary workings of attraction. Hera, who wanted Jason to succeed and had been guiding events quietly since before he left Iolcus, went to Aphrodite and asked for her help. Aphrodite, for her part, agreed to send her son Eros to Colchis with instructions. Eros arrived unseen and, crouching among the assembled figures in the courtyard, drew back his bow and loosed his arrow into Medea. The pain of it, the old poet tells us, burned in her like a flame kindled beneath embers, sudden and deep and not easy to put out. Whether you understand this as a literal intervention by the gods, or as a way of saying that love arrives unbidden and changes everything before you have time to prepare yourself for it. The effect on Medea was the same. She noticed Jason, and she could not quite stop noticing him. And everything that followed came from that moment in the courtyard, where the vines hung heavy and the springs ran cool. Aeetes received them in his hall. He was not a man who showed what he was thinking. That is one of the more useful qualities in a king. He greeted Jason with the formal courtesy that the laws of hospitality required, without giving away anything else. He had the steady, self-contained quality of someone who has ruled for a very long time and has learned that most visitors eventually reveal their purpose if you simply give them the space to do so. He poured wine and he asked the appropriate questions. All the while, his eyes moved over Jason's face with the careful, measuring attention of a man who is already deciding what to do about what he is hearing. Jason told him everything, more or less. He explained where he came from and who his father was, explained the situation with Peleus and the throne of Iolcus, explained that he had come to Colchis to ask for the golden fleece. He framed it as a request between men of equal standing. That was perhaps more confidence than the situation strictly warranted. But Jason had never been short of confidence. He said what he had come to say in plain, direct language, and then he waited. Aeetes did not answer immediately. He was quiet for long enough that the silence became its own kind of statement. He was a son of Helios and the king of a powerful kingdom at the edge of the known world. The fleece hanging in his sacred grove was not simply a trophy. It was bound up with the safety of his throne. Or so he had been given to understand. An oracle, by some accounts, had warned him that the day he lost the fleece was the day his kingdom began to come apart. So the request Jason had just made was not a small one. Aeetes was not inclined to treat it as such. What he offered instead was the thing that powerful men offer when they want to say no without quite saying it. He offered conditions. He would give Jason the fleece, he said, if Jason could first demonstrate that he was the kind of man worthy of it. And to demonstrate this, Jason would need to complete certain tasks. He would yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, the bronze-footed bulls of Hephaestus, use them to plow a field. He would sow that field with the teeth of a dragon. He would deal with whatever grew from them. It was said so calmly, with such careful pleasantness, that a listener who did not know what the tasks actually involved might almost have mistaken it for a reasonable offer. Medea, standing at the edge of the hall, heard every word, understood exactly what her father was doing. Aeetes smiled at Jason the way powerful men sometimes smile at those they expect to destroy. laid out his terms with the calm confidence of someone who had never had to worry about being surprised. Medea did not sleep that night. She lay in her room at the far end of the palace, the linen sheet pulled up to her chin, listening to the building breathe around her, the slow creak of the wooden beams overhead, the distant sound of the river moving through the reeds below the eastern wall, the particular kind of silence that falls over a large household when everyone within it has finally gone still. She had attended to her usual evening rituals, the small offerings she made each night as a priestess of Hecate, lighting a thin taper at the shrine in the corner of her room and letting it burn down as she murmured the prayers she had known since childhood. She had done all the ordinary things, but when she finally lay down and closed her eyes, what came to her was not rest. What came to was the image of Jason, standing in her father's hall, the way he had carried himself, neither arrogant nor afraid. The particular quality of stillness in him that she found she could not stop turning over in her mind. She had noticed him the moment he came through the door. The way you notice a stone dropped into still water, watching the rings move outward. She told herself this was simply because he was a stranger. This was because strangers in her father's court were uncommon. This was because she was observant by nature and by training. She told herself this for a long time, lying there in the dark, did not entirely believe it. She rose from her bed and walked to the shrine, looking at the taper she had lit hours before, now burned almost to nothing. She had been raised to use her gifts judiciously, taught by her father's example the weight of power and the careful calculation required to wield it. But she had also been raised in a court where magic was understood as something natural, something that flowed through certain bloodlines like sap through a tree. The difference between having the knowledge and using it was not small. It was the difference between being a priestess and being something else entirely, something her father had warned her against becoming in those rare moments when he spoke of such things. She pulled her shawl around her shoulders and returned to the window, looking down at the dark river below. She was not an ordinary young woman, and she knew it. From the time she was small, she had shown a talent for the craft that her father's court regarded with a mixture of pride and unease. The knowledge of roots and barks, and the properties of certain flowers gathered under a specific phase of the moon. The particular ceremonies that Hecate received at crossroads and at the edge of moving water. The art of preparing compounds that could ease pain or induce sleep, or protect a man from harm in ways that had nothing to do with iron or bronze. Her aunt Circe shared this gift. There was something in the blood of Aeetes, son of Helios, that ran in a direction ordinary blood did not. Medea had grown into a woman of real and quiet power. She understood the weight of that better than anyone around her likely realized. She understood, lying there in dark, with the smell of the river drifting through the narrow window, that what she was contemplating was not a small thing. Her father had set his terms. The tasks he had described were not meant to be survived. The fire-breathing bulls, the field, the dragon's teeth, the warriors that rose from the earth. Aeetes had made these arrangements with a kind of terrible precision. Jason did not know what Medea knew, which was that no man had ever walked away from them. She could change that. She had, in her workroom, what would be needed. The ointment she was thinking of was something she had prepared carefully over a long period of time, derived from the herb that had sprung, according to the old story, from the blood of Prometheus himself where it fell on the stones of the Caucasus, a preparation that could render a man proof against fire and against blade for a single day. She had never used it. She had made it with the focused patience that characterized everything she did in her craft. The way some people collect objects simply because the collecting itself is meaningful to them. She had not imagined, when she made it, that she would one day be lying awake in the small hours of the morning, wondering whether to give it to a Greek she had met only hours before. The river made its sound below the wall, low and continuous, like something speaking in a language she had almost learned. She thought about her father, who had built his court and his reputation over a lifetime of careful control, who kept the fleece, not because he needed it, but because it was a symbol of something that mattered to him deeply, whose anger, when it came, was measured and final. She thought about what it would mean to work against him, not in any small way, not in some private matter where the consequences stayed within the walls of the palace, but in this, the thing he cared most about protecting. She turned on her side and looked at the faint orange glow of the oil lamp near her shrine. A moth had found its way in through the window and was turning in slow circles near the flame, getting close and then pulling back, close and then pulling back, with the patient persistence of something that does not understand what it is circling. She watched it for a long time. She thought about Jason, who would go out in the morning and do what her father had asked of him, and die doing it, unless she chose otherwise. She thought about whether pity was what she was feeling, or something else, something less straightforward and therefore harder to dismiss. Somewhere deep in the palace, a door closed softly. The moth found its way back out through the window. The lamp threw its small circle of light on the wall. Beyond the circle, the room was full of the particular dark that comes just before the sky begins to change. By the time the first light began to come up over the mountains to the east, she had made her choice. Having made it, she felt something that might have been peace settle over her at last. Before dawn, Jason went down to the river alone, as Medea had told him to, rubbed the ointment she had given him over his skin and his armor. The ointment was dark and faintly fragrant, made from herbs that Medea had gathered under the open sky as a priestess of Hecate. She had told him that it carried within it something of Prometheus, a protection drawn from the very fire that the Titan had once stolen for humanity, turned now against fire itself, so that the flames of the bulls would find no purchase on him for the length of one day. She had been precise in her instructions the night before, speaking quickly and quietly in the shadow of the grove where they had agreed to meet, pressing the small clay vessel into his hands with both of hers, holding it there for a moment longer than was strictly necessary. He was to apply it before first light, before any witness could observe him, working it carefully into every part of his skin and into the leather and metal of his armor, leaving no place untouched. This was because the protection was only as complete as the application. She had told him also about the dragon's teeth, that after the field was ploughed, he would sow them like seeds into the furrows, that from them warriors would rise out of the earth, fully armed and ready to kill him, that the way to survive that particular problem was not to fight them, but to throw a heavy stone into the center of their number before they had quite finished orienting themselves, to watch what happened next. She said it with a kind of careful calm that Jason would later come to understand was simply Medea's way. She had thought through every step, anticipated every difficulty. All he needed to do was follow her instructions precisely and trust that she knew what she was talking about. In the moments before he left her in that grove, Jason had felt the weight of something he could not quite name. It was not doubt exactly, for he had seen Medea's power, had watched her move through the palace with a kind of absolute certainty that even the servants responded to without question. But there was something in the transaction between them that troubled him, a sense that he was entering into an arrangement whose full terms he did not yet understand. She had smiled at him when he asked if there would be payment required beyond what he had already promised, a smile that suggested she was amused by his naivety, that whatever price was meant to be paid would become clear in time. He had pushed the thought away then, and he pushed it away now, focusing instead on the precise sequence of tasks that lay ahead. The field where the tasks were to be performed lay at some distance from the palace, a broad, flat stretch of dark earth that had been held sacred to Ares and left unplowed for longer than anyone could clearly remember. When Jason arrived there in the early morning, the air above it was still and grey, and the mountains to the east were just beginning to catch the first pale warmth of the sun. The bulls were kept nearby in a stable built of bronze. This was because bronze was the only material strong enough to contain them. They had been made by Hephaestus himself, the god of the forge. Their hooves were bronze, and their hides were bronze, and their breath was actual fire, the kind that rolled out of their mouths in slow, heavy waves and scorched the ground wherever it touched. King Aeetes watched from a position of comfortable certainty, as every man he had ever set this task for had failed it, usually very quickly and very completely. He watched now from a raised platform, with his court assembled around him, fully expecting the same result. Jason did not look at the king. He had brought with him the heavy yoke and the iron plough that he would need. He set them down at the edge of the field. Then he walked to the stable and opened it. The bulls came out with a sound like thunder, their bronze hooves striking the earth with a weight that you could feel through your feet. They exhaled twin columns of orange flame into the morning air as they lowered their heads and came at him. The ointment held. The fire swept over Jason's outstretched arms and over the front of his armor, and broke apart against him like water meeting stone. He felt the heat of it, but nothing more. A warmth, nothing worse. And he took hold of the first bull by its horns and held it, leaning his whole weight into it until the enormous animal slowed and stilled. Then, with a patience that must have looked almost peaceful from the platform where Aeetes stood, he worked the yoke over the bull's neck and then went to the second. By some accounts, the second bull was the harder of the two, but Jason moved through it steadily and without apparent hurry. He fastened the yoke, lifted the plough, set the blade against the dark earth of the field of Ares. The bulls pulled, and the plough cut through, and the furrows opened behind him in long, even rows as he guided them across the breadth of the field. It took a great portion of the morning. Aeetes did not speak. The court was quiet. When the ploughing was finished, Jason unfastened the bulls and drove them back toward their stable and stood for a moment in the middle of the turned earth, breathing steadily. Then he took up the leather pouch at his belt, the dragon's teeth, dry and pale and slightly curved, that Aeetes had provided with the kind of confident generosity available only to people who believe they are watching someone walk toward their own destruction, and he began to sow them into the furrows, pressing them down into the dark soil one by one, moving slowly down each row as if this were a perfectly ordinary task. That, of course, it was not in any sense. The ground was still for a time. Then it was not. The first of the warriors broke the surface the way a plant breaks through in spring, slowly, and then all at once. Through the soil, fully armed with helmet and shield and spear. Then another, and then many more across the length of the field, rising out of the furrows in a long, glittering line of bronze. They were not individual men. There was no person behind any of those eyes, but they were fast and organized, and they were already turning toward the single living figure standing among them. Jason reached down and found a large flat stone, the kind of river rock that sits heavy and satisfying in the palm. He threw it in a high arc into the densest part of their number. The stone struck one of the warriors, and that warrior turned on the nearest figure beside him. That figure responded in kind. Within a very short time, the field of Ares had become an argument entirely between the earthborn warriors themselves, spreading and intensifying in the way that such arguments do when the participants are armed and have no particular loyalties to any of the others and no capacity for restraint. By the time the sun reached its highest point in the sky, the field was quiet again. The earthborn warriors gone back into the ground they had come from. Jason stood in the middle of it all, unharmed. The sacred grove of Ares lay at some distance from the palace. far enough that the sounds of the city faded away entirely as Medea led Jason through the dark trees. She had come to him before the lamps in the palace had been extinguished for the night. Slipping into the shadow of the corridor where she had asked him to wait, her voice barely above a whisper when she told him what she had overheard. Her father had sat with his advisors in the inner hall and spoken of fire, of swords, of making sure that by the time the sun rose over the Phasis River, there would be no Argonauts left to trouble him. He had completed the tasks, yes, Aeetes could not deny that, but the king of Colchis had never truly intended to honor what he had promised. Now he felt that the night itself was his to use. Medea had pressed herself against the cool stone of the wall and listened until she had heard enough. Then she had come to find Jason without hesitation. This was because by that point, hesitation was a thing she had already left behind her. There was no going back from the choice she had made the night before. She understood that clearly. She moved through the dark halls of her father's palace with the deliberate calm of someone who has already grieved what they are losing and decided to go on anyway. She brought herbs wrapped in a fold of cloth at her side. A small lamp she kept shuttered, so that only the thinnest thread of light escaped through her fingers. The path she chose wound away from the palace grounds, through a stand of old laurel trees, whose roots had lifted the soil into long, gentle ridges that caught the moonlight in silver strips, then down a slope where the ground grew softer and the air changed, becoming cooler and faintly damp, carrying with it the smell of night-blooming flowers, pale white blossoms that opened only in darkness and gave off something sweet and faintly medicinal, the kind of scent that made you feel, without quite knowing why, that you were somewhere older than the world you were used to. Jason followed her without speaking. He had learned quickly that Medea moved through the world with a particular kind of authority, not loud, not dramatic, but deeply certain, the way a river is certain of its direction. He had the good sense to simply follow and be grateful. The trees grew larger as they walked, their trunks thickening, their canopies closing overhead until very little of the sky remained visible. Only occasional openings where the stars showed through in clusters so dense they seemed to be pressing down toward the earth. The Grove of Ares was not a place that invited casual visitors. The feeling of that grew stronger with every step, a heaviness in the air, a quality of stillness that was not quite the same as ordinary quiet, the way certain old places feel as though they are listening rather than merely existing. And then, through the trees, there was light where no light should have been, not the light of a fire or a lamp, not the cold, clean light of the moon, but something warmer than that and more alive, a golden radiance coming from somewhere just ahead among the oldest trees, steady and continuous, as though whatever was producing it had never once flickered. The fleece, even here, even from this distance, announced itself. Medea put a hand briefly on Jason's arm to slow him. They stopped among the last of the outer trees and looked at it together. The golden fleece hanging from the high branch of an enormous oak at the center of the grove, its light falling softly through the dark air in all directions, gilding the bark of the surrounding trees and laying gentle shadows in the hollows of the roots below. It was beautiful in the way that very few things are beautiful, not because it dazzled or overwhelmed, but because it looked exactly right, as though it had always been there and the whole of the grove had grown up around it over centuries simply to hold it safely in place. And at the base of the oak, coiled in long, slow loops around the roots, was the dragon. By some accounts, it was enormous beyond easy imagining, its scales catching the reflected glow of the fleece above it so that it seemed almost to glow itself. A deeper, darker gold than the fleece, more like hammered bronze. Its eyes were open. They were always open. This was the thing that was said about this creature above all else, the thing that made the grove feel impossible to approach. This was because the dragon of Ares did not sleep, had never slept, would not sleep. Its pale eyes moved slowly across the perimeter of the grove, as if it were counting the trees and finding them all still in their proper places. Medea opened the cloth she carried and worked quietly, mixing what she had brought with a deliberateness that Jason watched with a kind of reverent attention, understanding that he was seeing something very old being done by someone who knew it with her whole body rather than merely her mind. She was a priestess of Hecate. Whatever she did in that moment was done with the full weight of that knowledge behind it. She began to speak in a low voice, not quite singing and not quite speaking, something in between, a sound that seemed less directed at any listener and more directed at the air itself, at the quality of the night, calling on the gods of sleep and the dark powers her goddess commanded. She moved toward the dragon slowly. As she moved, she held out the herbs before her, letting their vapor carry forward on the faint breeze. The words she was saying continued steady and unhurried, the same cadence over and over, something that had the feeling of water finding the lowest point in a field and spreading out until it had filled every hollow. The dragon's coils shifted, its head lowered. Those ancient, sleepless eyes grew heavy in a way they had perhaps never grown heavy before. Then slowly, with a long exhale that moved through its entire body like a wave passing through deep water, it closed them. The grove became more quiet than it had been. The branches above the oak were very still. Medea turned and looked at Jason and said nothing, only nodded, and he went forward. He reached up, and his hands closed around the fleece. He lifted it from the branch carefully, the way you might lift something you are afraid of damaging. Though of course the fleece could not be damaged, it never had been, that was part of what it was. The weight of it surprised him, lighter than it looked and warmer. The texture of it against his palms was something he had not been prepared for, a softness so complete it seemed almost impossible that a physical object could possess it. Soft the way certain memories are soft, the way the last moments before sleep feel soft, way under the gentlest pressure and offering nothing but warmth in return. He stood there for just a moment with it in his hands, the golden light of it moving across his face. Then Medea touched his arm again, and they went. Jason threw the golden fleece over his shoulder, feeling the impossible softness of it against the back of his neck, and they ran. They were on the water before the palace lights came on. Jason had given the order in a low voice, and the Argonauts had moved without argument, unhooking the mooring lines and pushing the Argo quietly away from the riverbank, while the city of Colchis was still wrapped in the deepest part of the night. Medea was already aboard, standing near the stern with the golden fleece folded in her arms, and she did not look back at the shore as the current took them and the dark trees of the riverbank began to slide past on either side. She had left without saying goodbye to anyone. She had left in the way that people leave when they know that if they pause even for a moment, they will not be able to go at all. According to Apollonius, who tells this part of the story in careful and unsentimental detail, Medea understood exactly what she had done. She had betrayed her father, abandoned her home, and taken with her the one thing that Aeetes valued above everything else. There was no version of that choice that did not carry a very great weight, and she carried it quietly as the Argo moved downriver toward the open sea. The night was still dark when they pushed away from shore, but it would not remain so for long. Dawn was perhaps 3 or 4 hours away, and in the calculations that Jason had made during the long hours of planning in Medea's chamber, those hours were crucial. They needed distance. Enough distance that by the time Aeetes discovered the theft and assembled his men and launched his ships, the Argo would be far enough downriver that pursuit would be difficult. Medea had told him how her father slept, how long it typically took before anyone would think to look for her, how the morning routines in the palace moved and shifted. She had given him the advantage of knowledge, and now he was using it carefully, methodically. The river moved beneath them, patient and old, carrying them away from the life Medea had known. She did not speak, but her grip on the fleece did not loosen. Jason moved among the rowers, speaking in quiet words of encouragement, though there was little really to encourage. They all understood what they were doing, and what it would cost them. The oars moved in steady rhythm through the darkness, carrying them toward whatever would come next. Aeetes discovered what had happened before dawn, and his rage, by all accounts, was swift and absolute. He assembled a fleet and set out in pursuit, and for a time the distance between the two ships was not as great as Jason would have liked. The route that Apollonius describes for the Argonauts' escape is one of the more unusual elements of the epic. Rather than retracing the way they had come, through the Black Sea and back through the Symplegades, the Argo went north and west, up into rivers that the ancient Greeks believed connected the Black Sea to the Adriatic, a geography that does not match any map we would recognize today, but which made a kind of mythological sense to the people who first told this story. They moved through vast, slow rivers, through marshland and unfamiliar country, and Aeetes' fleet followed them all the same, closing the distance. It was during this pursuit that the story arrives at its darkest moment, the death of Absyrtus, Medea's younger brother, who had come along as part of the pursuing fleet, or, in some versions of the story, had actually been brought aboard the Argo by Medea herself when she fled. The sources do not all agree on the details, and this is one of those places where the myth carries more than one shape, depending on who is telling it. But in the version that Apollonius preserves, Absyrtus was lured into a meeting by Medea under the pretense of negotiation, and Jason killed him there. What followed, the scattering of his body to slow the pursuit, Aeetes stopping to gather what remained of his son, belongs to the kind of thing that myths do not look away from, even when it is difficult. The story does not offer an excuse for it. It simply tells you what happened and lets you hold it. This was the price of their escape, and both Jason and Medea knew it. The gods knew it too. Later, they would have to seek purification for what had been done, and the journey home would be made longer and harder, in part because of it. But on that night, the pursuing fleet turned back, and the Argo was free. The river widened around them, the current eased, and somewhere ahead in the darkness the Adriatic Sea was waiting. Medea sat with the fleece still across her lap, and the sound of the oars was steady and even in the dark, and no one spoke very much. The Argo moved north into unfamiliar waters, and behind them Colchis grew smaller until it was only a dark line against the horizon, and then nothing at all. The way home was longer and stranger than the way out had been. When the Argo first set out from Iolcus, the crew had a course they understood, east through familiar waters, past islands with known names, toward a distant horizon that at least had a fixed destination waiting on the other side of it. The return was different. According to the account given by Apollonius of Rhodes, the route the Argonauts took on their way home was an enormous winding thing, carrying them far beyond the edges of the world that most Greeks would have recognized, north up great rivers, across strange inland seas, finally west and south through waters that felt nothing like home. It was as if the journey itself was not yet finished with them, as if the sea had more to show before it would agree to let them rest. Part of what made the homeward passage so difficult was the weight of what had happened in Colchis, and in the days immediately after. The death of Absyrtus, Medea's brother, had left something heavy in the air aboard the ship, a silence that Orpheus's music could soften but not entirely dissolve. The gods, it was said, took notice of what had been done. Jason and Medea both understood that before they could move forward with any kind of ease, that deed would need to be properly addressed. There are moments in these old stories when the mythological world makes its moral logic very plain. This was one of them. The blood of Absyrtus cried out from the waters, as the ancient texts would have it, and the only remedy was a formal purification, a rite that only another divine being could properly perform. The Argonauts knew this well. They did not simply wish to be rid of the guilt that clung to them. They needed the gods themselves to witness and accept their atonement. This knowledge shaped the remainder of the journey, making it less of a simple return and more of a necessary pilgrimage through lands where divine power still held sway. Every island they passed seemed to offer itself as another station of penance. The island of Aea, where the goddess Circe made her home, rose out of the western sea like something half-remembered. Circe was the daughter of Helios, the same sun god who had fathered Aeetes. That made her Medea's aunt, a fact that made the meeting both more possible and more complicated than it might otherwise have been. She stood in her doorway, dark-haired and ageless, with eyes that held the same keen intelligence that marked all children of the sun god. There was a sorrow in her face too, or perhaps it was merely understanding. She had lived long enough to see many versions of the same human story play out before her threshold. Jason and Medea went ashore together and found her already watching them, already knowing, in the way that certain figures in these stories always seem to know, why they had come. Circe performed the rites of purification. She was precise about it. The rituals were carried out properly and completely. Every gesture made with the kind of deliberate care that belongs to someone who understands the weight of what she is handling. She used the blood of a young pig and called on Zeus, who presides over the rites of suppliants and over the cleansing of those who carry blood guilt on their hands. When it was done, the deed had been formally acknowledged and the necessary amends made, at least in the way the ancient world understood such things. But Circe did not invite them to stay. She had listened to the whole story, to what had been done and why, and though she performed the rites as she was obliged to do, her feeling about it all was cold and clear. She sent them away without warmth, without hospitality, without any of the softness she might have shown a guest she was glad to receive. They walked back down to the shore and pushed the Argo back out onto the water. Medea, by some accounts, did not look back at the island as it fell away behind them. What had been done was done. The crime had been witnessed by something larger than themselves. The ritual had been completed with proper words and proper gestures, and yet the island's coldness followed them. Circe had made clear, without speaking it directly, that some things could not be truly forgiven, only acknowledged and processed. The blood guilt might be ceremonially removed, but the act itself remained in the record of the gods. As the Argo pulled away from Aea, the crew felt the weight of this knowledge settling into the planks of the ship itself, a ballast that would never be entirely lifted. The sea, for a time after that, was almost gentle. There were days of steady rowing and nights of stars that seemed close enough to touch. Orpheus played in the evenings as he always did. The music moved through the rigging and out across the water, settling something in the air that was harder to name than tiredness. Then they came within hearing of the sirens. The sirens, in this version of the story, lived on a rocky island, Anthomoisa, it was sometimes called, and their voices carried over the water with a quality that was nothing like ordinary song. The oldest accounts describe it as something closer to a resonance than a sound, something that reached inside a person and found whatever it was they most wanted to hear. Sailors who came within range of it forgot where they were going and why, forgot the oars in their hands and the hull beneath their feet, simply moved toward the source of the sound until the rocks took care of the rest. The Argonauts heard it from a distance, a low, shimmering sound floating toward them across the water, not quite identifiable yet, not quite resolvable into anything specific, Several of the crew stiffened at their oars. One or two leaned slightly toward the sound without realizing they were doing it. It was Orpheus, as so often, who solved the problem. He simply played louder, his notes filling the air until there was no room left for the sirens' voices. The Argo slipped past without incident. They were almost home when they came to the island of Crete and found it guarded. The crew had been through enough by that point. The narrow passage of the Symplegades, the court of Aeetes, the long and winding route home through waters none of them had ever expected to cross. And there was a tiredness aboard the Argo that went deeper than muscle and bone. It was the tiredness of people who had been living at the edge of the possible for a very long time and could finally see. Somewhere on the horizon, the shape of something familiar. Crete rose out of the sea before them in long ridges of pale rock, its mountains catching the late afternoon light. The sight of it should have meant rest. Fresh water, solid ground, a night spent without the constant small adjustments that a moving ship demands of the body, even in sleep. The Argonauts steered toward the shore with that in mind, their oars dipping in a steady and unhurried rhythm. It was only as they drew closer that something caught their attention, a shape moving along the cliffs above the waterline, following the curve of the coast with a slow and deliberate patience that seemed, at first glance, almost like a man walking. It was not a man. According to the old accounts, Talos was a figure of bronze, enormous and seamless, a guardian that Hephaestus, the god of the forge, had fashioned and that Zeus had given to Europa to protect the island she loved. By some accounts, he had been made in the age before the Olympians fully settled into their domains, a remnant of an older kind of craft, the kind that produced things which did not age or tire or doubt. He circled the shores of Crete 3 times each day. Anything that came too close, any ship that tried to make landfall, he met with boulders torn from the cliffs above, hurled with the unhurried accuracy of something that has all the time in the world. There was no anger in it, as the story tells it. There was simply purpose. The Argonauts were well within range of it before they fully understood what they were looking at. The first stone came without warning and struck the water close enough to send a wall of white spray across the deck. The crew pulled the oars in fast, backing the Argo away from shore, while another boulder arced through the air and landed just ahead of the prow. Even Heracles, by the accounts that have him still aboard at this point in the journey, would have found nothing useful to do here. There was no reaching Talos, no closing the distance between a bronze giant on high cliffs and a ship below. They held the Argo at a distance and sat with the problem. It was Medea who saw what the others could not. She had been quiet for much of the voyage home, carrying with her the weight of what she had left behind in Colchis and the weight of what had happened during their escape. The crew had largely given her the privacy of that silence, but she understood things that the heroes around her did not. Talos was something she recognized in the way that a person who has spent their life studying the hidden structure of the world sometimes recognizes a weakness that everyone else has walked right past. The old stories describe Talos as having a single vein running through his body, from his neck to his ankle, sealed at the bottom by a bronze pin or a thin membrane of skin. Depending on which version you follow, a single point where the ichor that sustained him, that bright fluid the gods had in place of blood, was held inside. Medea asked the crew to hold the ship steady. Then, by some combination of what she knew and what she had learned at the Temple of Hecate, she worked at the distance between herself and the great bronze figure on the cliff. The precise nature of what she did has always been left somewhat vague in the telling. That is perhaps fitting. Her knowledge was her own, earned over years. The story does not pretend to explain it fully. What the accounts agree on is the result. Talos, moving along the cliff edge as he always moved, began to slow. He turned, perhaps, in the way that something turns when it has lost its certainty about where it is going. And then, at his ankle, the seal gave way. The ichor that had kept him moving for longer than any of the Argonauts could reckon began, slowly, to drain. He did not fall immediately. He stood for a moment the way that very large things stand when they are no longer quite sure of themselves, swaying almost gently against the sky, his bronze surface catching the last of the day's light in a way that was, if you could set aside what he had just been doing, genuinely beautiful. A thing made by the god of the forge, made to last, made to move through the world with a singular and unhurried purpose. The bronze man fell with a sound they felt rather than heard, a deep trembling in the water beneath the hull. Then the coast of Crete was open, and the Argo was free to sail on. The morning they sailed back into the harbour at Iolcus, everything looked exactly as it had when they left. Yet everything felt different. The same stone breakwaters curved out into the same pale water. The same hills rolled back behind the town, draped in the same silver-green groves of olive trees. The same smell of salt and fish and wood smoke drifted out from the shore to meet them. But the men standing at the oars were not quite the same men who had dipped those oars into the water on the morning of their departure. Jason, standing at the prow with the golden fleece folded across his arms, understood that some things can never be fully reversed, no matter how carefully you try to trace your steps back to where you began. The fleece was warm against his forearms in a way that was difficult to explain, not the warmth of sunlight or of fire, but something older and quieter than either of those things, as if the light woven into it had always been there waiting, patient as the oak tree that had held it all those years in the grove of Colchis. The Argonauts shipped their oars as the Argo glided the last distance to the dock. For a moment, nobody spoke. There was a crowd gathering along the waterfront, people who had heard the ship was coming, people who had perhaps stopped believing it ever would. They stood watching with the particular stillness of those who are not yet sure what they are looking at. Jason carried the fleece off the ship and up through the streets of Iolcus, with Medea walking beside him. The crowd parted for them, the way crowds have always parted for those who have returned from somewhere unimaginable, carrying something they were never expected to bring back. The temple priests were among the first to approach them, seeking to understand what had been accomplished and what the implications might be. The soldiers watched from their posts with expressions that mixed wonder with uncertainty. Word of the quest's success spread quickly through the streets, and by the time Jason and Medea reached the palace, half of Iolcus seemed to know that the Argonauts had returned. The old stories tell us that some of the crew members dispersed quietly to their families and their former lives, while others remained near Jason, uncertain about what came next. The uncertainty hung in the air like sea salt, a reminder that while journeys can end, their consequences are only beginning. Peleus received them in the great hall of the palace. Whatever he had expected, perhaps that he would never have to receive them at all, his face did not betray him easily. He was an old man by then, older than when Jason had last stood before him and accepted the terms of the bargain. The years of waiting had settled heavily into the lines around his eyes and mouth. Jason laid the golden fleece on the floor of the hall before him. The whole room seemed to brighten slightly, that impossible warm radiance of it touching the stone walls and the ceiling beams, as if it had no interest in being contained. Peleus looked at it for a long time. He acknowledged that the task had been completed. This was because there was no other thing he could say with so many witnesses standing in the hall around them. But acknowledging that a thing has been done is not the same as honoring the promise that was made about it. Peleus had never truly intended to surrender the throne. By some accounts, he found one reason or another to delay, to reconsider the terms, to suggest that matters of kingship were more complicated than a single agreement struck across a table years ago. Jason had completed something that was supposed to be impossible, yet the kingdom he had been promised did not come to him. What followed in the old stories is darker than anything that happened on the voyage itself. Medea, who had already given up her home and her family and crossed the known world for this man and this quest, took matters into her own hands in a way that the myth does not soften or excuse. She used her knowledge to bring about the death of Peleus, convincing his own daughters that she could restore his youth through a process that she had no intention of completing as promised. It is one of those moments in the old stories where the line between justice and something harder to name becomes very difficult to find. The daughters of Peleus, who had loved their father and meant him no harm, were left with a grief that was not of their own making. Jason and Medea were driven out of Iolcus altogether, not as king and queen, but as exiles, unwelcome in the very city the quest had been undertaken to reclaim. They went to Corinth, where they lived for some years. The later chapters of their story grew increasingly difficult, full of the kind of suffering that the myths never quite let the reader look away from. But that belongs to another telling, and the night is growing late. The golden fleece itself was eventually placed in a temple, according to the traditions surrounding this story, where it could be seen and honored, but no longer carried off by anyone. It had traveled across the sky on the back of a divine ram, hung in a sacred grove for generations, crossed the Black Sea and the Adriatic, and the long dangerous waters between, come to rest at last in a place of stone and shadow, where the light it gave off could do no more harm. The Argo herself was eventually dedicated to Poseidon, and set up in his sanctuary at Corinth, her timbers slowly seasoning in the air, the enchanted beam in her prow growing gradually silent. There is something worth sitting with, at the end of this story, about what the golden fleece actually was. It was, by every account, a thing of singular radiance, something that had glowed in that sacred grove for years beyond counting, untouched and unclaimed, its light falling quietly on the trees around it with no particular intention. And yet, the moment it was taken, it seems to have stopped being what it was. It became an object, carried by people, argued over, traded in bargains that were never honored. The glow did not disappear, perhaps, but it became harder to see clearly once it was in someone's hands. That quality, of something luminous gradually losing its meaning in the act of being possessed, is one of the oldest and most honest things this story has to offer, and people 3,000 years ago understood it just as clearly as anyone might today. Jason himself is a figure worth considering quietly. He was a man of genuine courage. There is no reading of this story that takes that away from him. He assembled a crew that no one else could have assembled, sailed waters that no Greek ship had navigated before, stood before a foreign king without flinching, and completed tasks that were designed specifically to be fatal. By any measure, what he accomplished on the shores of Colchis was extraordinary. And yet, if you follow his story beyond the return to Iolcus, what you find is a man who struggled, for the rest of his life, to find a place where he belonged. The quest had given him a purpose so enormous and so consuming that almost nothing afterward could feel quite equal to it. There is something deeply human about that particular sadness, the difficulty of living in the ordinary world after you have once stood at the edge of it and looked beyond. Medea, though, is the figure the story keeps returning to, and perhaps with good reason. She was a princess, a priestess, a woman of extraordinary knowledge and power, and she gave all of it away freely. Her home, her family, her country, every familiar thing she had ever known, for a man and a cause that were not, in the end, equal to the gift. The ancient sources are not gentle about what followed her sacrifice. She received, in the long accounting of the myth, very little of what she had given so much to earn. And yet she is, in many ways, the most capable person in the entire story, the one who solved the unsolvable problems, who knew what needed to be done and simply did it. regardless of the cost to herself. She asked for nothing in advance. She made her choice in the dark, alone, and then she kept it. Whatever the later chapters of her story became, that original decision of hers, made in a sleepless night beside a river in Colchis while the rest of the palace slept, was an act of almost reckless bravery. The story has been told for 3,000 years, passed from one voice to another across centuries and continents, and it is not worn thin. There is something in it that endures regardless of the teller, the long journey towards something luminous, the cost of getting there, the question of what it means to carry what you have worked so hard to find. You can rest in that, if you like, as you settle into your own darkness now. Let the Argo drift somewhere in the back of your mind, its timbers warm, its oars still. Let the fleece glow softly wherever it has gone. And somewhere in the darkness of an ancient oak grove, if you believe the oldest versions of the story, the branch where it once hung is still there, bare now and smooth, and very quietly holding the shape of what it used to carve. Rye. Hello there. Welcome back to our podcast. In ancient Egypt, the moment a person died was not the end of the story. It was, if anything, the beginning of the most important journey they would ever take. The ancient Egyptians held a conception of death that was unlike almost anything else in the ancient world. Not a wall, not a silence, not a simple extinction of the self, but a passage into a realm that was as real and as structured as the world they had just departed. A world with its own geography, its own laws, its own guardians standing at the doors of chambers no living eye had ever seen. They called this realm the Duat. They understood it not as a place of punishment or of waiting, but as a landscape through which the soul had to travel, carefully, with knowledge and preparation, in order to reach something extraordinary on the other side. The Duat was full of corridors stretching into darkness, of rivers flowing with strange and luminous waters, of gates rising one after another like the pylons of great temples, each one tended by beings whose names the soul had to know, whose forms had been drawn and painted and memorized so that the traveler would recognize them when they came face to face in the dark. There were lakes of fire there, blazing in the deeper chambers, islands where the justified dead rested, serpents of enormous size coiled at the thresholds of things, not merely as threats but as tests, filters, guardians of a world that would not simply be wandered into by anyone who had not earned the right. The journey through such a realm required more than courage alone. It demanded specific knowledge, the correct names to speak at each threshold, the proper declarations of innocence before divine judges, the exact gestures and words that would convince each guardian of the traveller's worthiness. A soul arriving unprepared would find itself at an impossible disadvantage, confronting beings it could not name, passing through gates whose passwords it did not know. The Egyptians took this responsibility with utmost seriousness, understanding that the consequences of arriving unprepared were not merely embarrassment or delay, but the very real possibility of being turned away from the blessed fields beyond, condemned instead to wander endlessly in the darkness or face dissolution itself. The Egyptians did not imagine the underworld as a vague and formless shadow of life. They imagined it in extraordinary detail. That detail mattered because they truly believed that every soul who passed through the western horizon at death would one day stand at those gates and have to speak the right words at precisely the right moment, or be turned away from everything they had hoped for. What makes this tradition so quietly remarkable is the practical seriousness with which the Egyptians approached it. They wrote everything down. The Amduat, whose name translates roughly as that which is in the underworld, was one of the oldest and most complete accounts of what lay beyond the horizon of death, describing the 12 divisions of the Duat that corresponded to the 12 hours of the night, each one a distinct region with its own inhabitants, its own dangers, its own quality of darkness and light. The first hours were ones of relative clarity and passage, where the soul might encounter friendly deities and begin to understand its new existence. The middle hours grew progressively stranger and more perilous, filled with the deeper mysteries and older powers that predated human civilization itself. The final hours represented a kind of rebirth, where the soul approached the dawn and the possibility of renewal, or, for the unprepared, final judgment. Each hour had its own name, its own color, its own particular hazards and opportunities for those who understood what they were moving through. It was inscribed on the walls of royal tombs beginning in the New Kingdom period, its columns of text and careful illustrations meant to serve as a guide, a map, in the truest sense, for the soul moving through territory it had never visited before. Later, a collection of funerary spells we know today as the Book of the Dead, more accurately called by its ancient name, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, was compiled over centuries into scrolls that were placed inside coffins alongside the dead, personalized for each individual, written and painted by scribes who understood that the words they were setting down were not merely ceremonial, but genuinely useful, genuinely necessary. In the most serious way anything can be necessary. These were not texts written to comfort the living, though they may have offered that as well. They were written to equip the dead, to give the soul the passwords and the names and the declarations it would need to pass through gates that would otherwise remain sealed against it forever. There is something quietly moving about that, truly. The idea that a civilization poured so much of its intelligence and artistry into the preparation of those who could no longer speak for themselves, trusting that the words written on papyrus and placed beside the body in the dark of the tomb would still be there, still legible, still powerful when the moment came to use them. And underlying all of it was a belief that the journey was survivable, not merely for kings or priests, but for anyone who had lived honestly and arrived at the gates with a clean heart and a prepared mind. The gates were real to them, the guardians were real. The path through the darkness was something every Egyptian hoped. With all their heart, they were prepared to walk. The duat had a shape, or at least the ancient Egyptians believed it did. They drew it out with careful, deliberate detail across the walls of tombs and the pages of funerary papyri. It wasn't vague, and it wasn't meant to offer comfort in the way that a vague promise might. The Egyptians understood the underworld as a real place with genuine dimensions, a world that could be known, studied, and, with enough preparation, successfully crossed. If you were to read through the Amduat, one of the oldest and most complete of the funerary texts to have survived from ancient Egypt, you would find not a poem of grief or a hymn of mourning, but something far more practical, a region-by-region account of what lay on the other side of death, drawn up with the same careful attention a surveyor might break, Ingo, to charting the great bends of the Nile. The scribes who composed these texts believed they were recording true geography. The priests who memorized and studied them believed the same. And the souls who carried these words into the tomb believed, with all the conviction that faith and a genuine love of life can produce, that knowing this landscape was the single most important preparation a human being could make. The duat was divided into 12 distinct regions, each one corresponding to one of the 12 hours of the night. This correspondence wasn't incidental. It was a reflection of the deepest organizing principle in Egyptian thought, that understood time as something that moved in great, unbroken cycles, understood the night as the visible surface of a much longer, much stranger journey happening beneath the world. Each of the 12 hours had its own character, its own presiding spirits, its own particular hazards, and its own quality of darkness. The first hours were relatively open, wide corridors giving way to broad halls, the air cool and strange but not yet threatening. The dead moving in something like quiet procession through spaces that were unfamiliar but still possible to face. The Amduat describes these early regions as lit by a kind of dim, amber glow, enough to move by if not quite enough to see far. Through them flowed a great waterway that the Egyptians called the Werns, the river of the underworld along which Ra's solar bark made its nightly passage. You might think of it as a subterranean mirror of the Nile, slower, more solemn, lit not by the warmth of daylight, but by the soft radiance of the bark moving through the dark over its surface. The souls of the dead didn't drift along in that current without purpose or awareness. They traveled in the company of the gods who crewed the bark. They were expected to know where they were, to recognize the hour they were passing through, to greet its guardians correctly, to move with the composure that the underworld required of them. As the hours deepened, the landscape changed. The middle regions of the Duat, and especially the 5th and 6th hours, were understood to be the most dangerous and the most sacred of the entire passage. The Amduat describes the 6th hour as the moment when Ra's bark reached the very bottom of the underworld, the point of deepest darkness where even the great god's own light could barely push back the surrounding void. This central region was home to forces far older and more austere than the familiar gods one might see painted on a temple wall, beings who had existed since before the world took its present shape, who carried within them something of the primordial chaos that preceded creation and order. It was here, in the depths of the 6th hour, that something extraordinary was said to take place. The soul of Ra, the living force of the sun, united momentarily with the body of Osiris, the god of the dead. For that single suspended moment in the deep heart of the night, the two great organizing powers of Egyptian religion, solar life and earthly death, became one. The scribes who recorded this saw it as the hidden source of all resurrection, the engine quietly driving the cycles of the natural world. Without this meeting in the dark, there could be no sunrise. There could be no awakening. I find it remarkable that the Egyptians placed this moment of union not in some bright and transcendent realm, but at the deepest, darkest point of the night, as though they understood, in some ancient and wordless way, that the most powerful transformations tend to happen in the places least lit. The physical imagery the Amduat and related texts use to describe the Duat's landscape is remarkable for its specificity. There were caverns so vast that the walls disappeared into the darkness overhead. There were corridors so narrow that the soul had to move through them slowly and in silence. There were lakes of fire, not metaphorical flames, but great burning bodies of water, described with genuine geographical care, glowing red and orange in the deepest regions of the underworld, said to purify those who were worthy of purification and to consume those who were not. There were islands rising from those burning waters. On the islands stood guardians unlike anything your waking eyes would ever encounter, figures with serpent heads and human bodies, figures whose very skin appeared to be made of fire, figures holding long knives and speaking the names of all who approached. And yet the Duat wasn't entirely dark, not even in those fearsome middle hours. It had its own illumination, the steady golden light of Ra's bark passing along the Werns, the deep red glow of the fire lakes sending long, trembling reflections up across the cavern walls. In certain passages of the Amduat, the scene described is almost beautiful in its strangeness. Fire on black water, a glowing boat. On either bank, the sleeping dead lying in their long rows, stirring briefly as the bark of the sun moved past them before sinking back into their patient, waiting silence. This brings us to something important about how the Egyptians understood the Duat, not only as a passage the newly dead were crossing, but as a place where countless souls already resided. resting in their caverns and chambers through the long hours of the night, nourished by the periodic passage of Ra's light. When the bark moved through a given region, the sleeping dead in that region would stir and speak and briefly come alive again. And when the bark moved on and the light faded, they would return to their long rest. It's a strange and quietly moving image. The ancient ones sleeping in the deep chambers, the newly dead traveling alongside the bark toward judgment, all of them sharing the same dark corridor for a single hour before the procession moved on. For all its strangeness, the duat was also, in a meaningful sense, a reflection of Egypt itself. The great waterway at its center mirrored the Nile. The fields described in the later hours of the journey were planted with the same grain that grew along the river's banks, tall, heavy-headed, gold in the warmth of a sun that never failed. The Egyptians didn't imagine the afterlife as something alien or incomprehensible. They imagined it as a truer, more enduring version of the home they already loved, a place where the landscape was recognizable and the abundance was guaranteed and the warmth of the sun never abandoned you. I think there's something deeply human in that impulse, to picture the eternal, not as something utterly beyond us, but as the best version of what we already know. At the far end of all 12 hours, past every guardian and every lake of fire and every narrow corridor of the deep middle night, the field of reeds waited, the Aru. Calm and green and patient, its tall reeds bending gently over still canals, its grain fields broad and unhurried under the same sky that covered living Egypt. It was the destination that gave the entire map its purpose, the place that all the memorized names and all the careful preparation were ultimately in service of. Every twist of the path, every chamber of darkness, every body of fire was a known quantity, something that had been mapped, studied, memorized by those who hoped to survive the crossing. Every night, without exception, the sun vanished beneath the western horizon and descended into a world the living could not see. The ancient Egyptians watched this happen every evening without fail, the great light that warmed their fields and guided their boats along the Nile, slipping below the edge of the world, swallowed by the western desert, as if the earth itself had drawn a slow, deep breath and taken the sun down with it. To a people who built their entire civilization along a single river in the middle of an immense and unpredictable desert, the possibility that the sun might not return was not a distant philosophical concern. It was the central terror underneath every prayer, every offering, every careful word carved into the walls of a tomb. And so the Egyptians did what they did with all things that mattered most. They studied it, mapped it, named it, and made it into a story they could hold on to in the dark. According to the Amduat, one of the oldest and most detailed funerary texts to survive from ancient Egypt, the sun god Ra did not simply disappear each evening, he transformed. As he crossed the western horizon and entered the first corridor of the Duat, his form changed from the familiar solar disk blazing above the living world into something older and quieter. A ram-headed figure, wreathed in the golden light of the setting sun, seated within a great sacred bark that would carry him through all 12 hours of the underworld night. In the Duat, he was known as Auf, sometimes written as Auf-Ra, meaning something close to flesh of Ra, the tired, mortal body of the sun god, the part of him that aged each day and had to be renewed before morning could come again. It was a vulnerable form, and the Egyptians understood this with a tenderness that is, in its own way, genuinely moving. Even the most powerful force in the cosmos grew old by evening and needed protecting. The bark that carried him was no simple vessel. It was crewed by a company of gods whose sole purpose was to see Ra safely through the night. Thoth stood ready with his knowledge and his spells. The goddess Mart rode at the prow, her presence a kind of compass. Wherever she was, order held. The serpent Mehen coiled protectively around the cabin of the bark, his body forming a living shield around the sleeping god within. Other divine figures took their places at the oars and along the rails, each one serving a function as precise and necessary as the next. The journey through the duat was not something Ra could make alone, and the Egyptians seemed to have found comfort in that even a god required companions in the dark. The first hour of the night brought the bark into a wide and dusky corridor, where the souls of the recently dead waited in a kind of suspended stillness. When Ra's bark passed through, something remarkable happened. The dead stirred. According to the Amduat, the souls lying in the darkness of that first region roused themselves at the light of the bark, lifted briefly out of their rest by the warmth of the sun passing close by. They called out to Ra, and Ra acknowledged them in return, and for a moment the darkness of that first hour was lit, not only by the bark's glow, but by the strange, quiet joy of the dead recognizing something familiar passing through their world. It was understood that the souls of the righteous dead traveled with the bark or alongside it, not as passengers exactly, but as companions moving through the same darkness, sustained by the same light, sharing in the same nightly crossing that Ra himself endured. Each hour that followed brought its own distinct character. The second and third hours carried the bark deeper into the duat, through regions where the sleeping dead lay in long rows on either side of the corridor, some of them half-formed and waiting, others more fully present, their faces turned toward the light as Ra passed. The fourth and fifth hours marked the deepest and most difficult section of the journey, a region called the Imhet, associated with the god Sokar, where the underworld grew so dense and close that even the bark could not move through water. Here, according to the Amduat, the vessel was transformed into a great serpent form to allow Ra to pass through the compressed and airless dark of that middle region. This is where the journey felt most precarious, and truly, the illustrations that accompany the Amduat text in the royal tombs of the Valley of the Kings give some sense of how strange and suffocating that passage must have seemed. The corridors here are drawn tighter, the figures crowded and compressed, the light of the bark a small and precious thing against the surrounding black. By the sixth hour, Ra had reached the very center of the duat, the deepest point of the night, the place farthest from both the world of the living and the promise of morning. It was here that the most intimate moment of the entire journey took place. According to the Amduat, the soul of Ra, his Ba in Egyptian understanding, descended from the bark and reunited briefly with his body, which lay resting in the depths of that central chamber. For a single suspended moment, Ra was whole again. The living spirit rejoined with the mortal flesh, and from that reunion came the energy that would carry him through the second half of the night and back toward morning. It was a death and a resurrection compressed into a single heartbeat, and the Egyptians seem to have regarded it as the hinge on which all of creation quietly turned. The seventh hour brought the greatest danger of the entire passage. Apep, the vast serpent of chaos, sometimes described as stretching across the full length of a horizon, waited coiled in the darkness ahead, his body filling the corridor of the duat in a way that allowed nothing to pass. Apep was not a guardian to be named or a gatekeeper to be persuaded. He was something older and less comprehensible than that, a force of absolute dissolution whose only desire, if desire is even the right word for it, was to swallow the light and end the ordered world entirely. The crew of the bark met him with everything they had. Thoth spoke words of power. The goddess Serket and her companions immobilized the serpent's body with chains and knives. Set, complicated, unpredictable Set, who was in some tellings the enemy of Ra's family and in others his most essential defender, stood at the prow of the bark and drove a spear into Apep's body with a force that made the whole corridor shudder. The battle was violent and close, and it was never entirely certain, even to those who told the story, that it would go the same way it always had. The outcome was not guaranteed by precedent alone. Each night, the crew had to win it again. When a pep was subdued, temporarily, never permanently, the bark moved on through the 8th, 9th, and 10th hours, and the tone of the journey began, gradually, to change. The dead who had been awakened by the bark's passage in the earlier hours were now shown in some traditions as transformed, their forms more complete, their movement less constrained. The darkness began to thin, almost imperceptibly, the way a room does in the hour before dawn, when the light hasn't quite arrived, but the deepest dark has already begun to ease. The guardians of the final hours were different from those encountered earlier. Their postures in the tomb paintings are sometimes described by scholars as less threatening, as if recognizing the bark of Ra returning toward morning rather than stopping it. In the 12th and final hour, something extraordinary was described in the Amduat, with a precision that suggests the Egyptians had thought about it a great deal. The solar bark entered the body of a vast serpent, not a pep, but a protective serpent whose name in some texts is given as Mehin, and was drawn through that divine body toward the serpent's open mouth. What emerged from the mouth was no longer Oph, the tired, ram-headed body of the aging sun. What came out was the scarab beetle Khepri, the god of the rising sun, the form of Ra that represented creation and becoming, the sun that had never existed before this precise morning, and would never exist again in quite this way. The transformation inside that serpent's body was understood as the most complete form of renewal available to any being in any world, and the Egyptians depicted it with what can only be described as reverence, a small, careful image of a beetle emerging from an open mouth into a sky full of waiting stars that were already beginning to fade. And when the sun rose each morning over the Nile, it was not merely a natural event. It was a victory, hard won, over everything that had tried to swallow the light whole. The first gate of the duat rose before the soul like the pylon of a great temple, massive, silent, and watched on all sides by beings that were neither welcoming nor hostile, simply waiting. If you can imagine standing before something so vast that it seems less like a doorway and more like a decision, something your whole life has been quietly preparing you for without your knowing it, then you are already close to understanding what the ancient Egyptians believed that first threshold to be. According to the Book of the Dead and the related funerary texts that priests and scribes labored over for centuries, the gates of the duat were not obstacles in the way that a locked door or a steep wall might be. They were tests of a very particular kind, not of strength, not of courage in the way we tend to imagine courage, but of memory, of knowledge, carried inside the soul like a lantern. Each gate had its own name. Each gate was attended by 3 distinct beings, a gatekeeper, a watcher, and a herald. The gatekeeper stood directly before the entrance and would not move for anyone who could not address it correctly. The watcher observed from a position nearby, still and attentive, recording in its own way whether the soul approached with the right understanding. And the herald, whose role was to announce the soul's passage, to cry out into the next corridor that someone was coming, would only speak on behalf of a soul that had already spoken for itself. Together, these 3 figures formed a kind of tribunal of the threshold, and there was no way around them. There was only through, or there was nothing at all. The appearance of the first gate, as described across various papyri and painted in careful detail on tomb walls from the New Kingdom period onward, was something that even the most well-prepared soul might have found arresting. Walls of fire flanked the entrance on either side, not fire as decoration or symbol, but fire understood as a living presence, a force that could consume what did not belong and allow passage to what did. Serpents coiled at the base of the gate and wound along its upper edges, their forms familiar from 100 different sacred contexts, but rendered here with a watchful, expectant quality. These serpents had names, and those names were not incidental. In Egyptian religious understanding, to know the name of a thing was to hold a kind of authority over it, not dominion in the sense of conquest, but something closer to recognition, to relationship. A soul that could call a guardian by its true name was a soul that had done the work of understanding the world it was entering, and that understanding was its only key. The texts that survive from this tradition, including what scholars now call the Book of Gates, describe the guardians of the first gate in language that is careful and precise, listing their names and the specific formulas the soul was required to recite. I find something quietly moving in that precision, the sense that the priests and scribes who wrote these things believed, with great sincerity, that the right words spoken in the right order could carry a person through a doorway between worlds. What the soul carried into the duat, then, was not a weapon in any physical sense. It was language. It was the accumulated knowledge of a tradition that had spent generations mapping this territory with as much care as any scribe had ever given to mapping the flooding of the Nile or the movements of the stars. The soul was expected to have studied. It was expected to have been prepared, ideally with the help of a papyrus scroll placed in the coffin alongside it, a scroll containing the names, the formulas, the correct forms of address for every guardian it would encounter from this gate onward. Those who could afford such scrolls were given a significant advantage, and there is something very human in that reality, the same way that some people in every age and place have had better maps than others. But the maps themselves only helped if the soul had internalized what was written on them. A list of names is not the same as knowing those names, and the guardians at the first gate, in their patient, burning stillness, could tell the difference. The soul that arrived, having memorized the words with true understanding, stepped forward and spoke, quietly perhaps, but clearly, addressing the gatekeeper by its name, acknowledging the watcher, offering the herald the words it needed to announce the passage. And the gate, according to the texts, would open. The fire would part, not dramatically, but in the way that something yields when the right key meets the right lock, a small, exact movement that changes everything. To speak correctly was to pass, to forget, or to hesitate, or to stumble over the sacred words was to be turned away from the very threshold of peace. Deep within the underworld, past the first corridors of darkness and the whispering guardians at the threshold, there stood a hall unlike anything else in the Egyptian cosmos. It was called the Hall of Two Truths. The ancient Egyptians knew it by a name that carried its whole meaning within itself, a place where what was real and what was claimed would be held up against one another, quietly and without mercy, until only one remained. The hall was vast, according to the funerary texts that describe it, with a ceiling that stretched beyond sight and walls lined on either side by 42 divine beings who stood in absolute stillness, watching, waiting, each one assigned to a particular failing of the human soul. At the far end of this hall sat Osiris himself, wrapped in the white linen of the dead, wearing the tall and feathered Atef crown, holding the crook and the flail across his chest with a composure that belonged to something far older than time. He said very little. He did not need to. The hall itself did the speaking. The soul who entered it was expected to speak as well, carefully, truthfully, and in full. The composition of the 42 assessors reflected the full range of human transgression as the Egyptians understood it. They represented not merely violations of law, but departures from Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order and truth that was understood to be the foundation of all existence. To disrupt Ma'at through one's actions was to introduce chaos into the universe itself, and this was conceived of as a kind of sacrilege. The assessors were therefore not merely judges in the modern sense, they were guardians of the fundamental structure of reality. Some of their names referenced violence and harm: the eater of shadows, the swallower of filth, the one called he who eats the excrement of his rear. Others referred to theft and deception, to disrespect and arrogance, to cruelty toward animals or the manipulation of others for personal gain. The presence of assessors focused on eavesdropping and excessive noise suggests that the Egyptians were deeply concerned with a kind of social discipline, with the notion that one's words and one's listening were matters of moral consequence. To speak when one should be silent, to listen when one should refrain, to spread information that was not one's to share. These were understood as genuine failures of character. The roster of assessors thus functioned as a comprehensive moral code, one that was enforced not by earthly magistrates, but by the universe itself. What the soul was required to perform in this hall is known today as the negative confession, a term scholars use to describe what is more precisely a declaration of innocence, a long, formal recitation in which the soul addressed each of the 42 assessors individually, by name, denied having committed the particular transgression that assessor represented. The list is preserved most fully in spell 125 of what we call the Book of the Dead, the great collection of funerary spells that guided the Egyptian soul through the underworld. Reading through it gives a remarkably clear picture of what the ancient Egyptians believed a good life actually looked like. The soul declared that it had not killed, it had not stolen, it had not told lies, it had not caused another person to weep, it had not spoken in anger, it had not deceived, had not eavesdropped, had not been excessively loud or quarrelsome. It had not wronged servants or the poor. It had not taken more from the land than was rightfully its share. It declared that it had not harmed cattle, had not trapped birds that were sacred, had not interfered with the water of a canal, had not dammed the flow of a river. The list is striking in how concrete it is, not a general aspiration toward goodness, but a detailed accounting of specific actions, each one imagined with care. The Egyptians understood virtue not as an abstract quality of character, but as something that existed in individual choices made on individual days. The negative confession was the sum of all of those days laid out one by one before an audience that had seen everything. The preparation for this moment began long before death arrived. Families would ensure that the proper funerary texts were copied and made available, often by professional scribes who specialized in producing these documents. The scribes understood that accuracy was paramount. A misspelled name or an omitted declaration could be catastrophic for the deceased. Some families made multiple copies of the texts to hedge against loss or damage during the lengthy embalming process. The rituals that accompanied burial were themselves seen as rehearsals for what was to come, enactments that would help the soul remember the proper words and the proper sequence when the moment of judgment finally arrived. Priests would chant portions of the negative confession during funeral ceremonies, allowing the living to hear the words that the dead would eventually need to speak. In this way, knowledge of the underworld and its requirements was not secret or esoteric. It was woven into the ordinary fabric of Egyptian religious life, accessible to anyone whose family had the means to commission a proper funeral. What made this proceeding so demanding, and what elevated it far beyond a simple ritual recitation, was that the soul could not simply read from a list or gesture vaguely at its own innocence. It had to address each of the 42 assessors by name. Those names were not simple or easy to remember. They were names such as Swallower of Shadows, He who comes forth backwards, Bone Breaker, He who eats blood, Flame Embracer, He whose face is behind him, names drawn from the deep language of the underworld, each one a portrait of the sin it governed and the divine being appointed to judge it. To stand in that hall and speak incorrectly, to forget a name or mistake one assessor for another, was not merely an embarrassment, it was a failure of the most consequential kind. The knowledge required to pass through the Hall of Two Truths was something the Egyptians prepared for over the course of an entire lifetime, or at the very least across the long months between death and the completion of embalming, during which the funerary texts were assembled and committed to papyrus so that the soul would not have to face this moment unprepared and alone. Wealthy Egyptians could commission beautifully illustrated scrolls, personalized, carefully written, placed within the linen wrappings of the mummy itself or tucked alongside the body in the coffin, containing every word the soul would need. Those of more modest means might have a briefer version, or a scroll with certain names left blank to be filled in with the name of the deceased. The goal was always the same: to arrive in that hall knowing what to say and to whom. There is something deeply serious about the negative confession when it is read slowly and with attention. This was because it reveals the full moral architecture of ancient Egyptian life. The sins denied before the assessors were not only crimes against other people, they extended outward to include dishonesty in the marketplace, disrespect toward the gods, carelessness with the natural world, even failing to listen when one should have listened. The Egyptians did not separate private morality from public conduct or religious obligation from daily behavior. All of it was woven together, and all of it would be weighed. A person who had mistreated a servant in a private moment, who had bent the scales slightly at market, who had spoken an unkind word about a neighbor, all of that lived in the record that the heart was keeping, quietly and constantly, over the span of every ordinary day. The hall did not care about intention, it cared about action. And so the Egyptian who hoped to stand in that hall with confidence and speak those declarations without faltering had a reason to move through the world with care, not because someone was watching from the outside, but because the watching was happening from within. In this way, the journey through the underworld was never only about the dead. It was a mirror held up to the living, asking them, every single day, whether they could honestly say the same. Everything the soul had done, thought, felt, and failed to do in its lifetime was said to reside in the heart, which the Egyptians understood not as an organ of feeling alone, but as the seat of conscience, memory, and moral identity. When a person breathed their last breath in the living world, the heart did not simply stop, it carried forward, intact, bearing the full accumulated weight of a life lived well, or poorly, or somewhere in between, the way a stone bears the marks of every river it has rested in. The Egyptians had a word for this organ as they understood it spiritually, the Ib, and it was the Ib, not the mind, not the spirit, not the outward appearance of a person, that would ultimately be brought before the scale in the Hall of Two Truths and measured against something so weightless, so impossibly delicate, that the comparison itself tells you everything you need to know about what the ancient Egyptians believed a good life actually required. On one side of that great golden scale, Anubis would place the heart. On the other side, he would set a single feather, the feather of Maat, and the two would either balance or they would not. And on that outcome, everything depended. Maat was not a simple goddess of goodness, and it would be a mistake to think of her as nothing more than a divine reward for moral behavior. She was something older and larger than that. She was the principle that held the cosmos together, the right order of things, the way the stars moved in their courses, the way the Nile flooded at the proper season, the way the sun rose and set without deviation. She was truth in its most fundamental sense, not honesty as a personal virtue, but truth as the structural fact of a universe in balance. Her feather, the white ostrich plume she wore in her headdress, represented all of this. To weigh a human heart against it was to ask whether that person, in all their years of breathing and choosing and acting and neglecting to act, had moved through the world in harmony with the order that sustained all living things, or whether they had added weight to the world, deception, cruelty, indifference, greed, until their heart had grown too heavy to rest beside something that weighed almost nothing at all. The image is quietly devastating when you sit with it long enough. A feather on a scale, a life in the balance. The weighing itself was understood to occur not in some distant, abstract realm, but in a specific place, a location so actual in the Egyptian imagination that it appeared in tomb paintings and papyri with consistent architectural detail. The Hall of Two Truths, sometimes called the Hall of Judgment, or the Hall of the Two Mates, referencing both the principle of order and its divine embodiment, was depicted as a vast columned chamber with a ceiling starred like the night sky and walls inscribed with hieroglyphic records of all previous judgments that had ever taken place. The light in such descriptions was never natural light, but something steady and impersonal, neither harsh nor soft but absolute. The air itself was said to carry weight, as if the accumulated significance of countless souls facing their reckoning had given it substance. Time moved differently there than it did in the world of the living. A moment could stretch into something approaching eternity, or what felt like hours could pass in what the soul experienced as seconds. The geography was fixed, the rules were unchanging, and everyone who arrived there arrived in the same manner, stripped of power, stripped of status, stripped of every pretense that had ever shielded them in life. Presiding over this moment was Anubis, the jackal-headed god, who took the heart with careful, practiced hands and placed it on the scale with the kind of deliberate attention that belongs to someone who has performed an act 10,000 times and still regards it as sacred. Around the hall, the assembled gods stood as witnesses, a gathering of divine attention that the soul could feel pressing in from every side, though the texts are careful to describe the atmosphere not as threatening, but as simply absolute. Nothing could be hidden in that hall. Nothing could be softened or explained away. The heart either balanced or it did not. Osiris sat enthroned at the far end of the hall, wearing his tall white Atef crown, wrapped in mummy linen, green-skinned in some representations and black-skinned in others, both colors carrying the same meaning: fertility, renewal, the dark, rich soil from which new life rises. He watched with eyes that had already seen every possible outcome. He had, after all, been through something far worse than judgment himself. He had been murdered, dismembered, scattered across the land of Egypt, and reassembled by love and divine knowledge, and that experience had given him a patience and a gravity that no other deity could quite match. The souls themselves arrived at the threshold of this hall in a condition of nakedness and vulnerability that the Egyptians believed was both literal and metaphorical. All the trappings of earthly life, titles, possessions, the respect and fear one had commanded, meant nothing in this space. A pharaoh who had wielded absolute power over millions stood before the scale with no more authority than a common laborer. A scribe learned in 1,000 spells came before Anubis with the same exposure as someone who had never read a single written word. The Egyptians understood this, not as a humiliation, but as a clarification, a stripping away of illusion to reveal what actually mattered. What remained, what could not be left behind or shed, was the heart and what it contained. The ancient texts suggest that the soul often felt a profound sense of recognition at this moment, a recognition that everything in this hall was exactly as it had always been meant to be, that the scale and the feather and the watching gods had been waiting for this individual soul since the moment of its creation. The surprise was rarely one of discovery, but rather of confirmation. Beside Anubis, as the scale was prepared, stood Thoth, the ibis-headed god of writing and wisdom, holding his scribal palette and a long roll of papyrus on which he would record the result of the weighing with the same careful, unhurried strokes he used to record everything else in the known and unknown world. Thoth did not interpret. He did not argue on the soul's behalf or against it. He simply watched the needle of the scale, noted where it rested, and wrote it down. A witness whose memory was perfect and whose record, once made, could not be altered by anyone, including the gods themselves. In some depictions from the Book of the Dead, a small baboon sits atop the scales, another form of Thoth, or a manifestation of his watchful precision, a quiet presence ensuring that the measurement is exact. And then there was the creature that waited on the other side of the scale, the one the soul hoped with everything it had never to bring to life. Amit was her name, and she was not a goddess in any conventional sense. She held no temple, received no cult worship, offered no protection to anyone. She was described as a composite being, combining the three most dangerous animals known to the ancient Egyptians: the head of a crocodile, the forelegs and body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. Each animal was a byword for raw, indifferent, destructive power in the Egyptian natural world, and together they formed something that embodied annihilation in its purest form. She crouched beside the scale and waited. She did not have to do anything to communicate her purpose. Her presay, Yuns, was enough. If the heart, when placed on the scale, proved heavier than the feather, weighted down by the unconfessed and unrepented failures of a lifetime, then Amit would step forward and consume it, and the soul would cease to exist in any meaningful sense. The Egyptians called this the second death, and they regarded it as something of a different order from the ordinary death every person faced at the end of their mortal years. To die the first death was to begin a journey. To be consumed by Amit was to have no journey at all, no field of reeds, no reunion with those who had gone before, no continuation of any kind. Simply an ending, absolute and without appeal. The texts treat this possibility with a kind of solemn matter-of-factness, rather than dwelling on it as a source of terror. The Book of the Dead was not a document designed to frighten people, but to prepare them. The spells and declarations it contained were precisely the tools a soul needed to arrive at the scale with the best possible chance of passing through. And yet, the presence of Amit in the scene, always depicted with her eyes on the scale, always ready, made the stakes of that moment unmistakably clear. The judgment was not a formality. It was not a ceremony through which every soul passed without real consequence. It was a genuine reckoning, and the weight of the heart that emerged from it told a true story about the life that had been lived. There was something in this understanding that the Egyptians clearly found both serious and, in its way, deeply fair. The scale could not be bribed. The feather did not negotiate. Anubis weighed with steady hands. Thoth recorded without favoritism. And the result was simply whatever it was, because a heart carries only what its owner put into it, year by year, choice by choice, across an entire lifetime of ordinary and extraordinary moments that all turned out to matter more than most people realized while they were still living them. A heart lighter than a feather. That was the whole ambition of an Egyptian life, distilled to a single trembling moment on a golden scale in the dark. Of all the gods who presided over the Egyptian underworld, it was Anubis who met the dead first, waiting at the edge of the living world with calm, dark eyes and a patience that belonged to eternity. He did not rush toward the newly departed, and he did not call out in greeting. He was simply there, as he had always been, standing at the boundary between what a person had been and what they were about to become. The ancient Egyptians knew his form well, a lean, alert jackal, or a man with the head of one, his ears raised, his posture composed, his gaze fixed on something the living could not quite see. He appears in tomb paintings from some of the oldest burial sites along the Nile. That tells us that his presence in Egyptian religious life was not a late addition, but something woven into. the tradition from very early on, perhaps from the very beginnings of the culture's understanding of death. His name in ancient Egyptian was Anpu or Inpu. He carried titles that spoke clearly to what he was, Lord of the Sacred Land. That referred to the necropolis, the city of the dead that lay just beyond the cultivated fields at the desert's edge. Kenti Mentiu, which translates roughly as the first of the Westerners. That second title deserves a moment of quiet attention. The Egyptians oriented themselves by the Nile and by the movement of the sun. The west, the direction of the setting sun, of the dying light, was the direction of the dead. To be among the Westerners was to be among those who had already made that final crossing. Anubis stood at the head of them all, the first and foremost of that vast, silent company. Long before Osiris came to rule the underworld as its king and judge, Anubis held that role himself, or something very close to it. In the oldest layers of Egyptian funerary belief, it was Anubis who received the dead and presided over their burial and their passage. Even after Osiris rose to prominence and assumed the throne of the underworld, Anubis retained his essential place at the threshold. The two gods were not rivals, but complements, Osiris the king and judge, Anubis the guardian and guide, each necessary to the other's function. Among his other titles was Nebtejisa, the Lord of the Holy Land, and Imiut, which meant he who is in the place of embalming. This last title pointed directly to the physical spaces where the living enacted the rituals that Anubis had first performed in the mythological past. The embalming houses, or Ibu, were sacred chambers where the transformation of the deceased began. They were places of both technical precision and spiritual significance. Anubis presided over them, not as a distant, remote deity, but as one intimately connected to the work being done there. The priests who worked in these spaces understood themselves to be carrying out his instructions, following procedures that had been established in the ancient time when he had reassembled Osiris with his own hands. In some depictions, Anubis was shown crouching over a mummy, his jackal head bowed in concentration, his posture suggesting both reverence and careful attention to detail. These images appeared in tomb walls and on papyri, and they served to reinforce the connection between the god and the sacred work of preservation. The reputation of individual embalmers sometimes rested on how closely they could replicate what tradition held Anubis had done. The cities where embalming was practiced, Memphis, Abydos and others, became centers of pilgrimage for the dead, places where the promise Anubis represented could be enacted in the physical world. The color of his coat, that deep gleaming black, was not chosen to represent darkness or menace. It is worth understanding why. In Egypt, black was the color of the rich silt deposited along the Nile's banks each year after the annual flood receded. The soil that made agriculture possible and that gave the land its ancient name, Kemet, meaning the black land. Black was the color of growth, of fertility, of things returning from apparent death to life. When the Egyptians painted Anubis in that deep saturated black, they were not marking him as a figure of terror. They were connecting him to the deepest promise of the Nile itself, that what is buried can rise again, that the earth that receives the seed also gives back the harvest. His color was, in this way, a statement about resurrection, expressed not in words but in pigment. The jackal itself carried meaning beyond its appearance. Jackals were animals the Egyptian Ions observed in the margins between the settled world and the desert. They frequented cemeteries, moved at the edges of things, were neither wholly of the cultivated land nor wholly of the wilderness, in a culture that believed meaning was embedded in the natural world. This liminal quality made the jackal the perfect embodiment of a god who lived between states of being, between life and what lay beyond it. Anubis, then, was not an invented symbol, but a figure drawn from the observed world and elevated into the divine. As the Egyptians so often did, his role in the embalming process was one of the most important he held. According to the tradition, it was Anubis who first performed the rites of mummification, and in the great myth of Osiris, that belief was given a story. When Osiris was murdered by his brother Set, and his body was scattered across Egypt in pieces, it was Isis who gathered the fragments, and it was Anubis. According to one well-established version of the myth, who reassembled and wrapped the body, performing the first act of embalming that the world had ever seen. He bound the linen around Osiris carefully, restoring to the dead god the integrity of form that death and dismemberment had taken from him. In doing so, he made resurrection possible. This was because the Egyptians believed the body had to be preserved and whole for the soul to return to it. Every embalmer who worked in Egypt afterward was understood to be following the pattern Anubis had established. The priests who conducted the burial rites even wore jackal masks during certain ceremonies, embodying the god as they performed his sacred work. The transformation from living person to preserved mummy was not thought to be a mechanical process, but a sacred one, guided at each stage by the presence of Anubis. The natron salts that dried the body were applied in his honor. The removal of the internal organs, performed with ritualized care, was done under his watchful authority. The wrapping of the body in linen was conducted according to the example he had set. Each layer of cloth, each knot, each placement of amulets between the bindings, all of it was performed as an act of devotion to the god who had demonstrated how preservation could restore the possibility of eternal life. Families brought their dead to the embalming houses, not merely to achieve practical preservation, but to place their beloved deceased under Anubis's ion and guidance. The fees paid to the embalmers were understood partly as payments for the god's continued favor and assistance. In this way, Anubis was woven into the daily reality of death and mourning, not simply a figure in myths, but a presence felt in the actual rituals that marked the boundary between life and the afterlife. When the soul arrived in the Hall of Two Truths for the weighing of the heart, it was Anubis who conducted that ceremony, who took the heart with careful hands and set it on one pan of the great scale, who placed the feather of Mat on the other. Thoth recorded the result, and Osiris presided over the judgment. But the weighing itself belonged to Anubis, and there was something right about that. He had guided the soul here, through the first corridors of the Duat, past the guardians at the gate. Now he was the one who administered the final, definitive test. He did not perform this with eagerness, or with ceremony's empty flourish. He carried out his task the way he carried out everything else, with the same measured attention he had always given, the same composure that made him unlike any other figure in the Egyptian underworld. Souls that passed the judgment moved onward under the guidance of Osiris and the assembled gods of the hall. Anubis remained, as he always had, at the threshold. Whether the heart rose lightly on the scale or sank beneath the weight of everything the person had done, Anubis was the one who had placed it there and witnessed the result with those calm, unwavering eyes. He was there at the beginning of death and there at the moment of judgment, the same quiet, watchful figure, a guardian who never turned away, no matter what the scales revealed. Before Osiris became the Lord of the dead, he was the Lord of the living, a king beloved by his people, ruler of a green and prosperous Egypt, murdered by his own brother out of envy and ambition. The ancient Egyptians understood Osiris first as a king who walked among them, or who had once walked among the earliest generations of the world, a god who had taken on the form and the burdens of a ruler, teaching people to farm the land, to build their homes along the banks of the Nile. to live in some measure of justice and dignity with one another. He was, in the old stories, the kind of ruler who made the earth itself generous. The floods came reliably when Osiris presided over Egypt. The grain grew tall and heavy in the fields, and the people, by most accounts, were content. He had a wife, Isis, whose devotion to him was perhaps the most quietly extraordinary thing about the whole story. A love patient enough to follow him even into death and across every border that death imposed. His brother Set looked on all of this and felt something that the ancient sources describe with great consistency. Not admiration, not genuine affection, but a hunger to possess what Osiris had, and a resentment that grew with the years into something much darker. Set was the god of storms, of the desert, of chaos and disruption. And in the older layers of Egyptian religion, he was not simply a villain, but a necessary force, the power that kept the world from growing too still and too settled. The most complete version of the myth that survives comes largely from the Greek writer Plutarch, writing in the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era, though the essential shape of the story appears far earlier in Egyptian temple, inscriptions and funerary texts. According to Plutarch's account, Set devised a trap. He had a beautiful, intricately decorated chest built to the exact measurements of Osiris's body. At a great feast he brought it out and announced that whoever fit inside it perfectly could keep it as a gift. One by one the guests climbed in and found it too large or too small. When Osiris stepped in and lay down, the chest fit him exactly. Set and his conspirators slammed the lid shut and sealed it with molten lead, then cast the chest into the Nile. Osiris suffocated inside it, and the chest drifted out to sea. Isis, when she learned what had happened, did not grieve in stillness. She searched. It is one of the most persistent images in all of Egyptian tradition. Isis traveling the length of Egypt and beyond, asking everyone she encountered whether they had seen anything, following rumor and fragment and the smallest traces of her husband's passage through the world. The chest, it was said, had eventually washed ashore near the city of Byblos on the Phoenician coast, where it came to rest against a tamarisk tree. The tree, responding to something in the presence of the god inside it, grew up around the chest and enclosed it entirely within its trunk. The king of Byblos had the great tree cut down to serve as a pillar in his palace, not knowing what it held. Isis found it there. She retrieved the chest and began the journey home with her husband's body. But Set discovered what she had done. Enraged, he seized the body of Osiris and cut it into pieces. 14 pieces, in the most commonly cited version of the story, scattering them across the whole of Egypt so that no burial, no resurrection would ever be possible. And so Isis searched again, this time for something far more difficult to find, the scattered fragments of a person she loved. She found them, one by one, across the length of the Nile Valley and its surrounding lands. Wherever she found a piece of her husband, she buried it and marked the place. It is said in some traditions that this is why there were so many temples and sacred sites in Egypt associated with Osiris, because every place that held even a fragment of him became holy ground. Some versions of the myth say that the one piece she could not recover was his phallus. That had been thrown into the Nile and swallowed by a fish, that she fashioned a replacement from gold or from clay. In either case, through her knowledge of sacred words and through the intervention of other gods, Thoth, Nephthys, Anubis among them, she was able to breathe a temporary life back into Osiris, enough for conception, enough, or the child Horus to be born. And then Osiris passed fully and finally into the realm of the dead, becoming not a restored king of the living world, but something else entirely, the first ruler of what lay beyond it. This is the heart of why Osiris holds the throne in the Hall of Two Truths. He did not inherit the underworld as a divine appointment made by other gods deciding he was suitable for the position. He earned it through experience, through being the first to die, the first to endure what every soul that came after him would also have to endure, the first to be brought back in any form at all. He knew the passage from the inside. Every soul that stood before his throne was standing before a being who had felt the darkness of that same crossing and had not been extinguished by it. There was a kind of authority in that which no other god in the Egyptian pantheon could claim. In the imagery of the underworld, Osiris appears in a form that leaves no room for misunderstanding about what he has become. He is shown wrapped as a mummy, his legs bound together, his body swathed in white linen, because his body is no longer a body designed for walking the living world. Only his hands emerge from the wrappings. They hold the crook and the flail, the crook a symbol of kingship, of the shepherd's care for his flock, the flail a symbol of authority and of the earth's yielding of its grain. He wears the Atef crown, a tall white crown flanked by 2 ostrich feathers, sometimes adorned with ram's horns at its base, a crown that does not appear anywhere else in the Egyptian divine world in quite the same form. Unique to him, marking him as something apart from the gods who governed the world above. His skin, in many depictions, is painted green, the green of new growth, of the Nile's fertile silt, of grain pushing up through wet earth after the flood. In other traditions and other periods of Egyptian art, it is painted black, the color of the rich dark mud that made the Nile Valley among the most generous agricultural lands in the ancient world. Both colors meant the same thing, essentially: fertility, renewal, the capacity of something dead to return. Neither color was chosen to suggest decay or finality. The Egyptians, when they painted Osiris, were painting a being in whom death and life had merged into a single, permanent condition. They chose colors that reflected that. To stand before Osiris in the Hall of Two Truths, according to the ancient texts, was to stand before someone who understood what you had just been through. He had travelled through his own death, however violently it had come to him. He had emerged on the far side of it, changed, transformed, no longer mortal, but no longer entirely removed from what mortality felt like. The judgment he presided over was not cold or indifferent in the way the Egyptians described it. It was thorough, and it was just, and it was final, but it was presided over by a king who had once been a human king, or something very close to one, who carried the knowledge of what that meant. The myth of his death and reassembly also shaped the rituals that surrounded Egyptian burial in ways that ran very deep. The embalming of the body, the wrapping of the linen, the care taken to preserve every part of the physical form, all of it was understood as a repetition of what Isis and Anubis and Thoth had done for Osiris. Every person who was prepared for burial was, in a sense, being made into Osiris, identified with him, aligned with him, given the same chance at the passage he had already made. Funerary spells often address the dead person as Osiris so-and-so, treating the identification as literal and meaningful rather than metaphorical. And so, when that soul, having passed through the outer corridors of the Duat and faced the 42 assessors and spoken the words of the negative confession, finally came to stand before the great throne in the hall that was measured and governed by truth, the figure seated there was not remote or unknowable. He was the first of them. Every soul that stood before him in the Hall of Two Truths stood before the first proof that death was not an ending, because Osiris himself had already passed through it and emerged on the other side. Past the first threshold, the path through the Duat grew stranger, the corridors narrowed, the darkness pressed in more closely. The beings waiting along the walls were not the stately familiar forms of gods the Egyptians knew from temple walls. The familiar world had receded entirely by now. What replaced it was something that demanded a different kind of attention, slower, more careful, more precise. The soul that had passed through the first gate carried with it the knowledge that every guardian ahead would require the same thing the first one had, a name spoken correctly, a formula delivered without error, a moment of absolute stillness and perfect memory in the presence of something that could, if it chose, make the journey end right there in the corridor. The architecture of the duat itself became more complex as one moved deeper. The corridors branched and rejoined in patterns that suggested intentional design. Not a maze exactly, but something more purposeful. A structure that reflected the organizing principles of the cosmos itself. The walls were not simple stone or clay. They were described in the texts as being composed of materials that had no direct equivalent in the living world, substances that possessed a kind of semi-tangible quality. The floors of these corridors were depicted as smooth in some sections, rough and treacherous in others. Some passages rose steeply, while others descended into depths that suggested caverns far below the surface of the earth. Everything about the physical environment was arranged to test not your courage, but awareness. The soul had to be alert to its surroundings, had to understand that the path itself could shift and reform, that the journey was not simply a matter of walking in a straight line, but of moving through a landscape that was fundamentally unstable, fundamentally other. The light that existed in these corridors came not from any natural source, but from the fires that burned at the boundaries of each passageway, creating zones of relative clarity surrounded by deeper darkness beyond. The Book of Gates, that ancient Egyptians used as one of several guiding texts through the underworld, describes 12 great gates in total, each one a distinct threshold with its own watcher, its own herald, and its own gatekeeper. The middle gates, those falling roughly between the 2nd and the 9th or 10th hour of the night, depending on which version of the text one follows, are where the imagery grows most elaborate and, by any measure, most unsettling. The guardians here were not simply imposing figures standing at attention. They were beings of a different order altogether, serpents whose bodies coiled across the entire width of a passageway, each one possessing not one head but several, their multiple mouths open and breathing fire simultaneously into the narrow space the soul was required to cross. There were figures depicted in the tomb paintings of the Valley of the Kings, standing upright in the manner of men, but bearing the heads of animals that had no clean equivalent in the living world, hybrid creatures assembled from pieces of the natural order in ways that made clear they belonged to somewhere beyond it. Some held knives, not as a threat exactly, but as a kind of permanent readiness, a statement that their function was enforcement and that they had been performing it since long before any living person had drawn breath. The walls of the corridors in which these figures stood were shown in tomb art as radiating heat, pillars of fire marking the boundaries of each passageway, visible from a distance as a faint orange glow that grew brighter and warm, as the soul approached. You can see this in the painted registers inside the tomb of Seti I in Thebes, where the gates are laid out with a precise, almost architectural clarity, each one labelled, each guardian depicted in full, the figures standing in ranked rows, as orderly as soldiers and as otherworldly as anything the human imagination has ever set down on a surface. What made the middle gates so demanding was not only the visual strangeness of what waited there, but the sheer specificity required to move through them. Each guardian bore a name. Each name was long, sometimes reaching a dozen syllables or more, compounded titles that describe the guardian's nature, function, cosmic role all at once. The names were not arbitrary. They were understood by the Egyptians to be expressions of essential truth, names that encompassed not just what a thing was called, but what it fundamentally was, what it did, and why it held power in the universe. To know the name of something was to possess a kind of knowledge that went beyond mere identification. It was to understand the thing's purpose, its origin, and its relationship to the divine order. The process of learning these names was not undertaken lightly. It was treated as a form of sacred knowledge, transmitted through ritual, through the texts themselves, and through the preparation ceremonies that took place in the tomb. Some scholars have suggested that priests may have recited the names to the deceased as part of the burial process, imprinting them one final time into the consciousness of the soul, just as it was departing the body. Knowing that a guardian existed was not sufficient. Knowing that one had a knife and another breathed fire, and a third coiled across the passageway, was not sufficient either. The soul had to know the name. It had to speak that name aloud, correctly, in the precise sequence the texts prescribed. Address the guardian directly, as if greeting an old acquaintance in a language both parties understood. The Book of the Dead spells prepared for exactly this, spell 125, and the passages surrounding it contain long catalogues of these names, written out in full on papyrus scrolls that were rolled and placed inside the coffin, near the body, so that the deceased could consult them if memory failed. Wealthier Egyptians commissioned finely painted versions of these texts, with illustrations of each guardian rendered in careful detail so that recognition would come more easily in the dark. The names themselves were understood to carry power in both directions. To speak a guardian's name correctly was to demonstrate that you belonged in this place, that you had prepared for this moment, that the darkness held no surprises for you, that your preparation had not already accounted for. There is something almost moving about this idea, that the ancient Egyptians met even the most frightening passages of the afterlife, not with weapons or prayers for mercy, but with knowledge, with the patient, quiet confidence of someone who had done the work ahead of time and trusted that the work would be enough. The visual world of the Middle Gates, as it appears across tomb paintings and papyri spanning roughly 1,500 years of Egyptian tradition, is remarkably consistent in certain details. The corridors are always shown as bounded spaces, walled, enclosed, lit from within by fire rather than by any external light. Registers of souls appear along the lower portions of some compositions, figures standing in long rows, waiting, identifiable as the dead by their posture and by the subtle conventions of Egyptian funerary art. They are not in torment precisely, but they are not yet at rest either. They are in process, moving through something. The gate ahead of them is the next thing that has to be survived before the journey can continue. The guardians in these middle sections are sometimes shown with their arms raised, knives held at shoulder height, in a posture that the Egyptians depicted across many contexts as one of active readiness. A serpent named Nehahra appears in several versions of the middle journey, wound through the passageway in great loops, his name meaning something close to he who removes faces, a title that, when spoken aloud even now, conveys something of the gravity the Egyptians understood these guardians to possess. Another figure, known in some texts as he who cuts, stands at one of the interior thresholds with a blade held forward, not lunging, not menacing in a theatrical way, but simply present, simply waiting to see whether the soul approaching him knew what to say. And each time, across every variation of the text that has survived, the answer was the same: speak the name, recite the formula, stand still and speak clearly. The guardian would step aside. There is a quality to the middle gates that is different from the first, where the soul arrived fresh from the shock of its own death and the astonishment of the underworld's architecture. By the middle of the journey, a certain rhythm had established itself. The darkness was familiar now. The heat from the walls of fire was something the soul had learned to walk toward rather than away from. The long names of the guardians, memorized in life and rehearsed in the tomb during the interval between death and judgment, were rising with more ease to the surface of memory than they had at the beginning. Each gate passed was a small death survived, a darkness crossed. The soul that had learned its names well enough moved on through the fire with something that felt, despite everything, almost like relief. If Anubis was the guide and Osiris was the judge, then Thoth was the one who made certain that none of it was forgotten. He stood at the edge of the great scale in the Hall of Two Truths, with his palette in hand and his reed brush poised above a fresh length of papyrus, watching everything with eyes that had been watching since before the world itself had any shape worth watching. The Egyptians depicted him most often as a man with the head of an ibis, that long, curved beak angled slightly downward, the way a scribe naturally bends towards his work. There was something in that posture, that quiet forward lean, that suited him entirely. He was not a god who announced himself. He was a god who listened, observed, then wrote down what he had seen with a precision that nothing in the cosmos could contradict, in the Hall of Two Truths, while Anubis steadied the scale and the assembled gods leaned forward to see. The result. Thoth waited. He would wait as long as necessary, and when the scale settled and the verdict was plain, he would record it faithfully, not with commentary, not with mercy or condemnation, but with the cool, complete accuracy of someone who understood that the truth needed no decoration to do its work. His record could not be appealed. It could not be altered. Once Thoth had written something down, it had a permanence that even the gods respected. This was because Thoth himself was the foundation on which their words rested. His origins, as with so many Egyptian gods, were told in more than one way. One tradition held that he was born from the forehead of Set during a confrontation between Set and Horus, an origin that placed him, curiously, inside one of the great conflicts of Egyptian myth, emerging from it not as a combatant, but as something else entirely, something that transcended the argument that had produced him. Another tradition described him as older than that, older perhaps than any of the other gods, a presence that existed before the act of creation, the voice through which Ra spoke the world into being. In this telling, Thoth was not merely present at the beginning of things. He was the instrument of the beginning, the word made divine before any other word had been uttered. The Egyptians call Edhim, sometimes the heart of Ra, sometimes the tongue of Ra, as if to say that thought and speech, the two things that separated, ordered existence from the formless dark, were his domain from the very start. Both origin stories, different as they were, agreed on something essential. Thoth belonged to no single moment in time. He preceded the structures he served and would persist after them, the record intact, the ink still legible on the page. His connection to the moon was both practical and deeply symbolic. While Ra blazed across the sky in his solar bark, bringing the heat and gold of daylight to the living world, Thoth moved through the night sky in a cooler, quieter register, his light borrowed and measured, waxing and waning in a cycle that the Egyptians understood as a kind of celestial accounting. The moon, after all, could be counted on, its phases repeated with a reliability that made it useful for marking time, for calculating festivals and planting seasons, and the intervals between rituals. Thoth was the keeper of that calendar, the one who ensured that the rhythm of the world stayed on course. Where Ra represented the blazing certainty of the sun at its height, Thoth represented something more patient, the steady accumulation of knowledge over time. The way understanding deepens, not in a single flash of light, but across many nights of careful observation. His priests at Hermopolis, the city the Greeks later associated with their own Hermes, and which the Egyptians called Kmun, honored him as the original architect of cosmic order, the one who had measured and balanced the universe before any living thing had taken its first breath within it. It was his knowledge of names that gave Thoth a power unlike any other god in the Egyptian tradition. The Egyptians believed that to know the true name of a thing was to hold a kind of authority over it. Not domination exactly, but a deep and real understanding that created connection rather than distance. Thoth knew every name. He knew the names of every gate and every guardian in the duat, every spirit that moved through the corridors of the underworld, every force that threatened the solar bark as it made its nightly crossing. This was precisely why he was so essential to the dead. A soul moving through the duat without guidance was a soul fumbling in darkness, hoping to stumble upon the right words. A soul carrying the knowledge that Thoth had helped preserve in the funerary texts, in the spells and declarations of the Book of the Dead, moved through that same darkness with something steadier underfoot, something that resembled, if not confidence, then at least preparation. His role in the resurrection of Osiris revealed another dimension of that knowledge. When Set had killed Osiris and scattered his body across Egypt, it was Isis who searched for the pieces, her grief enormous and her determination absolute. But it was Thoth who gave her the spells she needed, the precise, carefully preserved words of power that made reassembly possible, that called life back toward a body that had every reason to remain still. He did not perform the resurrection himself. That was not his way. He supplied the knowledge that made it possible. Then he stepped back, his contribution embedded invisibly in the outcome. The way a scribe's work lives on in what others are able to read and act upon long after the writing is done. For the Egyptians, this was not a small thing. It was, in a very real sense, everything. Without Thoth's knowledge, Osiris would not have risen. Without Osiris risen, there would have been no king of the dead. Without a king of the dead, the Hall of Two Truths would have had no throne at its center. The whole architecture of the afterlife would have had no foundation on which to stand. In the Book of the Dead, his presence was assumed at every significant moment. He was the witness whose testimony carried the most weight, the recorder whose account would outlast every other version of events. He moved through those funerary texts, not with the drama of Anubis or the solemnity of Osiris, but with the quiet authority of someone who had been there for all of it, and remembered all of it, and had never once needed to raise his voice to make himself understood. Every word the soul had spoken in the hall, every name it had remembered or fumbled at the gates, all of it was recorded by Thoth with the same steady, unhurried hand. Not everything in the duat was a guardian to be named or a gate to be passed. Some of what lived there was older than order itself. Its only purpose was to end the light. The Egyptians called this being Apep, or sometimes Apophis. He was unlike anything else in their religious imagination, not a deity to be worshipped or appeased, not a figure who weighed moral worth or stood watch at a threshold waiting for the correct word to be spoken, but something far more elemental and far more indifferent to all of that. A serpent of such immense size that ancient texts described him as stretching across entire regions of the underworld, his body coiling through the darkness in lengths that defied the scale of ordinary things, his roar alone said to shake the earth above when he stirred. He had no cult, no temple, no offerings placed before him by priests who hoped to earn his favor. This was because Apep could not be favored. He was chaos in its purest form, the negation of Ma'at, of truth and order, and the turning of the cosmos. The Egyptians understood with remarkable clarity that a thing like that could only be resisted, never converted, never bargained with, never truly destroyed. He had existed, in some accounts, before creation itself, lurking in the dark waters of none that preceded the world. The world's very existence was an affront to what he was. Every night, as Ra's solar bark moved through the 12th hour of the duat, the great serpent was waiting, coiled in the deepest section of that passage. The confrontation between them was not incidental, but inevitable, the engine of a cycle that Egyptian priests, scribes, ordinary people understood as the most important event of every single night. The texts of the Underworld describe this encounter in careful, almost procedural detail. What is striking about those descriptions is how seriously they were taken, not as allegory, not as a story told to children, but as a genuine cosmological event that required genuine human participation to survive. Priests in temples across Egypt performed rites each evening, specifically to help Ra in that nightly struggle, reading aloud from texts known to scholars as the Books of Overthrowing Apep, cursing the serpent in long, formal recitations that named him and diminished him and stripped him of power through the spoken word, then spitting on his image, stamping on it, burning effigies made in his shape in a fire that was itself an act of sacred violence against dissolution. The burning was not symbolic in any casual sense. It was understood as genuinely weakening Apep, reducing his power by a measurable degree so that Ra might prevail. This is one of the most remarkable things the Egyptian tradition tells us. That is that the relationship between the human world and the divine world ran in both directions, that the priests were not merely witnesses to a cosmic drama, but participants in it, lending their prayers and their rituals to the side of order every night with the full weight of religious conviction behind them. Aboard the solar bark, Ra was not alone in that passage. The company he kept says a great deal about what the Egyptians believed it took to resist Apep. The god Set, for all his complicated history as the murderer of Osiris and a figure associated in many periods with disorder and violence, was in this context the one who stood at the prow of the bark and drove a great spear into the serpent's head as he lunged from the darkness. There is something quietly fascinating about that. The idea that even a god of storms and chaos had his proper role in defending the order of things, that his particular kind of power was exactly what the moment required. Other gods aboard the bark wielded their own weapons and spoke their own spells. The crew included figures described in some versions as the justified dead, souls who had passed their judgment and now travelled alongside the sun as it made its nightly passage, adding what strength they could to the defense of the light that had given them the very world they missed. The serpent Mehen coiled around the bark in some accounts as a protective presence, his own great body, a shield against the greater body of Apep. One tradition holds that Apep was temporarily immobilized by the cat goddess Bastet, or the sun eye itself, in the form of a great cat, an image that appears in the tomb of Seti I and in various papyri. The cat crouched beneath the sacred Persea tree, holding a knife against the serpent's neck with a composure that seemed almost domestic in its calm, as if this was simply something that needed doing, and the goddess had come prepared. What the ancient sources make clear, across all their variation in detail, is that Apep was wounded and driven back each night but never annihilated. He could not be annihilated. This was because the principle he represented was not something that the ordered world could absorb or transform, only hold at bay. So he returned each evening as fully as he had come the night before, undiminished by any previous defeat. His hunger for the light no less acute for having failed to satisfy it 1,000 nights in succession. The Egyptians did not find this discouraging, or if they did not let it stop them from performing the rites, reading the curses, burning the effigies, adding their human voices to a defense that would need to be mounted again tomorrow, and the night after that, and every night thereafter, for as long as the world continued to exist. There was, in that understanding, something that feels less like despair and more like a kind of clear-eyed steadiness, a people who looked at the structure of things, saw that the darkness was permanent and the light was not guaranteed, chose every evening to do what they could about it anyway. Every dawn that broke over Egypt was the proof that Apep had failed again, and every evening that came was the quiet reminder that the fight was never truly over. On the far side of the gates, and the judgment and the weighing of the heart, past the corridors of fire and the serpents with their impossible names, there was a field. The ancient Egyptians called it Aru, which scholars most often translate as the field of reeds, and it was, in every meaningful sense, a paradise, not an abstract or purely spiritual one, but a physical place rendered in recognizable detail, full of things the Egyptian soul would know and love at first sight. The tall reeds that gave it its name grew along the banks of wide, still waterways, their color often described in the old papyri as a deep and luminous blue-green, the kind of color that exists in Egypt in those quiet hours just after the sun has climbed high enough to turn the Nile brilliant. The fields themselves stretched outward from those waterways in every direction, planted thick with emmer wheat and barley, the same crops that had sustained the living world. Crops that grew here, according to the tradition, to twice or even 3 times the height they ever reached along the earthly Nile. There was abundance in Aru that the living world always gestured toward, but rarely fully delivered. Seasons without drought, floods that came and receded exactly as they should, harvests heavy enough that the granaries never emptied. What the Egyptians imagined here was not a vague radiance or a formless joy. It was Egypt made perfect. The same broad sky, the same quality of morning light, the same gentle movement of water through a well-ordered landscape, all of it stripped of the uncertainty and loss that made earthly life, however beautiful, a difficult thing to sustain for very long. A soul that had earned its place in Aru would recognize the smell of the soil, the sound of water moving through the reeds, the way the sun fell across a field at midday. It would feel, in the deepest sense, like coming home to a version of the place you had always loved but had never quite been able to hold on to. Osiris presided over this realm as he presided over the Hall of Two Truths, a constant, sovereign presence, and the souls who had passed his judgment dwelt there under his protection, no longer subject to the fears that had followed them through every year of their living days. The imagery in the Book of the Dead spells that describe Aru is patient and specific in a way that speaks to how seriously the Egyptians took this vision. Spell 110, which scholars associate most closely with the field of reeds, describes the soul ploughing and reaping, sailing across the waterways in a wooden boat, sitting beneath the shade of a sycamore fig at the warmest part of the day. It describes reunion, the faces of people the soul had known and mourned, present again in this place where mourning no longer had any work to do. One version of the spell speaks of the soul eating bread made from the grain of Aru and drinking its beer, and there is something quietly moving about the fact that the Egyptians chose bread and beer, the most fundamental foods of their daily lives, as the sustenance of eternity. They did not imagine paradise as something utterly alien to human experience. They imagined it as the life they already knew, finally given room to breathe. It is worth pausing here on the question of labor. The soul in Aru was expected, at least in some accounts, to participate in the agricultural work that kept the fields productive, ploughing, planting, harvesting, maintaining the irrigation channels. For most Egyptians, these were the tasks that had defined their waking lives from childhood onward, and there was nothing dishonoring about them. But the tradition also made a thoughtful accommodation for the soul that had earned its rest and might prefer not to spend eternity bent over a plough. The Ushabti figures, small carved statuettes placed inside the tomb, were understood to serve as stand-ins for the deceased, ready to answer whenever the divine overseers of Aru called out for laborers. The word Ushabti itself is thought by many scholars to derive from a term meaning roughly one who answers, and that function was everything. A well-provisioned tomb might contain hundreds of these figures, enough that the deceased would never have to perform agricultural work personally if they chose not to. There were even overseer ushabtis, distinguished figures with small whips, meant to supervise the workers. The Egyptians, practical as always, had thought through the organizational structure of eternity with considerable care. Families were reunited in Aru, parents who had outlived their children, children who had lost their parents young. The tradition held that death had only separated them temporarily, that the field of reeds would restore what the living world had taken away. There is no detailed mythology about what those reunions looked like, no quoted dialogue or described embrace in the surviving texts, but the belief itself was clearly present and clearly held with genuine feeling. The Egyptians spent enormous effort and expense preparing the dead for their journey, precisely because the journey was expected to lead somewhere worth reaching, and because the people they had loved and lost were understood to be waiting there, in that wide and sunlit field, patient as the grain before harvest. It was a place the Egyptians did not imagine, with longing from a great distance. It was a place they planned for with the same practical care they brought to building their homes, stocking their granaries, and preparing their children for the world. As the night grew late and the solar bark moved deeper into the final corridors of the Duat, something about the journey began to change. It was not a sudden thing. Nothing in the underworld ever announced itself suddenly, but rather a gradual softening, a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness itself, as though the walls of the Duat had begun, almost imperceptibly, to remember that light was on its way. The souls of the justified dead who had travelled this far, who had spoken every name correctly, at every guarded threshold and stood before the great scale without flinching, moved now through the 10th and 11th hours of the night with something they had perhaps not felt since the moment of their dying, the faint, quiet certainty that they were going to be all right. According to the Book of Gates, the guardians of the later hours were still formidable presences, still armed with the knowledge of every soul that passed before them, still watching with the unblinking attention that the Duat demanded of all its keepers. But there was a quality to their scrutiny that the earlier gates had not possessed, a recognition almost, as though a soul that had made it this far had already proven something that needed no further proving. The guardians of the final hours knew it just as well as the soul itself did. The transformation in the underworld's character during these later hours was reflected in the very architecture of the Duat itself. The oppressive narrowness of the earlier corridors began, subtly, to open into broader chambers where the air, if one could speak of air in such a place, seemed somehow lighter and more breathable. The walls that had pressed close with their weight of stone and ancient curse now seemed to acknowledge the presence of those who passed through them with a kind of acceptance that bordered on welcome. The texts speak of how the geometry of the underworld shifted in these hours, how the paths that had wound in deliberate mazes and confusing patterns straightened themselves into clear processional routes. This was not an accident of architectural design, but rather a recognition inscribed into the very bones of the place that certain souls had earned the right to passage without further obfuscation. The deceased, who had prepared themselves through years of study and piety, found that their knowledge served them here, not as tools of conquest, but as keys that opened doors that had been waiting all along to be opened. The 10th gate in particular was understood, in certain traditions, as a threshold where the character of the journey shifted in tone. The darkness here was less a place of testing and more a place of passage. The beings stationed along its corridor seemed to stand not as obstacles but as witnesses, acknowledging what had been endured and allowing the soul to move forward with a kind of quiet ceremony that felt almost like blessing. The imagery recorded in the great funerary texts, those careful columns of figures painted in ochre and black across the walls of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, shows the soul in this region travelling in the direct company of Ra himself, no longer a supplicant making its way alone through unfamiliar country, but a companion of the sun, moving in the same procession, breathing the same transformed air of the deep underworld as it began its slow turn back toward morning. This was not something every soul was permitted. Only those who had carried themselves through the full weight of the judgment and emerged on the right side of it were allowed to ride in that sacred company. Truly, there is something deeply moving about the image of a human soul, small and flickering and uncertain in life, finding its place at last in the procession of the sun. The visual representations of these hours demonstrate a remarkable consistency across different dynasties and periods, suggesting that the spiritual principles underlying them were considered timeless and universal. Scribes and artists took great care to depict the 9th and 10th hours with specific iconography that distinguished them from the terror and trials of the earlier sections. The color palette itself shifted in the tomb paintings, with ochre giving way to more golden tones that suggested the approaching light. These were not merely aesthetic choices, but theological statements, assertions about the fundamental nature of the journey and what awaited those who persevered through it. By the 11th hour, the Amduat describes Ra's bark entering regions where the sleeping dead were stirred one final time by the light passing overhead, roused from their long rest into a brief, luminous wakefulness before returning to stillness, as though the sun said farewell to them on its way back to the world above. The souls who traveled with the bark felt the energy of the deepest underworld beginning to consolidate, to gather itself, as though the whole of the Duat were contracting around a single point of emergence. Everything that had been spread across the long, dark hours of the night now drawing inward toward the moment that had always been coming. The guardians stationed in this hour bore names that the deceased had memorized from the sacred spells prepared for them. Long, strange names that sounded, when spoken aloud in the correct cadence, less like words than like the sound of stone moving across stone, like the turning of something enormous and old, and the soul spoke them, one by one, with the steady voice of someone who had learned through great difficulty to trust what they had been given to carry. And then there was the 12th hour, and there was the serpent. In the great mythological framework that the Egyptians understood to govern the night, the solar bark did not simply sail out of the underworld the way it had entered it. According to the Amduat, the bark and its crew, the gods who had protected and guided Ra through all 12 hours of the dark, were drawn through the body of an enormous serpent, a creature called Mehen in some traditions, whose winding form was understood as the final passage between death and rebirth, between the absolute darkness of the underworld's deepest point and the first pale suggestion of the eastern sky. The gods took hold of a tow rope and pulled the bark forward through the serpent's body, moving from its tail toward its open mouth, and as they passed through that living darkness, Ra himself underwent his final transformation of the night. The aged, weary form he had worn through the hours of the deep Duat, giving way to the young, radiant god of morning, Khepri, the scarab-headed deity of the rising sun whose very name was connected to the Egyptian word for becoming. The souls of the justified dead who had traveled this far underwent something parallel, not a transformation into something they had never been, but a completion of what they had always carried within themselves, the final resolution of everything they had lived and suffered and hoped and built in the world above. The darkness of the serpent's body was the last darkness, and those who had known so much darkness throughout the long hours of the underworld found this one, strangely, to be the most bearable of all. This was because they knew, with the kind of knowing that no longer required reassurance, that it was the last. The tow rope was pulled taut, the procession moved forward, and the mouth of the serpent lay open ahead, pale with the first suggestion of a light that the living world had been waiting all night long to receive. The serpent's mouth opened wide. The light poured out into a world that had been waiting for it. What had entered the night as a dying sun emerged into the morning as something born again. Not every soul that entered the duat emerged from it whole. The ancient Egyptians understood this plainly. They did not shy away from the knowledge. They carried it with them the way a traveler carries the awareness of a difficult road ahead. Knowing that difficulty is no reason to refuse the journey, only reason to prepare for it more carefully. This preparation took many forms across Egyptian life. Families commissioned funerary texts to be inscribed in tombs, ensuring that the deceased would have access to the sacred names and passages necessary for navigation. Individuals lived with deliberate attention to the principles of Ma'at, building ethical structures into their daily decisions. The wealthy invested in elaborate tomb equipment and protective amulets. The humble carried forward the same intentions with whatever resources they possessed. All of this was predicated on the understanding that the afterlife was not guaranteed. It was earned, step by careful step, across a lifetime of choices. When a soul stood in the Hall of Two Truths, and Anubis set the heart upon the scale beside the feather of Ma'at, there were two possible outcomes. Only one of them led forward into the light. A heart weighed down by a life of cruelty, dishonesty, or violence would tip the scale unmistakably. And there, beside the scale, sat Ammit, a creature unlike any other in the Egyptian cosmos, composed of the three most feared animals known along the Nile: the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a lion, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. She was not a goddess to be worshipped or a demon to be bargained with. She was simply a function of justice made flesh, waiting with a patience that asked nothing of the world around her. Her very existence served as a cosmic principle made visible, the inevitable consequence of imbalance, the final answer to a life lived in opposition to Ma'at. When the scale declared a heart too heavy, Ammit consumed it. That consumption was not a punishment in the way the living tend to imagine punishment. It was an ending, absolute and complete, the dissolution of everything the person had ever been. The Egyptians called this the second death. It was distinguished from ordinary death with great care in their religious thinking. This was because ordinary death was merely a passage, a threshold crossed on the way to something else, while the second death was the cessation of the soul itself, the obliteration of the name and the memory and the spirit all at once. A soul devoured by Ammit did not go on to suffer elsewhere. It simply ceased, which the Egyptians regarded as the most terrible thing that could happen to any living being, far worse than any temporary darkness or trial. This was because it offered no continuation, no second chance, no peaceful field waiting on the other side. The fear of this outcome shaped Egyptian ethics more profoundly than any external punishment could have done. It was not the threat of pain that motivated righteous behavior, but the existential dread of non-existence itself. To be forgotten, to cease, to leave no trace, this was the consequence that the scale might pronounce. This is why the text spoke of the justified dead with such tenderness, and why the unjustified were described not with cruelty, but with a kind of quiet finality, though the cosmic order had simply closed a door that could not be reopened. The soul that failed to recall the names of the guardians at the gates, stumbling over the ancient and elaborate words required for passage, might also find itself unable to proceed, turned back, lost, unable to move forward through a realm that demanded knowledge as the price of entry. And while the texts are not always precise about what became of such souls, the implication carried through the broader tradition was that ignorance in the duat was its own form of dissolution. Beyond the scale and the figure of Ammit, the Book of Gates and related funerary texts described other regions of the underworld, where those who had acted against the cosmic order in life were held and processed. Great pits and enclosures along the path of the solar bark, where the enemies of Ra were detained in darkness. bound and guarded by serpents and fire-bearing beings, whose purpose was not cruelty, for its own sake, but the maintenance of the order that Ra's passage required. Among the most striking of these were the lakes of fire, known in some traditions as the Aret, vast bodies of flame that burned in the deeper regions of the Duat. These lakes had a curious double nature in the texts, something the Egyptians seemed to hold without contradiction. They were places of torment for those who had opposed divine order in life. At the same time, they were places of refreshment and warmth for the blessed dead who had passed judgment and travelled safely in the wake of the solar bark. Fire, in the Egyptian understanding, was not simply destructive. It was also purifying and generative, the same quality that made it dangerous to the guilty and sustaining to the righteous, depending entirely on what the soul had earned by the way it had lived. The souls held in the pits and enclosures depicted in the Book of Gates were shown in states of restraint, overseen by beings armed with knives. Their punishment measured and administered with the same orderly precision that governed every other aspect of the underworld's functioning. There was no chaos in these places, no disorder. Even the suffering described there was part of the greater architecture of Maat, the truth and balance that held the Egyptian cosmos together from its first moment to its last. The Egyptians did not dwell on these images at length. The funerary texts gave far more attention to the path of the justified soul than to the fate of those who had failed, as though to linger too long on destruction would somehow dignify it beyond what it deserved. What mattered was the journey forward, the gates passed, the names remembered. The heart carried lightly across a lifetime of choices that accumulated, one by one, into something the scale could read in a single still moment. The Egyptians did not linger long on this fate in their texts. It was enough to know that it existed, enough to build an entire civilization around the quiet, daily effort to avoid it. All of this, the gates, the guardians, the weighing of the heart, the passwords spoken into darkness, was written down. The ancient Egyptians were, among many other things, a people who understood the power of the written word in a way that very few civilizations before or since have matched. When it came to something as consequential as the journey of the soul through the Duat, they were not content to leave any detail to memory or chance. What modern scholars have come to call the Book of the Dead, a title given to the collection by the 19th century Egyptologist Carl Richard Lepsius, who found it convenient and kept it, was known to the Egyptians themselves by a name that told you far more about its purpose. They called it the Book of Coming Forth by Day. That phrase, quiet and unhurried as it sounds, carried the weight of an entire civilization's hope inside it. Coming forth by day meant emerging from the darkness of death into the light of continued existence. It meant the soul had made it through. The book was not a record of what happened to others who had passed before. It was a personal guide, a set of tools, a collection of every word the soul would need to speak at every difficult moment along the road, compiled with the same kind of careful, practical intention that a traveller might bring to packing provisions for a journey through unknown country. It was, in the most honest sense of the word, a survival manual for the dead. The collection itself was never fixed in the way that a modern book is fixed, printed, standardized, identical from one copy to the next. Each papyrus scroll was prepared individually, commissioned by a family who could afford to pay a skilled scribe. The spells included could vary considerably depending on what the scribe knew, what the family requested, how much money they had available to spend on the work. A wealthy official might receive a beautifully illustrated scroll several meters in length, its vignettes painted in rich color, every name correctly spelled, every gate depicted in meticulous detail. A person of more modest means might receive something considerably shorter, with fewer spells and simpler images, or even a version in which the name of the deceased had been left as a blank to be filled in later. evidence that some scribes prepared scrolls in advance, like a kind of funerary stationery, ready to be personalized on short notice. The scroll was then placed inside the coffin or wrapped within the linen bandages of the mummy itself, positioned so that the dead person would have it close at hand when the journey began. This was not symbolic. The Egyptians believed the text would be genuinely useful, genuinely readable by the soul in whatever form it took beyond the body, and that belief gives the whole enterprise a quality that is, when you sit quietly with it, deeply moving. What we know of these scrolls today comes to us through the remarkable preservation work of the desert itself. The dry climate of Egypt created conditions under which papyrus could survive for thousands of years. Paper thin and fragile, yes, but intact. Scribes sometimes recorded their own names at the bottom of scrolls they had copied, small signatures of pride in work completed. Families preserved the names of the deceased on these papyri as carefully as if the names themselves held life. The scrolls were discovered in tombs and burial sites, sometimes still wrapped in the linen of the dead they had accompanied, sometimes placed precisely where they were meant to be found. These objects tell us not only what the Egyptians believed about the afterlife, but how seriously they took the act of preparation. How the making of these texts was itself understood as a sacred duty, a final gift. The collection grew over a very long span of time, drawing from traditions that stretched back more than 1,000 years before the Book of the Dead took its recognizable form. The oldest layer of this tradition is found in the pyramid texts, carved into the walls of royal burial chambers beginning around 2400 BCE. The spells that would ease the passage of the pharaoh through the underworld, written in stone so they would endure. From there, the tradition evolved into the coffin texts, inscribed not only on the walls of royal tombs, but on the inner surfaces of wooden coffins. The protective words available to wealthy non-royals who could now afford elaborately prepared burials. By the time the New Kingdom period arrived, roughly around 1550 BCE, the collection had expanded and been reorganized into what we recognize as the Book of the Dead. More portable, more widely accessible, more diverse in its contents, accompanied by those careful paintings that brought each gate and each guardian into vivid, visible form. Among the spells in this collection, some stand apart for what they reveal about the depth of the tradition. Spell 125 is perhaps the most important of all. It is the spell that carried the soul through the Hall of Two Truths, the great Hall of Judgment, where the heart was weighed and the 42 assessors waited to hear the negative confession. The spell provided the exact words the soul needed to address each assessor by name and declare its innocence of each specific wrongdoing. Without those words, without knowing each name in its correct sequence, the soul had no way to proceed. The spell was not a shortcut around judgment. It was the preparation that made judgment possible. Spell 6, by contrast, was an instruction addressed to the Ushabti figures buried alongside the dead, small, mummiform figurines made of faience or stone or wood, whose purpose was to answer on the dead person's behalf whenever divine authorities called for labor in the afterlife. The spell woke them to that purpose and bound them to it, so that the soul could rest while its little deputies did the work. And spell 17 is remarkable for a different reason entirely. It is one of the oldest and most theologically complex texts in the collection, a meditation on the nature of creation, the origins of Ra, the relationship between light and darkness that scholars believe preserves ideas reaching back to the very earliest layers of Egyptian religious thought, layers so old their sources are difficult even now to trace with confidence. What the Book of the Dead makes clear, when you read it as a whole rather than spell by spell, is that the Egyptians approached the afterlife with extraordinary seriousness, not the seriousness of fear alone, though fear played its part, but the seriousness of people. who believed that preparation was an act of love, that the words written down with care in the quiet of a scribe's workshop might one day be the thing that carried a beloved person safely through the dark. Families saved for these scrolls. Priests trained for years to copy the spells correctly. The accuracy of the names mattered. The order of the words mattered. The quality of the illustrations mattered. All of it was understood to be as real and as consequential as anything else a person might do to care for someone they did not want to lose. The Book of the Dead was, in the most literal sense, a companion for the road. Every page of it, a kind of lamp lit and carried into a darkness that no one had ever returned from to describe. The duat was never empty. It was, if anything, more crowded than the world above it, filled with beings whose names filled page after page of funerary text. Most of the great and familiar gods, Osiris on his throne, Anubis at the scales, Thoth with his careful brush, have been spoken of at length in these halls of the dead, and rightly so. This was because their roles were central and their presences were constant, but the duat extended far beyond those luminous figures, out into its deeper chambers and stranger corridors, where other beings presided over functions just as necessary, just as old, and, in their own quiet way, just as remarkable. Among them was Sokar, a god so ancient that even the Egyptians of later dynasties were uncertain of his origins, knowing only that he had been here from the beginning. Presiding over that place in the underworld, where the darkness was most absolute and the path most difficult to walk. He was depicted most often as a falcon, or as a mummified man wearing a falcon's head, crouching low and still within a great protective shell, shaped like an egg or a boat. His kingdom was called the Sokar region. It corresponded in the Amduat to the 4th and 5th hours of the night, the deepest, most dangerous passage Ra's bark had to cross, the part of the journey where even the sun's light seemed to falter and go nearly dark. Sokar was not a menacing figure, not a threat to the righteous soul, but his presence was a weight, a solemnity, a reminder that the underworld at its deepest was not a place of comfort. He was the god of the necropolis, the lord of burial grounds. He held dominion over a sandy, stony terrain that the texts describe as almost entirely lightless, a place where the dead lay still and the air barely moved. Over time, in the way that Egyptian religious thinking so often worked, Sokar merged with Ptah and with Osiris, becoming a composite deity known as Ptah Sokar Osiris, a figure who combined creation, death, resurrection into a single form. Statues of this composite god were placed in tombs as a matter of course. They were believed to hold within them the very regenerative power of the underworld itself. The soul passing through Sokar's region did not stop long. It moved through carefully, aware that it was in the presence of something genuinely ancient, something that had watched over the dead since before the first pharaoh had ever worn a crown. Alongside Sokar, in a very different register, there was Heket, a goddess whose form was that of a frog, or a woman with a frog's head, whose association with the underworld was rooted not in darkness, but in the promise of what came after. The Egyptians had long observed the way frogs emerged in vast numbers from the mud of the Nile flood each year, appearing seemingly from nowhere as if conjured by the water itself. This made the frog a creature of extraordinary symbolic power. Heket presided over the very moment of transformation, the liminal instant when something passes from one state of being into another. She was believed to breathe life into the newborn and the newly reborn alike. Her presence in the funerary tradition was that of a protective, quietly joyful figure, not one of the fearsome guardians, but one of the ones who waited on the far side of difficulty with something gentle in her hands. The 4 sons of Horus occupied a different kind of role altogether, one that was both deeply practical and profoundly sacred. Their names were Imseti, Hapi, Duamutef, Kebesenuif, and each of them was responsible for guarding one of the 4 canopic jars in which the embalmed organs of the deceased were stored. Imseti, depicted with a human head, watched over the liver. Hapi, with the head of a baboon, protected the lungs. Duamutef, jackal-headed, guarded the stomach, and Kebesenuif, with the head of a falcon, was the guardian of the intestines. This arrangement may seem, at first, to be purely a matter of physical preservation, but the Egyptians understood it as something far deeper than that. The body's organs were not merely biological tissue. They were understood to carry aspects of the person's identity, memory, and spiritual substance. Their protection was therefore as urgent as the protection of the heart itself. The 4 sons of Horus were depicted on the sides of canopic chests, on the walls of burial chambers, in the vignettes of funerary papyri, standing guard with their arms at their sides, watchful and composed. They were among the most widely depicted of all the underworld's inhabitants. Their image was a source of reassurance, a visible sign that the dead person's body, in all its scattered parts, was not unattended. The goddess Neith protected Hapi and Duamutef, while Selket and Isis extended their care to Kebesenuif and Imseti, so that even the guardians themselves had guardians. The great serpent Mayan moved in a category of his own, not a guardian of the gates in the way that the named threshold keepers were, but a protector of a more encompassing kind. Mayan coiled around Ra's solar bark during the night journey, his body forming a living shield around the god at the most vulnerable moments of the crossing. His name meant simply the one who encircles. That coiling, enclosing protection was the whole of his purpose. In some representations, Mayan is shown wrapped tightly around the bark as it moves through a particularly dangerous hour, his scales gleaming in the dim light of the underworld corridor, his great body absorbing whatever hostile force might attempt to reach the sun within. He was a benevolent serpent in a world where serpents were often the opposite. His presence reminded the Egyptians that form alone was never the measure of a being's nature. And then there were the Ba and the Ke, not gods, but aspects of the soul itself that became, in a sense, travelers in their own right through the underworld. The Ka was the life force, the animating double that had accompanied a person through their entire earthly existence, dwelling in the body and sustained by food and breath and companionship. At death, the Ka remained near the tomb. That is why offerings of food and drink were left at tomb chapels for generations after a person's burial. The Ba was something closer to what we might call the individual personality, depicted as a human-headed bird, capable of flight, of moving between the world of the dead and the world of the living in a way the Ka could not. The Ba could leave the tomb during the day and return at night. Its reunion with the Ka within the body of the deceased was one of the necessary conditions for the soul's continuation. For this reunion to occur, for the Ba to recognize and return to the body it belonged to, the body had to be preserved, which is the deepest reason behind the Egyptian practice of mummification. Without the body as an anchor, the soul's various aspects could not find each other again. The person, in the fullest sense, would cease to be. Together these beings, Sokar in his silent darkness, Heket at the threshold of new life, the 4 sons of Horus at their quiet posts, Mehen wound tight around the bark, the Ba and Ka seeking each other across the corridors of the dead, made up only a portion of the underworld's vast population. Each one had a role, a place, a function in the great machinery of the night. Together they made the underworld not a void but a living world with its own strange, ordered logic. There is something in the Egyptian understanding of the underworld that reaches beyond religion and touches something quieter and more personal. The simple fact that every human being, in every age, has lain down in the dark and waited for morning. The ancient Egyptians were not unique in fearing death. but they were perhaps singular in the care they took to understand it, to map it, to give it corridors and guardians and thresholds that a prepared soul could walk through with something approaching confidence. They looked at the night, that long, lightless stretch between the setting and the rising of the sun, and they saw in it the same journey that Ra made every evening in his bark, descending through the 12 hours of darkness and emerging, without fail, into the gold of a new dawn. Sleep, to them, was not merely rest, it was a rehearsal. Every night, the eyes closed and the conscious self withdrew from the world of light and motion, traveling somewhere interior and unknowable. Every morning it returned to the body as the sun returned to the sky, renewed, reconstituted, proof that the darkness had not won. The word the Egyptians used for sleep and the word they used for death were understood to belong to the same family of experience, separated in degree rather than in kind. When a person died, it was sometimes spoken of as a deepening of the sleep that every living person already knew. And when a person rose in the morning, stretched in the warm light coming through the open door of their house beside the Nile, that ordinary moment carried within it the shape of resurrection. This was not a metaphor the Egyptians kept at a careful distance. It was something they lived inside, something that colored the way they moved through every day, made their choices, tended their relationships, prepared themselves for the journey they trusted, above all others, was coming. This understanding meant that preparation for death was not a morbid preoccupation but a natural extension of daily living. The Egyptians approached the inevitable with neither denial nor despair, but instead with a practical clarity. They recognized that the descent into the duat was as sure as nightfall, and so they lived in constant awareness of their journey. To them, every choice mattered, because every choice echoed into eternity. The scribes and priests who spoke of these things did so not to frighten the living, but to comfort them with the knowledge that the underworld held no mysteries that careful preparation could not illuminate. The field of reeds was never imagined as a place you stumbled into by luck or grace alone. It was a place you earned through the quality of your days, through the small, daily accumulation of honesty, care, the kind of gentleness that leaves the world a little more ordered than you found it. The Egyptians who commissioned scrolls and had their names written into the spells of the Book of the Dead were not trying to cheat the system. They were trying to be ready for it. The way a traveler studies a road they have never taken and fills their pack with everything they might need. They believed that the gate names could be learned, that the guardians' faces could be known, that the heart could be made light enough. Through a life lived with some measure of faithfulness to Ma'at, to rest easy on that golden scale, the journey through the duat was long, dark, and populated with beings whose forms were unlike anything above the earth. But it was a journey with a destination, a real one, with warm light and tall blue reeds and water moving slowly through channels between fields of grain. Somewhere in that light, the people who had gone before, waiting in the kind of peace that the living world always gestured toward, but rarely fully delivered. There is something genuinely moving in the fact that the Egyptians chose to paint these scenes on the interior walls of tombs, not as decoration for the living who would visit, but as a landscape for the dead to wake up into, familiar and beautiful, and exactly as they had imagined. The scribe who copied out a funerary papyrus by lamplight, carefully drawing each hieroglyph with a steady hand, believed that the words he was setting down would be read aloud in a darkness no one had returned from, that they would work, that the gates would open, that the guardians would step aside, that the heart, weighed in the balance, would be found true. And somewhere in the old papyri, in the careful script of a scribe who believed every word he was writing, a soul steps out of the final gate into a field of reeds. The light that falls across it is warm and familiar and exactly what was promised.